Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
You don't have to walk me all the way, Doc.
Oh, why, it's a pleasure, Kitty. I don't often get to be seen with a beautiful woman.
Now, Doc.
Yeah, that's true. And what's more, you know it.
Oh, there you go. And I was just beginning to enjoy myself.
There's Matt. Just came out of his office. Let's go say hello to him.
He's sitting down. We better hurry before he falls asleep.
Wish I had a job like his.
Say, where's Chester these days, anyway?
Yeah, he's still visiting a friend out at Fort Dodge. Some old army pal from the war.
Is he ever coming back?
Of course, he'll be back as soon as he gets tired of the cooking out there. Matt, you've got company.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Doc, why don't you sit down?
Thank you.
Just for a minute. I gotta get to work pretty soon.
You been shopping?
Yeah, but I didn't buy anything.
What about all those clothes and stuff you told me you ordered?
Well, that's different.
It is?
Well, sure.
No, don't explain it to me now. It's too hot today.
Who's this?
Huh?
Who's this?
I don't know. He's a stranger to me.
Well, he's from Texas, that's for sure. Look at that rig.
I'm looking for a U.S. Marshal. You're wearing a star. Maybe you're him.
Sit down, stranger.
You Matt Dillon?
That's right.
Oh. Well, I'm Phil Jacks, Marshal. With a herd of 3,000 San Saba cattle, about 5 days' drive from here. Name of the trail boss is Dolph Quince.
Dolph Quince? Well, he was in here last year. Give him my regards, will you?
Well, he says for you to ride back with me, Marshal.
What?
That's all he said. Me to bring you back.
Well, can't you tell me what it's all about?
It's about Kansas, Marshal.
Kansas?
We don't like it.
Oh, you're running into trouble, huh?
We're about to quit driving cattle and turn into an army, Marshal.
Yeah. You go get yourself a drink, Jacks. Meet me here in about a half hour. I'll go with you.
You just drop your saddle anywheres, Marshal. I'll turn your horse in with a remuda.
All right. Thanks, Jacks. So will.
And Dolph Quince will be over there by the fire somewhere.
Okay. I'll find it. Hello, Dolph.
How are you, Marshal?
Good to see you again.
Hey, there's fresh meat in camp. Ask the cook for a plate.
Oh, thanks. I will.
Well, now, I'll go with you. I need some more coffee. You like buffalo veal?
Huh?
One of the boys wrote and shot a calf this morning.
Sure, I like it fine.
Guess it was buffalo that scared our horses last night. Whole remuda broke loose. Hey, cook, give this man a plate of meat.
Yeah, sure thing, Dolph.
Yeah, it looks mighty good, doesn't it?
Give me some coffee, will you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Nestor woman came to the bed ground before daylight this morning and asked if we had any little calves that had been dropped during the night.
She probably picks up calves from all the herds that pass this way.
We'd have to get rid of them anyway. So I'll let her have them, even if she was a Kansan.
Oh?
You know, if it had been a Kansas man asked for calves, I don't think I could have talked these boys into allowing it.
Oh, is that so?
It sure is, Marshal.
Tell me, Dolph, have you seen any Kansas jayhawkers on the way up?
How'd you know?
That's a pretty good guess.
2 nights ago, some of them jayhawkers managed to sneak up on Snyder over there when he was out on guard. They stripped him and flogged him, then stampeded the cattle. We had our hands full for the next few hours, or we might have caught up with them.
Any trouble since?
Not yet.
You know, Dolph, the ordinary Kansan hates jayhawkers as much as you do. There's nothing but shifty, murderous criminals. They got started on the Missouri border during the war, and they got the taste of blood in their mouths. And now it's like they got no place to go.
We can show them a place.
Well, they're bandits, that's all. You got bandits in Texas, but that doesn't make every Texan one, does it?
It's kind of hard to make the men see it that way, Marshal.
Well, I know it is. I just hope they understand it before a regular war breaks out.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Hold it, Daphne, hold it.
Oh, hi, Joe. Guess what, honey? I'm trying out for the operetta.
As what?
A singer.
You could have fooled me.
I was just practicing one of the songs.
Well, I don't think you quite fit the role.
Why not?
Well, if this version of the Student Prince is like the version I know, that particular number is sung by a tenor.
Oh,
Not that you don't come close, but I think you better stick to being a housewife.
but I want to be a singer.
Daphne, honey, a singer you'll never be.
I could take lessons.
Yeah, but lessons cost money. Money better invested for us in savings bonds.
You and your old savings bond.
I can't help it, honey. I just can't get over the way those savings bonds pay off. $4 for every 3. That's what I call an investment.
What good do they do me now?
A lot. The money we put in those bonds every payday helps keep America strong and protects you and me. No bonds, maybe no operetta. Ever think of that?
I still want to be a singer.
Well, when those bonds start bringing in the green, if you still want to sing, they'll pay for the lessons and more.
Good. Gee, if those bonds mature as fast as you say, I better start practicing now just so that I'll be ready. Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Daphne, did anyone ever tell you you have a bad voice?
Everyone.
Hello, Dolph. Marshal.
Jax?
Join you if you don't mind.
Sit down, Jax. I've been sitting here drinking coffee, complaining to Marshal about our welcome in Kansas.
Yeah. I heard the trail drivers buying off them jayhawkers, $2-3 a head. Now, let's see, 3,000 cattle. It cost us...
I'm paying nobody nothing.
Well, they ain't asked us yet, but I'll kill the first one I see anyway, so...
Marshal, one reason I wanted you to come down here was to ride with us a few days. Get to know the boys a little. You're in a bad temper, and when they hit Dodge, they're going to be looking for Kansas scalps.
All right with you.
I figured you would. See, Marshal, the way we look at it, the good citizens of Dodge are out to fleece us anyway. And on top of that, they hire gunfighters to shoot us as soon as we kick up our heels a little. Now, all in all, it makes for a bad feeling.
There's some misunderstanding on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, you and I know that. But
they
they don't.
Dolph, I near forgot.
What?
Stranger just rode up to the Remuda over there and asked for a job. I told him to eat first.
Where is he?
Well, I'll go get him.
Say, Dolph, I'd like to stand a guard tonight.
Oh, there's no need for that.
Well, if I'm riding with you, I'll do my share of the work.
All right. You go out with the second watch. Rango will give you a night horse.
Thanks.
Here he is, Dolph. This here's Dolph Quince, trail boss.
Mr. Quince.
Quince will do.
Well, my name's Studer. Carl Studer.
You lost?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you know we're only 4 days' drive out of Dodge.
I was wondering, could you use a hand?
For 4 days?
That'd help.
You must be awful hungry.
I thought maybe you'd be driving past Dodge.
I'm not. But we'll feed you from here to Dodge if you work. I won't pay you anything, though. I haven't got the money. I don't need a hand anyway.
Fair enough.
Hey, by the way, where are you from?
Colorado?
And you ain't a Kansan?
No.
Good. Maybe the boys won't tear you apart. You'll be on the third watch tonight, Studer.
All right.
He's the sort of man spends his whole miserable life just looking for salt pork and sundown.
Yeah. If that's all he's looking for.
What do you mean?
Just an old habit of mine, Dolph. I wouldn't be alive if I trusted everybody on first sight.
You don't trust this fellow?
Oh, he's probably all right. Still, I'd keep him in camp unless it's daylight. I wouldn't put him on night guard.
All right. Marshal, I always thought I led a hard life. Till now. I think you beat me.
I just get shot at more than you, so...
Maybe that's it. Hey, you better stretch out somewhere. You'll be out singing to those cow brutes in 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Dolph.
Breakfast at 4. You find it don't take long to stay all night at this ranch.
I didn't have much chance that night to get to know the boys on guard. 2 of us rode around the herd in opposite directions, singing or humming a little to let the cattle know where we were. And after 2 hours, we were relieved by the third watch. But at breakfast the next morning, the men treated me a little less like a gunfighter hired to shoot them when they got to Dodge. After the cattle had grazed for a few miles, we got them on the trail, and I started to forget that I was a lawman myself. Jax and I were riding the swing of the herd when Dolph Quince loped up behind us.
Hey, how's it feel to be a trailhand, Marshal?
There's nothing to it if I could sleep all winter like you do.
Where would you spend your money?
I already offered to trade jobs with him, Dolph.
Hey, look, you 2 crossed the Cimarron yesterday. What's it like?
Now, the water's gone down. You won't have any trouble.
I was also thinking about the sand.
Well, it was sound where we were, Dolph.
Yeah, then we'll cross right there. You go up ahead and ride point, Jax, and lead us to it.
All right.
Take that new fellow Studer with you.
I don't need him.
I want him up front where I can see him.
Oh, okay.
First crossing I tried last year had a quicksand bottom and bog of saddle blanket.
Oh? Lose many cattle?
30 head. Couldn't even dig their tails out.
You know, Dolph, I sometimes wonder if it's worth it to you, driving cattle up here.
Well, Texas is bankrupt, Marshal. War broke us. All we got is these wild longhorn cattle.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe there'll be an easier way someday.
We'd starve waiting for the railroad.
I suppose so. Anyway, the San Saba herd of yours is the first to reach Dodge this year. The price is pretty high. You ought to profit, about $20 a head.
I hope so. Money in your pocket, Dodge could offer high-class entertainment.
Almost anything you'd want.
Well, the boys will be there.
Hey, that's up ahead. Come on.
Look, he got a blanket. He's starting to stampede.
Yeah. Is that Jack's horse running loose?
Yeah, and there's Jack's lying on the ground. They shot him, Marshal.
That man with a blanket, that's Studer. I'm going after him, Dolph. You take care of Jax.
Here go the cattle. They're off. Get him, Marshal. Get him alive.
I'll get him.
Helen.
Hi there. What are you doing?
I'm memorizing my wife's name.
You, a memory expert? What happened?
I called her Joanne.
Oh.
Yeah, I was nearly a hospital case.
Which brings us to the subject of Medicare.
I knew you'd work it in somehow.
Well, why not? Sooner or later, Medicare comes into the lives of every serviceman and his dependents.
Well, you sure got it into mine a lot. Excuse me, I got to get back to my memory work. Hazel.
You know, I've got a hunch somebody is going to need medical care real soon. To learn how Medicare helps your family, get the pamphlet Dependents Medical Care Program.
Maryland.
As I followed Studer, a few shots whipped past my head, but they didn't come from him. They came from behind a small rise he was headed for. Whoever was shooting was still too far away from me for me to worry about. I wanted to take care of Studer first, and slowly the distance between us closed. I pulled my rifle out of the boot and I snapped one off at him. He threw up his hands and pitched forward out of the saddle. I glanced at him as I rode past and crossed him off as one jayhawker less. When I reached the rise, I jumped off of my horse and I ran up it on foot, and near the top I got down and I crawled. When I poked my head over, there was only one man in sight. The other jayhawkers, if there had been any, had disappeared. This one was afoot and running for his horse. So I took my time and I put a shot into the cantle of his saddle. Horse bolted and the man dropped behind a rock and lay there. He was only half covered, so I stood up. A step at a time, I started toward him down the hill.
That's far enough, mister. Going back. You're in pistol range now.
All right, fella, put down and come forward.
All I want's a horse, and I'll get out of here. We won't bother you no more.
You sure won't.
Just let me on the horse.
Listen to me, I'm a United States Marshal. You give up, and I promise you there'll be no lynching. You'll get a fair trial.
No.
If you don't give up, you're gonna die right where you are.
Let me go. I'm warning you.
I'm coming after you.
No.
You just had to try it, didn't you?
You leave a bloody trail, Marshal.
Yeah.
I brought Snyder with me. After the whipping they gave me the other night, I figured he deserved to be in on this.
Guess I'm too late. Looks like the marshal's done taking care of everybody.
Be glad you don't have to kill a man, son.
I don't think I'd mind, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, Dolph, how's Jax?
Dead.
Oh.
Dude have shot him in the back of the head.
He was a good man.
Boys have got the lead cattle turned. They let them mill around for now and then graze them out.
Good. Snyder, I left my horse over the rise there. Would you get him for me?
Yeah, sure.
Looks like you walked right down onto this man.
Well, I tried to take him alive like you asked.
I just wanted to hang him myself. Anyway, I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, sure.
Marshal, we'll be burying Jax out here. I'm wondering if you might know how to do it. Maybe a prayer or something?
Well, I tried, Dolph.
Just get back in.
Well, we got back to where Jacks had fallen, the cook had driven the chuck wagon up and was busy fixing coffee for the men, even though it was far from noon. The cattle were spread out and feeding now, and one by one the men rode up, sober, quiet. With just a glance at Jacks where he lay covered by his saddle blanket. A grave was soon dug, and with the end gate of the chuck wagon for a headstone, Phil Jacks was placed in the ground and covered with prairie earth. Their hats in their hands, the Texas men had watched the service in silence. When it was done, they turned and walked away. Snyder.
Yeah?
I want you to do something for me, huh?
What?
I smuggled a quart of wagon yard whiskey out of Dodge when I came down here. The cook's got it hid in the chuck wagon.
Well, now, Marshal.
It's not much, but it'll cut the alkali in your drinking water. Why don't you get it and pass it out to the men, huh?
Mighty decent of you, Marshal. All us wants a drink of the Marshal's whiskey. Get on over to the chuck wagon.
There's times when a drink's good for a man, Marshal. I guess this is one of them.
I think Jack should approve.
He sure would. By the way, the boys all know how you handle them jayhawkers.
Oh?
It ain't changed their minds about Kansans much, but maybe they think a lot more highly of the law around here. The kind of gunfighter hired by the law, anyway.
That's good.
Of course, it don't mean they won't hoorah Dodge a little when we get there.
I expect that.
Sure. Come on, we got a drink coming out of that bottle, too.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Look at him, Chester. If you put any more chili powder on those eggs, you'll go up in smoke.
Well, I like 'em good and hot, Doc.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Chester.
Hey, pour me some more coffee, will you, Doc?
Eh? Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Here you are.
Thank you.
By the way, did Matt say when he'd be back?
Well, he told me the end of the week.
After all, Doc, it's a 2-day ride to Tascosa, and he didn't leave here till 2 days ago.
I only asked a simple question, Chester. And anyway, how was I supposed to know? Nobody ever tells me anything.
They don't have to. Or you snoop around.
Snoop around? What's Matt doing in Tascosa, Kitty?
Talking to the man that sent for him. What?
What man, Kitty?
The Tascosa Citizens Committee. Something to do with hiring a new sheriff for the town. I guess I figured Matt would know where to find one.
Hire a sheriff? What in the world for?
Well, the man they got as sheriff now is no good. The decent citizens can't get rid of him.
Well, if he's no good, why'd they hire him in the first place? Oh, my, I do not understand it. The whole frontier's an armed camp. Shooting and killing everywhere you look.
Nothing left but the quick and the dead. Doc, would you pass the chili powder?
Oh, for goodness sake. Here.
Thank you.
Kitty, I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't know how bad the trouble is down in Tascosa, but Matt better get back here quick.
Why, Doc? What's wrong?
What's wrong? You asked that when the only vestige of the law we've got in this town is a chili-eating cherry rocker like the fool I'm sitting next to. What's wrong?
Now, you look here. You just let me tell you something.
Now,
Doc
you wait
Adams.
a minute. You two are worse than children. You settle back now, both of you. Have some more coffee.
Well, maybe just a little dab, but that's all. It's a caution what happens to some people when they get out in polite society.
Oh.
Drink your coffee, both of you.
Yeah, come in.
Your name Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
The marshal from Dodge, eh?
Yeah.
I'm Clegg Rawlins, Marshal. I'm the man the Citizens Committee wants to get rid of.
What's on your mind, Rollins?
Now, a while back, they brought me here to Tascosa to kind of clean it up some, and I did that for them. Now, all of a sudden, they want me out. I call that downright ungrateful, Marshal.
Yeah, go on.
I suppose they give you the money at the meeting last night? Money to hire a new sheriff here?
That's right.
Yeah. Kind of forces me into talking business. What I had in mind was, Marshal don't make all the money in the world, does he?
I wondered how long it'd take to get around to it.
Now, wait just a minute. You might be missing a good thing.
The only thing I'm interested in is hiring a peace officer to come down here. You're through in Tascosa, Rollins. Now make up your mind.
A man don't always give up that easy.
You better, Rollins. You got as much time left as it takes for the man I hire to get back here from Dodge.
As short as that, huh?
As short as that.
Dillon, you know there's an awful lot of prairie between here and Dodge. I sure hate to see anything happen to you on your way back.
Get out.
Oh, sure. It always seems kind of too bad when a man dies for something that ain't even his concern.
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor is the true democracy, and that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great industries and institutions, such as the hero of our armed forces, Kilroy. Since the beginning of World War II, Kilroy has popped up everywhere from Africa to Australia, from Kwajalein to Korea. Every serviceman claims to have met him. Some say he's tall and thin, some say he's short and fat. He's an Air Force pilot, Army infantryman, a Navy Seabee. He was on Guadalcanal and climbed Mount Casino. He walked through Berchtesgaden Garden and stormed Heartbreak Ridge. But more than that, he's the spirit of the courage and the valor of the American men in uniform who accomplish the impossible and reach objectives which are unobtainable. The men who proudly say, Kilroy was here. Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell the stories of such legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. So long as we continue to laugh together as a people, ladies and gentlemen, we'll live together as a nation.
Next morning, I was in the saddle before dawn, and by the time the sun was up, I'd covered a good 15 miles. A slight breeze blew apart the dust puffs my horse raised, and I knew it'd be hard for anybody to follow me. And for the same reason, I knew that somebody could track me without being seen. About noon, I stopped in the shade of a grove of cottonwood to rest my horse. I was easing his cinch a little when I saw a rider coming up fast. I pulled my rifle from the saddle boot and I waited. And I put the rifle back.
I've got to talk to you. Please.
Well, all right, ride on in. Yeah, this is a long way out on the prairie for a lone woman.
Can I have some water?
Water? Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You haven't said what you're doing out here.
I followed you from Tascosa.
You followed me?
If you'd seen me sooner, you'd have sent me back, and I can't go back.
Just who are you, miss?
Stella Harkney. I'm one of the girls at the Overland Saloon.
You're lucky. I might have shot you riding up on me that way.
It was the only thing I could do, follow you this way. Besides, I didn't think you'd ride out so early.
Just why I did.
I know all about you, Marshal. And I know why they sent for you to come to Tascosa.
That's so? How?
I'm Clegg Rollins' girl.
You're Rollins' girl?
That's right.
Look, you better turn around and head back right now.
I can't. Clegg would kill me if he found out I'd tried to run away.
How do I know you're not still his girl, setting a trap of some kind?
All right. Look. Look at my shoulder. He put those marks there. You think I'd stay with a man like that? All I'm asking is to ride on to Dodge with you, Marshal. I've got a rifle, and 2 rifles are better than 1. Clegg will come after you. You can be sure of that.
Seems to me you're awful anxious to help kill the man you belong to.
Oh, I belong to him right enough. He brought me down here from Hayes City. Gonna marry me, he said, but I found out different. He just wanted me to work in his saloon. He already has a wife down by Willow Springs. Didn't exactly like that, and I told him so. That's when he beat me. Look, let me ride with you, please.
I don't know, Stella.
I'm not going back, Marshal.
Well, all right. I guess it doesn't matter now that you come this far.
Thanks.
You may be telling the truth, but you better ride a little ahead of me anyhow.
What for?
It's just easier to keep an eye on you. Like you said, you got a rifle. Okay, let's get started. You pretty tired, Stella?
I'll make it.
There's a nester's cabin not far from here. If we can find it before dark, maybe he'll put us up for the night, huh?
Sure feel good to walk around.
Yeah. You saddle weary?
Well, dance hall girls don't do too much riding, Marshal.
Get out! Just lie still now. Don't make a move.
Where are they? Where did they shoot from?
It's off to the left somewhere, I think. Yeah. They're probably in that clump of box elder over there.
Dirty cowards.
I can't get them from here with a 6-gun, and I can't get to the horses for a rifle. Look, if we play dead, maybe we can draw them out.
Marshal, I'm sorry.
Just lie still and don't talk. Yeah, here they come. 2 of them. Just hold still now.
I've seen those men before. They work for Clegg.
Stella, when I give the word, you yell as loud as you can, huh? Scream. It'll throw them off. You ready? All right, now.
Are they dead?
I don't know, but the fight's sure out of him. And if Clegg's with him, he's still in that grove. Come on, let's get out of here fast.
I can't get up. I'm hit. My leg.
Yeah. Here, I'll put you on my horse. We'll ride double. We better get out of here before whoever's in those trees gets a little braver. Come on now. I'll get you to that cabin.
Here you are, miss. You just lie back now. By morning, you'll be fit as a fiddle.
Thanks, mister, but that coal oil you poured on my leg like to set me on fire.
Well, that's the best way to clean a wound there is, Stella.
Less'n it's whiskey, of course, but that would be pure waste, wouldn't it now?
You two can afford to make light of it. It's me who's got the bullet.
Well, I'm going to have to feed my pigs. Having company like this has thrown me clean off schedule. I'll be back directly.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Having me along's caused you a lot of trouble. Slowed you down. Clegg is probably going to ride into Dodge ahead of you. He'll be waiting there.
Oh, why there?
'Cause he's no good with a rifle. He needs a 6-gun on a town street.
Well, maybe he won't try again, Stella. After all, there are other towns for him to take over.
It's more than that, Marshal. It's a lot more, now that he knows I'm with you. He's a jealous man. He's crazy jealous, and now he'll think there's something between us. Between you and me, I mean.
Well, let's not worry about that now. You just better get some rest.
It's foolish to think you might have any feelings about me, isn't it? Not knowing me any longer than you have.
Now, Stella, I told you.
I don't suppose any man could take to a woman he'd known for only one day, could he?
Look, Stella, you get some sleep. We've still got a long ride to Dodge, huh?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Good night.
Good night.
The next morning, Stella's leg wasn't anywhere near well enough for her to ride, so I borrowed a spring wagon from the nester, and we started out for Dodge. It was a rough trip and a slow one. Stella sat there, not saying much, just staring ahead. Once or twice, I saw a dust cloud on the horizon, and I knew if it was Clegg Rollins, he'd be in Dodge long before I would. It was nearly dusk by the time we drove down the plaza and stopped outside Doc's office. And it was a half hour later before Doc had clean bandages on Stella's leg. Then I waited with her while he went out on another call.
Marshal.
Yeah, Stella.
I had a lot of time to think today while we were driving in.
It was a rough trip for you.
Not so bad, but what I wanted to tell you was I'm not going to stay in Dodge.
Oh? Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. Abilene, maybe, even St. Louis. As soon as I'm well enough, I'm taking the Santa Fe out of here.
There's no reason for you to leave, Stella.
Yeah, yes, there is.
Clegg Rollins?
No.
What is it, then?
Well, it's not important. It's just easier if I go. Easier for me, I mean.
Oh.
You can't forget somebody when you're living in the same town, Marshal. You better go now. Doc will be back directly, and there's no reason for you to wait. Not any longer.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Stella.
Goodbye, Matt.
Rollins?
Been waiting for you.
Oh, the last time you sent a couple of your men to do the talking.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, you're two riders who tried to dry gulch me. I hope you buried them, Rollins, because I didn't have time.
I come here to tell you, you and me can still work things out.
You didn't get me killed, so you still want to buy me off.
Any man can use money.
The government pays me.
Not as much as I could.
Listen, Rollins. So far, I got nothing personal on you. Nothing I can prove, anyway. Now, if you're smart, you'll saddle up and ride out of here and keep away from Tascosa, too.
We'll see. Meantime, Marshal, how is Stella?
No. I'm telling you, Rollins, you get out while you can.
Sure. Mighty fast, Marshal.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Yeah, I know that now. I just thought maybe.
Mr. Dillon? I seen it. I seen him back out the door. What happened? Who was he?
Oh, it was a man named Rollins.
What'd he do?
He didn't want me to send a new peace officer to Tascosa.
Well, that ain't much of a reason to die, is it?
He figured it was. Look, Chester, you go tell Doc about this, huh? I got some business over at Delmonico's.
What you gonna do?
Well, Doc told me there's a man I want to talk to down there.
Who?
An ex-buffalo hunter I'm going to ask to take the job of peace officer in Tascosa.
Who is it, Mr. Dillon? Slim Trent?
No, it's somebody who just got into town a little while back. He's a kind of a hot-headed fellow, but he can get the job done.
Well, who in the world is it, Mr. Dillon?
You don't know him, Chester. It's a fellow named Hickok, Bill Hickok. If you want, you can come over and meet him after you get Doc.
No, I don't care about meeting no Bill Hickok. I was hoping Slim Trent would get the job. I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Mr. Macdonald, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
We pause now for station identification.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, Doc.
Huh? Oh, hello, McClooney.
Can you spare a minute, Doc?
Well,
Oh, Nellie, now. Now, you stand right there.
McClooney, if you've got another one of those ore samples you want me to test for you, I'll tell you right now I haven't
It
got the
wouldn't take you no time at all, Doc. And I got some real high-grade pennants this time.
Oh, but then take it up the street to the assay office.
Oh, no, I don't trust them. Not on wet assays.
Oh, no, and besides, they'll charge you. Is that it?
Well, you...
McClooney, I'm running a doctor's office, not a metallurgical laboratory.
Oh, shucks, you got the scales there and acid and everything.
But I haven't got the time, and the answer is no.
It's against the law for a doctor to refuse medical help when it's asked of him.
Oh, hello there,
Matt,
Marshal.
it's got nothing to do with medical help. McClooney here wants me to test another one of those sacks of pyrites he drags in out of the hills.
It ain't pyrites. It's gold.
I've run a half a dozen of them, boy, in the last 3 years, and every one of them was pyrites.
Well, you might have used some bad acid or something.
Oh, bad acid.
Why don't you take the stuff over to the assay office?
Because they'll charge him for it, that's why. And he figures I'll do it for nothing.
Well, I'd pay him for it, Marshal, if I had any money.
When did you ever have any money, you mangy old fool?
Mamie.
Marshal?
Miss Doug?
Well, I don't know.
You finally come sneaking in out of the Rockies, did you? Why don't you go to Denver instead of coming clear back here all the time?
No, Mamie, I like it here.
Marshal, you know what this scrawny old goat done to me? Old McClooney here.
It just slipped my mind at the time. So help me, it did.
Last time he was in town, better than 6 months ago, I washed up all his dirty duds for him. Done him up nice and clean, and then, by golly, he took off for Colorado in the middle of the night and didn't pay me a cent.
Well, I just forgot's all. But I got me a job now, loading hides over to railroad. I'll pay you at the end of the week. Honest, I will.
And I suppose you've got every stitch you own dirty again now, and you probably think I'm going to wash 'em for you.
Well, it's mighty kind of you to offer, Mamie.
Oh, for the love of... All right. Where are they?
I got a bundle right there on my horse.
You got any shirts that need washing this week, Marshal?
As a matter of fact, I do, Miss Duggs. If you stop over to the jail, Chester will give them to you.
Here you are. And I sure am obliged to you, Mamie.
Now say you are. For 2 washings now, and you ain't getting this one back till you pay me for both of them.
Oh, I'll pay you now. Don't you worry now.
In money. Money, too. Now, that fool's gold you keep lugging back from Colorado territory.
Why, it's real gold, Mamie. I keep telling you that.
Oh, sure you do. Well, I'll pick up your things, Marshal. Get 'em back to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Miss Duggs.
Oh, Doc, let me leave one of these sample sacks with you, just in case you find some time.
I won't find time.
Well, I'm much obliged to you, Doc.
Wait a minute. Come back here.
So long, Marshal.
Wait
So
a
long,
minute.
McClooney.
Come on, boy.
Confounded lunatic.
I don't know, Doc. He's pretty good at getting people to do things for him.
Oh, he's loony, Matt. This here's nothing but fool's gold. And he's got that shack of his down the river bottom stacked full of it.
Well, as long as you're sure of that, why don't you bother testing it?
And who said I was going to test it?
I did.
Oh, Matt, you're out of your mind. I wouldn't waste 5 minutes on this.
Yeah? You want to bet?
Matt, wake up. Matt?
What is it? What's the matter? Is that you, Doc?
Of course it's me. Open up, Matt.
Oh, all right. All right. Don't knock that door down. Yo, what is it? What's the
Matt,
matter?
I just went over to old Pop McClooney's shack to take him the results on that assay I run for him.
Oh, what's all the excitement about? You find gold?
No, of course not. It was just pyrite, same as the others. But somebody must have figured he had gold.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, you better get dressed, Matt. McClooney's dead. He's been murdered.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Yeah, Daphne.
look at this story about savings bonds in the paper.
Yeah? What about it?
Do you think that's the best way to tell people about savings bonds?
Why not? Look, see, it says here that savings bonds are a guaranteed investment. Right now, they pay off at the rate of $4 at maturity for every $3 invested. You're not convinced? Why not?
No salesmanship.
No salesmanship? What more do you need to know? Why, right now, more than 8 million Americans are buying saving bonds regularly through the payroll savings plan.
So?
So what?
That's what I say. So what?
Now, look, Daphne, if millions of Americans are convinced that saving bonds are their best investment, not only financially, but for the future of their country, what the heck is bothering you?
Well, I think they could sell a lot more with salesmanship. You know, slogans and jingles. Listen, if you're spending more and saving less, try a savings bond.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe savings bond pay good, like an investment should.
Daphne.
You get a lot to like in a savings bond. Interest, earnings guaranteed.
Wow.
Well, did I sell you?
Yeah, but I forgot what it was you were selling.
Savings bond.
I'll take 100.
Oh, Joe.
Miss Kitty?
Huh? Oh, hello, Chester.
Miss Kitty, you ain't saw Mr. Dillon, have you?
Oh, no. I guess he's pretty busy trying to find who killed old Pop McClooney.
Well, yes, he's doing that all right. We both been. But he is supposed to meet me here around about now.
Oh, then he'll be showing up. Sit down and wait for him.
I'll just do that. Sweet spirit, my feet is plain killing me.
Chester, Matt have any idea who killed McClooney?
Well, not yet, he ain't. He took Indian Joe out there this afternoon to look at some horse tracks we found around the shack.
Horse tracks?
Well, somebody rode all around the place, sizing it up, I guess. If the horse is still in town, Indian Joe can probably find it just from studying the tracks.
Oh.
Say, if you don't mind, Miss Kitty,
Yeah?
I think I'll just ease these boots off a minute.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
Oh, my, that feels good.
You know, it's a shame, Chester. Old Pop was nice, even if he was a little crazy. Always thinking he'd found gold.
Well, he must have convinced somebody he had. They took up a couple of floorboards and dug around underneath his shack.
How was he killed, Chester?
Somebody hit him over the head with a chunk of stove wood.
Oh.
Died right away, according to Doc.
That's too bad. Poor old fella.
All he had in that shack was a wood stove and a bunk and a table and his clothes stacked on a shelf in the corner. And, of course, them sacks of fool's gold piled up all over the place.
Fool's gold. Maybe that's the only kind there is.
Well, it kindly worked out that way for him, I guess. At least he died thinking he was rich, and that's more than most people can ever do. Look, there's Mr. Dillon now.
Oh, he looks tired.
Well, my stars, he ain't been to bed since Doc woke him up last night to tell him about it.
Hello, Kitty. Chester.
Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, thanks. I think I will.
Want a glass of beer?
No, I don't think so.
Any luck, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, a little, maybe. It's hard to tell you.
Matt, why would anyone do it? The whole town knew Pop was kind of queer. They knew he didn't have any gold hidden out.
Yeah, but somebody from out of town might not have known it, Kitty.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean, a stranger who didn't know Pop, who might have believed his stories.
Yeah, but it'd have to be a stranger. Everybody who lives in Dodge knows about him. Like last night. All the boys were pretending to believe him, but they didn't, of course. They were just egging him on to keep him talking.
Oh, was Pop in here last night?
Oh, sure. He always came in here as soon as he hit town. Waiting for somebody to set up the drinks and talked about his big gold strike.
Yeah. Kitty,
Yeah?
Was there anybody paying special attention to him last night?
Oh, not that I remember. I didn't particularly notice.
Was there a gambler in here last night? A new man in town who calls himself Jack King.
Jack King?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. He was here. And he was talking to Pop. I'd forgotten about it.
Why him special, Mr. Dillon?
Well, Indian Joe located that horse a while ago. It had one shoe that had worn thin and was partly broken. Belongs to the livery stable.
Mm-hmm.
They hired it out a couple of days ago to this Jack King. He brought it back this afternoon.
You think he killed Pop?
Well, he was out there last night. There's no doubt about that. The tracks prove it.
What does he say about it?
Well, I'll know better when I find him. I've been looking everywhere.
Well, it's no wonder the government don't pay peace officers much when they spend all their time loafing around saloons.
Now, here, Mr. Dillon just this minute got here, Doc.
Chester, what in the world are you doing with your boots off? You living here now?
No, I'm not living here now. I reckon a man's feet can hurt here as well as they can any other place, can't they?
Doc wouldn't know, Chester. The only way he gets tired is from sitting.
Oh, is that so? Well, how are you, kid?
I'm fine, Doc.
Say, Matt, here's a letter that came for Pop McClooney. Now,
No?
Mr. Hightower of the depot, he didn't know what to do with it.
Here, let me have it. I'll take care of it.
I suppose you've got the killer under lock and key.
Well, I will have as soon as I locate him, Doc.
Oh, you mean you know who he is?
Well, I'm betting on a fella named Jack King.
That gambler?
Uh-huh.
Then you better get moving, Matt.
Oh, why?
Because I just saw him over at the depot, buying the ticket on the Santa Fe to St. Louis.
You must have got scared and decided to make a run for it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way.
I sure don't see no sign of him there on the platform.
Well, he might be on the train. Mr. Hightower said that he was still here a few minutes ago. He couldn't... Wait a minute.
What is it, Mr. Dillon? What's the matter?
Over there. To the baggage truck there.
Back's turned. I guess he hasn't saw us.
Oh, he's seen us, all right. You leaving town, mister?
Oh. How are you, Marshal?
Your bag already on the train?
Oh, no, it's right over there. What difference it make where it is?
I'm afraid you're going to have to postpone your trip.
I didn't do it, Marshal.
Oh, you didn't do what?
I know why you come looking for me, but you're wrong, Marshal, because I didn't do it.
You'll have a chance to prove it.
Now, I went out there last night. Yes, I did, but he was already dead.
Is that so?
Well, you can search my bag. I didn't rob him.
I believe that. McClooney didn't have anything to steal.
He kept talking about his gold all the time.
That gold of his was a pipe dream, and everybody in town knew it. But you'd only been here a couple of days, so you wouldn't have known it. Got his bag, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I know what you're up to, you lawmen out here. You're all alike.
We are, huh?
Anything that happens, try to hang it on to some stranger in town. You don't care who killed him. All you want to do is string up somebody.
I've already told you if you're innocent, you'll get a chance to prove it.
What will I do with these, Mr. Dillon?
Now we'll take him over to the jail. All right, King, you're under arrest.
No, you're not taking me in.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'm not going to hang for somebody else's killing.
Look out!
You crazy fool! All right, Chester, pick up his gun.
Mr. Dillon, did you shoot him in the arm of purpose?
Matter of fact, Chester, I was aiming for his other arm. Come on, mister, start walking.
Wouldn't eat a a bite of breakfast, Mr. Dillon.
Well, that's his privilege.
Just sits there in his cell staring at the floor. Acts like we're fixing to hang him or something.
Yeah. Now he's got his mind made up about that, all right.
I told him he was all wrong. We don't go around hanging people here without a trial.
Not usually, no.
Guess by now he's mighty sorry he went and killed old man McClooney.
Chester people aren't usually sorry for what they've done. They're just sorry that they got caught, that's all.
Well, he'll be sorry enough after he's convicted.
And I doubt he'll be convicted.
What do you mean?
We just haven't got much of a case against him when you come right down to it.
By jing, I sure would hate to see him go free. Crazy or not, old Pop McClooney was a real nice old fellow.
Yes, he was. Oh, did I show you this letter to McClooney?
Letter? No.
Came the day after he was killed. Doc picked it up at the depot last night.
My dear Mr. McClooney, this is to... But Mr. Dillon...
Yeah, there have been a dozen more like it over the last 2 years. I telegraphed Denver last night, and I got an answer this morning.
Well, my gracious sakes, I just can't believe this.
Yeah, come in.
Come in, Marshal. Mr. Chester.
Oh, come on in, Miss Doug.
Oh, thank you kindly. I brung your washing back.
Oh, thanks. You can just leave it there on the table if you want.
Yes, sir. That feller confessed yet, the one that killed old man McClooney?
No, not yet.
Well, hanging's too good for him. I was always joshing Pop, but I had a fondness for him.
Yeah, I guess everybody in town liked him.
Person just never knows. Why, who'd ever thought that afternoon I run into all of you there in the street would be the last time I'd ever see him alive?
That was the day before he was killed. You, took some clothes of his to wash, as I recall, didn't you?
He'd always come back out of Colorado with every stitch he owned needing washing.
That's funny. You wouldn't expect him to live like that, a man as rich as he was.
Rich? Him?
A letter came for him yesterday from an assay office in Denver. It's a report on a sample of concentrates that Pop sent him. It shows 60% free gold.
60.
And that's only the last of a dozen samples Pop sent in the last few years, all of them just as rich. He was smart, Miss Duggs. That act with the fool's gold was just a blind so that nobody tried to rob him. But I guess he outsmarted himself in the end. And so did you, Miss Duggs.
Me?
What did you do with it? You might as well tell me. We're going to search your cabin and we'll find it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd have probably guessed sooner if I'd known he was rich, but I was looking for a stranger in town. You just said you hadn't seen him since that afternoon on the street. But I saw his clean laundry stacked on a shelf in the corner of his shack.
Well, I guess it was the sight of all that gold that done it. I walked in on him that night and caught him counting it. I've worked hard, Marshal, my whole life, and it just didn't seem fair. Dirty old codger like him having all that gold hid out.
So you killed him and took it, huh?
Forgetting to take that laundry back with me. That's where I made my mistake.
You really believe that was your only mistake?
Well, of course. If you hadn't have seen that laundry, you never would have guessed.
That wasn't exactly what I meant.
What else did I do wrong, Marshal?
You killed a man. But I guess that doesn't mean much to you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Look who's in town tonight, Matt.
Huh?
Over at the bar there.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Doc, Marshal, step up. I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks, Seibert.
Something wrong with my money?
Seibert, the only thing wrong with your money is it belongs to you.
Oh, now, Doc, that's no way to be when I'm celebrating my new contract.
Oh, what contract?
The cavalry. I deliver the first consignment of horses next week.
And what's the cavalry going to do with those stringy, wild renegades of yours?
Renegades?
Now, you don't figure on breaking those horses, do you? You're not good enough to do it yourself, and no rider in this territory will work for you.
I'll find somebody.
I'll do it fast, Seibert, and then get out of town.
All right, Marshal. Sure.
Yeah. You know, Matt, it makes me ashamed of myself the way I feel about that man. But I just can't help it.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah, Kitty.
Come on over here to the window.
No?
Yeah, I want you to see something.
What is it?
Look out there. See those two boys?
Yeah, what about them?
Did you ever see them before?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I've been watching them. They act real lost.
Maybe we better go see.
Yeah.
Come on. Hello, boys.
Hello, mister.
What are you doing on Front Street this time of night?
Is this Front Street?
Yeah, it is. Where are your folks?
What do you want to know that for, mister?
This is Matt Dillon. He's the U.S. Marshal here.
We ain't done nothing.
Where are you boys from?
Texas.
Texas? Now, you're a long way from home.
Yes, sir.
What about your folks?
We ain't got any.
Ma and Pa got burned up when our ranch caught fire.
Oh. How'd you get here to Dodge?
Followed the trail herd most of the way.
Where are your horses?
Oh,
we had to sell them upriver. But the money's long gone.
Our uncle is supposed to meet us here.
You boys hungry?
Yes, ma'am.
But we don't want to beg no food.
Well, you're not. You're my guest.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Say, Matt,
Yeah.
why not have Chester take him down to the livery stable later? Moss Grimmick can use the help, and they can earn their meals and get a place to stay.
That's a good idea. You boys know anything about horses?
Yes, sir, a lot.
Well, come on inside. We'll see about that food.
You go on, boys. I'll be with you in a minute, huh? You still here, Severed?
I'm leaving, Marshal. Last thing I want is trouble.
Well, this is it, boys. Moss Grimmick says you can sleep up there in the loft. He'll tell you what to do in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Dillon says come see him tomorrow, and he'll try to get in touch with your uncle.
Well, thanks, Mr. Proudfoot.
You might as well call me Chester. Everybody else does.
We're sure lucky for this, ain't we, boss?
Yeah. People here in Dodge City are mighty nice. Especially that Miss Kitty. She's pretty, ain't she?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
I'm Orrin Seibert.
I'm Bus Cheney. This here's my brother, Howie.
Howdy.
I hear you boys know about horses. You ever break any?
Sure, lots of them.
Well, now, if you can ride, you don't need to hang around here cleaning out stalls. I got a real job for you out of my ranch. Make yourself some money.
We could sure use some, all right.
And then you're hired. Now get your horses, meet me out back.
We ain't got any horses.
No? Well, say, I'll tell you what I'll do. I got 10 head need breaking by next week. You boys break them 10 for me. After that, you can take your pick.
You mean it?
Both of us?
That's what I said, didn't I? Come on out and get in the wagon.
Get your stuff, Howie. Let's go.
Morning, Moss.
Oh, morning, Marshal. Nice day.
Yeah, it'll get hot. Well, how are your new helpers working out?
What helpers?
The Cheney brothers, those two boys that Chester brought down here last night.
I ain't seen hide nor hair of them.
Well, what happened to them?
I guess they just pulled out and left in the middle of the night.
That doesn't seem right. They talk like good, straight boys, Moss. Anything turn up missing?
No.
I got that telegraph sent off, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks, Chester. But the way things look, we won't need it. The boys pulled out during the night.
They did? Well, that's funny. When I left them here, they was so dog tired they was near asleep on their feet. They seemed mighty grateful for everything, too.
You can never tell about footloose youngsters like that, Chester.
Well, they're gone. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's get back to the office, Chester. We'll see you, Moss.
Good. So long, Marshal.
Bye, Moss. Miss Kitty's sure going to be disappointed. She took a real liking to them boys. Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Ride him, boss! Stick with him, boss! Atta boy! He's running!
Grab him, Howie. Hang on to it.
I got him.
Tie him up. Well, I get my wind. I'll take him around again.
Oh, that was awful good riding, Bud.
Oh.
Does your leg hurt you much?
Pretty much. But I guess I'm getting used to it after 5 days of this. Anyway, that's number 7.
Only 3 more to go.
We'll make it. But that big stallion's going to be tough.
Hey, you.
Oh, yes. Yes, Miss Sabbath?
Going up to the house. I want you to take the wagon into town.
Me too?
No. You stay.
I don't you do any riding while I'm gone, Howie.
Oh, boss, I can
Now, you leave them broncs alone, you hear? You just do chores till I get back. Oh,
I'll get busy now.
I won't be gone long. You just put some feed down.
All right, boss.
What are you fixing to do there, boy?
Oh, put down some feed, Mr. Seibert.
Now, I didn't hire you to do chores. I hired you to break horses.
Boss told me not to ride while he was gone.
He won't be back till supper time. You gonna waste the whole afternoon?
Well, no, sir, but...
Then what are you waiting for?
Well, I wouldn't mind riding, but Boss told me...
He don't trust you. I've watched you ride. You're near as good as he is. You can handle any of them.
I don't know, Mr. Seibert.
You lost your nerve?
No, sir. I'm not afraid.
Well, you're sure acting like you're afraid. One thing I can't stand is a coward.
I ain't no coward.
Then let's get a saddle on one of them horses.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Uh-huh.
do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in this.
Kitty, if things stay this quiet, maybe you'd like to have supper with me tonight, huh?
Well, thank you, Matt. I was afraid I'd have to sit and watch Sam Noonan polish the bar all night. Hey, Matt, look.
What?
Isn't that Bus Cheney?
Sure is. Hey, Bus.
Oh, hi. Hello, Marshal Dillon. Miss Kitty.
Well, we didn't think we'd ever see you again.
Where have you been?
We've been working.
You're all crippled up.
We're breaking horses for Mr. Seibert.
Seibert?
You know him, Marshal?
Yeah. Say, did he come to the livery stable that night and hire you boys?
Yes, sir.
I should have figured that. Now, what kind of a bad deal did he give you?
Oh, he gave us a real good deal, Marshal Dillon. We break 10 head for him, and he's going to give me and my brother each a horse. We can take our pick.
How near finished are you?
Only got 3 more to go.
And how long has your leg been like that?
5 days.
You have Doc take a look at that, young man.
Well, I got to send a telegram for Mr. Seibert and pick up some things at the store. Then maybe I will.
Boss, I'm not going to stop you from going back to your job, but Orrin Seibert's no good. He'll try to weasel out of your deal some way.
Mr. Dillon, we better get... Oh, my.
Hello, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
We got to find Doc right away. A fellow just rode in and told me.
Told you what?
Well, he was passing Seibert's place, and there's somebody hurt real bad out there.
Who?
Oh, Bus. It's your brother.
Easy now. Real easy.
How bad is he, Doc?
Now, get out of the way, Seibert.
Get up there.
Now, Bus, you pack those robes in around him. Good and tight, will you?
Sure, Doc.
That crazy kid. He said he was anxious to ride, but I never figured he'd take on that big stallion. Crazy fool
You've
kid.
done enough talking, Seibert. Now shut up.
Matt, we're ready.
Yeah.
Your spine, Matt. You understand?
Yeah, Doc, I'll drive slow.
Bus.
I'm here, Howie.
It's getting cold since the sun went down.
Yeah, it is.
I ain't no coward. Am I, Bus?
Coward? Of course you ain't. Who says so?
Mr. Cybert said... Bus, I ain't no coward.
Doc, come back here.
Keep driving, Matt.
Here, let me. Oh, dear.
Matt, no need to hold him in now. Give them their head. Matt, I'll get the lamp. There we are. Lay him here on the couch, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Boss. Come away, boss. It won't do any good.
No. Matt, there's some coffee in the kitchen.
Ah, good. I can use some.
Reach that cup there, man.
Yeah.
The coffee's been sitting all day. It's pretty strong.
Thanks. Well, he stared at his brother's body all the way back to town, and he's in there staring at it now.
I know.
You know something else?
Yes. He hasn't cried.
Not one tear.
I wish he'd cry and let some of that grief out.
That's not natural, Doc. Come on, let's get it.
Bus?
He's gone, Doc. Come on.
That boy's in no condition to be by himself.
Well, he couldn't have gotten very far, Doc.
I don't see him.
No, it didn't.
What was that?
Sounded like it came from back of the livery stable. That's him, Doc. It's gotta be.
Heading back to Cybert, you mean?
Marshal, is that you?
Moss?
Marshal, somebody just broke into the stable, made off with a horse.
Yeah, we heard it.
That gun I kept behind the office door, it's gone, too.
Come on, Doc.
You know who it was?
Yeah, Moss, I know. I'll get him.
There's no light showing in the house.
That could be a good sign, Doc. Come on.
See him?
No.
What? It's the stallion.
Yeah. Something in that corral's got him spooked. Hold it, Doc. Yeah, there he is, just inside the fence there.
It's Cybert. He looks dead, but I'll see what I can do.
All right. Kid's probably holed up in the barn. I'm going to see if I can find him. But you watch that stallion now.
I will.
Boss. It's Matt Dillon.
Stay out of this barn, Marshal.
You young fool.
He killed my brother.
You should have left him to me.
You never could have proved it on him. Now, don't come no closer.
You did what you had to. I'm going to do what I have to. I'm going to take you, boss.
No.
Now put the gun down.
Stay back.
Put it down. Don't make me kill you. I said put it down.
What'll happen to me now?
I don't know, boss.
It don't matter none anyway.
Matt.
Yeah, in here, Doc.
Cybert. It's dead, Matt.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, it's a good thing.
I was thinking of the boy.
So was I. He can ride, but he can't shoot.
What?
There's no bullet hole in Cybert. I figured the shots did nothing more than scare him. But they scared him so bad he turned his back on that stallion. That's what killed him.
Did you hear that, Bus?
Yes, sir, I heard. Marshal, Joe.
Now, don't be ashamed. Just let it out, son. Come on, Buck. Come on.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I got our horses saddled, Mr. Dillon. I swear I'm so hungry I could eat a whole hog.
Yeah? Well, the hog you got this morning's cooking on that stick right there, Chester.
Is it done?
Well, it depends on how hungry you are.
It's done. Thank you. hot, ain't it? It sure will be good to get back to Dodge tonight and sleep in the bed again, won't it?
You know something, Chester? Civilization's made you soft.
Well, maybe so. But I get mighty tired of using my back for a mattress and my belly for a covering.
Obviously, you were born for greater things than rooting around on the prairie and living in the rain.
It ain't been raining, Mr. Dillon.
No, it hasn't, Chester, but it will. Sooner or later, it's bound to rain.
Yes, sir. Wish we'd brought some more bacon. Say, Mr. Dillon, don't old man Granby live around here somewhere?
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe we could borrow a little from him.
According to what I've always heard, old Granby wouldn't lend anybody anything.
Yeah. You really think he is a rich miser, like they say?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. You know, sometimes a man's entirely different from his reputation. I only met Granby once or twice. He seemed like a nice enough old fella.
Just the same, I wouldn't want to live out here all alone with nothing but a few horses for company.
Yeah, well, he's used to it.
Yeah, but even if he does have a lot of money hid away somewhere, there's no place to spend it out here.
Granby's pretty old for the pleasures Dodge has to offer, Chester.
Oh, by Gene, I hope I ain't never that old.
You know, at the rate you're burning yourself out, you never will be, so don't worry about it.
Mr. Dillon, I live mighty quiet for a young fella who's free and still full of blood and stuff.
Sure.
I do. Look over yonder.
Huh?
Over there, that string of dust laying right on the ground there. Ain't that funny?
Yeah, I've been watching that. It's not on the ground, though. There's a dry wash that runs along there. I think somebody's driving the stock down it.
Maybe it's old man Granby.
Maybe. Why don't we go over and say hello, huh?
All right. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
If it is old man Granby, maybe we might could just ask him about a little dab of bacon, reckon?
Well, there's no harm in that. Oh. That looks like horses down there.
Yes, sir. I can see their heads now. But I don't see nobody driving them.
They belong a minute. Now, let's wait here.
Yonder he comes.
That's not old Granby. Well, let's ride down and say hello anyway, huh? That's Granby's brand on those horses.
You must have hired him a hand.
Yeah, maybe. Hello.
Hello.
You working for Granby?
I ain't working for nobody, mister.
Oh? And where is he?
Where's who?
Granby.
I don't know no Granby.
Those are his horses you're driving.
They are?
Yeah.
I ain't driving them.
What do you mean?
They got ahead of me in the wash there, that's all.
Oh, I see. You a cowboy?
Yeah, sure. I'm a cowboy.
Somehow you don't look like one. You don't ride like one, either.
You're asking the questions, mister.
And no decent cowboy would run another man's horses down a dry wash just because he didn't want to get up on the bank and ride around them.
I told you, they got in front of me, is all.
How come you're not carrying a gun?
Does a man have to carry a gun?
No. But I'll bet you're the only man within 1,000 miles of here who isn't carrying one.
Well, maybe I got a better conscience than the rest of you.
Maybe. But look, mister, you've run those horses about 5 miles off of old Granby's place. You want to give us a hand, we'll run them back.
I'm in a hurry.
It won't take long. The old man might be a couple of days finding them if we don't.
You worry about him. I got to get into Dodge.
We'll ride in with you afterwards.
I ain't gonna do it.
It'd look a lot better if you did.
I'd like to, mister, but I can't. I'm leaving now. So long.
Well, forevermore, Mr. Dillon, you just gonna let him go?
Wait a minute, Chester. I'm going to let him hear what lead sounds like.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot me!
All right, then ride back here.
Don't kill me, mister.
I'm not going to kill you unless you try to run away.
Why would I try to run away?
You just did, Chester.
Yes, sir?
Ride down the bank and head those horses off. Start them back up the watch. We'll be out of here by the time they're back.
All right, sir, Mr. Dillon.
You stay right close to me, fellow. Don't you try anything smart. When we get to Granby's, if he says it's okay, then you can go wherever you like.
I don't know Granby. I've never been there.
And we'll show you the way. Come on, let's go.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe? Joe, stop reading that paper and talk to me.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, I was talking to Mrs. Snyder today. You know, she's the one whose boy had 31% less cavities.
Uh-huh.
Well, she thinks that we should buy bigger savings bonds.
Uh-huh.
She says that when people can afford it, it makes more sense. Oh, she says there are a lot of different denominations. They start at $25, but then there are $50, $100, $200, and even $500 bonds.
Is that so?
And then with the ones we've already bought through the payroll savings plan, we'd have quite a nest egg.
Uh-huh.
Are you listening to me?
Uh-huh.
Did you know that the total accumulated compounded semi-annual interest of the Series E savings bond will amount to 93 1/3% of the original purchasing price?
Uh-huh.
I thought so. Joe, what did I say?
You said that United States savings bonds are a safe, easy way of investing.
I did.
That they help guard our country's freedom.
And?
They're the best investment in America's future.
I said something else, too.
Oh, yeah. You said that the total accumulated compounded semi-annual interest of the Series E savings bond will amount to 93 1/3% of the original purchase price.
Well, now, how did you do that?
Husband's trade secret.
Old man Granby sure can find his horses all right now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but I want this cowboy here to meet him. Now we'll see if he's in the house.
I'll wait for you.
Get off a horse, fellow. Go on. That's better. All right, come on. We'll take a look. Well, what are you waiting for?
Nothing.
You go ahead, Chester. Looks like I'm going to have to herd this man in.
Yes, sir.
You've been kind of balky ever since we ran into you, haven't you?
I just don't like being dragged around. I never did.
Well, I just want you to meet old Granby. He'll be grateful for your helping run his horses back here.
I know what you think, mister. You think I was stealing them horses. Well, I never heard of the old man. I was never near this place.
So you told me, but you're here now.
I ain't afraid of you or nobody.
And let's go into the house. Come on.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Old Granby, he's in there.
Oh, what's wrong?
Right in the room there, Mr. Dillon. He's just hanging there.
What?
Somebody went and hung him right in his own house. I don't want to see him no more. You go take a look at him.
Pull your gun and hold it on this man, Chester. If he makes some move, shoot him.
Yes, sir. Now, you just stand right there, real quiet like.
I ain't gonna do nothing.
You sure ain't.
Just because I happen to be in the country don't mean I killed nobody.
Yeah. Mr. Dillon will decide about that.
Who is this Mr. Dillon, anyway?
He's a United States Marshal, that's who he is.
A marshal?
A marshal. Looks like you run into the wrong people, fella.
Here, I'll hold your gun, Chester, and you search it.
All right. Here. Turn around.
All right, take it easy.
Now, the house is all torn up. You must have been looking for old Granby's money.
I was never in that house.
Ain't nothing on him. Not a thing.
All right, Chester. Here's your gun. Here, catch it.
Thank you.
What's your name, fellow?
Trimble. Joe Trimble.
Where are you from?
Up north.
Up north where?
All over.
What are you doing down here?
Making a change.
Sure. And some cowboy you ran into told you about Granby being rich. So you came here and you kicked the old man around, and then you hung him, then you tried to find the money.
That's a lie. This is the first time I was ever near the place.
I'm sure you did it, Trimble, but I wish I had more evidence. The court of law just might not convict you the way things stand.
You gonna let me go?
No, I'm not gonna let you go. I'm arresting you, and you're gonna stand trial, and I'm gonna do my best to see you hung.
I didn't do it, I tell you. And I'll go free, too. You'll see.
Now, there's something mighty wrong about you, Trimble, and I can't figure it at all. But I'm sure gonna find out.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Hey, honey, I'm home. Daphne.
Drop dead.
Uh-oh, what's the matter, honey?
Don't you speak to me, you Don Juan.
Don Juan? Daphne, I'm no Don Juan. No habla español.
Very funny. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, it was no prize winner, but...
Neither are you Lothario.
I've often wondered, what's a Lothario?
I don't know, but that's what the wives on TV always call their husbands. I guess it applies.
Do you want me to go out and come in again?
As far as I'm concerned, you can go for a long walk, preferably on a short pier.
Well. Oh, come on, Daphne. What's wrong?
Your good friend Harry called, and he spilled the beans.
Which beans?
He said, quote, "Tell Joe he was right about those blondes. They're great," unquote.
Blondes?
That's what he said. Well?
He didn't say blondes. He said bonds. Savings bonds.
What?
Sure. I buy 'em on the payroll savings plan. And I told Harry he ought to do it, too. Savings bonds have a guaranteed interest that pays back $4 for every 3, which is a pretty good investment.
That's a pretty good story, too.
It's true, so help me. That's why Harry's so happy. Savings bonds are great.
Well, maybe you're right. You wouldn't really fool around with blondes, would you? You're too faithful and sweet and kind and...
Fast talking.
We let Joe Trimble dig a grave up behind the house, and then we laid old Granby in it and covered him with dirt. I was pretty sure now that the old man had never had an extra dollar in his life, and that he'd been killed for no reason at all. Well, anyway, Trimble had done a pretty thorough job of looking for the money, and he'd found nothing. On the ride into Dodge, I tried to figure out just what he was, but he didn't seem to fit anywhere. He wasn't a cowboy or a hunter or a gambler or even just a drifter. Well, after we got him locked up in jail that night, Doc and I went over to the Long Branch for a drink with Kitty, and I was telling him about it.
Now, how old is this fella, man?
Well, around 25, I guess, Doc.
Oh, well, then he couldn't be running away from home.
He's a little old for that, Kitty.
Yeah, well, anyways, he'll hang him.
Well, I hope the judge agrees with you, Doc.
And why shouldn't he?
All I got so far is circumstantial evidence.
Well, then you should have shot him out on the prairie.
It's a good thing you're not a lawman.
Well, maybe if I were, there'd be fewer killings around here.
I doubt it.
You going up to Hayes for the trial, Matt?
Yeah, I have to.
That'll take a week, I suppose.
How about? Why?
Nothing. Only you just been away for 10 days.
Oh, I gotta earn a living, Kitty.
Now you could make more money gambling. Right here in Dodge.
Oh, now, Kitty, don't start that again, will you?
Good evening, Marshal. Miss Kitty, Doc.
Yes, hi, Major.
I'd like a word with you, Marshal.
Sure, Major, sure.
Would you excuse us?
We'll go over to the bar there. I'll be back, Kitty.
No hurry, Matt. Doc's got a lot of money.
I'll buy you a drink anytime, Kitty.
Well, that's the best offer today, Doc.
I had to come to Dodge on other business, Marshal, but I wanted to pass the word to you that we're looking for a man.
Oh, the Army, you mean?
Yes, a deserter.
No?
Not from Fort Dodge.
Oh, where was he stationed, Major?
He was with the 7th Cavalry at Fort Lincoln.
Up in Dakota, huh?
For some reason, they think he headed south. Now, I don't have much of a description of him, just that he was a private, about 25, curly blonde hair, a scar on his left hand.
Well, that fits. What was his name?
He enlisted as Joe Gould, but he's known to have used the name Trimble.
Well, he's right here in Dodge, Major.
He what?
I got him locked up in jail.
Well, that's fine, Marshal. But how did you know that?
I think he murdered an old man who lives about a day's ride north of here, and I'm going to have him tried for it.
That won't be necessary now, Marshal. I'll take over custody of him.
Then he'd be tried at Fort Lincoln for desertion. I want him tried for murder, and I got to be there to present the evidence.
Well, you could go up to Fort Lincoln.
No, Dakota's out of my territory, Major. Besides, this is a civil crime.
The Army wants that man, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Major. He's going to be tried in Hayes first.
He's still a soldier, even if he did desert.
Well, if the judge lets him off, you can have him, but not otherwise. Major, he tortured and hung an innocent old man, and I'm going to do my best to see him punished for it.
I'll have to take this up with my superiors.
Well, you better hurry. I'm going to Hayes with him tomorrow.
I hope you won't regret this, Marshal.
I won't, Major. Not if Trimble is properly punished, I won't. I didn't wait till morning, but started out for Hayes with Joe Trimble that night. The trial lasted a week, and in spite of all the arguments I made, the judge finally decided that there wasn't enough real evidence to convict him. I even tried to make Trimble confess, but he was too smart for that, so there was nothing to do but bring him back and turn him over to the Army. I sent word to Fort Dodge, and the next morning the Major himself appeared to take him into custody.
Well, Marshal, looks as though you didn't have much of a civil case after all.
Now, he killed old Granby. I know he did, but the law's the law, Major.
Yes. And in the Army, orders are orders. But I'm sorry your judge didn't convict him after all.
How's that, son? Chester.
Yes, sir.
Bring Trimble out, will you?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll give the Army credit for one thing, Major.
What's that?
Trimble and I rode back some 80 miles yesterday, and when we got here, he wanted to sit up and play cards with Chester.
Well, there may be some bad men in the cavalry, Marshal, but they're all tough.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he's yours, Major.
Private Trimble, sir.
You're under military arrest, Private, and not privileged to salute. Besides, you enlisted as Private Gould, not Trimble.
Yes, sir.
Report to the guard outside.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, Trimble. You know that you're mighty lucky, don't you? You should have died for what you'd done.
I told you I'd go free, Marshal.
It'll catch up with you someday, Trimble. It always does, somehow. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I'll be getting along.
Major, you said you were sorry that the judge didn't convict him. Why have you changed your mind?
Marshal, now he won't even be tried. Not for some months, anyway.
Right. You mean that the 7th doesn't want him anymore?
Oh, they want him all right. My new orders are to send him right up to the Dakotas.
Oh?
Seems that the 7th Cavalry needs every man available. They're leaving Fort Lincoln soon on an expedition against the Sioux and the Northern Cheyenne.
The Sioux, huh? I wonder if old Sitting Bull is still the chief medicine man with them.
Sure he is. But at any rate, the 7th will be heading into Montana territory.
Yeah. Well, if they're after Sitting Bull's tribe, they will. He's always had a large camp over on the Little Bighorn.
Yes, I know.
By the way, who's in command of the 7th Cavalry now?
An officer I served under a couple of years. I never did care for him much. A Colonel George Custer.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I declare, if this keeps up, we're going to be needing us an ark, Mr. Dillon.
Well, we can't make much headway through this. We better look around for cover.
I don't rightly know anybody who's settled around here. Sure would help if this prairie had a few trees to shelter a body.
Yeah, if the lightning didn't hit him. Hey, look over there, Chester. Isn't that a light?
Yes, sir, it sure is. Now, whose place do you suppose?
I don't care whose place, as long as it has a roof on it. Come on.
It's a house, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but I don't see that light anymore.
Oh, it seems to have gone out or something.
Now let's tie our horses around here out of the wind.
All right, Jake.
You ready? Let's run for it. Hello? Hello in there.
Well, I know I seen a light, Mr. Dillon. They must be playing deep in there.
Or dead. Come on, open up, open up.
Mr. Dillon, look.
What?
The shutter on that window there, it's opening.
Oh. I'm sorry to roust you out, but I'd thank you for shoulder till the storm lets up.
Go away.
I don't like to bother you, ma'am,
Hey,
but...
go away.
Look, I'm a U.S. Marshal on my way back to Dodge. Maybe I know your husband. Are you alone out here?
That don't matter. Go away.
Oh. Come on, Chester.
Yeah, Mr. Dillon, maybe if
I
we
said come on.
All right. I swear if that ain't the unfriendliest...
It's more than that, Chester.
What do you mean?
She's scared to death about something. Well, we better get moving before we freeze to death.
All right. Doggone it, I sure did have my mouth set for a cup of coffee.
Well, it might have been set for good.
What?
She was pointing a shotgun out of that window.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not such a little story. It's sort of a tall tale. Ever hear tell of Windwagon Smith? Well, according to legend, we practically owe our whole system of modern transportation to old Windwagon. Yes, sir. Before his days, folks traveled afoot, on horseback, or by ox team. With Windwagon, he wasn't about to put up with that slow type of traveling. No siree. For him, 15 miles a day seemed like standing still. So he came up with a contraption that he called a prairie clipper. The clipper was a wagon without any kind of animals to pull it. It had a sail sticking up from the middle of it, just like a ship at sea. That clipper moved along pretty good, too. When the wind was right, old Windwagon figured he could make around 70 miles in one day. First, folks all laughed at him, but when he pointed out how the country was spreading out, and how big cities would be springing up right and left, and how people would need transportation for themselves and their goods, they began to figure that the clipper might be a pretty good idea at that. Well, to kind of kick off the clipper to a good start, Windwagon invited the United States Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy to go along on the maiden voyage. But disaster struck. The clipper got out of control. The Secretary of War rolled out of the clipper, and the Secretary of the Navy bounced into a cactus patch. But Windwagon and the clipper kept it going till they were plumb lost over the horizon. No one ever saw the clipper again. But as transportation grew in America, people all over the country told of seeing Windwagon Smith. They say he was in the pilot house of the first steamboat to sail up the Yellowstone. He held the Golden Spike when the first transcontinental railroad was completed. And when the first transcontinental plane roared off the runway, it was Windwagon Smith, the spirit of American transportation, who waved the pilot on his way. Yes, sir. He really got around, old Windwagon did. Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship too? Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Sincerely, Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal.
Come on.
What?
Come on. Now, is that him, Jenny? Is that the man?
Just a minute here.
Now, speak up.
Who are
Jenny.
you?
Is that the man?
That's him.
You can let go of her, mister. Now, what's your name?
Judd Barden.
Now, my woman says you was the one who was out to my place last night. I seen the horse tracks.
You live north of town, just past Little Creek?
That's my place. Now, I don't allow nobody coming around my woman.
It was storming, Barton. I figured your place for a shelter.
Well, you sure was wrong about
Now, wait a minute. There were two of us there. Didn't she tell you that?
You're the one she talked to.
Well, it sure didn't do me any good. She didn't let us in. Did you, Miss Barton?
No. I didn't let him...
I'll tell you...
Now, wait a minute, Barton.
You ever come out there again, Marshal, I'll kill you. Your badge won't do you no good. I'll kill you sure. I've moved 2 times now just to keep men away from my woman. I ain't aiming to move again.
Get out of here, Barton.
Now, I warned you.
Go on. Get out of here.
All right, come along, Jenny.
Want another beer, Matt?
No, thanks, Kitty. I think I'll just sit here for a while.
I hear you got your feet wet the other night.
What, Chester tell you?
Yeah, he was in here, sneezing earlier today.
I couldn't get him to take his wet boots off after we got back.
Why not?
Oh, he said he'd better keep his feet on him to keep him from shrinking.
His feet?
Next time, I'll let Chester tell his own story.
Mr. Dillon? Evening, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, there's a lady outside claims she has to see you.
Oh? Who is she?
I don't know. She said somebody told her you was here, and she don't rightly feel she ought to come into a saloon.
Of course not.
Oh, well, no.
Well, I better go see what she wants. I'll see you later, Kitty.
All right, Matt.
Marshal Dillon.
Huh? What? Miss Barton.
Jenny, Marshal. Just Jenny.
Well, you wanted to see me?
I had to see you. You got to help me, Marshal.
Oh? Well, where's your husband?
He's back at the place. Dead drunk. I don't know how I'd have stood it if he didn't drink himself into a stupor every once and so often.
Well, what is it you want me to do, Miss Barton?
Jenny.
Oh, all right. Jenny, well, what can I do?
Hide me, Marshal. Please, hide. I gotta be hid by the time it comes to.
Well, I'd sure like to help you, Jenny, but I can't do that.
Marshal, I can't go back to him.
Well, the law can't come between a man and his wife, Jenny.
You don't understand. I gotta have help.
Hey, Jenny.
Mr. Dillon, what's the matter?
She fainted, Chester. You go find Doc. I'll carry her on up to his office.
There we are now. You just lie there quietly for a little while. That's it. You'll be all right. I'll be back shortly.
She all right, Doc?
That's a messy business.
What's the matter with her? Is she going to be all right?
I suppose so. Suppose she'll be all right this time. But she can't go through this many more times, not if she wants to live.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
I mean that she's been beaten, Matt. Savagely and often. I'll tell you something else, too. It's like signing her death warrant to send her back to that husband of hers.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I know I'm right. By all that's holy, a man who'd do a thing like that ought to be strung up.
Yeah. You gonna be all right to move her?
Yes, she can move. Won't be too comfortable for her, but she can move.
Good, and I'll take her over to Kitty's till I can fix it so that this won't happen again.
all fixed up, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I just left her up in Kitty's room. Doc gave her a powder so that she'd sleep through the night.
Oh, my, that poor lady. What kind of a man would do a thing like that?
I don't know. And it looks like we're going to get to know him better real soon.
Is that him?
Dillon!
Yeah.
Where is she, Dillon? Where you got her?
You come to give her another beating?
She's my woman. I come for her.
I haven't got her, Barton.
Oh, you got her, all right. You got her. You're the only one she ever run off to. Now you give her back, Marshal. I'll kill you.
Now, you listen to me, Barton. I haven't got her. I don't care much whether you believe me or not, but I haven't got her.
I don't
But if
believe
I did have her, I wouldn't turn her over to you. You nearly killed her as it is.
That's my business.
I'm making it my business. I don't know what kind of a man you think you are, beating a woman like that, and I don't care, but my job is to protect people from the likes of you.
I'm going to find her, Dillon. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Then I'm going to kill you.
You get out of Dodge, Barton. Now. You just climb on that horse of yours and head on out.
I'll be back, Dillon.
And he will be back, too, Mr. Dillon. He's too all-fired mean not to.
Yeah, I know. But right now I'm playing for time.
How's that, Mr. Dillon?
Well, we gotta get Jenny out of here.
Well, you got a plan?
No, not yet. But I better come up with something by morning. Because Barton's not gonna stay put very long.
Well, yeah, Matt, she's sleeping all right now. But it took her a long time to settle down.
Too scared, huh?
Oh, scared to death. But that's not all. There's something else bothering her, Matt. Something she doesn't want to talk about.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I'm not sure. But she acts sort of ashamed about something.
She's got nothing to be ashamed about.
Well, of course not. Anyway, she's pretty desperate to get out of Dodge.
Yeah. She, mention any place that she could go?
Well, she talked about her brother.
Oh?
Said he'd always take her in no matter what.
Oh, where does he live, you know?
Yeah, north of here. Off the stage line someplace. 30, 40 miles away, I think.
Well, that's the thing to do, then.
But, Matt, the stage is one thing. Barton's sure to watch.
Can you get her ready in the morning?
Oh, sure, but isn't that risky?
She took a chance coming here, Kitty. She'll have to take a chance getting to her brother.
In France, Mont Vert means green mountain. In the United States, Vermont, Vermont, means green mountain. The similarity is purely intentional, for the mountainous state of Vermont was originally settled by the French. There is other evidence, too, of the early French settlers, like Vergennes, the one-time capital named for the French Minister of Foreign Affairs. But despite its French ancestry, Vermont is American through and through, from Ethan Allen and the furniture which is made today bearing his name, to Steamtown, USA, near Bellows Falls. From St. Albans, leading producer of an all-American commodity, maple clover, the granite beneath its hills characteristic of its people, the well-known Vermont cussedness or independence, Admiral George Dewey and Calvin Coolidge, all things typically American, typically Vermont.
driver, how soon are we leaving?
Any minute now, ma'am.
Oh, good. That's good. Oh, will you please watch the way you handle that case?
Sure thing, ma'am.
You've got it upside down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, now, we'll fix that, and I'll set it right up there on top.
No, I want it in the stage with me. Do you hear?
Yeah, I guess that'll be all right, ma'am. You're not full up.
Thank you, driver.
Well, hello, Jim.
Oh, hello there, Chester.
Everything all right? I mean, is everything...
Oh, sure, Chester. There's nothing to worry about this trip. Only got one passenger.
Oh, well, that's good.
Unless this gent's figuring on riding with us, too. You take in the stage, mister?
I'll let you know.
Well, you better make up your mind, because I'm fixing to leave as soon as I cinch on these bags.
Jim...
Wait till I get around the other side for a minute, Chester. I want to tie off
wait,
this rope.
Jim, I have to...
Here, you.
Yeah?
Aren't you the fella that I seen with Marshal last night?
Well, you might have saw me with him. I'm...
Why are you so interested in this stage?
Well, I was just down to see Jim for a minute. We're old friends.
Now, what was it, Chester?
Nothing, Jim, I guess. I guess I said just about all I had to say before.
Well, I should certainly think so. I don't know how many times you have to tell me.
Jim, just a minute, Jim.
I'll make the stop all right, just like you said.
Jim, for heaven's sake.
You want to make a special stop?
Well, mister, I don't know.
Well, now, that's interesting, ain't it? I think I'll just ride along with you after all.
You ain't got a ticket.
This gun is all the ticket I need.
Oh,
Climb on up there now.
Well, now...
Go on.
Yeah.
Go on. And I'm going to ride right with you.
Now, listen, mister.
Oh, shut up. I'll take that whip.
Wait, who was that man? What in the world was he doing?
I can't take time to explain it to you now, ma'am. I gotta get moving.
Now, when we get there, Jenna, you climb out and onto the stage as fast as you can, huh?
I'll try, Marshal.
I'll watch until you've gotten safely away.
I sure am beholden to you for what you're doing.
That's all right. Everybody needs a little help once in a while. There's the stage road. We'll pull over into these cottonwoods and wait. Yeah, ought to be coming along any time now.
I hope so. I just assumed this was all behind me.
Now, you're doing fine.
Lots of things I'm thinking I ain't saying, Marshal.
No need to say anything.
One thing I'd like you to know special. It wasn't true about me and the mother men, Marshal. It never was true. It was just Judd's crazy way of looking at things. Any man I saw, he suspicioned. He had a crazy way.
Yeah, it's about the kindest thing you could say about him.
Maybe I deserved it. I can't help thinking maybe it was all due me.
Here comes the stage, Jenny.
It's Judd.
What?
It's Judd, Marshal, up by the driver.
Oh, get down in the wagon bed and stay down.
Jenny, I seen you. I seen you there, Jenny. I know you got her right there in that wagon, Marshal. And now I'm going to kill you.
Don't do it. Pardon? No!
Marshal?
Well?
Is he dead?
Yeah, Jim, he's dead.
He was crazy, Marshal. Plumb crazy.
Yeah, he was. I'm sorry I had to kill him, Jenny.
I don't think anything short of that would have stopped him, Marshal. He was full of hate.
You must have seen something in him once, so to marry him.
No, Marshal. Judd never married me. He just cleaned me.
Well, why didn't you speak up, Jenny? Folks could have helped you knowing that and saved you a lot of hurt.
It was a shame. I couldn't face the shame of telling folks I was living that way.
It was easier taking the beatings?
Yes, Marshal, it was. A woman needs to be thought of as respectable.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Just look at them doggone prairie dogs skittering all around everywhere, scurrying down all them holes.
Well, what about them?
Well, I was just wondering,
Did you ever give them much thought?
Oh, I can't say that I have.
Well, they ain't good for nothing. Not one cussed thing.
You're right about that.
But all they do is increase theirself and pock up the prairie at them holes.
You figuring on doing something about it, Chester?
Well, yes, Mr. Dillon, I thought I might just maybe write a letter to the government about it.
Oh? Well, you go right ahead and do that.
You think it'd do any good?
Well, sure it would, Chester. The government would turn it over to the nearest marshal's office. Then I could turn it over to you right away. And you could spend your time rounding up prairie dogs.
Well, come right down to it. I ain't such a hand to write letters after all. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. A buggy pulled up to the side of the road there.
Yeah. Now, let's see if anything's wrong, huh?
What in the world would a lady be doing way out here all by herself?
Now, let's see. You need any help, ma'am?
It's that rear wheel. It just seemed to give way.
We'll have a look.
In Wichita, they said this was a down buggy.
You come all the way from Wichita? Alone? Without no man?
Well, I hope to meet him in Dodge City.
Well, but it just ain't safe for a woman to go driving all over Kingdom Come without no man.
Chester.
Oh, yeah, I know, but it's just plain foolish.
Chester, let's have a look at the wheel, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's see here.
Yeah, look at there. The pin that holds the wheel on the axle's gone.
Uh-huh.
Wonder that wheel ain't rolling way across the prairie till yet.
Yeah. No, there's not much we can do about it out here.
No, sir. That needs some first-rate blacksmithing.
Well, ma'am, looks like you're stuck here. Can you ride a horse?
Well, I've ridden a horse, certainly, but never on a saddle like that.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll lift you up and you can sit sideways. We'll walk the horse in. It's not too far to dodge.
I'm not sure. I'm not accustomed to traveling with gentlemen I don't know.
Well, I'm the marshal out of Dodge City, ma'am.
Marshal, I suppose it's all right then. My name is Sarah Howell.
Oh, Mrs. Howell. Is Chester Proudfoot?
I do, ma'am.
It's Miss Howell, Marshal. I'm not married. Yet. As a matter of fact, you might be able to help me about that.
Oh, how's that?
I'm coming to Dodge City to find my fiancé, Marshal. And maybe you can help me find him. Maybe you even know him.
Well, what's his name, Miss Howell?
His name is Guy Porter. He's a tall man and very handsome. Do you know him, Marshal?
No, ma'am, I'm afraid I don't. Are you sure he came this way?
He told me he was heading west. I have reason to believe he may be in Dodge City.
Oh, a lot of people come and go in Dodge, ma'am.
You'll help me find him. I know you will.
Well, a man can lose himself out here if he wants to, you know.
Oh, Guy isn't trying to hide from me, Marshal. He said he was coming back, and I know he meant it. No, I'm afraid something's happened to him. I'm afraid there's trouble.
Well, if there's trouble, ma'am, I'd stand a better chance of locating him for you. Yeah, come on. Let's get going.
Hello there, Chester. When did you get back?
Just a little bit ago, Miss Kitty. And I don't mind telling you, if I don't never take that ride to Park City again, I won't do no bellyaching about it. That is the one longest, driest, most no-count piece of country.
Did Matt come back with you?
Oh, yes, he did, Miss Kitty. He'll be in directly. He's seeing to a lady down to Moss Molly's.
Oh? Where'd he find the lady? Park City?
Well, no, that ain't exactly the way it was. It was more like that he found her along the way. Curious thing.
Oh, come on over to the bar, Chester. I'll buy you a beer to wash some of that dust down.
Well, that is mighty friendly of you, Miss Kitty.
This lady you brought in.
Oh, do you want to hear about her?
Chester will have a beer, Sam.
Sure, Kitty. Sure do. Thank you, Miss Kitty.
Go on about the lady, Chester.
Here you are, Chester. Oh, thank you, Sam.
Chester, the lady?
Oh, yes. Well, she come from Wichita, Miss Kitty. And she wants Mr. Dillon to round up a man who's supposed to be out this way somewhere.
Well, does Matt know who he is?
No, he don't, but he wouldn't have no trouble recognizing him if he seen him. Tall and tow-headed. Followed him all the way from Wichita, she did. I guess women folks can do that better than anybody.
Do what, Chester?
Recollect what a feller looks like. Why, they can take just one look at a man's face, and they got it stored away in their minds forevermore. How his teeth was set, the way his hair growed out. Why, man don't hardly have a chance.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it.
What do you mean?
An awful lot of you get away.
Oh. Well, hey, there's a stage going down the street, ain't it?
Oh, it sounded like it to me.
Yeah, well, then I better get down for the mail. Thank you for the beer, Miss
All right, Chester. See you later.
Yes, ma'am. I'll sure be back.
Sam, I'll be upstairs for a while.
All right, Kitty.
Kitty,
Huh?
can I see you a minute?
Oh, sure, Rance. What's on your mind?
Well, that woman Chester was talking about. Did he say what her name was?
No, Rance, he didn't. Why?
Well, I just thought I might know her. I got kinfolk in Wichita. They was talking about a cousin coming out here.
Oh, well, I can tell you where she's staying. You could go down there and find out about it.
That'd help, all right.
Matt took her to Moss Smalley's, the boarding house in the south end of town.
Thanks, Kitty. I'll go down there right off.
What's the matter with you, Rance? You come pounding in here like the devil's on your tail.
You better start worrying about that a little bit, Joe.
What do you mean?
You talked me into saying you could stay on here with me mighty nice. Claiming nobody saw you get away with that Wichita money.
Well, that's right. Nobody did.
Well, you should have looked back over the other shoulder. There's a woman asking all over town after you.
What?
She's giving your description to the marshal, right down to that pretty white hair. And he's looking for you, too. Now, you just got to get out of here, Joe.
Now, just a minute, Rance. You sure you know what you're talking about?
I know, all right. This woman's from Wichita. She's staying at a town boarding house, and she's asking about you. Now, I don't want no trouble with the law.
Quit your bawling, Rance. There ain't gonna be no trouble.
But if she spots...
She ain't gonna spot me.
You gonna move on?
No. She is. Tonight.
How do you know?
I'm gonna fix it, that's how. You know where this boarding house is?
Yeah, well, sure.
All right. You show me after dark.
Well, now, you ain't gonna do
You
nothing...
want her to show me to the marshal?
Well, no.
Well, then leave it to me.
Oh, I tell you too, Miss Howell. Tain't often one of my lodgers takes it in mind to help out with the chores. No, I'd sooner not have idle hands, Mrs. Smalley. I am grateful to you. Would you care to come set a spell in the parlor when we finish up? Oh, that's kind of you, but I think I'll just take a little stroll.
You're going out walking. Whatever for?
Guy, Mr. Porter and I, we used to stroll. We used to take lovely strolls in the summer evenings. Perhaps I might even run into him. Stranger things have happened, haven't they, Mrs. Smalley?
Well, it ain't likely.
But there's always a chance in this life, Mrs. Smalley. Always a chance.
Well, you watch that you're back before it's full dark. Dodge City ain't the safest place in the world for a lady after nightfall.
Oh, I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Smalley. I've never been troubled that way. I'm sure no one would bother me. Mr. Porter used to say a man can always tell a lady.
I'm sure that's so, my dear, but in this town, they just ain't particular if you're a lady or if you're not.
Rance, here, come over here.
Did you find out who she is? You know where her room is?
I know who she is, all right, Joe. Her name's Howell.
Come on, then. Let's go.
Now, wait a minute. She ain't there.
Ain't there? You listen to me, Rance. It won't do you no good to try to trick me away from doing this.
Now, that ain't it. I swear it ain't. She went out for a walk. That's what they told me.
Out for a walk? Well, why would... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Quiet. It must be her walking alone.
Now, don't you do nothing, Joe. Don't you hear?
You be quiet. Now, you won't be talking about me or nobody else. Oh, hello, Matt. I was going to send somebody for you.
Yeah, I just heard Doc. How is she?
Well, man, I don't know. There must be something about this town. I'm continually being called in to take care of somebody who ought to be dead, but isn't. Not quite.
Does she have a chance?
Well, any doctor in his right mind would say no. She shouldn't be alive, but she is. I don't know. She just may stay that way.
Any idea who did it to her?
I didn't have time to ask.
Could I see her?
Oh, no, I wouldn't recommend it.
Would it hurt her?
Well, no, I guess it won't hurt her, but it won't do you any good. She's delirious, Matt. She just keeps moaning and calling for somebody named Guy. She's not able to tell you anything.
Well, I guess that's the way they wanted it.
Here, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Well, it's hard to figure why anybody'd do such an awful thing. What could that poor woman have done to anybody?
I don't know, Kitty. It's pretty bad, even for Dodge.
She hasn't been able to tell you anything yet, huh?
I don't suppose she will be able to, even if she gets well. It was dark, and whoever it was jumped her from behind.
Dodge seems a strange place for a lone, middle-aged woman like her to come to, doesn't it, Matt?
Especially when she said she came to find the man she was engaged to.
You think he could have done it?
I'm not even sure there is such a man, Kitty.
Well, Rance Matson couldn't have been the one. He's much too young.
Rance Matson?
You know, that young farmer lives out of town away.
Oh, yeah, I know who he is. Well, what's he got to do with this?
Oh, maybe nothing, but he was in here earlier asking about the woman who came from Wichita. Thought she might be one of his kinfolk.
Oh, what do you want to know?
Her name, where she was staying. Matt, do you think...
I don't know, Kitty, but I'm sure going to find out.
I sure wasn't anxious to be out on this road again so soon, Mr. Dillon. Seems like we ain't hardly been off it.
Yeah?
We could have stopped off at the Matson place yesterday just as easy on our way back from Park City.
And it might have saved some trouble if we had, Chester. Yeah, come on, let's turn in here.
There's Rance standing out in front there.
Yeah. Matson, I want to talk to you.
Why, he's running, Mr. Dillon.
And where you are?
Don't shoot again. Don't shoot.
Next time I'll be aiming for you. Get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, Marshal, I don't want no more trouble.
Chester, keep an eye on him. I'm going up to the house.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing inside.
All right, come on out of there. Come on. There are two of us here.
Don't shoot anymore. I'm hit.
Then come on out. All right, Chester, let's try to patch him up. I want him to last long enough to answer a few questions.
All right, Matt. Come in. But be as gentle about it as you can. She hardly has any strength left.
Okay, Doc. Miss Howell? Miss Howell?
Oh.
It's Matt Dillon, Miss Howell. I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, Marshal. Nice of you to come to see me.
About the man you were looking for.
Guy? You found Guy?
Well, we might have, Miss Howell.
Guy. I knew I'd find him.
Now, you said that he was a tall man?
Tall, Marshal. Straight as a young tree.
And yellow-headed.
He has light-colored hair, all right. And it shines in the sun.
Well, we found a man that looks something like that.
When can I see him? Where is he, Marshal?
Well, now, just a minute, Miss Howell. You might not be so glad to see him as you think.
Oh, Marshal Dillon, you mustn't talk that way. I've never had a thought for any other man.
No, ma'am, I didn't mean that, but this man, he may have changed some since you last saw him.
Oh, not Guy. He couldn't have. Besides, it was just a little while ago.
I have to tell you, Miss Howell. This man is wanted for robbery in Wichita. And he may even be the man who beat you up.
Oh, Marshal Dillon.
I'm sorry, but that's the way it looks.
What? Guy Porter never did a dishonest thing in his life. Where is he, Marshal? Let me see him.
Well, I didn't know the way it turned out if you want to see him after all.
Please, Marshal, bring him to me.
All right, ma'am. She wants to see him, Doc.
All right, ma'am.
Chester?
Yes, sir.
Bring him in.
Yes, sir. Come along now. Mind you step soft. Take your hat off in a lady's bedroom.
Here he is, Miss Howell.
Guy? Guy? Come closer.
Well, go on. Step up there.
Tall and slim. But you're old. Old. Oh, no, you're not Guy.
You sure about that, ma'am?
Of course I'm sure, Marshal. Why, Guy's young. Young. He's only a couple years older than I am, Marshal.
Young? Mr. Dillon.
You better take him out of here, Chester.
All right, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah, Doc, I'm ready to leave.
Just a minute, Marshal, if you please.
Yes, ma'am?
I don't seem to have made myself clear to you about Mr. Porter, Marshal. Perhaps in the interest of preventing another unfortunate error.
You don't have to talk anymore. No.
I prefer to get things straight, Doctor. Guy Porter is a young man, Marshal. We grew up together.
That's all right, Miss Howell.
No, it certainly is not all right. You clearly don't understand. Bringing in that middle-aged man in those rough clothes. Why, Guy would never let his uniform look so tacky.
His uniform?
Of course, Marshal Dillon. As long as the war continues, he'll be in uniform.
Matt.
Even though his regiment was ordered into the western wilderness, he'd never let himself look like that.
Well, you better leave, Matt. I'll give her something.
Yeah, Doc, you do that.
They ordered him west. And I waited and waited. And finally I came to find him. It was all right for me to come, wasn't it, Marshal?
It was all right, ma'am.
You won't make a mistake and bring me the wrong man again, will you, Marshal? Just Guy.
No, ma'am. I won't bring you the wrong man again.
By jing, I tell you for sure, Mr. Dillon, I'm glad they sent a deputy to take that outlaw back to Wichita on the stage. I sure wasn't hankering to ride that road again so soon.
Yeah.
He was an awful mean one, beating up a lady like that. Is Miss Howell going to be all right, Mr. Dillon?
I guess she'll get over the beating, Chester. But Doc doesn't think her mind will ever be any better.
How could she go on like that all these years, thinking that fellow was coming back to her?
I don't know. Yeah, memory can do funny things.
Yeah, but Doc says she was carrying around a telegraph the War Department sent her years ago, telling her this Guy Porter had been killed.
Yeah, I know. But she didn't want to believe it. No, she didn't. And I guess she never will.
Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Clark Gordon, and Ann Morrison. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
More coffee, Doc?
Oh, no thanks, Kitty.
You mind if I have some?
No, not if you can stand it.
I can.
Another game of checkers?
Oh, I'll be crowning kings in my sleep as it is. Why don't we just call it a night, huh?
Yeah, might as well, I guess. Doesn't look like Matt and Chester will be back tonight anyways. No use waiting up.
You worried about him, Doc?
What do you mean, worried? About them? Yeah, of course not. I didn't really expect them before tomorrow anyway. Or even the day after.
Well, it's a long ride to Hayes City. And if they had to stay over to testify or
I
something...
guess they can take care of themselves. There has been some Indian trouble up that way again.
Huh?
Yeah. I heard a patrol went out from Fort Dodge last week to ransom that Mary Tabor who got captured by the Arapahoes.
Well, anyway, it's not Indians I'm worried about. It's those Hayes City females.
Oh, yes. I heard about them myself. You think that's what's holding them up?
It had better not be.
Yeah. Oh, here we are worrying about them, and they're probably enjoying themselves in some honky-tonk saloon. Girls and liquor, singing and dancing, and... Oh, yeah. Oh, my, yeah. We'll say they're having fun, all right.
Mr. Dillon, you reckon that's a coyote singing?
That sounds like a coyote, Chester.
Yeah, but it might be an Indian.
Yeah, it might be. What's the matter? Are you worried?
No, sir. Just kindly dry. We ought to be about to the river, don't you think?
Yeah, any minute now.
I sure will be glad to get there. Oh, I ain't complaining, you understand. And you was perfectly right not to camp back there at them rocks.
Oh, the horses need water.
Yes, sir, I said I ain't complaining. You was right to come on to the river, even if it is pitch dark. Only thing I declare I could eat me a buffalo, hide, hoop, and horn. But I'll settle for bacon and biscuits.
Wait a minute, Chester. Yeah, looks like we're going to have company at the river.
Sure enough. They got a campfire going. Reckon it might be Indians?
No Indian ever built a fire that big, Chester.
Yeah. What do you think it could be way out here?
Only one way to find out.
Hey in there, hold your fire!
Advance and be recognized.
All right.
Why? It's a cavalry outfit.
Yeah. Come on, let's go on in.
They got guards posted out. Must be expecting trouble. Ain't very many of them. Must be transport crews. Look, they got a wagon over there. Oh, Mr. Dillon, look.
Huh?
Ain't that a lady over there by that wagon?
Well, if it isn't, the cavalry's got a new uniform.
Marshal Dillon, Chester.
Sergeant Cromwell.
Hello, Sergeant.
Howdy. Sorry about that shot, Marshal.
Yeah, as long as you didn't hit us. Who's in charge, Sergeant?
I am, Marshal. Lieutenant Dick.
Lieutenant, I'm Matt Dillon. And this is Chester Proudfoot.
You.
I don't remember seeing you around Dodge, Lieutenant.
I only been at the fort about a month, Marshal.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, we've got to know the sergeant here pretty well. He's been our boarder, you might say, a few times.
I sure can't recommend accommodations, though.
Oh, now there. What's that cooking?
Oh, buffalo steaks. You hungry?
Well, now.
We got our own food, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty for everybody, isn't there, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Yes, of course. Join us, Marshal. Glad to have you.
I'll just go tend the horses, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
You're a long way from Dodge, aren't you, Marshal?
Yeah, we delivered a prisoner to Hayes City, and we're on our way back. I don't have to ask you why you're out here. That's Mary Tabor over there, isn't it?
So you know the story?
Yeah, I heard a detachment had gone out to ransom her from the Arapahoes.
Yeah. We had that wagon loaded with trade goods to buy her back. Guns and ammunition included.
No?
They took it, of course.
You got the girl.
Only because I insisted the exchange be simultaneous. They brought the girl, we rode away and left the goods. Otherwise, we'd all been dead.
Oh, why?
Why, they'd have turned on us the minute they got their hands on them guns, Marshal.
Well, I've always heard the Arapaho deal fairly.
I wouldn't trust any Indian.
Or anybody else, huh?
What do you mean?
That shot you had thrown at us. Just ordinary riders, coming in with enough noise for a regiment.
It was only a warning. We got reason to be cautious, Marshal. Those Arapaho you trust so much have been following us ever since we made the exchange.
How do you know?
We've seen sign.
Even caught a glimpse of a scout on the horizon a couple of times. They're out there all right, just waiting a chance to take her back.
Why would they wait until you're only a day's ride out of Fort Dodge? Why wouldn't they jump you right there in their own country when they had the advantage? You're only a small detachment.
Small is right. 8 men, that's all they'd allow me.
Uh-huh. That makes you nervous, doesn't it?
Marshal, I know there's somebody out there in the dark right now.
Have you scouted since making camp?
Certainly.
Do you mind if I go out and take a look around?
I got guards mounted.
I'll handle them.
Suit yourself, Marshal.
Thank you. You're new out here, aren't you, Lieutenant Dick?
I've been commissioned over 2 years.
This is your first tour on the plains, though, huh?
What are you insinuating, Marshal?
Nothing, Lieutenant. Nothing. But it's always better to know what you're facing. Sometimes you find you have nothing to be afraid of. You mind if I take Sergeant Cromwell with me?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
There, Marshal.
Yeah. He brought his horse down the water. Well, I'd say that he stopped at that clump of willows over there.
Probably.
But only one Indian.
You know, come to think of it, it's always only one. We've seen signs for 3 days, but always only one rider at a time. Today I got a close look. It's an Arapaho. Now, what do you think that means?
Maybe that there is only one, Sergeant.
Well, what's he doing here?
I don't know. But somebody might.
Who?
Mary Tabor.
Oh, there, Mr. Dillon. I saved you some of this buffalo steak. It's mighty good.
Thanks, Chester. In a minute, huh?
Well, Marshal?
You were right, Lieutenant. At least there's one Arapaho out there.
A scout, of course.
Maybe. Anyway, I don't think one man will try to attack 8, now 10 of us.
Nevertheless, I'll keep my guards posted.
Sure. Lieutenant, I'd like to talk to Mary Tabor, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, if she'll talk to you. She won't to any of us. Of course, I suppose she's been through a lot. Go ahead, try.
Thanks. Hello, Miss Tabor. I'm Marshal Dillon.
I know. I've seen you around Dodge, Marshal.
Now? Now, folks back there will be mighty pleased that you're safe.
Will they, Marshal?
Well, sure. They thought you were killed like the rest of that wagon train. When the word came that you were still alive, everybody's mighty happy about it. Your father got together that wagon load of goods.
I noticed he didn't come out himself.
Well, it's a hard trip, ma'am, and he's not too young, you know. Besides, only 8 men were allowed to go into the Arapaho camp. Look, Miss Tabor, your father isn't wealthy. It took almost everything he had to stock that wagon.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I don't know what's wrong.
They'll all be glad to have you back, Mary.
I didn't know. I was afraid maybe they'd think... You know what they'd think. How most women are treated. It wasn't like that with me.
It wouldn't matter if folks understand how it is.
Do they, Marshal? They say so. But I've seen how they look at women who've come back. I did it myself, and I know what I was thinking. But it wasn't like that with me. I swear he didn't touch me.
He?
2 eagles. The Arapaho brave who bought me.
Bought you? But you were captured by the Arapaho, weren't you?
No. It was Cheyenne attacked the train. Killed everybody but me and 2 little boys. We rode all night. And then we came to the Arapaho village. And they sold me there. I guess they sold me because I was so much trouble and so worn out. They took the little boys with them to raise as warriors, I guess.
And this Arapaho, 2 Eagles, bought you.
For 10 horses.
Well, he must have valued you highly. That's a good price.
But he didn't touch me, Marshal. I swear it, never in all the 2 months. He treated me fine, just like the rest of his family.
Tell me, Miss Tabor, would he have any reason to follow you?
Follow me?
Yeah, now, here.
Well, you think he's the one they've been seeing?
I don't know. I'm only asking if there might be a reason for him to do it.
I don't think so, Marshal. I don't think so.
Well, thanks, ma'am. And don't worry about the folks in Dodge or your father. He's going to be mighty glad to see you.
Thanks, Marshal.
Sure.
Marshal?
Yes, ma'am?
That Indian out there, they won't hurt him.
No, ma'am, not if they don't see him.
Dillon, your buffalo steak's getting cold.
All right, Chester.
Sergeant Cromwell says you found a sign.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. One Indian can't make too much trouble, can he?
Well, that depends on the Indian, Chester. And why he's here.
Mr. Dillon. Wake up, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Something funny's going on. You hear that?
Yeah, it sounds like a dove. But it's still dark.
I'm just breaking dawn. Only ones to notice it, though, is me and her.
Her? Me, Mary Tabor.
She's only pretending to sleep. Every time that cussed bird calls, she lifts her head and looks around. Look, see there?
Yeah, and I see why, Chester. Look over the edge of that brush there.
But that's an Indian.
Be quiet.
But Mr. Dillon...
Just wait and watch. Yeah, she sees him.
Well, sure she does. He's right there plain as day. That fool guard must be sound asleep. Shouldn't we ought to have... Well, where'd that Indian go to? He's gone again. Disappeared.
Be quiet, Chester. Just look at Mary Tabor.
She's out of her blankets. Crawling away. Mr. Dillon, that girl's sneaking away out into the brush. She's going to that Indian. She's running away.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Well, we can't just lay here.
If we tell them, Chester, there'll be shooting and somebody will get hurt, maybe the girl. I'm going to follow her. And you follow me, maybe 20 or 30 paces, huh? But be quiet.
Don't worry. That guard's liable to start throwing lead at any sound he hears out there.
All right. Let's go. Mary Tabor.
White men move. White men die.
Thanks, Mary.
It's Marshal Dillon. He's my friend. Friend.
Hold it, mister. I'm right behind you. You let him go or you're a dead Indian.
No, please, don't shoot.
Then tell him to drop that knife and leave Mr. Dillon loose.
2 Eagles. Let him go. Friend.
All right. You just keep him covered, Chester. Now, maybe you better explain this, Mary.
Well, I just had to talk to him, Marshal. I had to see that nothing happened to him. If those soldiers had seen him, or if he tried to come into camp.
So this is Two Eagles, huh? This is the man who bought you.
Yes.
And he's young,
Yes.
and he's handsome,
Yes.
and he's come to claim his property.
It's not like that. I told you it was never like that. I know you probably won't believe it. I know the lieutenant never could, but he's a good man, Marshal, gentle and kind and good. Do you believe that?
Maybe.
What do you mean?
He's an Arapaho. An Indian.
No. You mean he's only a savage? I'm sorry, Marshal, and you're right. There were times when I almost forgot it. And then something would remind me. Something that would turn my stomach. That's the only reason why...
You didn't become his wife.
Yes. Any of the others would simply have taken me. Especially after they paid 10 horses. That made me his to do with just as he liked. But he courted me, Marshal. Stood in his blanket outside the teepee and sang to me. It was frightening, but it was lovely, too. Do you understand, Marshal? It was lovely, and I listened. I
understand, Mary.
And I'm not ashamed. When you tell them back in Dodge, tell them that, too. I'm not ashamed.
Mary, how much of what we're saying does he understand?
Not much. I taught him a few words of English. He taught me a few of Arapaho. But it was mostly like animals that we understood each other. By the way it was said, by the tone of voice.
You should have told Lieutenant Dake about him, Mary.
What for? He'd have been all the more delighted to shoot him on sight.
What are you going to do? You going to go back with Two Eagles?
You know I can't.
Then why did you come out here?
I told you to warn him, send him back before something happened.
Are you sure, Mary? You must have known once he had his hands on you again, he wouldn't let you go. Didn't you know that?
I suppose I did, Marshal.
Then what are you going to do?
You mean you'd let me go with him?
If that's what you really want. If you're sure.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I hear him, Chester. Oh, they've discovered you're gone, Miss Tabor. There's not much time.
Go.
How could I ever be sure, Marshal?
None of us can ever be sure about the future, Miss Tabor, but you can't fear the future either. You have to decide what you want and then stick to your decision.
But if I live to regret it...
If you have to question it, Mary, then you're not sure enough.
Squaw, come.
He's getting
Come.
guilty, Mr. Dillon.
What are you going to do, Miss Tabor?
Two Eagle love. Come.
No, Two Eagles. I can't. I can't. It would be wrong. Oh, Marshal, how can I tell him?
I can't help you.
Goodbye, Two Eagles.
No.
Goodbye and thank you.
Love.
I'll never forget you.
No.
All right, come on. Chester, hold him. I'll take her.
Now go on, Two Eagles. Squaw, go.
Go that way faster. I know it's good for you. Now go on back to your people. Hurry, there ain't much time. Now go on. Hey, wait, stop.
Ran right at us, man. I don't know what he thought he could do against 8 men, though. Almost like he wanted to die.
I understand, Sergeant.
He must have been crazy to follow you all this way. But you never know about Indians. Don't you worry, miss. There's nothing more to fear. Your ordeal is over. We'll be in Dodge by nightfall.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Here, let me help you on the wagon.
Thank you.
I'm sure once you're safely back in Dodge, we'll be able to make you forget all this. I'll make it my personal project to help. Before long, the whole thing will be just an unpleasant nightmare.
Will it, Lieutenant?
Why, well, yes, of course. Excuse me. All right, men, ready to move out. Yes, sir, Lieutenant. We're ready to move out in just a minute, Marshal. All right, Lieutenant.
Will Marshal?
We buried him up on the hill overlooking the river, Mary. I brought this little medicine bag. I thought you might like it for a memento. Maybe it all happened for the best, Mary. Someday it'll be forgotten.
Will it, Marshal? Will I ever again find a man who loved me that much?
That I don't know, Mary. That I really don't know.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Dunkel, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Jack Moyles, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Guns.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, hello, stranger.
Evening, Kitty.
Where you been? You usually poke your face in here more often than this to scare my customers.
Now, you complaining?
No. It usually coaxes him into buying another drink.
Well, speaking of drinks, Kitty,
Sam?
Yeah?
One for the marshal.
Sure, Kitty.
Nothing the matter, Matt?
Oh, no, nothing the matter, Kitty. It's just one of those nights, you know.
No trouble?
No trouble. No, nothing.
Oh, one of those nights.
Yeah. Here you are, Marshal. Oh, thanks, Sam. You know, sometimes, Kitty, I think if I have to play one more game of checkers with Doc.
Oh, so that's where you've been.
Sometimes you find yourself listening to the silence.
Maybe you shouldn't have complained.
No, why?
Here comes something. Chester with Tom Krause, and he's probably looking for you.
Hello, Miss Kitty. Mr. Dillon, Tom Krause here just north office. I didn't know if I ought to bother you about it or not.
Well, I see you made a decision, Chester. Never mind.
Yes, sir. Well, anyways, why don't you just tell him what you've seen, Tom?
Well, Marshal, I don't really know what it was, but, well, it was down there in the willows, thrashing around like maybe it was some kind of an animal or something. Well, I got to thinking maybe it was an engine or a road agent or something.
Now, wait a minute, Tom. Where was this?
Well, down by the river, right under the bank.
And what exactly did you see?
Now, it was too dark to see, really, but I could hear it thrashing around, making a kind of a moaning sound. The way them willards was bending and waving around, I knew it must be pretty big.
Why didn't you go in and look?
Now, how'd we know what it might be? It was dark.
We?
Well, me and a young lady, we just left there quick,
Oh,
Marshal.
I see. Just where was this, Tom?
Well, out by the point, just west of town, Marshal.
Yeah, I've heard about the buggies being parked out there. Tom, you sure that this wasn't your imagination?
Oh, no. No, sir. There was something there. I know that. An animal, maybe, or engine. That's why I thought I ought to come and tell you.
Are you sure it wasn't some friends of yours playing a trick on you and your young lady?
No, ma'am. They'd have showed themselves. I know. I think you ought to go look, Marshal.
All right, Tom. Chester, go get a lantern, will you?
Yes, sir. Come on, Tom. I suppose it sounds kind of silly.
Well, Matt, you were starved for excitement.
Yeah. Some excitement, huh?
You know what it sounds like to me?
No, what?
I think you're going on a snipe hunt.
Over this way, Marshal.
Come on, Doc.
It's a fine thing to get a man out of bed for.
And he said there was a moaning sound. You might be needed.
Yeah, probably some blame drunken cowboy.
You had nothing better to do.
What about sleeping? It's near midnight.
You're always complaining about not being able to sleep anyway, Doc.
Right down there, Marshal. I don't see anything now, but it was right down here.
All right. Chester, bring a lantern, huh?
Yes, sir. Where we're going to get wet feet. And can catch you to death on a night like this.
Over here, Chester.
My gracious.
You find something, Matt?
Yeah, something for you, Doc. Come over here.
My God, Mr. Dillon. You recognize him?
Yeah. It's old Tug Marsh. That trapper who went through here with his partner last fall.
Just hold that lantern a little bit higher there, will you, Chester?
Sure now.
That's better.
I declare I never would have recognized him. What could have done that to him, Mr. Dillon?
Some big animal of some kind, a bear maybe, or a wolf.
This close to town?
That's possible. Oh, Doc, what about him?
Well, he's alive. That's about all I can say. There's one thing, though, Matt. These wounds are crusted.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean he didn't get them tonight. Or even today. This happened 3-4 days ago. Maybe more.
But then I don't see how...
He's come a long way since then. Look at his knees there. And his hands. You see that? He's crawled for miles.
With wounds like that? Half naked and half dead?
He was half dead when he started, Matt. He's a lot more than that now. He's hanging on by a thread. We'd better get him to my office. Morning, Matt.
Morning, Doc. How's the patient?
Well, I don't know how, but he's alive. And not just alive, but kicking, too.
Oh?
Hey, Doc, I'm hungry. See what I mean, Matt? You saw how he was not 12 hours ago. Who'd have believed it?
Yeah. Can I talk to him?
Why not? I can't keep him quiet anyway.
Hello, Tug.
Howdy, Marshal. Why don't you make that dang doctor give me something to eat?
I'm making you some soup. Now shut up.
Soup? I ain't eaten a week and he gives me dishwater.
Well, you couldn't keep anything else down, and you need nourishment.
Oh, dang it, if I could just get out of this darn bed.
Take it easy, Tug. You've been through an awful lot.
You're telling me what I've been through?
Now I'm asking you. You want to tell me about it?
It ain't no affair of the law.
Maybe not. I just happen to be curious.
Well, if you had any brains, you could see. I tangled with a bear, that's all.
When was this and where?
Oh, maybe 6-7 days. Down the nations, out toward the Cimarron.
Here you go. Now you eat this, Tug.
Dishwater.
It's good for you. You need something warm in you.
Me, Doc, you ain't told me. You think you can fix me up?
There's nothing to fix up. The scar tissue's already forming.
I ain't going to be so pretty, huh?
Oh, well, that bear took half your scalp and a good part of your face. So there's nothing I can do about that, Tug.
Yeah, I never was too handsome anyways. But that's all right. I'm a trapper, not a drummer. And them Cheyenne squaws ain't scared off by a few scars. What about my arm?
You lost some muscle, but you'll have some movement left.
Tug, the main thing is that you're alive and mending.
Here, now, take some of that soup. With rest and a little food, you'll be walking around again in a few days. Maybe trapping again in a month.
I got something to do first.
Tug, tell me what happened, huh?
I told you I tangled with a grizzly. Walked into him in this thicket, and the critter attacked me before I get my gun up. Finally killed him with my knife, but not before he chawed me.
What about your partner, Billy Adams?
Yeah, he couldn't wait.
Couldn't wait?
Yeah, found me near dead. Done what he could, but wasn't much. We both figured I was a goner. And there's hostiles around, Comanches. He's nervous, I guess, sitting beaver alone with a dying man on his hands. Only I wouldn't die for him so as he could bury me and have done with.
You mean he left you?
Next morning. He took everything. Didn't even leave me a knife to slip between my ribs. Now, you wouldn't do that to an animal, now would you, Marshal? Just leave him to die alone in the wilderness? You'd slit his throat for him at least. But Billy wouldn't do that for me. And that's when I decided.
What?
That I wouldn't die. That I'd come after him. I'd live to find him. So I started crawling. 5 days on my hands and knees without food or water. And when I find him, I'm going to kill him. But not fast. No. Slow. Real slow.
Well, I can't say I blame you much, Tug. But there is one thing I'm thankful for.
What's that?
Billy Adams isn't in Dodge. I'd hate to have to arrest you for murder.
Then as long as I'm here, you better see he stays away.
Well, Matt, you're late. The food's getting cold.
Oh, sorry, Kitty. No, Doc.
Yeah, Matt. Sit down.
Yeah.
The hash is actually edible today.
Yeah.
That's good. How's your patient these days, Doc?
You mean a star boarder, don't you?
Yeah, well, I guess he's been around here long enough to be called, huh?
3 weeks. He isn't even about to leave.
Is he still complaining of his aches and pains, Doc?
No, doesn't even bother now. He's just enjoying himself.
At Doc's expense. Matt even bought him clothes.
Well, he didn't have anything left, Kitty. I've seen him walking around town a couple of times, Doc. He seems almost back to normal.
Well, yes. Well, considering everything, though, it has been a miraculous recovery.
You know, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't want to be getting on about his business.
Well, the truth is, he does. He's staying here on my orders.
Oh? Medical reasons, or are you trying to slow him down?
Well, if I can help to keep him out of trouble, why not? You've kind of taken a liking to the old coot yourself. Haven't you, man?
Yeah, I'm afraid I have, Doc.
What kind of trouble are you talking about, Doc?
The kind a man gets into when he's bitter about something.
You mean Billy Adams?
Yeah. Maybe we could keep Tug here long enough. He could cool down, Kitty, but I don't know how long Doc can afford the expense.
Dillon? Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You know who just rode into town? He's down at Moss Grimmick's right now.
Oh, who?
Billy Adams.
Good, eh? Just goes to show you I'm not as smart as I thought. I should have sent Tug packing.
It's Billy Adams who's going to be sent packing, Doc. And right now. Hey, Moss.
Oh. Hello, Marshal.
He's out back, shoeing his horse. Huh. You didn't tell him anything about
About Tug being here or alive, huh?
Wasn't my business to, Marshal.
Good. Billy?
Oh, Marshal.
What are you doing here in Dodge, Billy?
Oh, just passing through. Shoeing a horse, buying supplies. I'm going on west, back to the mountains. Why, Marshal?
Well, last time you went through here, you had a partner, Billy. What happened to him?
Oh. I didn't know anybody in Dodge heard about that. Somebody from Pueblo come through and told the story, huh?
Suppose you tell it to me, huh?
Well, just the way you heard, Marshal. Powerful sad thing. Tug got killed by a bear. He got caught in a thicket with a big grizzly.
Killed Tug outright, did it?
No, he lasted till next day. Well, nothing I could do for him, no. He was clawed so bad. Oh.
So you buried him, huh?
Oh, that's it, huh? Somebody found the body. You know, I felt bad about that, Marshal. I didn't have time to bury him. There was Comanches snuffing around, and I had to get out of there quick without no fuss or no noise. So I left him in that thicket. I figured he'd be just as safe there as in a shallow grave, what was left to him. Besides, Tug, he didn't put much stock in ceremony.
You made just one mistake, Billy.
What?
You should have made sure he was dead.
What do you mean, Marshal?
He's alive. Right here in Dodge.
He is? Oh, I'm right glad to hear that. Oh, I really am.
I'm not so sure you will be, Billy. Maybe Tug didn't put much stock in ceremony, but he's sure looking for you.
Yeah, I guess he would be.
And my advice to you is to get on that horse and ride.
Well, no, I couldn't do that, Marshal.
Why not?
Well, I got to see him. I got to explain.
Look, Billy, I don't care about you, but I don't want to see Tug up for murder or see him shot down in
No, Marshal, it wouldn't be like that.
I think maybe it would. And I'm telling you to get out of town now.
All right, Marshal. I'll oblige you. I'll camp just outside town, just west. You tell Tug that, huh? You tell him I'll be waiting right there for him.
No.
Well, there's things we got to talk about, Marshal. There's money I owe him for his split of the furs and all.
I'll tell him nothing, Billy.
Listen, Marshal. We was partners, Tug and me. And friends, even if he was a lot older than me. Now, I guess this here is something that's got to be settled between us, one way or the other. I'll be waiting.
Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, Chester.
Did you see Billy? Did you tell him?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, the whole town's all excited, Mr. Dillon, holding their breath to see what's going to happen.
Chester, you didn't tell him.
I didn't have to tell nobody. Plenty of folks seen him riding right down Front Street.
Well, I suppose Tug knows.
I don't know. He's up there, Doc. Is that where you're going?
Yeah.
You reckon there'll be a shooting, Mr. Dillon?
Not if I can help it, Chester.
Now, wait a minute. Now, you let go of me. Now, run away. No. Oh, Matt. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Now, don't try to stop me, Marshal. Get out of my way.
I see you've heard the news, Tug.
Yeah, I heard all right. Ain't nobody going to stop me.
You don't even have a gun. You're going to tackle him with your bare hands?
Maybe I will. I could break him in two.
Well, he's got a gun, so maybe you better think it over, huh?
Nothing you can say is going to stop me, Marshal.
Now, wait a minute, you obstinate old fool. Billy was your partner. He was your friend, so he deserted you. All right, maybe you got a cause for a grudge.
Maybe.
All right. But what good's it going to do for one of you to get killed just to satisfy your need for revenge? Tug, he wants to give you your half of the profits from the furs and trapping outfit.
You talked to him?
Yeah, I did. And he told me his side of it. He thought you were already dead.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Maybe it is. But he seemed mighty surprised that you were alive.
Sure.
And he was glad, too.
Glad? I bet.
It's true. And he wouldn't take my advice to run away. He's waiting for you outside town. He told me to tell you that he wants to see you, Tug.
Yeah. I'll see him all right as soon as I get me a gun.
Tug, isn't there anything I can say that'll stop
Ain't
you?
none of your business, Marshal. I got a right to go after him, Ada.
Yeah, I guess maybe you have.
All right, then. I'm going to find me a gun.
Maxwell, what are you going to do?
Not much I can do, Doc. They'll tangle sooner or later. I'm just going to be there to see that whatever happens fair.
Well, Marsh, what are you doing out here?
I came to warn you, Billy. Tug's on his way.
Yeah. Well, sit down, have some coffee.
Are you cooking?
Well, I might as well. I take it you're going to stay for the show.
What are you planning on doing, Billy?
Well, you'll see, Marshal. I don't think it's none of your business.
Look, Billy, there's still time. Why don't you get on that horse and go? It's going to save an awful lot of trouble for everybody.
You don't know Tug real good, do you, Marshal? He'd only get madder if I run. He'd just keep hunting until he found me again. Besides that... Well, I guess he's got a right to... He's got a right to hold a hate for me. I done a wrong thing. Leave him like that.
Billy. You really didn't think he was dead, did you?
No, but I thought it was just a matter of minutes, and there was minutes might have meant I'd be dead, too. I guess it was wrong of me to think of saving my own life.
Well, at least that was a human mistake to me.
I'm just glad now I didn't go ahead and do what I almost did, what I thought I should have done.
What do you mean?
Well, you know what you do for any dying animal. Took out my knife, I held it up to his throat. I couldn't bring myself to it, and I'm glad now.
Yeah.
In a way, me being a coward that way, that saved his life, and I'm glad of that. He done a lot for me, Marshal. He was like a father, Tug. He taught me all I know.
How could you go up and leave him, Billy?
Maybe I just couldn't stay and see him die. I don't know it. Well, he's out there.
What? Where?
You sure? Oh. Marshal, him and me living the way we do, we hear things, we see things that town folks miss there. Don't you worry now. It'll come out the way you want.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't fight him, Marshal, but I'll make it look all right so you won't have to arrest him.
Now, wait a minute, Billy.
Tug? Come on in. Coffee's hot.
Hello, Billy.
Biscuits be ready directly, Tug.
Now, listen, Tug.
Don't worry, Marshal. I didn't even get a gun. I guess I couldn't have used it if I had. Billy, a trapper needs a partner. Good ones is hard to find. You can't expect them to be perfect, not make a mistake or two.
Tug.
Now, just pour the coffee, Billy. Plenty of time for talk later.
Oh, sure, Tug, sure.
Won't you have some coffee, Marshal?
I don't mind if I do.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Dunkel, with editorial supervision by John Neston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Our thanks to TV Radio Mirror and to you, our listening audience, for selecting Gunsmoke as the best dramatic program on radio for the 5th consecutive year. The results of this annual poll appear in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network and KNX Radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Dodge City! Everybody out, enter the line. Dodge City.
Proudfoot, it's been real nice meeting you.
Yes, Mr. Proudfoot, real nice. I think we better go and talk. Yes, sir, here you are. And it sure has been a pleasure riding with you folks, too, and that's a fact. Well, hello there, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
Well, I declare you meeting somebody on the stage.
As a matter of fact, I am.
Well, I'd be glad to point him out to you. I got to know everybody real well. They're an awful nice bunch of folks.
Well, thanks, Chester, but I see him, all right.
Well, maybe I could introduce you. Which one is he?
Fellow by the name of Chester Proudfoot. Did you get to know him fairly well?
Well, Mr. Dillon, you mean you come down here just to meet me?
Well, any law against it?
Well, no, sir. But, well, say now, that's awful nice of you, Mr. Dillon. That's awful nice.
Did you have a nice trip, Chester?
Yes, sir, I sure did, Mr.
Good.
Dillon. Just as nice as can be. Why, they couldn't have treated me no better if I'd have been a friend.
Well, that's good. Did you find your family all right?
Well, sure. They was right there where I was looking for them. Well, that was kindly a little joke, Mr. Dillon. It was just a way of speaking kindly. I didn't really mean...
That's the kind of a joke your family is partial to, Chester?
Well, sir, we did do a lot of joshing, I'll say that. Uncle Wesley, he's mighty comical when he's a mind to be. And Magnus was home, and, well, he was just cutting up all the time.
Must be dangerous around there.
How's that?
Never mind. Come on, let's get your stuff.
Yes, sir, the driver set him down right over there.
All right.
Yeah, no, now, Mr. Dillon. I can handle him all right.
I'll help. Here. There we go. Oh, before I forget, Chester, did you have any trouble picking up those papers in Dalhart?
What papers is that?
The papers in Dalhart, Chester.
Oh.
You mean you forgot them?
Yeah.
Chester, you said you'd pick them up for me on your way back through the Panhandle.
I know I did. I swear I must have clean forgot. I was having such a good time there with my people and all, and it just must have knocked it right out of my head.
I guess too much cutting up could do that, all right.
Oh, now, I just feel terrible about that. I just don't know how I could have been so stupid.
Well, don't worry about it, Chester. We'll get them some other way.
But if you want me to, I'll turn right around and go back.
No, there's no need for that.
It won't trouble me not one bit.
Never mind, Chester.
I'd really kindly enjoy it, Mr. Dillon, taking another long
Come on,
ride.
Chester. I better take you to the office before you forget where it is. You sure won't be taking you out of your way, Joe.
Well, I tell you, Marshal, I'm riding out that way tomorrow. I can swing back by Dalhart just as easy as not. I'll pick up your papers for you.
I'd sure appreciate it, Joe. I don't know how Chester could have forgotten them, but you know how he is. He
Well,
managed to.
there's just no telling about Chester. Oh.
Excuse me, Joe. I didn't see you coming out.
Well, it don't hurt to keep your eyes open, Chester. You ever think of that?
Well, they was open. It was just that I never seen
I'll
you.
see you later, Marshal.
So long, Joe. Thanks.
Mr. Dillon?
Will you close the door, Chester? The wind's blowing these papers I'm trying to get signed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Was you and Joe Freeze talking about me just now?
What?
Well, I could have swore I heard you saying my name when I come in.
Joe's going to pick up those papers you forgot, Chester.
Joe's... He's going clear to Dalhart?
Yeah, he's going clear to Dalhart.
Well, why, for gracious sakes, Mr. Dillon, you hadn't already got somebody else to do that. I could go just easy as
No,
not,
Chester, it's all been arranged.
But now, I can do anything Joe Freeze can do. I can get them papers for you myself.
Don't worry about it, Chester.
Now, Mr. Dillon, why don't I just get
Look,
on
Chester,
my
I've
horse
been
and...
trying to get through this paperwork all afternoon. Why don't you just go on out so I can finish it up, huh?
Well, I will, but I don't see
Go
why
on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go on.
I got things to tend to, I guess.
Hey, what'll you have, Chester? Beer? Whiskey?
Well, thank you, Sam, but to tell the truth, I don't think I want a thing.
Sure?
Yes, sir. I just think I'll just kindly stand here for a little bit if it's all the same to you.
Well, all right. Wouldn't you think now that anybody taking up room at the bar ought to at least buy a drink? Oh, never mind, Lud. It's all right. If everybody else comes into a saloon to buy a drink. Not that Chester, though. He just comes in to lean on the bar and look like a two-fisted drinker. Ain't that right, Chester?
Well, yeah, I guess that's what it looks like. All right.
Wouldn't you think now that the marshal will get himself a real man for a helper? Somebody that could do a decent job for him.
Well, now, Lud, I'd do a lot of things for Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'd like to hear about that. Come on, boys. Chester's about to tell us how he runs the marshal's office.
Now, I ain't saying I run the office. I ain't saying that at all.
Well, go on, then. Tell us what you do.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that I do. I go for the mail, and I see that the horses get took good care of, and I go along with Mr. Dillon on a good many of his trips.
Go on, Chester. Tell us what else you do for the marshal.
Well, I help every way I know how. I make a pretty good cup of coffee, and I keep the lamps clean and filled up with coal oil.
Yeah, and that's what a U.S. Marshal needs, all right. Somebody to keep his lamps filled for him.
Well, now, I don't see what's all fired funny about that. Oh, and something I forgot to mention. Sometimes when Mr. Dillon's too busy, well, he sends me out to do things for him to save him the trip or the trouble, you might say.
Like bringing them papers from Dalhart?
How'd you come to know about that?
Why, it's all over town, ain't it, boys? How Chester come all the way back without them papers?
It don't seem like Mr. Dillon would go around talking like that.
Well, now, he didn't, Chester. Joe Freeze was in here for a drink a few minutes ago. He told me about it. And I guess there was some big ears listening. Now, come on now, Chester, have a drink. It'll make you feel better.
No, thanks, Sam. I guess I better be getting along.
Don't worry too much, Chester. Everybody needs someone to laugh at. You sure do a job for the marshal that way.
in. Come in. Oh, it's you, Chester. Well, come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, Doc?
Don't just stand there. Can't you see that I'm busy? You're in my way.
Oh.
Is this a professional call? You look kind of seedy.
Oh, my, no, Doc. I ain't sick. I just thought maybe I'd pay a little visit and see how you're getting along.
Well, that's nice of Chester, and I'll be glad to tell you. I'm getting along real bad.
Well, I sure am sorry to hear that.
It's a cold, miserable day. The supplies I sent for didn't get here. I've got calls to make at different ends of the county. Want to hear any more?
Well, and Doc, that sure does sound troublesome.
It is. Well, you settled down from your trip yet?
Oh, of course, Doc. Once I get my boots off, I'm home.
And I suppose Matt is managing to get used to having you around again?
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. It's just that you take some getting used to. Oh, no, good Lord. It's 3 o'clock. I've got to get going. Hand me that bottle, will you?
Sure, Doc.
No, not that one. The other one. Yes.
Here, Doc.
Thank you.
Doc?
No, I haven't time to talk anymore, Chester. You can come back some other day.
Would you just let me ask you one question?
All right, then. What is it?
Well, Doc, I was just wondering if you got any idea at all just what Mr. Dillon really thinks about me. Having me around for help and all.
What do you think? Oh, for heaven's sakes, of all the foolish time-wasting questions.
Could you please tell me, Doc?
Yes, sir, Chester, I can tell you. He thinks you're the most addle-pated, no-account, sieve-headed excuse for a helper that anybody ever had. Now, go on, get out of my way. I'm late.
Sure, Doc. I wouldn't want to be in your way.
Hello there, Chester. I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Oh, well, now, I don't want to waste no time getting back on the job, Mr. Jonas.
What do you mean?
Well, if I don't do nothing else around here, I can at least see Mr. Dillon don't run out of stores. I come in for some coal oil, some coffee, and a couple new wicks for the lambs.
That's what I was telling you.
What?
You're too late. Marshal was in here, I expect about half hour ago.
He was? Was he looking for me? I just been up to Doc's office there.
It wasn't you he was looking for, Chester. It was some supplies. Oil, new lamp chimney, coffee.
Well, forevermore, I could have got 'em for him.
The marshal was looking at it that way, too. He was saying he sure didn't know why you'd let everything run out at once. I sort of got the impression that he didn't think you were doing your job, Chester.
He couldn't have been funning about it, could he?
Didn't sound like it to me, Chester. Sounded as though he was real provoked.
Guess he ain't even laughing at me no more.
How's that?
Never mind, Mr. Jonas. I guess ain't no call for me to buy nothing after all.
I'll have another whiskey, Sam.
All right, Lud.
Well, now, look who's just come in. Marshal Dillon's right-hand man. Only he's got 2 left hands. Why don't you leave him be, Lund? He's not smart enough to know the difference. Hello there, Chester. You been out on some big job for the marshal?
I ain't got no time to talk to you, Lud Holt. Sam's Miss Kitty around?
Yes, she is, Chester. Sitting at the back table over there.
Thank you. I want to see her for a minute.
Oh, no, Matt. I can't believe it. That sounds like too much even for Chester.
No, it's true, Kitty. Believe me, you're right. Nobody in the world but Chester would do a thing like that.
Oh, hello, Chester. Come on over and sit down.
No, thank you, Miss Kitty. I got things to tend to.
What's the matter, Chester? You trying to make me think you're working?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. believe I better be moving along.
I guess you think it's too important for
You know, what's the matter, Chester? Didn't you find her?
I found her, Sam. I found her all right.
Hey, Chester!
Hello, Jim.
Is Matt in the Long Branch there?
Yeah, he's in there all right.
I got a telegraph message for him.
That's so? Well, he's in there, Jim, at the back table with Miss Kitty.
Oh, I thought you'd want to take it to him.
I got things to tend to. You take it in.
Oh, all right, then. It's from Joe Freeze.
Joe Freeze?
Yeah, he's heading for Arizona. Ain't coming back from Dalhart after all. I don't know why the marshal would care about that,
He ain't
though.
coming back.
Well, that's what he said.
Give it to me, Jim. I'll take it.
But you just said...
Ain't nobody got a right to change his mind. You belong back in that office, Jim, watching that telegraph key every minute. Give that message to me.
Save room for some pie, Matt. It's elderberry.
It's a good thing Chester isn't here. He'd eaten up the whole thing by now.
Yeah, it's a wonder to me how Chester's stomach keeps on working at all. The way he loads it down.
He must be doing something mighty important to miss a meal. Where'd you send him, Matt?
I didn't send him anywhere, Kitty. I haven't even seen him all day.
Yeah, it's funny. I haven't seen him either.
Well, that's kind of strange, isn't it? You suppose he's sick?
Well, he was in to see me yesterday, but he didn't say anything about being sick. He acted kind of funny, though.
Oh, how's that, Doc?
Well, he was pestering me with darn fool questions. He wanted to know what you really thought of him, Matt, as a helper.
Oh? What'd you tell him?
I told him you thought he was an addle-pated, sieve-headed no-account, of course. How else would you answer a fool question like that?
Yeah. Wonder what got into him.
I'm not sure it was such a fool question.
What? What do you mean, Kitty?
Well, I'm just remembering. Sam told me the boys at the bar were giving Chester a bad time yesterday.
Oh, what about?
Oh, Lud Holt was riding him hard about his job with you, about how nobody could figure how you'd put up with a man like Chester.
Oh, Chester can usually take a joke.
Oh, I don't think Lud was making a joke of it, Matt. He was making Chester look pretty silly. He said you only kept him on to laugh at him, and before he was finished, the whole saloon was laughing at Chester.
Oh, well then, that explains it, huh? Wish I'd have been a little more patient with him. The way he was feeling, what I said couldn't have sounded very funny.
Oh, he ought to have better sense,
Well, Chester's
Doc.
sensitive, Matt. You know that.
Yeah, but he should know that if I got any complaints, I'll make them myself.
You were complaining to him quite a bit yesterday, weren't you?
Well, sure, but he was still miles away on his trip. I had to bring him down to earth a couple of times, that's all.
Oh, well, I guess everybody was bringing him down to earth at the same time.
Poor Chester. I even laughed at him when he came into the Long Branch.
Well, I'll say this. If he was going to choose a day to hold up and not make an appearance, this is a good one. That wind's bitter cold.
There isn't any sense to it, but I guess I better look him up and straighten him out. Maybe some of this pie will help his feelings. See you later, Kitty. Doc.
Yeah.
All right, Matt.
Bad, Matt. Marshal Dillon.
Huh? Oh, hello, Jim. Business must be bad at the telegraph office.
Oh, I've trained my boy to spell me. I just wondered if you got that wire all right, Marshal.
Oh, which wire was that?
Why, the one I gave Chester yesterday. The one from Joe Freeze.
Joe Freeze?
Yeah, you know, saying he wasn't coming back from Dalhart.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Jim. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
That's the way it was, Marshal. He come in for his horse early this morning and rode out.
Did he say where he was heading, Moss?
That's the funny thing, him just getting back and all. He said he was heading for Texas.
Saddle up my horse, will you? I want to go pick up a few things.
Sure, Marshal. But I'll tell you like I told Chester. This is a poor time to be on the plains with a norther coming up.
Yeah. I'll be back for the horse in a few minutes, boss.
Afternoon, Marshal. I'd like to talk to you.
Not now, mister.
Just take a minute. My name's Lud Holt.
Oh? I've heard of you.
I'll walk along to your office with you.
Listen, Holt. If you have anything to say to me, you say it fast, huh?
Well, sure. Takes a little talking over, though. I was thinking maybe you could use a good man. I mean, a good one. Real man who can handle a gun.
I got an assistant.
Oh, I know, Marshal. You got Chester, but everybody knows he ain't...
I'll say one thing for you, Holt. You got plenty of nerve.
Sure I have, Marshal. I could do a lot of good for you.
You fill Chester up with ideas that he's no good, and then you come around to me asking for his job.
Well, you know, Marshal, everybody knows Chester's only good for laughing at.
Well, there's going to be one less person laughing at him. And that's you. Look, give up. And from now on, Holt, you stay out of my way. Morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Dillon. I seen you coming back there. That's why I pulled up.
Oh, we're the only two people I know who are darn fools enough to be out on a day like this.
Well, it is mighty chilly. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's a wonder we didn't both freeze to death in the night.
Mr. Dillon, ain't none of my business, but just why are you riding out this way?
I'm trailing a man.
Oh? Would you like me to help you?
No, I won't need any help, Chester.
Oh.
I won't have any trouble finding him. He doesn't have any more sense than you do, heading out into a storm.
Doggone it, I'm getting sick and tired of everybody saying how much sense I ain't got.
That's so?
Yes, sir, that's so. I'd just like to know how you're going to get them papers back from Dalhart if somebody don't go
Why
get
didn't
'em.
you bring me that wire from Joe Freeze?
Because I knowed you'd give me some shilly-shally about not making the trip, and Mr. Dillon, I just got to make it. I'd like to do something right. After all, I forgot them papers once, and they're important.
Chester.
Yes.
A man's life is important, too.
Yes, sir, I expect it is.
Even if he is an addle-pated, no-account, sieve-headed so-and-so.
Mr. Dillon?
Who lets the lamps run dry and runs out of coffee.
Mr. Dillon, you...
Can't sing a note and even whistles off key.
And everybody laughs at him?
No. No, not quite everybody, Chester. Now, come on. Let's get back to Dodge.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ken Lynch, Harry Bartell, Joseph Kearns, Frank Cady, and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Over the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Conrad.
Good evening. Tonight is a special night for us here in the studio, for it's with this show that we start our 8th year of the Gunsmoke series. This means that for nearly 400 weeks, Matt, Chester, Doc, Kitty, and all the other citizens of Dodge have been occasional visitors in your homes. All of us connected with Gunsmoke want you to know how much we appreciate your interest, your loyalty, and we sincerely hope that you'll continue to be with us each week in the future. And now, Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. When the West was being won, Longines was there. Old records show sales of Longines watches in the silver mining towns of Colorado and Nevada, the gold mining areas of California. A fine gold watch, preferably a Longines, was one of the first luxuries purchased by a lucky prospector, for then as now, the name Longines identified the world's most honored watch. Longines watches won their first World's Fair Grand Prize in 1878, won grand prizes in Paris, Brussels, Philadelphia, and at many other places. Right now, Longines watches are winning comparable successes in the accuracy competitions in European national observatories. Today, you needn't make a gold strike to own a Longines. Many beautiful models for ladies and gentlemen are priced as low as $75. Here's a suggestion. For Mother on Mother's Day, why not a Longines watch? Your authorized Longines Whitnall jeweler will be honored to serve you.
Maisie! Maisie!
I'm coming.
I told you to wake me at sunup.
I know, but you were sleeping so sound.
I got me a long ride. Now get me some food.
It's all ready. Potatoes and side meat. Coffee's on the stove. Vince.
I'll want some grub to take with me.
It's ready, but...
And some water. You fill up them canteens.
Vince, you listen to me.
I ain't got time for talking. Pour the coffee.
It ain't no good, Vince, you riding off like this. There.
I'm going to get that marshal.
It won't do no good. You can't bring Billy back. He's dead, Vince. Let him rest.
He's dead, all right. Hung by the neck until dead. Turned in by that marshal in Dodge.
It ain't ever gonna set easy, your brother dying that way, but you can't change it. More shooting ain't gonna change it.
I promised him. I promised him the night before. All the way riding back yesterday, I could hear him. Get me that marshal, Vince. Get him for me. I'm going to do it.
You ain't gonna win by no gun battle.
I got me a plan. I'm going to fix it.
There ain't no way to fix things with guns. You shoot him, you'll hang.
He's going to make me kill him.
You ain't talking sense.
Oh, yes, I am. He's going to make me kill him. He's going to draw first. He's going to arrange it all himself. When he does, I'll get him.
Oh, Vince.
That's the way it's going to be, Maisie, pure and simple. Don't you fret none. I'll get him, and I'll ride out scot-free. Come on now. Pack me that grub. It's a long ride to Dodge. You the marshal?
Yeah, that's right, Matt Dillon. What can I do for you?
Well, now, Marshal, I was kind of figuring that maybe I could do something for you.
Oh, is that so? Now, what's your name?
Vince Wiley.
I'm glad to know you, Wiley. What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about settling near here. Buying me a ranch, maybe.
Yeah, that's good. How do I come into it?
Well, I'll tell you right out. I was thinking that maybe you could use my help.
Oh? How's that?
Well, now, Dodge is a hard-living town, ain't it?
Yeah, it can be.
Must run a lawman ragged, keeping the peace.
I manage.
Sure you do, Marshal. Of course you do, but it seems to me there ain't no man living can't use some help.
I got help.
Yes, I know. I've heard about Chester. But I figured you could use somebody who could really handle the job. I'm mighty good with a gun, Marshal.
You're anxious to use it, is that it?
No, it ain't nothing like that. It's just that I got a real deep interest in the marshals.
Well, I'll tell you something, Mr. Wiley. I'll remember what you've said. And if the time ever does come when I need your help, I'll ask you for it, huh?
That's just fine, Marshal Dillon. In the meantime, though, you just remember I'll be ready to help keep the peace any time.
Well, don't you go to any extra trouble.
Well, it wouldn't be no trouble. I'll just be around, ready to step in any time there's any ruckus. You remember that, huh?
Uh-huh. All right. Mr. Wiley, I got something I want you to remember, too.
Oh? What's that, Marshal?
Keeping the peace is my job, not yours.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
I ain't gonna wait much longer, Tooey. Just hand over my money.
You're talking too big, Rod. I ain't so sure it is your money.
You saw the cards.
And I seen the way they come off the deck.
You ain't calling it a crooked deal now, are you?
And I ain't handing over no money, neither.
You'll hand it over right now.
I got a gun, Rudd. It says you better put that knife down.
I got a gun that says you both better stand steady.
Mind your own business, mister.
Keeping order is my business. Drop that knife.
You ain't...
Drop it! Now, put the gun on the table.
I don't know who you are, mister, but I don't give my gun to no stranger.
Put it down. It's better. I'm going to turn these things in at the marshal's office. You can pick them up when you're ready to leave.
All right, what's the trouble here?
Oh, Marshal, I was just coming up to your office. I got a gun and a knife for you.
What happened?
Marshal, there was going to be bloodshed, sure. One man there drew a knife, the other one drew a gun.
So you stepped in and disarmed him, huh?
Well, sure. You wouldn't have wanted me to just stand there looking on, would you?
Marshal, how about getting my knife back?
I guess I better keep it, Rudd, until you're ready to leave. I'll keep your gun, too, Tui.
All right, Marshal.
I'm glad you see it my way, Marshal.
Yeah. All right, you two men, get out of here and cool off. Go on.
Sit down, Matt.
Thanks, Kitty.
Well, you got here too late for the excitement.
Yeah, so I see.
That Vince Wiley sure handled the situation in a hurry. Stopped the fight before it got started.
Uh-huh.
Saved a lot of wear and tear on the furnishings. You know, it's nice to have somebody do something. No broken bottles, no smashed chairs. He stopped it without even busting any heads.
Are you telling me that things do get busted when I stop a fight, Kitty?
Well, no, Matt. It isn't that. I guess it's just that, well, you can't spend all your time here waiting for trouble.
No, I sure can't.
Well, wouldn't it be kind of nice to have a fellow like Wiley around just in case?
Yeah, maybe so, Kitty. Maybe so.
Well, I don't know what you're so ouchy about. I should think you'd be grateful to him.
Seems to me that you're grateful enough for both of them. Oh, here he comes. Why don't you tell him about it?
I will. Mr. Wiley?
Ma'am?
The house would be glad to buy you a drink. You saved us a lot of damage stepping in the way you did.
Why, thank you, ma'am.
Sit down, Mr. Wiley.
Thank you.
I was just telling the marshal
Well, excuse me.
Oh, Matt? Don't you want a drink?
No, thank you, Kitty. I gotta get back to the office. I'll see you later.
All right.
I'm sorry you won't stay, Marshal.
You'll manage.
You know, Miss Kitty, I think the Marshal's kind of put out with me.
Oh, well, he's got a lot on his mind.
No, ma'am. No, I think it's just that he don't appreciate me. But he will. I aim to see that he does.
Oh, yeah, there's Matt. Hello, Matt.
Huh? Hello, Doc. Yeah, I guess I just closed my eyes for a minute there. Well, why don't you sit down?
Yeah, well, I don't mind if I do. You know, Matt, it's too bad you aren't a patient of mine.
Well, not for me, it isn't.
I prescribe rest and sunshine for a lot of my patients, but I never saw anybody who takes to it as easily as you do.
Oh, that's a pretty old joke, Doc. Aren't you getting a little tired of dragging it out all the time?
Well, now, Matt, your sitting here in the sun isn't exactly new either. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised to find you doing it these days, though.
Oh? Just what does that mean?
Why, the way that young fella's keeping himself busy doing your job, I wouldn't think that you'd want to get caught just sitting around. And...
Wiley, you mean?
Of course, Wiley. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Matt, well, you're the only one in town who doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been mighty busy. He stopped a street fight this morning. He sent a couple of drunks packing yesterday, and... Matt.
Yeah, Doc?
What do you think he's up to?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, he's not doing your reputation any good. That's one thing.
Maybe that's what he's after, Doc.
It could be. Oh. Looks like there's trouble over there that you might have to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder what Dobie and Chester could be so head up over.
Well, we'll find out if they don't start fighting before they get here.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, Mr. Dobie, you're just plain apple-headed.
Well, I know what I see, Chester.
Well, ain't nothing to it at all. That fella ain't done nothing to amount to nothing since he come to town.
What's the trouble, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dobie here says you got a new deputy.
And he's doing a fine job, Marshal.
But he ain't no deputy, is he, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, he isn't.
Well, if he ain't, he ought to be. He sure is keeping the peace in this town like it's never been kept before.
Why, he ain't doing nothing at all. That wily fella steps into a fight now and then, don't amount to nothing.
He stops things before they get a chance to start. That's what we need around here, a firm hand.
A firm hand? Why, that Wily ain't nothing but a busybody. Just this morning he run old Newt Price out of town.
Newt?
Yes, sir. And everybody knows old Newt never done nothing to hurt nobody in his whole life.
He was drunk.
Well, forevermore, what if he was?
All right, never mind, Chester.
But Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dobie and the folks is talking like this wily fellow's doing a better job than you are.
I said never mind, Chester.
Well, all right.
And I tell you, Marshal, you ought to give some thought to this man Wiley. He's protecting property in this town for a change.
I'm giving him some thought.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Good day, Marshal.
That prune-faced old gossipy. Why, Mr. Dillon, ever since that...
Let it go, Chester.
That wily fella ain't done nothing but put on a big show, picking on drunks.
Well, he seems to have a lot of people talking about it.
Yes, sir, he sure does. And I just can't figure out, though, why he'd want to put on an act like this.
I can't either, Chester. But I'm sure going to find out.
Now here's a lilting little tune sung by a group that really knows how to keep you looking your best dressed best.
There's a difference, see the difference with Stay New.
Stay New, S-T-A-N-U, the quality finishing, offered only by quality dry cleaners from coast to coast. Stay New costs nothing extra, restores the like-new look to all your clothes, makes them soil and wrinkle resistant, brings back original store-fresh texture, sparkling color, and cashmere-like feel. Stay New dry cleaners are listed in the yellow pages under the Stay New trademark. Why don't you send your next dry cleaning order to your nearest Stay New dry cleaners? All dry cleaners don't have Stay New, only the best do.
You can see the difference, feel the difference with Stay New, Stay New, Stay New.
Who's there?
It's Matt Dillon.
Hello, Marshal.
I want to talk to you, Wiley.
Sure you do. Come on in. You, come to take me up on my offer, after all?
I've come to tell you to quit going around town acting like the law.
I'm just trying to help out.
I don't want that kind of help.
Well, I don't know, Marshal Dillon. There are a lot of citizens in this town who seem to like what I'm doing.
Well, I'm not one of them.
It ain't likely that you would be.
Just what are you after, Wiley?
After?
Is it my job that you want? You want to be the marshal, is that it?
No, I don't want to be no lawman. But I wouldn't mind fixing it so you wasn't no lawman neither.
You don't want my job, huh? You want me, is that it?
Makes you nervous now, Marshal, don't it?
No. I've had men come gunning after me before.
Well, you see, Marshal, that's where I'm different. I ain't gunning for you. At least not right out.
Well, whatever it is, you're through.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm just telling you to move on.
Well, now, Marshal, I tell you to get me out of town, you're going to have to shoot me.
Well, that's up to you.
No, it ain't, Marshal. It's up to you. And I ain't going to draw on you. It ain't healthy to draw first. I had a brother that done that. He done it. He killed a man. And the marshal took him in for murder.
Ah. So that's it.
Yes, sir, that's it.
I didn't take in a man named Wiley. I'd remember that.
And I took a small advantage of you, Marshal. I just sort of changed the name from Wilson.
Wilson? Billy Wilson?
That's the one. He drew first, and they hanged him a little bit ago, remember?
He was guilty of murder.
Well, I ain't going to take no chance like that. No, sir, I ain't going to draw first. You are. When I kill you, it's going to be all nice and legal like
Now, you listen to me, Wiley. Ever since you come to town, you've been trying to show me up. You've been trying to goad me into a fight.
Looks like I come pretty close to doing a fair job, too.
Well, that isn't going to work.
Yes, it is. And there ain't nothing you can do about it, Marshal. I ain't breaking no law. I'm helping you keep the peace, ain't I? You start complaining on me, folks will think you're afraid for your job.
You're wasting your time.
I got plenty of time.
I'm not going to give you a pat hand, Wiley. If you kill me, it'll be murder. And then they'll hang you just the way they hung your brother. Now, your scheme isn't going to work.
Oh, I'll find a way to make it work, Marshal. I'll find a way.
Miss Kitty, if you'll just kindly aim me at that door the next time it comes around, I better get on.
Come on, Chester. I'll go with you.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Miss Kitty, you better watch that door. It hit me from behind.
Chester, you sure you can make it back to the office?
Well, my land, of course I can.
I think I better get somebody to walk along with you,
there
don't
ain't
you?
no need to do that. No need in the world. I'll make it just fine.
Well.
Good night, Miss Kitty.
Night.
Uh-oh. Miss Kitty?
Yeah?
You watch that door. It's downright dangerous.
Oh, I will, Chester. Good night.
Good night.
Chester, hold up a minute.
Who's it? Well, hello there, Mr. Wiley. You out keeping the peace?
As a matter of fact, I've been waiting for you.
You have?
You've been bellied up to the bar all evening.
Well, I had a few. That's a fact.
Come to think of it, Chester, I'd say you was drunk.
No, I ain't neither drunk. I'm feeling right nice, but I ain't what you'd exactly call drunk.
Any self-respecting lawman would call you drunk.
Why, they wouldn't do no such a thing.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to arrest you.
Arrest me?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world are you talking about?
Come on now, I'm going to take you in.
Look here now, you ain't going to do no such a thing with me.
You give me an argument. All right. I'll settle it. Now, maybe the marshal might feel like coming to look for me.
What about it, Doc? Is he going to be all right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure, Matt. Yeah, now, Chester, just take it. Nobody's going to hurt Chester by hitting him in the head. There, now, all right, Chester. You can sit up now.
Oh, that hurts something awful, Doc.
Yeah, I don't wonder. From the smell of whiskey around here, I'd say your head was bound to hurt, whether anybody hit you or not.
All right, listen to me, all of you. Now, who did this? Who hit Chester?
No.
Didn't anybody see who did it?
No need to ask anybody, Marshal. I did it.
You pistol whipped him, huh, Wiley?
Just didn't seem I had no choice, Marshal. Your own assistant gets rowdy out in the street.
Rowdy? Chester was never rowdy in his life.
Well, now, I don't know about
Shut
that.
up, Dobie. Okay, Wiley. Okay. You've been looking for a fight with me ever since you came to town. Well, now you got one.
All right, Marshal. Just remember, I ain't gonna draw first.
Nobody's gonna draw, Wiley. I'm just gonna beat you blue.
You'll have to draw first, Marshal, because I ain't. You'll have to draw. Well, go ahead, draw. You ain't gonna beat me.
Why, he shot the marshal.
Matt, your arm, it's bleeding.
Not yet, Doc. All right, Wiley, you drew first.
I didn't mean to. Now, don't shoot, Marshal, don't shoot.
You can stop crying, Wiley. I wouldn't want the job of burying you. But just get out of town before I change my mind.
I'll go, Marshal.
He sure ain't carrying none, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Marshal Dillon, I think you were completely right.
Shut up, Dobie. And you just remember one thing. Anytime you think I'm not doing my job, you can write to Washington for a new marshal. And until you do, I'm in charge around here, and I'll choose my own deputies. Has anybody got anything more to say? All right, then. Come on, Doc. After you get Chester patched up, you can take a look at this arm.
Tibet in the news. Who's an expert on Tibetan affairs? Who was the personal guest of the Dalai Lama in happier times at the top of the world? Why, Lowell Thomas, of course. Ask us about another part of the world, and there's every chance the answer again would be Lowell Thomas. The roving raconteur has been just about everywhere, seen just about everything. So when a story breaks, he has that extra edge of intimate first-hand experience to give extra dimension to his reporting. One of the most colorful men in the industry, one of the most striking different sounds on the CBS radio network is Lowell Thomas, heard every Monday through Friday evening with his fascinating, concise reporting. Only a network could bring you a Lowell Thomas. Only the CBS radio network does. Remember, the keen mind and formidable experience of this noted world traveler, lecturer, raconteur, and CBS newsman is an exclusive with the affiliated stations of CBS radio Monday through Friday evenings. Don't miss Lowell Thomas tomorrow evening. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. When the West was being won, Longines was there. Old records show sales of Longines watches in the silver mining towns of Colorado and Nevada, the gold mining areas of California. A fine gold watch, preferably a Longines, was one of the first luxuries purchased by a lucky prospector. For then, as now, the name Longines identified the world's most honored watch. Longines watches won their first World's Fair grand prize in 1878, won grand prizes in Paris, Brussels, Philadelphia, and at many other places. Right now, Longines watches are winning comparable successes in the accuracy competitions in European national observatories. Today, you needn't make a gold strike to own a Longines. Many beautiful models for ladies and gentlemen are priced as low as $75. Visit your authorized Longines Whitney jeweler. He will be honored to serve you.
There's
a man running toward the house.
Get back inside. Close the door.
What is it?
I don't know. Be quiet.
Don't shut me out, please. Please don't shut me out.
Open the door. Let him in, Pat. Open the door.
Here, let me hide. Will you let me hide? Rock? Oh, don't let him get me.
You hurt, mister. You hurt.
No use trying to hide, Rourke.
Don't shoot me, please. Don't.
You shot a dying man.
Yeah, he wasn't dying long.
You shot him in the back.
He was still dead.
You're a right smart boy, ain't you? Where's your daddy?
Tad.
Let the boy talk. Where's your daddy, I said?
He's dead.
You two living here all alone?
We ain't scared.
Of course you ain't. Yeah, too bad it had to happen right in your kitchen, ma'am. Rourke has had that coming a long time.
What are you going to do, mister?
Well, just nothing, ma'am. Nothing at all, if you'll let me.
What do you mean?
You just remember this was my affair, mine and Rourke's. And now walk right on out of here. Forget about it. As long as you two forget about it.
Marshal's gonna come after you, sure enough.
Tad.
Yeah, like I said, he's a real smart boy, ain't he, ma'am? I guess you're right, though. I guess he does talk a mite too much.
No, he don't talk.
Don't. I'm mighty glad to hear that. Because it'd be a shame for a bright boy like that to get his throat cut because he didn't know when to keep his mouth shut, now wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
He won't talk. I promise.
That's good. Real good. And both of you just stand quiet till I get away from here. Won't be no trouble.
What about him?
No, plumb forgot my manners. Well, I guess I better get him out of here.
Matt! Oh, Matt! Anybody here? Oh, for heaven's sake, Chester!
I'm out back here, Doc.
What in the world are you doing?
Well, hello, Doc.
What are you digging there? A set of graves?
Graves? My goodness, Doc, don't talk like that. This here's a garden.
A what?
A garden.
Well, it looks more like a buffalo wallow. Does Matt know that you're doing this right outside of his back door?
Well, no, we don't. I'm kindly surprising him. Besides, I ain't hurting nothing, Doc. Just spading up the dirt, son.
Well, I can see that.
Look, let me show you how my garden's going to be. Now, see, right here is where the beans is going. And here is the carrot. And yonder's the peas.
I don't see anything.
Well, they ain't planted yet, but I got everything ready. All I need now is the seed.
Now, where did this garden idea come from?
You.
Yeah. What do you... Me?
Well, sure. Don't you remember that time you was talking to Mr. Dillon about how people eat out here on the frontier and how they might get scullery?
Yeah, scullery?
Yeah, from not eating enough greens and sour
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Oh, that's scurvy, Chester, not scullery, no.
Well, whatever it is, I got to thinking on it and decided to do something about it so I don't get that disease,
Oh, well, that's fine, yes. But as I remember it, that talk we had was months ago.
That's right, it was. And I've been worrying about it ever since.
Oh, you're a man of action.
The trouble is, I'm broke. Plumb. I can't buy no seed.
Well, let me... Oh, no, now don't look at me.
Well, now, Doc, you'd like a plate of greens every now and then, wouldn't you?
Oh, well, sure I would, but not enough to pay for the seeds.
You might get scullery, Doc.
Scurvy, Chester, and I won't get it.
Wouldn't take very much to buy them seeds from Mr. Jonas. Just a few pennies is all, Doc, and then none of us wouldn't never have to worry again.
Well, now, Chester, suppose you did get those seeds. Now, you think everything that you plant is going to bloom like a sunflower?
Well, my gracious, Doc, this ain't no problem. You just kindly push them little old seed into the ground, and before you know it, you got vegetables.
Oh, yeah, oh, my. You're quite a farmer.
All right, now, Doc, ain't no need to smart off.
All right, Chester. All right, here's some money. There, now. Go and get your seed.
Well, thank you, Doc. And from now on, you're half owner of this garden. You can have part of whatever I grow free.
Oh, well, that's good of you, Chester.
Hey, it's pretty warm, ain't it?
It usually is in the sun.
Must be near noon.
Yeah, let me see. It's just about 12:45.
12:45. My gracious, I'm going to be late.
Late? Where are you going?
Or to meet Mr. Dillon at Delmonico.
Lunch already? What about our garden?
I'll get to it, Doc. But after all, if Dodge ain't had no green vegetables for all this time, it ain't gonna hurt us none to wait a little longer. I don't mind a man making money, Mr. Dillon, but by jing, I don't think he should be making it all off of me.
Oh, what do you mean, Chester?
Why, that Zach Holden charging 15 cents for a meal like that. I swear that steak still had a piece of the hide on it.
Prices are going up, Chester. You just gotta face it.
But it's getting so the man don't hardly have nothing left after feeding himself a little, and that's a fact. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. There's a lady going into the office.
Uh-huh.
Reckon what she wants.
And if she's like most women, we won't be long in finding out. You wanted to see me, ma'am?
You're the marshal?
Yes, and that's right, Matt Dillon. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do? I'm Cora Meadows, Marshal. My boy and I live out west of town a piece.
No? Well, won't you sit down, Miss Meadows?
Thank you.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
As long as you and Miss Meadows is going to be talking for a spell, I believe I'll just go on back and see Zach Holden about charging that outlandish price for a meal. It's still sticking in my craw.
All right, Chester, you do that.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Now, Miss Meadows.
Marshal, I don't rightly know what to do.
Well, suppose you just tell me what's the matter.
Well, that's just it, Marshal. I'm afraid of what'll happen if I tell you, and I'm afraid of what'll happen if I don't.
You need help?
Yes, Marshal. I need help, all right.
Uh-huh. Just speak right out.
Well, it's my boy. My boy, Tad. He's missing.
Oh?
I think he's taken out after that man, and he'll kill the boy if he sees him, and he'll kill me if he knows I've been here.
Wait a minute. What man are you talking about?
The one that shot that fellow out to my place yesterday. He shot him down just like he was an animal.
You're telling me there was a killing there yesterday and that your son may have gone after the murderer?
Yes, Marshal, I am.
Well, I think you better go back to the beginning and tell me the whole story.
Tell you where the man was drugged from, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, out the kitchen door, Chester. The track should be along here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Over here, Chester. See there? Looks like heel marks.
Yeah. Leading over to them bushes.
Yeah, they sure do. Come on. I don't think he'd have taken much time with him. Oh. Yeah. There he is.
Seems to me you could have took the trouble to bury him.
Well, when a man shoots you in the back, he's not going to worry about your funeral, Chester.
I've seen him before, Mr. Dillon. He was at the Long Branch lot playing cards.
Yeah, it's a gambler by the name of Rourke. Well, I guess the burying's up to us.
Yes, sir.
It's you, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Well, I came as soon as I got your message, Doc. Is there something wrong?
Yes, Matt, there is. Come to the other room.
No?
It's this youngster, Matt. I found him by the road.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
He's been beaten. Cruelly, brutally beaten. Look.
Yeah.
I didn't even know if I could bring him out of it for a while there.
Did he say who he is?
No, and that's a funny thing, Matt. He hasn't talked at all. He's been conscious most of the day, but he won't say a word.
Yeah, I guess you can blame him. Whoever did this was trying to scare him to death, even if it didn't quite kill him. Is it okay if I try to talk to him?
Oh, I guess it won't hurt him, if he'll talk. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I think so. Hello, Tad. Tad? Tad, I'm Marshal Dillon. Now, you don't have to turn your head away, Tad. I want to help you. I want to help you and help your mother. Now, you want me to catch the man who did this, don't you? I can do it if you'll help me. Look, Tad, I promise you won't get hurt anymore, and I promise that your mother won't get hurt either. Tad, look, the only way to be sure that you're safe is to bring this man in.
He's not going to answer, Matt.
No, I guess not. All right, Doc, let's leave him alone. How long are you going to keep him here, Doc?
Oh, I expect he'll be up by tomorrow if he's quiet. The boy recovers mighty fast.
Mm-hmm. Would he be well enough to stay in town with Kitty for a few days?
Oh, sure, Matt, I guess so, but if you know who he is, why don't you take him home?
Well, I'll tell you later, Doc, but there are a couple of people I want to see first. Hello, Sam.
Oh, Marshal.
Get you a drink?
No, thanks, Sam. Is Kitty around?
Yeah, she's upstairs, Marshal. Ought to be down in a minute or two.
Oh, well, I'll go on up. Thanks.
Sure.
Oh, Matt, you looking for me?
Oh, yeah. I'd like to talk to you, Kitty.
I'm coming down.
All right.
Come on over to a table. We can sit down.
No, thanks, Kitty. I haven't got time. I want to ask you to do a favor for me.
Well, sure, Matt. What is it?
I want you to take care of a small boy for me for a couple of days.
A boy? What is he, a runaway?
No, not exactly, but I'd like to have you keep him around the Long Branch for a day or two and give him the run of the place.
Doesn't sound exactly like the best surroundings for a young boy, Matt.
You're going to have to trust my judgment, Kitty. Will you do it for me?
Well, sure. I guess so, if you want me to.
I do want you to. I'll explain later.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kitty.
Oh, sure, Matt.
Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon. I'd like to talk to you, Miss Meadows.
Come in, Marshal. Tad, is it about Tad?
Yes, it is, ma'am. I'm pretty sure we found him.
Well, where is he? Is he all right?
He's at Doc Adams' office.
Doc?
He's all right now, Miss Meadows, but he's had a bad beating.
Beating?
I think the killer beat him to keep him quiet. And it worked because Tad won't talk to anybody.
I'll go get him, Marshal. I'll fetch him home.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Miss Meadows. I'd like to keep the boy in town for a few days.
No, a sick boy belongs in his own home. I'll go get him right now.
Will you listen to me for a minute, Miss Meadows? You've got to understand that as long as this man is on the loose, neither you or Tad is going to be safe.
Well, we're not going to get mixed up in that no more, Marshal. Me and Tad will stay right out here and never say a word more.
Yeah, but if the killer gets worried about you, it won't matter where you are, especially if he knows that you've been to see me.
I shouldn't have come.
No, you did right to come, Miss Meadows, and if you'll let me keep Tad in town for a few days, maybe we can get this man. Now, I'm pretty sure that he's a gambler, and he'll be back.
You mean you want Tad to help you?
Well, he won't know anything about it, ma'am. He'll be perfectly safe, I promise
Oh,
you that.
no, Marshal, you've got no right
I'm
to
not
take
talking about rights, ma'am. I'm talking about maybe saving your life and your boy's life, too.
I want him here at home.
Now, you just let him recognize that gunman for us, and he'll be home, safe and for good.
He's been hurt bad enough
He won't
already.
be hurt, ma'am. Now, Chester or I will be watching him every minute, and as soon as it's over, I'll bring him right home.
Tad's a good boy. He never had a beating before.
And I want to see that he doesn't ever have another one.
Now, Tad, there's one thing about playing poker that you might as well learn right off. It ain't so much what you've got in your hand as what folks thinks you've got. And you understand that?
I think so, Mr. Proudfoot.
Some folks just has the face for it, and that's a fact. Now, you know, lots of folks calls me poker because nobody don't never know what I got in my hand.
Give me one card, please.
All right. Now, don't you let on what you've got.
Yes, sir.
Now, that's good. That is good. You ain't letting on one bit. Now, I'll take one myself.
Oh, well,
What's the matter?
a thing like this wouldn't happen in 6 months of Sundays.
But I thought you weren't supposed to let on.
Yeah, you ain't, but you take a hand like this, a 6 and a 7 and a 9 and a 10, and then you haul off and draw an 8 and...
Mine are all blue.
You getting hungry, Chester?
No, I can last it out, Miss Kid, till Mr. Dillon comes back.
Oh, he ought to be here pretty soon. He went out to see your mother, Tad. He wanted her to know that you've been doing just fine these last few days.
Oh, yes, I hope she's fine, too. I sure like to go home.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Here, Mr. Dillon, you know what I just did?
How's Ma?
Oh, she's fine, Tad. She said to tell you not to worry about anything, and she sent you some clean clothes.
Did she say when I could come home?
That ought to be soon.
Why don't you take those clothes on up to the room, honey?
Yes, sir.
And when you come down, we'll have Sam bring you some supper.
Oh, thank you, Miss Kitty.
Mr. Dillon, you know what happened just a minute ago?
No.
I was drawn to an inside straight, and the...
What? What is it, boy?
There he is! Don't let him hit me, Marshal! Don't let him hit me no more!
Kitty, that's our man. Take the boy upstairs, will
Sure,
you?
Matt.
Come on, honey. Come on, we'll go.
What's all the commotion, Marshal? Can men walk in here for a drink? We, been waiting for you, mister. The boy and I.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw that boy before in my life.
You never expected to see him again, either. At least not alive. After that beating you gave him.
Beating? Now, you listen, Marshal.
You listen to me. That boy knows you. And so does his mother.
Well, she ain't here.
She'll be here in good time.
Marshal, you ain't taking me.
You better look out, mister. Because I'm not turning my back on you like Rourke did.
Oh, you...
You got him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, anybody can shoot a man, Chester. It's that boy's mother, what she did, that took real courage. Well, come on, let's take Tad home. I think his mother's waited long enough.
The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hi, Matt. Sam said you were waiting to see me.
Yeah, I thought maybe I could buy you a beer, Kitty.
On a hot day like this, that'd go pretty good. You sit still, Matt. I'll get it.
All right.
Where's Chester?
Oh, he's hanging around down at Moss Grimmick's.
I brought a pitcher full for you, just in case.
Thank you.
Dog days, Matt. It's days like this I wish I was back in Kansas City.
Just as bad there.
Well, at least there's something happening to keep your mind off it.
Mr. Dillon, quick, come here.
Well, what is it, Chester?
There's an elephant out here in the street.
Oh, all right, Chester.
Elephant right here on the plaza.
I could use an elephant in the street today, Matt.
You already seen Mr. Dillon doing tricks and everything.
Chester, will you get in out of the sun?
He's gone.
You know, Chester sees things even on a good day.
Oh, hey, Matt, you in here?
Yeah, Doc, I'm in here.
That sun's so bright out there.
I can hardly see you, Mac.
Well, I'm in here, Doc. Now, what do you want?
Well, I thought as marshal around here, you'd be interested in knowing that there's a elephant out in the street.
Yeah, so I hear.
But it's true, Mac. It's really true.
Well, I can't stand it any longer, Mac.
Well, neither can I, Kitty. All right, Doc, what's it really all about?
You'll see, Mac. You'll see.
Well, I'll be. By golly, you're right, Doc. There is an elephant out here.
Yeah, he's advertising the circus.
There, see him, Mr. Dillon, right over there. See him? See him? See him there?
I see him,
Well, I can't hardly wait, Mr. Dillon. That man with Jenny there giving me this handbill.
Jenny?
Yeah, that's the elephant, Jenny.
Oh. Here, let me see the handbill. Bannock's Grand International Circus and Menagerie. Bannock?
The show's going to be here tomorrow, Mr. Dillon, 2 o'clock.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, but Mr. Dillon, what's the matter with him, Miss Kitty?
Hey, mister. I'd like to talk to you.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's the law. Now, Jenny, salute the marshal. Trunk up. That's the girl.
Ah, that's very fine. Very good.
I'm Jim Conger, Marshal. Maybe you heard of me. I used to be billed as a human fly. I could climb anything, anywhere. But I got too old for it. Now I'm the best bull man there is.
Mr. Conger, are you with the Bannock show?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're planning to play here in Dodge?
Yep, tomorrow. Parade at 10, show at 2. Of course, no tickets needed for the law.
You have to have a permit to play in Dodge, you know.
We know that, Marshal. You wasn't in your office when I came looking for one.
Mr. Conger, I'm responsible for the peace in Dodge City, and I'm not going to sign a permit for this circus to play here.
Well, why's that, Marshal?
You know as well as I do why. For what happened in Hayes City and a few other towns where that show is played. I don't want any riots here in Dodge.
Oh, you know about them things?
2 people were killed in Hayes, weren't they?
Well, I reckon so, but, Marshal, that don't say it happened here.
I can't take that chance. Now, you go on back to your boss and you tell him that I won't let you play Dodge.
Oh, I can't do that, Marshal.
Why not?
She wouldn't listen to me. She's a strong woman.
She?
Yeah. Maggie Bannock. She's my wife, Maggie is. She used to be known as Dainty Margarita, the strongest woman in the world. Well, Marshal, she could lift 5 men at one time when she was younger.
Look, Mr. Conger.
Well, I'd rather not have to tell her what you said.
All right, Mr. Conger, you show me where I can find Maggie Bannock, and I'll tell her.
You know, Mr. Dillon, when I was back in Texas and the weather got extra dry and it was hot and people begun getting on each other's touch bones more than usual, you know what happened?
No, what?
Well, sir, just when it seemed like everything else had gone wrong, the circus had come to town.
Oh? Chester, what are you trying to say?
Well, back in Texas, after the circus had came and went, everything was different.
It was?
Oh, yes, sir. Somehow it didn't seem near so hot nor so dry, and you even forgot what you was fighting with your friends about.
That's the way it worked in Texas, huh?
Yes, sir, it did.
Chester, I know it's been hot, and Dodge has been pretty dull. But this particular circus isn't going to help any.
Well, why?
Because there's trouble connected with this show.
What kind of trouble?
I don't really know, Chester, but 2 people got killed over in Hayes, and there's been trouble in other places.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there they are, down by the creek.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, just look at that string of wagon, will you, with it?
Uh-huh.
Hey, looks to me like one of them is stuck in the creek bed.
Now, come on, let's get down there. ma'am.
I'm Maggie Bannock, partner.
I'm Matt Dillon from Dodge City.
Glad to know you, Dillon. You look like that other team we've been needing to move this wagon. You'll oblige, won't you?
Oh, sure.
How about Falstaff there?
Chester? Sure. Come on, give us a hand, Chester.
Look out. Mr. Dillon, you see what's in that wagon?
Oh, don't let that lion worry you. That's old terrible Tom. He hasn't got a tooth in his head. Say, what are you, Dillon, a marshal?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Boys, we made the big time. I told you we would. Come on, Marshal. Let's get that poor old cat out of that water.
All right, ma'am. Come on, Chester.
All right, Leb. Work them horses now.
I got him, Maggie.
Come on, boys. Get your shoulders into it.
All right, now.
Whipple up, Leb. Here we go. Boys, I thought we could do it.
We can, ma'am. Chester, let me have that corner, huh?
Oh, that old lion sure is watching me.
Yeah, he'll be more help where you can't see him. Get over there. That's it. All right, Maggie. Here we go again.
Come on out.
Well, I never thought I'd need a Yankee Marshal. But I guess you can't help being what you are. Thanks.
Maggie.
You aren't leaving Dodge, are you? We're going to put on a show there tomorrow.
Now, that's what I came to talk to you about.
Well, then talk.
Maggie, you can't bring your show to Dodge City.
Say, you are a big-time marshal, aren't you?
Your performance in Hayes left 2 people dead.
They came looking for trouble, and they got it, Marshal. Now get out of my way. I'm heading for Dodge.
Who started the trouble, Maggie?
I told you who started it.
Over in Kinsley, too? And Atchison? Seems like trouble follows your show, Maggie. Now, why?
You got a big badge on you, Marshal. Why don't you figure it out for yourself? Let's go, boys!
Maggie, you're not going to play Dodge.
All right, Marshal. We won't play Dodge. Does that make you feel better? Move out, lad!
All right. Seems like an awful determined lady, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, I guess you have to be to run a circus, Chester. All right, come on, let's get back to town.
Yes, sir. This way Mr. Dillon sees his parade. I swear he'll just have himself a fit on.
Chester? Oh, Chester. Where's Matt?
Miss Kitty, he slept in this morning, and I just ain't got the heart to wake him to this parade. I swear he's going to have a conniption fit when he sees that lady's planning to go ahead with her circus.
Well, that ought to wake him up if nothing else does.
Good morning, Kitty. And Chester, where's the killjoy this morning?
You mean Matt? Chester says he's still sleeping.
Sleeping with this parade going by under his nose? Oh, and ain't it fine, Doc? Ain't it just fine?
Oh, look at the 3 of you. You look like 3 grubby little kids.
Well, Mr. Dillon, I didn't know you was up.
When did it start, Chester?
Oh, about 15 minutes ago. Jenny just went by with a big sign on her back saying circus at 2 o'clock.
Why didn't you come and wake me up?
Well, I just don't know, Mr. Dillon.
You kind of go to pieces around a circus, don't you, Chester?
Well, most people do, Matt.
It looks to me like it didn't scare that circus owner too bad, Matt. And I don't mind admitting that I'm glad. I'd enjoy a little innocent entertainment for a change.
Innocent? Doc, if this circus takes place, all the entertainment you're going to get will be mending heads.
Oh, Matt. Look at all the people on the street. The word's spread all over the county. I bet people have come from miles around for this. Why would they make trouble?
I don't know, Kitty, but there must be something that sets them off. It's happened too many times.
Doc, look at that clown. He's tumbling right under the heels of them horses.
Yes, Chester, but look what's on the horses. Ever seen anything like that in pink tights before? Oh, my.
No wonder you like the circus, Doc.
Well, I do, and you should too. It's good red-blooded fun. Oh, look at those pink tights. You man.
Doc, I have to admit there's something mighty fine about hearing the music and seeing those animals and the clowns.
Are you sure it's the clowns, Matt?
Look at that man, Mr. Dillon. He's standing on 4 horses at one time. I'm going to try that.
Hey, you have enough trouble with one horse.
Oh, well, I declare I feel like I could do it, Miss Kitty.
They are, Matt. You see, there's the magic of the circus. A country boy like Chester can suddenly ride 4 horses. And whether he ever does or not doesn't make any difference at all.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Now, you're going to take that away from the hard-working people of this county?
Doc, I like a circus as much as anybody.
Well, then prove it. Don't try to stop it.
You're not changing my mind.
Oh, stubborn, that's what you are.
I may be.
The way I see it, Matt, you will have a riot on your hands if you do stop.
Mr. Dillon, look, coming around the corner. Miss Bannock riding a big white horse. Oh, look at there what she's got.
Yeah. She's carrying a Confederate flag.
So that's it. That's where the trouble starts.
Well, what are you going to do, Matt?
Good morning, Marshal Dillon. It's a fine day for a circus, isn't it?
Hold up, Maggie. I want to talk to you. I said hold up.
Let go of that bridle, Marshal. There's no law says we can't have the circus outside the town limits.
That's not what's bothering me now, Maggie. It's that flag.
Oh, that even bothers the law, don't it?
That's not what I mean.
This flag is all I got left, Marshal. My sons died holding it high. Since then, I swore I'd hold it for them. No Yankee yet has told me I had to burn it. Are you going to?
I'm not telling you to burn it. I'm just saying you shouldn't parade it through Kansas.
I do what I want, Marshal, whether it's Dodge City, Kansas, or Atlanta, Georgia. Let go of that bridle.
All right. But if you keep showing that flag, I can't be responsible for what happens to you or your men.
We take care of ourselves, Marshal. How?
What are you going to do about it, Mr. Dillon?
Hope I'm wrong, Chester. It's about all I can do right now.
Well, another hour and the circus will be starting, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one thing in your favor, Matt.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Doc. What is it?
Yeah, we've been in the Long Branch almost an hour, and I don't think more than 10 or 12 men have been in for a drink.
Well, that'll help some.
Where's Chester?
Oh, I imagine he's watering the elephant by now.
Matt, why don't you deputize 10 or 15 men and take them out there to the circus? Stop the trouble before it starts.
Well, I thought of that, Kitty, but it won't work.
Well, why not?
Do I put guns in the hands of 15 Yankees or 15 Southerners?
This is it, boys. Last chance to wet your whistle before
Yeah, I see.
I'm ready. Hey, barkeep, how about some service here? We're in a hurry. We got something to do, ain't we, boys?
You stay here, Kitty. I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, boys, look at here. Circus lover himself.
Baxter,
Good.
I want to know why you're dressed that way.
This little old Confederate coat, Marshal. What do you care?
I've never seen you wear any part of your uniform before.
Ain't had reason to wear it since the war ended.
Then why today?
Ain't you heard? This is my passport to the circus. All us Johnny Rebs. Maggie lets us in free, long as we got a piece of the old uniform on.
A piece of uniform and a gun. Is that your ticket to the circus?
Marshal, you're making a big thing out of this. We just come in for some drink.
The Long Branch is closed, Baxter.
Since when?
Since just now. Your boys have had enough to drink.
Just drinking our way out to the circus, Marshal. You ain't going to try to kill that fun, too, are you?
And And what is that supposed to mean?
Why, the whole town knows how you try to keep the circus from playing. People are saying you're stepping outside your duties, Marshal. Ain't that right, boy?
Yeah. You saying it too, Baxter?
Yeah, I'm saying it too. Only difference is I'm saying it this way.
Now, does anybody else want to try me?
Get him, boy. He's just another danged old Yankee.
Come on.
Yankee.
Now, the next man that makes a move, I'll shoot him in the leg. All right, start walking, all of you.
Walking? Where to?
Jail.
Marshal, you can't lock us up. We're going to the circus.
No, you're not. You're going to jail.
For what? We ain't done nothing.
Doc, these men look drunk to me. What do you think?
Never seen anything worse.
What are you talking about?
All right, you men. The doctor says you're drunk. Now start walking.
Hey, Jenny, you want a piece of this apple? Yeah, you hear that, Jenny? That was my music for my climbing act back in the old days. Yes, sir, I'd go in there and climb that center pole faster than any man in the business. Oh, Jenny, you're the only woman I ever loved outside of Maggie. Here, have some more apple, huh? Come on.
Jim.
Right. Oh, howdy, Marshal. Didn't know anyone was around. Suppose you heard me talking to Jenny here.
Yeah, I heard you, Jim.
You probably think I'm kind of crazy.
No, I don't, Jim. Look, I need your help. That crowd's getting mean in there, and I got to slow them down.
I know, Marshal. You hang that flag off the top of that center pole in there, and they fight the war all over again. Maybe if Maggie had sons in the war, she would have let it end proper like.
What? She told me her sons died defending that
flag. No, Marshal. We never had no children. We always wanted some. And when the war came along, Maggie went in as a nurse. She saw a lot of the boys die, and each one was just like her own. And she just never got over it.
Yeah, so that's it.
Look, what can I do, Marshal? This thing's got to stop. I tried to tell Maggie, but she just won't listen to me.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do, Jim. You can find me 6 men that think the way you do and have them meet me by the main tent right away. Now, do you men understand what I want you to do?
Yeah, they got it, Marshal. They cut the rope when you give the word. That crowd's getting meaner every minute.
Yeah. All right, then you men go on before it's too late.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Dillon?
You just follow me and do what I tell you.
Where are you going?
In there.
All right. I'll go too, Marshal.
Well, that's the start of it. Come on, Chester. All right, listen to me. Forward! Chester, fire a couple of rounds from the air. Now, everybody, settle down. Quiet now.
Marshal, you keep out of this. Them Yankees started the trouble.
Listen, everybody. I've got men stationed around outside this tent. If any man leaves his seat before the show's over, I'll have him cut the ropes and drop the tent.
Don't let him buffalo you. He wouldn't dare.
Maggie, I will if you make me.
It's that flag up there that's causing all this trouble. I'm going to bring it down.
No, Jim! You'll fall!
Mr. Dillon looked at him climb that pole.
Jim!
Jim!
Don't try it!
Jim, please! Please, Jim, you can't climb no more!
I'm doing it, Maggie. Look here, Maggie. I got it. I got your flag, Maggie. The war's over.
Oh, he fell, Mr. Dillon.
Stand back, Chester. Hey, you take it easy, Jim. It's all right now.
Jim. Jim. Oh, my poor Jim. Why did you try?
Maggie, darling, I had to.
you wouldn't let the war end.
But I will, Jim. Don't die. I will, I promise. I'll never put the flag up again, Jim.
Maggie, I'm sorry.
Maggie.
I lost the last of my boys, Marshal. Jim was the last of them. Would you lay him out gently?
Yes, ma'am. Chester?
And Marshal, you can bury the flag with him.
Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Tom Hanley, with editorial supervision by John Meston. CBS Radio is proud to announce that effective with today's programs, 7 new stations have joined the network. They are stations WKMH Detroit, WKMF Flint, WKHM Jackson, WHLS Port Huron, WLEW Bad Axe, and WSGW Saginaw, all in Michigan, and station WTOD in Toledo, Ohio. More listeners than ever in the Midwest are now able to enjoy the superior programming of CBS Radio. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
All right, Letty. You mind what I say now? You stay down on that bed. I'll look in on you in a day or so. Oh, sorry to have kept you waiting out here so long, Kitty. But Letty had a lot on her mind.
That's all right, Doc. Kind of nice sitting here with the evening breeze blowing.
Yes, the air moves around more out here than it does in town, and that's a fact. Come on.
Is Letty going to be all right?
No, Kitty, she isn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's her own fault.
That sounds kind of heartless, Doc.
No, I mean it. She calls me out here to tend to her when she feels bad enough, and then she never pays any attention to what I say.
What do you mean?
Well, sure as I'm driving this buggy, she's up on her feet right now. Oh, yes, doing some hard chore around the place. Wearing herself right down into another spell. Oh, I'm telling you, I just do not know how women do it.
Well, they'll tell you the work won't get done by itself.
Oh, yes, they tell me that, all right, but there's not a bit of sense to it. Waiting a day or two to scrub a floor wouldn't matter, not at all.
It would to a woman.
Oh, now you see. Oh, you're all alike.
Oh, come on, Doc. Let's not argue our way back to Dodge. I don't get a chance to ride out on your calls with you very often. I don't want to spoil it by having to defend womankind. Or mankind either, for that matter.
All right, Kitty. I'm kind of sorry we can't stay out a little longer.
Yeah, I am too. It's not exactly refreshing in the Long Branch these hot nights.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, if it weren't for that fool Hud Perkins, we wouldn't have to hurry back.
Something the matter with Hud?
No, I doubt it. I doubt if there's anything wrong with him that a little less whiskey wouldn't cure. But I promised him I'd look him over when I got back to town.
He sure does a lot of talking about how good your doctoring is. You better take good care of him, Doc. He'll drum you up a lot of business.
Nah, he just needs somebody to tell him every so often that he hasn't got a fatal disease. Yet. And that makes him real good and friendly. Till the next time.
Well, he's your friend, that's for certain. Doc, look, there's somebody standing in the road up ahead. Doc, it's an Indian.
I see him, Kitty. Just sit quiet.
He's not going to move out of the road.
He wants us to stop.
He's got a gun?
No. Don't be frightened, Kitty. No. Just sit still.
Yeah.
Why do you stop me? What do you want?
You, doctor?
Yes, I'm the doctor.
You come.
You want me to come with you?
Other way. You come.
What does he mean?
Well, it means to turn the buggy around and go back the way we came.
Other way.
There's another one, Doc, on a horse, back at that tree.
Yes, I see him. I expect we better do what they want. Sorry it's so rough, Kitty. It's mighty uneven ground.
I'll make it fine, Doc.
Oh, I wish I knew where we were going. How far? Where do you take us? Not exactly gabby, that's one thing.
I don't feel too talkative myself.
No, neither do I. Oh.
What?
Look at that, Kitty. In those cottonwoods by the river.
Doc, I feel a little sick.
By golly, there's a lot of them. They've set up quite a camp down there. We'll be stopping soon. You just sit straight and quiet.
Yeah, all right, Doc.
And don't be afraid.
No.
You stop.
The men, they're walking all around us.
Don't show any fear.
No.
Is there a chief among you? I will speak to your chief.
I am Little Wolf. I am chief.
You will tell me why I've been brought here?
You are a doctor.
Yes? Yes, I'm a doctor.
Walk down. Out of buggy.
Little Wolf has not told me why his braves have brought me here.
My son. He is sickened.
Oh, you want me to look at him?
You will make him strong. Walk down.
If I look at your son, Little Wolf, the woman here in the buggy, she'll be safe.
You will be safe.
The chief will give his word.
Little Wolf gives his word.
I will come with you. You just sit quiet, Kitty. You'll be all right. The chief means what he says.
I hope so, Doc.
I won't be long. All right, Little Wolf. Show me the boy.
Come. This way.
There is no medicine man with Little Wolf?
Medicine man made magic. The boy still sickens.
And you think I can cure him?
Little Wolf was prisoner with white men. He saw white man's magic bring strength to fallen soldier. You make my son strong. Yeah, he lies in there. Go in.
Yes. I see. All right, little wolf. I'll have a look at him. Let me get down so I can see him. Yes, he has a fever. Erratic pulse. How long since your son has spoken?
Yesterday, sunrise.
I see.
He will be well.
Your son's a sick boy. A very sick boy.
You make him strong.
I will try.
You will stay here, in lodge with my son.
If I stay, little wolf, there must be a bargain.
You bargain for the life of my son?
I would bargain for the woman. She is to go free.
If woman goes free, she will bring soldiers.
No, I'll speak to her. I will tell her of your son. She will not bring the soldiers.
Better she stay here.
I have told you, little wolf. She will not bring the soldiers.
Doctor give me his word?
The doctor gives his word.
The woman can go.
You know, Mr. Dillon, the prairie ain't half ugly this time in the morning, is it?
I don't know how you can see it at all, Chester. The sun isn't even up yet.
Yeah, I know. Maybe that's why it don't bother me none.
Yeah.
Only trouble is, I always get hungry long about sunup.
Hungry? You ate just an hour ago.
Well, yes, sir, I know that.
I don't know how you ever made out in the Army, Chester.
Oh, it wasn't too bad. Not working around the supply wagons like I done. Mr. Dillon, what do you reckon Mort Huggins wants with us? I mean, you figure it's important enough that we have to ride a full day out to his place and back?
You didn't have to come, you know.
Well, I know. There ain't nothing to do in Dodge except whittle and spit.
Well, you could have found Doc and told each other lies for a while.
That ornery old cuss won't stir out of bed till midday.
Oh?
Yes, sir. He took Miss Kitty with him in the buggy yesterday, and while he paid some calls, they wasn't even back when I went to bed. Wasn't no lamp burning in his place, and Miss Kitty wasn't at the Long Branch.
Yeah, I know. Well, an evening off won't hurt either one of them. They work pretty hard, you know.
Yes, sir, I suppose they do. But I can't help thinking that just about the time this old prairie's hot as a cook oven, Doc will be ambling along Front Street on his way to have a noontime beer with Miss Kitty. And Miss Kitty will be there cool and comfortable, sitting on a stool. Sam will be pouring cold beer into great big pitchers, and everybody will be
for
sitting
heaven's
around
sake,
me.
Chester, if you're going to grumble all the way out to Mort Huggins' place, you better turn around and start home right now.
Oh, no, sir, I like it. I like it just fine.
All right, then, let's ride. We amble along like this, we won't be home before dark.
Whoa. Moss.
Why, Miss Kitty.
Help me down, will you, Moss?
Sure.
Oh.
Here.
Thanks.
You want to sit down?
No, I'll be all right.
From the looks of that horse, this rig's been running most of the night.
Yeah, it has.
Oh? I waited up quite a spell for the doc to come in. You must have run into a real bad case out there somewhere.
Real bad case. He's still out there.
Well, I'll fix it for somebody to go out and fetch him. I'll hit you up a fresh horse. I can send to Petersburg.
No, Moss, don't do that.
Why, you ain't just gonna leave him out there to walk home, are you, Miss Kitty? Where is Doc, anyway?
Don't ask me that, Moss, because I can't tell you.
You mean you don't know where you been?
I mean, I can't tell you.
What?
Have you seen Matt this morning?
Why, yes, ma'am. He and Chester come got their horses before sunup. Rode out to the Huggins place. Be back late this afternoon, they said.
Oh. Well, if you see him before I do, will you ask Matt to come down to the Long Branch? I want to talk to him right away.
Sure I will, Miss Kitty.
Thanks, Moss.
Miss Kitty, You sure you feel all right?
Yeah, thanks. I'm all right. You just be sure to tell Matt.
You sure you don't want me to fetch you some dinner, Kitty? It's way past noontime.
No, thanks, Sam. I don't feel like eating just yet. This coffee's fine.
Body should keep her strength up. Oh, no, not him again.
Who's that, Sam?
Hud Perkins. He's been asking after you all morning.
Huh?
You want me to send him away, Kitty?
No, Sam. I'll talk to him.
Kitty?
Yeah, Hud.
Well, I've been in here looking for you on and off all morning.
What's on your mind?
I want to know where Doc is. That's what's on my mind. He was supposed to doctor me last night.
Well, he had to stay with somebody sicker than you are, Hud.
Letty Green? Why, there ain't nothing wrong with her to amount to anything. Lim told me she's up and around already.
Not Letty Green.
He give me his word he'd be here. He ain't got no right to go back on his word like
Hud,
that.
for heaven's sake.
Besides, there's something mighty strange going on. Moss Grimmick says you brung Doc's buggy in yourself. Now, why would Doc want to go and let you take his buggy?
I didn't steal it, Hud.
It don't make no sense. How's Doc going to get back to Dodge?
Don't you worry about it. He'll get back.
You bet he will, because I'm going after him. Must have headed west from Lem Green's
Now, Hud,
place.
you just leave things alone. Don't worry about Doc.
Well, it appears to me that somebody better worry about him. Leaving him stranded off somewheres that way. I'm going to fetch you.
Now, wait a minute, Hud.
I'll take along an extra horse, and I'll bring him back.
Now, listen to me, Hud Perkins. Don't go meddling in things you don't know anything about.
I know enough not to leave Doc out there.
If you go after him, you can endanger Doc's life and your own, too.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I say.
Doc in some kind of trouble?
He won't be if you leave him alone.
Sounds like somebody's holding him, forcing him to stay. Is that the way it is?
I didn't say that.
Well, I ain't gonna let nothing like that happen to Doc. He's got plenty of friends in this town. We'll go break him
Now,
loose.
Hud.
Hey, listen here, everybody. It seems to me old Doc's in some kind of trouble. We ain't gonna stand for that now, are we?
Hud, stop it.
We'll just go get on our horses and go get him. Come on now, we'll meet in front of the depot in an hour.
No.
Let's go.
Wait, Hud. Listen, come back here. You'll get him killed. You fools, you'll get him killed. Come back here.
You sure couldn't stop him, Kitty.
No, Sam, I couldn't. And if Matt doesn't get back, I guess there's nobody you can.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, a day like today could drive a man to take a midweek bath.
Yeah, Chester, it did get pretty dirty out there, didn't it?
Pretty dirty. Ooh-wee. Say, you can tell folks you spent the best part of the day looking for 3 old sows.
Well, if they ask me, I'll tell them, yeah.
That's a fine thing for a U.S. Marshal to be doing. You really think Mort Huggins thought them old sows was stole?
Sure he thought so, Chester. Mort Huggins is a good man. He wouldn't get us out there on
On a wild sow chase? Did you hear that, Mr. Dillon? A wild sow
I heard
chase.
it, Chester.
Yeah, well, that was kind of a joke. You see,
Yeah.
I could have said
well,
a wild...
I can think of a better one.
What?
A picture of you rooting those mired-down sows out of that slough.
I guess that was a sight, all right.
You take my horse on around to the livery stable, will you, Chester? I want to get right back to the office.
Yes, sir, I will.
Matt!
What? Oh, hello, Kitty.
I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, what's the trouble?
It's Doc. They'll kill him, sure. That Hud Perkins is
Hud
taking
Perkins? Well, why would Hud Perkins want to kill
Well, it's
Doc?
not Hud, Matt. It's the Indians. Doc made me promise not to send help.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Just hold up a minute and start over again now, will you? Now, where is Doc?
He's in an Indian camp on the river.
Well, what's he doing there?
Well, they stopped us and they made Doc stay with them. The chief's son's very sick. But they'll kill him, sure, if that crazy Hud Perkins rides up there with his drunken bunch.
You mean Hud Perkins has set out to rescue Doc?
Yeah, Matt, but he doesn't know about the Indians.
Well, how's that?
Doc bargained with the chief. If he let me go, I wouldn't tell about it and send help, so I didn't tell Hud.
Oh, I see.
But with all this going on, I thought I'd better tell you. Was I right, Matt?
Yeah, Kitty. Yeah, you were right.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think Hud Perkins would be fool enough to ride all night, do you?
Well, I don't know, Chester. He's not the kind to stop and figure things out.
He sure ain't. The simpleton, he don't even know where he's headed for.
And I hope we find him in time to tell him. Well, looks like we're having a little luck. Somebody's fired down that wash there.
Reckon it's Hud's?
Well, I hope it's Hud's. Come on.
Hey, the Marshal.
Hi, Marshal.
I'm looking for Hud Perkins.
Oh, Marshal. Chester, mighty glad you come to join us.
Well, now, that ain't exactly
I want
the
to
reason
talk
we-
to you, Hud.
Sure, Marshal. There's coffee on the fire.
I want you to take your men and turn around and go home.
What'd you say?
I want you to go on back to Dodge.
Now, listen, Marshal. I set out to get Doc out of a fix, and I mean to do it.
You know where he is?
No, but we'll find him. Come morning, we're going to spread out. We'll find him.
You know what kind of a fix he's in?
That don't matter none. I'm going to get him out of it, that's all. A good friend like Doc, it don't matter to me who's holding him.
Well, it ought to matter.
Don't make no difference to me.
Not even if it's Indians?
Indians?
A moving band of Indians down the river away. They're holding Doc to tend to the chief's son.
Oh, that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's the way it is. And the sooner you turn around and head back to Dodge, the better.
Marshal, I ain't afraid of no Indians. We ain't afraid of no Indians, are we, boys? If the Indians have old Doc, we'll just break him loose, won't we, boys?
All right, be quiet, all of you. Now listen to me. Is there anybody here who thinks he's a better friend of Doc Adams than I am? Well, is there? All right, then. You know that I'm as interested in getting him out as anybody is.
Well, let's go get him, man.
And I'll tell you one thing for sure. If you all ride out on that Indian camp, you won't be doing Doc a favor. The least that'll happen is that you'll get him killed. And there'll probably be an Indian uprising to boot. Now, the best thing you can do for Doc is to turn around and go home and let me handle this.
You figure to take care of it alone, Marshal?
If it can be done at all, that's the only way to do it.
Well, now, listen to him, boys. The Marshal thinks he can do the job better than all us together.
Look, I know about these things. It's my job to know about them. Now, you go on, Hud. You go on back to Dodge, and you take these men with you.
You always got to be the whole show, don't you, Marshal? Well, that may work in Dodge City, but it don't work out here. You tell me to go back to Dodge, you got a fight on your hands.
All right, Hud. You suit yourself.
You ain't giving me no more orders.
Want me to get his gun, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, I think he's through. Now, any of the rest of you set on riding out of that camp? Because if you are, you're going to have to fight me before you fight any Indians. All right, then. Pick up Hud and get him back to Dodge. Come on, Chester. Let's see what we can do for Doc.
He sure must have saw us coming by now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, at least they haven't started shooting. So let's leave the horses here, Chester, and walk into camp. We won't look so much like the cavalry that way.
White men stopped.
They've saw us now, all right. All around us.
You just stand steady. We come in peace.
White men wear guns.
Our guns stay covered.
Indian guns not covered.
You reckon they're going to shoot?
I don't know, Chester. Just don't make any fast moves.
It's all right. It's all right. They're friends of mine. The two white men are friends of mine. Yeah, it's all right now. It's all right, I tell you. You can put your guns down.
My gracious alive, Mr. Dillon, them Indians is doing just what he says to do.
Hello, Matt and Chester. Well, you can be thankful that I was here.
Well, I am, Doc. But you don't seem very glad to see us.
And I told Kitty not to send anybody after me.
That's a long story, Doc.
I'm not interested in any long stories, Matt. Now that you've come now, how do you figure to get me back to Dodge? Riding behind one of you two?
Well, to tell you the truth, Doc, we figured to get you out the best way we could.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't rely on you to work things out. Oh, You there, bring me my horse.
Doc, you mean they give you your very own horse to keep?
Why, certainly, Chester. That was part of the bargain. If I cured the boy, I got a horse and my freedom.
What about the other part of the bargain, Doc? What if you hadn't cured the boy?
Well, that's pretty simple, man. I wouldn't have needed the horse.
Gunsmoke has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Doc, how could you get sweet-talked into a spot like this? I just can't understand it.
No, I think you've got it all wrong, Mr. Dillon. It's kindly honor. And I'm just proud to know, Doc.
Oh, now, don't listen to him, Chester. Just hold up that looking glass while I try this thing on.
How's this?
Yeah, just a little bit to the left. Now, hold it right there.
You're not going to wear that.
My goodness. Now, what's the matter with you? You two are pretty smug, aren't you?
Well, now, Doc,
Anyone with an ounce of brains knows that an umpire wears a stovepipe hat.
Well, yes, but that's Arthur Meeker's undertaking hat.
And it happens to be the only one in town.
Looks like to me that Meeker's trying to promote a funeral.
Wait, let me look at this again. Yes, you're right. Yes, I hate to admit it, but it does look kind of silly.
Well, we've won 1 point anyway.
Yes. Chester.
Yeah, Doc.
Maybe you'd step next door to the depot and see if anything came for me on the evening stage.
Well, sure. What was you expecting?
Well, I sent back to the Brooklyn Eagle for a copy of Chadwick's Rules.
Rules? Why, you got the boys' book of games. The rules all in there.
Chester?
Yes, sir?
Don't argue with the umpire.
Oh, sure. But anybody knows the rules. How he expects to be an umpire if he don't know the rules?
Oh, Matt Chester. Matt, what in the world have you got such a long face for? You're not really expecting trouble.
Yes, I am, Doc.
But why?
I just can't seem to get it through your head that baseball isn't the same game you keep talking about. It's changed.
Well, the rules maybe have changed, but it's still a gentleman's game. Why, back east, the Saturdays I spent watching the Knickerbockers and the Mutuals.
But those were businessmen, Doc, playing for a keg of beer and a little exercise. These are professionals.
I know that, but what about it?
Look, even if you can keep the gamblers and the hoodlums and the drunks away, the fanatics, the fans, as they call them, are always stirring up some kind of a ruckus. And if none of them cause trouble, the chances are the teams themselves will start a free-for-all.
Well, I'll admit we do have a few hotheads in town who might carry their loyalty a little too far, but I don't think...
Oh, hello, Mr. Lindstrom.
Hello, Marshal. Hey, Doc, why ain't you over there?
Over where?
At the Long Branch.
Now, Lindstrom, why should I be at the Long Branch?
The whole Eastern team is there, and we got to have our meeting with them.
Well, that meeting's supposed to be at the Dodge House at 9:30, isn't it?
And if you wait that long, you're going to have to stack them like cardwood and haul them there in the buckboard.
Well, he was there all right. Hello, Mr. Lindstrom.
Hello, Chester.
And Chester, did you get it?
Agent says it's been there for 2 days, and what you want...
And never mind that. Just give it to me, please.
Well, I was just telling you what the agent said.
Lindstrom, you meet me at the Dodge House in 20 minutes.
Where you going, Doc?
Where do you think I'm going?
Oh, it's starting already. And I'm coming with you.
Well, that meeting ain't supposed to be...
Come on, Chester. We're going to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, but I thought...
Just come along. We're going to give Doc his first look at the Eastern All-Star Professional Baseball Club.
I know he's supposed to be the manager and all, but Mr. Lindstrom sure is taking this game serious.
Well, anything he does, he takes serious.
Maybe he's going out of his way.
Oh, what's he done now?
You know he went clear up to Fort Dodge last week.
Yeah, what about it?
He talked Colonel Whitfield into releasing 4 enlisted men for the game. He said they'd strengthen up the team.
Players?
Yes, sir. 4 men he heard about that played with Duryea Zouaves during the war.
Did you hear that, Doc?
4 men from that 165th New York infantry team playing for Dodge.
I heard it. It'll make it a better game. There's certainly nothing unethical about it. The All-Stars take anybody from anywhere as long as they play good ball.
Now, that may not be unethical, but it sure shows Lindstrom isn't thinking of this as just a friendly exhibition.
Yeah, Matt, you're sure doing your best to scare me off.
Now, Doc, I'm just trying to bring you down to earth. Maybe a look at the All-Stars will do it. Come on.
Matt, if you hadn't walked in that door when you did, I was just going to send for you.
You mean the Eastern All-Stars?
You can call them that if you want. I've already thought of 100 better names for them.
Yeah, they're pretty loud, Kitty, but they're not armed, and they're not fighting.
Oh, I know. Like their manager says, they're just playful.
Well, if it gets any worse, I'll stop him. But I brought Doc over to take a close look at the gentleman athletes he's going to be umpiring tomorrow. How about finding us a table, huh?
Oh, sure. How's this table, Matt?
That's fine. 3 beers, huh?
I'll bring them to you.
Well, Doc, now you just relax and look them over.
My land, Doc. Them fellows sure do look rough and ready.
I see how they look, Chester.
You know, it's not too late to back out, Doc.
I am not going to back out.
Here you are. 3 beers for 3 gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Kitty.
Thank you. Oh, my land. Look at that fellow over there.
Why, he looks like he's been teasing a wild horse from behind with a sharp stick. Yeah, look at that face. No teeth in front, a squishy nose.
I'm only guessing, but I'd say he has to be the catcher.
And them fingers. That left hand looks like a branch of a gnarly oak.
All right. Every profession has its price, Chester.
It's just a lot of fooling.
Well, Doc, there's one of the hotheads I was talking about.
Where?
Over there, Ziff Williams, talking to one of the players.
He sure is red in the face.
Yeah. And he's wearing a gun, too. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, boy.
Now, look here, I wasn't making fun of your boys.
I wonder if you dance as good as you talk.
Well, you take off your gun and we'll see who does the dance.
Why?
All right, that's enough, Ziff. You the manager of these players?
That's right. Manager and pitcher.
What's your name?
Asa Granville.
All right, tell me, Granville, what did you do to get this man so riled up?
Nothing. He wanted to bet on the game, and when I offered him fair odds, he got mad.
Is that right, Williams?
There wasn't no bet. There was a brag about how good the All-Stars are.
Marshal, he wanted to bet on Dodge to win. And I laughed because I'd be stealing his money.
Yeah? And then what?
Well, to give him a fair shake, I offered to bet even money that we'd score at least 100.
Williams, I think this man was saving you from making a fool of yourself. Nobody in town except you and Lindstrom really thinks Dodge has a chance to beat the All-Stars.
That's all you know about it, Marshal. I got faith in our boys, even if the rest of you ain't.
Well, I can't stop you from having an opinion, Williams. But I'm going to tell you one thing. If you plan to be at that game tomorrow, you better check your gun at my office till it's over. Now, you better get on home.
Marshal,
Well, thank you, Marshal. I've done a lot of arguing in my time, but I'll never against a gun.
Well, I've done you a favor. Now I want you to do me one.
What is it, Marshal?
You seem to be the only sober one of your crowd, so see how fast and how quiet you can get your boys out of here and over to their rooms at the Dodge House.
I guess they were getting a little loud, weren't they?
Yeah.
They should be getting to bed anyway.
And when you get them put away, just remember that you still got a meeting in the lobby at the hotel.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Okay.
All right, boys, come on.
Well, Kitty, I think this place will start to quiet down in a few minutes.
Thanks, Matt.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
You stay in case Kitty needs you. I'm going to escort Doc here over to the Dodge House.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, come on, umpire.
Your Columbia phonograph dealer has it. The new Sound of Pleasure, Stereo One by Columbia. #1 in the wonderful world of sound. Just wait until you hear the beautiful sound of true three-dimension stereophonic high fidelity. It's a thrilling experience that makes all your records, stereo or regular, sound better. There's a complete selection of Columbia Stereo One phonographs, ranging from smart new portables to handsome single and twin-unit consoles, crafted like fine furniture. And there's a Columbia Stereo One phonograph for every room, for every budget, and for every listening need. No matter what you want in stereo, Columbia has it. And your Columbia phonograph dealer is headquarters for Columbia phonographs. Portables are priced as low as $24.95, and elegant console models start at the amazingly low price of $129.95. See them all. Hear them at your Columbia phonograph dealer.
Now, as I understand it, Granville, you play New York baseball.
Well, we can play the Massachusetts game, but it just don't have the same pep. And we play strictly a fly game.
You mean the batter ain't out if the ball is caught on the mound?
That's right.
Oh, my, we've been playing that way for years now. You must really think we're backwoods out here in Dodge.
I don't think he intended any offense, Lindstrom.
Well, maybe not. Now, Doc, what about that licorice ball?
What about it?
Well, it's Lem's best pitch.
Do you Eastern fellas use it?
No, not anymore.
Well, how come?
Well, it ain't really a rule, but generally before a game we agree that neither pitcher can chew licorice.
Well, I think that's unfair.
Oh, if you want to use a licorice ball, go ahead. Won't bother us none. Just messy, that's all.
What's messy about a little licorice on a ball?
Winston, if you'll hold your mouth for just a minute, there are some other things that should be settled first, and we'll get to them. But first of all, the game will be 9 hands.
Innings.
Huh?
They call them innings now.
Oh, all right. 9 innings. 3 outs to a side per inning. Now, at the end of that time, the team with the most aces...
A team with the most runs.
All right. Come on. Get on with it.
Yes. Now, Chadwick's newest rule book of baseball. I have it right here, and we shall read it. The batsman calls the pitch. That's what it says. He can call for a high ball, a low ball, or a middle ball. If the umpire decides the pitch was in the area called for, he shall rule it as a strike, even though the batsman does not swing. 3 strikes are out. Are there any questions?
Well, not on that, but what about that walk thing?
Oh, the walk. Well, I'd like to explain that, Doc, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, yes.
Well, you see, we found the game was dragging, so the association passed a rule that if the umpire calls 9 unfair balls against a pitcher, the batsman can walk to first base, and the next batter comes up.
Oh, my, that sounds awful tough on the pitcher.
Oh, they're even talking about cutting it down to 8 balls next year.
Excuse me just a minute, Jim. But Chester, don't just stand there in the door wiggling your fingers. If you want to see Matt, come on in.
Well,
I'm sorry, Doc.
I'll come out there, Chester. You go right ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you, Matt. Yes, sir. Now, let me see. We will continue reading here. The pitcher shall release the ball no closer than 45 feet from home plate. His feet shall be together at the time of the pitch. The elbow shall be stiff, and the pitching hand shall not rise above the belt. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Doc, I got a few questions, and they're all for Mr. Granville.
Well, go ahead.
Do you or your players ever bet on the games you play?
Why, of course we do.
Do your players ever bet against themselves?
What are you getting at, Marshal?
Just answer my question.
Well, we do not.
I'm not talking about betting whether you win or lose. I know you've never lost a game. I'm talking about sucker bets.
Why, you heard me turn down a sucker bet at that saloon. And the bet I offered was square.
Yeah, I know. You offered to bet you'd score more than 100 runs, and you said it good and loud in front of everybody. And made you look real honest. So after you left, your ringers could move in and clean the town.
I swear, Marshal, I don't know what you're talking about.
Chester, I want you to tell everybody here what you just told me.
Well, there's 2 gamblers over at the Long Ranch right now, strangers in town, and they're taking all comers. The gamblers is giving good odds that the All-Stars won't score more than 50 runs. Just about everybody in Dodge is betting they will.
Well, I sure don't know who the gamblers are, but they ain't very smart.
Unless maybe they know something that I don't.
Like what?
If you and your boys are as good as you're supposed to be, you're the only ones who can make sure that you didn't score more than 50 runs. And it could just be that those gamblers are betting with your money.
Well, I'm not going to answer that, Marshal. But if you want to get rich fast, sell everything you got and take the bet they're off.
That's the last thing I'd do. But if I'm wrong, Mr. Granville, you'll have an apology from me before you leave town tomorrow.
You better start thinking it up right now, Marshal.
But if I'm right, you and your boys won't be leaving. Well, Chester?
By Jing, Mr. Dillon, I'm glad you're here.
How's the game going?
See there? Pretty bad. Them All-Stars just ain't no good at all. In the 3 innings they've batted, Lem struck out 7 of them. They ain't got a single run.
How many runs for Dodge?
4, but we sure didn't deserve them, and we're going to get more. There ain't nobody out, and that Granville ain't pitching the ball nowheres near Willie Linson. Ball 8.
I had to wait for an answer from St. Louis, or I'd have been here sooner.
Did you find out anything about them gamblers?
Yeah, plenty. Have you got them spotted?
Yes, I have. Right on the edge of the crowd over there by first base, see?
Yeah, I see them. Let's watch this a minute.
All 9, take your pace. See there? He walked Willie on purpose.
Yeah. Who's this coming up?
It's one of them players I was telling you about that Lindstrom got from Fort Dodge. I don't know his name.
Tell me something, Chester.
What?
Don't these all-stars look to you like maybe they're scared?
Well, they sure look kind of nervous. Now, that's the first real hit we've had.
Yeah, that's a good one, all right. At least 2 bases. That should score Willie easy.
Willie's stopping at third.
Yeah, he can't make it home if he doesn't keep moving.
Well, why would he stop?
I don't know. Looks like the third baseman's talking to him.
Well, now, if that don't beat all... Look. Now he's coming on again. Look at that boy run!
I want to talk to Willie. Come on. That was a good play, Willie.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Marshal.
You always stop and talk to the baseman?
Look,
Willie, there's something strange about the way this game is going. I want you to tell me what it is.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. Now, you tell me.
All right. I promised I wouldn't, but... Well, them all-star boys is really scared. Afraid they'll get shot.
What?
That's what the third baseman was telling me. There's 2 rifles pointed right at him from the loft of Wolford's feed store. Right through that open window.
Oh, yeah. Now, I figured.
They have a clean shot at every all-star player on the field. And any man that plays too good is as good as dead.
Okay, Willie, thanks.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Go after the 2 men in the loft?
Mr. Dillon, you can't go up them outside stairs. You'd be walking right into rifle fire.
There's a ladder to the loft inside the store, Chester. I think I can surprise them. Oh, and in the meantime, you keep an eye on those 2 gamblers. And Willie...
Yeah, Marshal?
You get back to the other players like nothing happened, huh?
Today, a great premium is placed on speed. Speed of transportation, communication, of automation. In keeping with today's accelerated pace, it's understandable that millions of Americans prefer to hear the events of the day via radio, the swiftest, most concise news medium of all. CBS News maintains its top reputation in the field of news reporting and commentary. Skilled newsmen in our central bureaus of CBS News constantly monitor their many sources of news in this country and abroad, so each broadcast will be accurate and up to the minute. In addition to the many news broadcasts heard each day on CBS Radio, weeknights, veteran CBS newsman Lowell Thomas continues to bring you the colorful brand of news commentary that's long kept him one of America's most familiar, most popular voices on the air. Make it a habit to hear Lowell Thomas and the many more broadcasts of CBS News right here on CBS Radio.
When them fellows say they're going to pay us the $50 right after the game, sure wouldn't dare pull the same thing in St. Louis. Of course not. You don't think them fellas are doing this just for the money they can pick up here in Dodge? They ain't. Mostly they want them all-stars to look bad here, so when the St. Louis fans read about it, they'll think their team has a chance. Then these fellas will be able to bet big on the all-stars and really clean up. That's what I call
Drop your guns. I said drop them.
Marshal, you ain't gonna... Marshal, I threw my gun down. Now, don't shoot me, Marshal.
Stay away from that door.
I'm not gonna do it.
All right, hold it right there.
All right, Mr. Dillon. Then come on down the stairs. I unlocked the hill.
Yeah, you sure have. Looks like you drafted an army.
No, sir. These are all volunteers. 18 you leave knew what was up. So they just kept playing till they heard the shots, then we come a-running. Let him come down, Marshal. We'll take care of him.
All right, how about it, you? You want to try your luck against 18 men with baseball bats?
No, I ain't running. You got to protect me, Marshal. Send him down, Marshal.
Don't think I wouldn't like to. But most of you came here to see a real game of baseball played by men who make their living at it. Now, those two gamblers there and this hired gun and a dead one up here in the loft had a different idea.
Don't you worry about the gamblers, Marshal. My boys have them.
Good. Well, there's still time to start over and play a full game before dark, and I think you should get going. Any bets you made with these fellas won't hold. Now, how about it? All right, Doc?
Is that agreeable with you, Lindstrom?
Well, why not?
And you, Grenville?
Of course it is.
Then what are we waiting for? Play ball!
I sure am anxious to find out how poor old Doc's feeling this morning.
Yeah, so am I. He looked pretty worn out by the time he was sober.
116 to 12. I was all wore out just watching them all-stars keep running around the bases.
Maybe he's not up yet.
Now, please don't tease him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not going to tease him, Chester. Hey, Doc. Doc?
What do you want?
Good morning, Doc.
We just want to make sure you's all right, Doc. Why don't you two get back to your jail tendon and leave me alone?
Now, don't stand there with your back to us, Doc. We're not going to laugh at you.
Does it hurt much?
Here, let's get that shade up and get some light in here. There we go. All right, now take this towel away.
Ain't that a beauty? My, I never seen so many colors. What, these green and blue and purple and brown?
Can you see out of it at all?
Not yet. Well, I had no idea them foul balls was that deadly.
How's the one on your head? Here, let me see.
That's right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just barely touched it.
At least the skin ain't broke none.
Yeah, it's quite a knob, though, Doc. I'm sure sorry.
Why should you be sorry?
Well, I shouldn't have laughed about that stovepipe hat. If you'd been wearing it, you'd have one less bruise.
Is there anything at all we can do? No, it just takes time.
Yeah. Well, we got to get our prisoners fed, Doc. I'm taking all three of them up to Hayes City this afternoon. But Chester will be here.
And I sure will look in on you, Doc.
Doc, I just got one thing to ask you.
Go ahead.
Now that you're the proud possessor of Chadwick's newest rule book of baseball, can Chester and I have your boys' book of games?
Why, yes, if you really want. Oh, get out of here.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Fill it up, sir?
Yeah, regular's good.
Say, that engine of yours sounds like real tired iron.
Thanks. Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
You got a valve sticking, too. Oh, what do you get to a gallon?
Not much. Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Want a tune job?
Haven't got time.
You don't need time.
How can a tune job not take time?
Improved K-Site tune-up, mister. 1 can in your gasoline and 1 can in your oil will clean your motor, your carburetor, your plugs. The works. And K-Site tune-up will unstick those valves. Get you more power and smoother performance. Quicker starting, too.
Okay, but how much?
$1.25 a can. Results guaranteed or double your money back. Would you start her up, please?
Still sounds lousy.
I haven't added it yet.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin. with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, Ralph Moody, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gun. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Chester to get back from the depot. Somebody told him there was a telegram down there for me.
There's a telegram? You should have left it there, Matt.
No?
A telegram usually means somebody's coming to Dodge looking for you, or that you got to go somewhere and look for them. Either way, it spells trouble.
Well, if it wasn't for trouble, Doc, I wouldn't have a job.
Well, then you ought to quit. It's a poor thing when a man has to make a living off of other people's troubles.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Doc. How long has it been since anybody came up to you and told you how good they were feeling?
Say, no, I hadn't thought about that. I guess we are pretty much alike after all, man. Close off here, Chester.
Yeah, I got it, Mr.
What are you looking so glum about, Chester? What does it say?
You better read it yourself. It's kind of private like.
Huh? U.S. Marshal, Dodge City, Kansas. Coming to get married. Noon train. Saturday. Meet me. I'm Mavis McLeod.
Oh, Mavis McLeod, eh? Oh, that's a right pretty name, Matt. She pretty, too?
Mr. Dillon, you really gonna get married?
Oh, you're pretty foxy, Matt, keeping this so quiet.
Now, wait a minute, you two. If you're all through talking, I'll tell you something.
Oh, now, quiet now, Chester. Don't say anything. Listen to an important moment.
Well, I'm listening.
All right. Now, this may be kind of a shock to you, but as my two closest friends, I wanted you to be the first to know.
Yeah, Mr. Dillon, yeah?
Doc? Yes. Chester? I'm not about to get married, and what's more, I never heard of any Mavis McLeod.
Well, but she still might be pretty.
I don't care if she looks like Lily Langtree.
But, Mr. Dillon, ain't you even going to meet her?
Yeah, I'm going to meet her, but right now, let's go get some breakfast and talk about something else.
Look here, Mr. Dillon. Straight up noon, and there comes old Crane right on time.
Yeah?
I mean, it's troubling you, ain't it?
No, Chester. I think trains should run on time.
Chester, that's what I mean. Hey, look. Looky there. This kitty going into depot there, see?
Chester.
Mr. Dillon, I swear I never said a word to her about this. She's probably expecting some mail or packages or something. Anyway, she never seen her. Say, going to tell Mavis McLeod from anybody else?
I don't know.
Look, there's a girl. Would that be her, do you think? Would that be her?
Chester, I told you I never even heard of her. How would I know what she looks like?
Well, that little girl's right pretty, Mr. Dillon. And she's the only female lady there.
Okay, let's go ask her then.
I'd judge her to be about 18, wouldn't you?
Yeah, about that.
You say she's pretty nice. She is pretty.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'm Matt Dillon.
Oh, maybe you can help me.
Oh, maybe.
I'm looking for the U.S. Marshal here. Do you know him?
Well, I'm the marshal, ma'am.
Oh, you are? Then you got my telegram.
I did. Oh, that's right. You didn't have my name on it, did you?
Of course not. How would I know your name? Oh, my goodness. Well, you didn't think I was coming to marry you, did you? Oh, how awful. I mean, how awful for you.
Well, I'm still a little confused. This is Chester Prout. Mavis McLeod.
How do you do, Chester?
Well, I'm proud to know you, ma'am. Yes, miss.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Marshal Dillon. I guess I should have explained more in the telegram.
Oh, that's all right. Who did you come here to marry?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, not yet. I just got here. You two are the only men I've met.
Chester.
Chester?
Go over to the depot there and see if you can find Kitty, will you?
Mister, I sure will.
Mavis, how old are you?
I'll be 19 in December.
No? So, where are you from?
I won't tell you.
Well, why not?
Because it isn't polite for a gentleman to ask a lady so many personal questions.
All right. Well, why did you send me that telegram?
Well, because I thought I'd be safe with the marshal helping me.
Well, helping you do what?
Get married. Oh, don't look like that. I'm not crazy. They need women out here, don't they? Well, don't they?
They need them.
And I'll make a good wife, too. But, of course, it'll have to be the right man, Marshal. I won't marry just anybody, you know. And you can stop shaking your head like that.
John, I found her.
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, this is Mavis McLeod.
Hello, Mavis. Welcome to Dodge.
Oh, thank you, Kitty.
Kitty.
I know, Matt. Chester told me all about it. Don't mind the marshal, Mavis. Sometimes he's a little slow to understand these things.
He most certainly is. Why, he's been looking at me as though I were a bug of some kind.
Kitty, you take care of her, will you? I'll go try to figure something out.
Yeah, she'll be okay.
And, Kitty, don't...
don't worry. I won't take it to the Long Branch.
Okay. You let me know if you need anything, Mavis. Besides the husband, I mean. I thought and worried about Mavis a lot, but I should have known I was wasting my time. She met a young fellow called Barney Wales, and 3 days later they got married. Kitty called it love at first sight, but anyway, I knew Barney, and he was a sober, hard-working cowboy who'd started a little spread of his own not far from Dodge. It was a good match, but it looked like they were going to make out fine. At least I thought so. Until one day when I was sitting in my office trying to keep cool. I'm looking for Marshal Dillon.
That's him, sitting right there.
Come on in, mister.
My name's Lou Staley, Marshal.
What can I do for you, Mr. Staley?
I've come a long way.
Huh?
All the way from St. Louis. I'm looking for Mavis McLeod.
Oh. Well, what do you want with her?
That's my business.
Well, that may be.
Where is she?
What makes you think I'd know?
She sent you a telegram from St. Louis. I knew she was headed out here somewhere, so I checked.
Mavis isn't the kind to arrive in a place unknown.
I see.
You going to tell me where she is?
Not till I know why you want to see her.
And I'll find her myself. She's around here somewhere.
She's married, Staley.
What?
She's married. Now, why don't you go on back to St. Louis and forget about it, huh?
Who'd she marry?
What difference does it make? You're not going to bother her.
We'll see about that. In the meantime, I hold you responsible.
Okay, so you hold me responsible. Why don't we settle that right now?
I'll find her first, Marshal. And after I've killed her husband, I'll come looking for you.
Well, now there's about the bloodthirstiest man I ever did see. I declare he's going to kill everybody.
He might try it, Chester. I think I better ride out and talk to Barney Wales.
Oh, sure, not today, you ain't.
What?
Well, Barney and Mavis is in town today. I seen them over at the Dodge House this morning. They're staying the night there.
And I'll go find them there before Lou Staley does. Hello, Barney.
Marshal Dillon. Well, come on in. Hey, Mavis, it's the Marshal.
Hello, Marshal.
How are you, Mavis?
Oh, I'm fine. I mean, we're fine. Aren't we, Barney?
We sure are. You got to ride out and have dinner with us some Sunday, Marshal. Mavis here's the best doggone cook you ever saw.
It'd be strange if a girl from St. Louis couldn't cook.
Why'd you say that, Marshal?
Mavis ain't from St. Louis. At least why she never told me she was.
It doesn't matter where I'm from, does it, Barney?
Of course not. But how'd the Marshal know?
There's only one way. Lou told him.
Lou?
Yes, Lou Staley.
Well, who's he, Marshal?
I don't know, Barney. But he says he's going to kill you.
What?
For marrying Mavis.
I see. He loves you, too. Is that it?
No. No, not exactly.
Well, what then?
I made up the name McLeod, Barney. My real name's Staley.
There's only one thing I want to know, Mavis.
Yes?
You love him?
I hate him.
Okay. Let him come, Marshal. I'll fight him.
No. You go out to your ranch. I'll take care of Staley.
I never run from a fight in my life, and I don't aim to start now.
Oh, please, Barney.
It's no use arguing. If this Staley's looking for me, he can find me. I'll go about my business like always, but I'll sure keep one eye open.
Chester earlier.
Huh?
Where were you?
Oh, I took a walk after supper. Anything to get out of the saloon for a while. What did you want me for?
Kitty.
Yeah?
That man over there at the bar, the tall, dude-looking fella. You see him?
Who is he?
Well, his name's Lou Staley. You ever hear of him?
No.
I thought maybe Mavis McLeod might have said something about him.
She's never mentioned him. But I've hardly seen her since she got married. What's it about?
Well, Staley's kind of disappointed over Mavis getting married. Said he's going to kill Barney. And then me. And I don't know who all.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
He followed her out here from St. Louis.
So that's it. Jealous lover.
No. Mavis' real name is Staley.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Mavis kind of fooled all of us. I can understand Staley wanting to kill Barney.
Now, it's not my business how Mavis messes up her life or anybody else's, but murder's wrong, Kitty, no matter what they call
Look,
Yeah, I see her.
she's seen us, too.
Hello, Marshal. Kitty?
You shouldn't be in here, Mavis.
I know, Kitty, but I had to come.
Where's Barney?
He's talking business with some cattle buyers over at the Dodge House. He doesn't know I'm here.
This is no place for you, you know.
Well, it's good enough for Kitty, isn't it?
Why own the place? I explained all that to you.
Well, I didn't come here for fun. I ran into Chester out in the plaza, and he told me I'd find Lou Staley here. I've got to talk to him. It probably won't do any good, but I've got to try.
Well, he's over there at the bar.
I know, I saw him. But I didn't dare walk up to the bar, and not with all those men watching.
Okay, Mavis, I'll get him. No, I guess I won't have to. I knew I'd find you sooner or later, Mavis.
I want to talk to you, Lou.
It's too late for talk. I told you what I'd do, and I'm going to do it.
Lou, I want to talk to you alone.
You can go out back, Mavis. Door's right over there. Nobody will bother you outside.
Come on.
Won't do any good, Mavis. You know it won't. I don't like this, Kitty.
Why not? Talking's better than fighting, isn't it?
Talking isn't going to stop him. Now, there's something wrong about him. Sort of like he can't hear or see anything but himself. Like he's all alone in the world.
Well, any man in love acts like that now.
Maybe, but if I didn't think he'd just keep coming back, I'd tie him up and throw him on a train for back east.
Well, I wish you'd do something. Matt. Matt, look, it's Mavis.
Mavis? Mavis?
Did he kill her?
No, she's still alive.
Well, you go after Staley, Matt. I'll take care of her.
I'll get Staley, Kitty. And I'm going to carry Mavis over to Doc's first. Hey, you better come along.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, that's the worst thing I ever heard of, shooting a lady.
Doc says she's got a fair chance, Chester.
You're going to tell Barney about it and then go after Lou Staley, huh?
I'm going to do more than that.
You are? What?
You'll see.
I hope Barney's still here at the Dodge House.
Yeah, I hope so, too.
Maybe that's him standing over there. I know that one fella. He's a cattle buyer.
Oh, there's Barney with his back to us there.
Any steer that walks up here from Texas is tougher than a mule, and you know it, Abby. I got better beef than that, but you're going to have to pay for it.
Barney.
Don't say that, Fred. Hi, Marshal.
Hello, gentlemen.
What are you doing here, Marshal? Something wrong?
Yeah, Barney, there's something wrong.
Well, what is it? Tell me. Where's Mavis?
Now, wait a minute, Barney. Look, do you trust me?
Well, sure I do, Marshal. Of course, why shouldn't I?
Well, there's no reason, but I just want you to think about it when you wake up. All right, shut up. Don't interfere in something you don't know anything about. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go get a rope and tie him up. But fix it so he can walk. When he comes to, take him to jail.
But I don't know.
Do it.
Okay, sir.
I warned the cattle buyers there not to say a word to anybody about Barney, and then I went out looking for Lou Staley. I tried every saloon and gambling house in Dodge, and I finally gave up. Went over to the jail and got Chester. It was past midnight when we entered the Dodge House once more. Had a talk with the clerk, then went up to Barney and Mavis' room.
You reckon Staley's run off, Mr. Jones?
No, he won't run until he does what he came here to do. Okay, inside, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You stand over there, Chester, so you'll be behind the door.
sure going to be surprised if he does come here, ain't he?
Unless that clerk downstairs bungles it.
Well, and all he's got to do is say, Barney come in a while ago and went upstairs.
Well, it sounds easy, Chester, but he might get scared and say anything.
Well, what may be scared of a man who goes around shooting women?
The clerk doesn't know about that, Chester. Besides, Staley may be crazy, but he's armed and he's dangerous.
Yes, I guess you're right. Hey, Barney got real wild when he come to and found himself all tied up. I had a terrible time with him with...
Quiet, Chester.
Barney, you coward. Where are you?
Hold it right there, Staley.
Oh.
That's Doc's office at the top of the stairs, Barney.
He says Mavis is going to be okay, huh?
She's doing fine. Now, here we are.
Wait a minute, Marshal.
Yeah.
About last night, I'd have found Lou Staley somehow, and I killed him any way I could, Marshal.
It might have been murder, Barney.
Yeah. I guess this is the first time I ever thanked the man for knocking me out. Let's go on in now.
Hello, Matt. Barney?
Where's Mavis, Doc?
Well, she's in the back room there. And except for a little fever, she's coming along fine, Barney, just fine. Of course, you'll have to stay quiet for a few days. You can't be moving around.
Can I see her now, Doc?
Sure, you go ahead. Matt, Mavis told me about the shooting. You know what happened?
What, Doc?
She tried to take Staley's gun away from him, that's what. They were fighting over it, and it went off. He didn't try to kill her at all.
You know, it's funny about Staley.
What?
Most men would have tried to kill a wife that ran off and married somebody else.
A wife?
Yeah.
Is that so? Oh, you don't. And Mavis seems like such a nice girl.
Well, you never know, Doc.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
Mavis would like to see you.
Okay.
Hello, Marshal.
Mavis.
There's something I want to tell you, Marshal.
Okay.
Barney already knows. I told him yesterday after you left.
Go on.
Well, it's about Lou. I know what you think. But I've known him all my life, Marshal. And Lou was crazy. There was something wrong with him. I guess I was ashamed of it, or I'd have told everybody sooner. Especially Barney.
You're not responsible for his being crazy.
No, wait. Lou always did say he'd kill any man I married. That's why I ran away.
Mavis, you were asking an awful lot of a husband, crazy or not.
Marshal, Lou Staley wasn't my husband. He was my brother.
What? You know, Mavis, you've been nothing but trouble to me ever since I got that telegram. And I don't ever want to see you again. Unless it's across your dining room table some Sunday.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Barbara Eiler, and Sam Edwards. Barry Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. City and into territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. The blazing sun and dust everywhere. And the hot, dry wind from the panhandle baking your lungs, driving the blood to your brain and goading you into things that you might not even think of any other time. Yeah, that's what the summer days are like in Dodge City. But the nights are different. After sundown, when the warm dark lies soft and gentle on the prairie, then everything changes. Yeah, the nights are fine. And it's that blasting, killing heat of the day that breeds the trouble.
Well, I declare. Yeah, sure, it's her, all right.
Huh? Who are you talking about, Chester? Who's her?
Lucy.
Huh?
Oh, you remember her, Mr. Dillon. That girl old Lee from Hunt took out of the Long Branch Saloon and married last winter. Lucy was her name, Lucy Middleton.
Oh.
Come down the street there.
Oh, yeah.
First time I saw her in a month of Sundays. I hear old Lee fried pretty close herd on her.
Looks like she's coming here.
Never could figure them two, Mr. Dillon. Why she'd ever marry him, I mean.
And 800 acres of mighty good rangeland.
Sorry, Matt.
Hello, Lucy. Want you to sit down?
I haven't time, Matt. I can't let Ephraim know I came here.
Oh, why not? Why did you come?
Ephraim is going to kill me.
What?
It's true. He told me so. I know everybody thinks he's so good. He studied to be a preacher and all, but he's not good. He's mean and he's cruel. I made an awful mistake when I married him, and now he won't let me go.
Well, why does he want to kill you?
He accuses me of things. Crazy, terrible things.
Oh, do you want to file a charge? Have him locked up?
My word against his? With him always quoting scripture and the like, and me 6 months out of the dance hall? People can't forget that.
Maybe it's only you who can't forget it, Lucy.
Matt, I've been reminded often enough. He keeps telling me I'm evil and that he tried to save me. He said when I married him, I led him into sin, and now I have to pay.
Oh, what do you want me to do?
Will you talk to him? Warn him something? Oh, Matt, he's crazy. I don't know what he might do.
Lucy, I can't take a hand in this without more to go on.
Well, sooner or later, you'll have to take a hand in it, and if you wait too long, you'll have to bring him in for murder. My murder. Think about it, Matt.
There you are, Doc. Huh? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kitty. That's good. That's good. Oh, now, what are you grinning at?
Not grinning at anything.
I suppose you think if you ply me with beer, you can get me fuddled enough to beat me.
Well, don't drink if it bothers you.
No, it doesn't bother me that much. Besides, I taught you everything you know about Chucky.
Come on, Doc, it's your move.
I know. Don't rush me now.
Hey, that's my man.
I wasn't going to move it. I was just reaching over it. Don't get so excited. Yeah.
You sure that's the move you want to make?
Well, I moved him, didn't I?
All right. Jump.
Oh, you're so smart. You bet your life I'll jump.
Now what are you going to do? Huh?
This.
Oh. There's gratitude for you. I teach you how to play, and now you beat me.
Don't take it so hard, Doc. Have some more beer.
Don't try to get back from my good
Hey,
grace.
Doc.
Oh, Matt. There's Matt. Matt, over here.
Oh, Doc. Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
What are you looking so pleased about, Kitty?
Yeah, she just whooped me in a game of checkers, and she's vain as a peacock.
Sit down. I'll play you a game.
Oh?
See what I mean, Matt?
Oh, maybe later. I'm looking for Ephraim Hunter right now.
Oh, he was over there at the bar a few minutes ago.
Huh?
Yeah, there he is.
I want to talk to him for a minute. I'll see you later.
All you get's a sermon.
Maybe that's what I need. Evening, Mr. Hunt.
Oh, Marshal. Will you join me?
Oh, thank you.
Glass for Marshal Dillon, lad.
Yours?
Evil it may be, but a vast help indeed in banishing the cares of the day.
A man like you shouldn't have any cares, Mr. Hunt.
Care lurks everywhere in this vale of tears, Marshal. Man's brief joy is dearly bought. Your good fortune, sir.
Luck. How's the business?
Health is excellent, as it usually is in youth. A state of grace may be somewhat uncertain.
No?
It's nothing that can't be dealt with. It's a man's bounden duty in this world to lend his own strength to the frail reeds of his household, to support them against the storm and strife of this temporal life. The man is a rock, sir, and the woman a reed swayed by the wind.
But if the rock happens to break the reed, what about that, Mr. Hunt?
I doubt the rock will break the reed, Marshal. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You were right, Kitty. I got a sermon.
Thought you would.
Kitty, you knew Lucy pretty well when she worked here, didn't you?
Sure.
Tell me about her. What's she after? What does she want?
Chance to be somebody. But she's hard, Matt. She'll use anybody to get what she wants. That's why she married old Ephraim.
Yeah.
But there's something else you might not know, Matt.
Oh?
There's a young fellow working out there at Ephraim's place. Booth Ryder.
Oh, you mean that kid who drifted in a couple of months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how does he figure?
Oh, I don't know. But I do know Lucy. And you can take it from me, Matt. He figures.
Well, it's been fine talking to you, Marshal, but I reckon I better get back to work. Unless you got something else in your mind.
No, nothing, I guess. I just wondered how things were going.
No, I like it fine here.
Yeah, I understand Ephraim's a good man to work for.
I got no complaints.
Mm-hmm. How do you get along with Miss Hunt?
Fine. Why?
No, I just wondered. Weren't you wearing a gun when you first rode into town?
Mr. Hunt don't hold with guns. He don't pack one himself.
Never had any reason to, I guess.
You got something on your mind, Marshal?
You're a young man, Booth. This is a big world. Why don't you go take a look at it? Some of the big spreads up north or on out west in the territories.
Marshal, with a setup like I got here, a man would be crazy to pull out.
He might be crazier to stay.
No, I like it fine here. Just fine.
All right. I can't run you out. It's your life, Booth. As long as it lasts.
is hot.
Yeah.
What in the world are you sitting inside for? I mean, what little breeze there are, you'd be cooler sitting on the porch.
Yeah, I suppose so. How have you been?
Oh, just kindly dogging around town.
Yeah, you picked a good night for it.
Well, it ain't so hot if you don't move too fast. As a matter of fact, Jonas' store ain't half bad. We was sitting there eating pickles and swatting flies.
Pickles? In this heat?
Well, at least they's wet.
Yeah.
Hey, you know them new greener rifles that Jonas got in a couple weeks back?
Yeah, what about them?
Well, Jonas sold all 8 of them rifles in 2 weeks. Old Ephraim Hunt bought the last one just tonight.
Ephraim?
Yes, sir.
He never owned a gun in his life that I know of.
He does now. Say, if he never owned one before, I wonder why he bought one now.
I think maybe I know, Chester. I'll see you later.
Up here on the porch.
You out of your mind, Lucy?
Ephraim's out in the barn.
Yeah, but...
Come here, Booth.
Lucy.
He bought a gun, Booth, in town this evening. He's got it out there with him now. He's drinking. He's going to kill us. Both of us. He told me so.
What'd you tell him?
Nothing. Nothing. He's suspicious, that's all. Oh, but he's crazy, Booth. He'll do it. You've got to get that gun away from him.
Yeah. Well, that might take some doing.
You can do it. You've got a gun, too, and you know how to use it. He doesn't know one end from the other. You've got to do it. It's the only way.
Maybe the marshal was right. Maybe I have stayed here too long.
You can't leave now, Booth. Can you?
No, I can't.
Then you've got to do it. It'll be better to face him. If you don't, he'll lay for you and shoot you in the back, and then me.
I know.
Well, it's up to you. Am I worth it or not?
You're worth it.
Then go on. Now.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
It's got me buffaloed, Chester, all the way out from town. I've been trying to figure it. I still don't know.
But if it ain't stopped, you know what it's going to lead to.
Well, I haven't got a thing to go on. Because a man buys a gun doesn't prove he's planning a murder. And sometimes women get the crazy idea they're in danger when they're not. And a rumor starts easy with a hired hand around the place.
I know.
10 to 1, Ephraim will order me off his property and tell me to stay off. And he's got a perfect right to do it. If I was in it. Come on, Chester.
I guess we should have got here sooner, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah, over this way, Chester. They came from the barn, not the house. Came from inside, the way it sounded.
Mr. Dillon, look. There's somebody over there on a horse heading down into the river bottom.
Oh, let him go. We'd never catch him in that brush, not tonight, anyway. Just take it easy now. Mr. Hunt? Lucy? Now, over this way. Here, Chester. Mr. Hunt?
Oh, Marshal.
Who did this?
No matter.
It matters to me.
Marshal, I admire you. You have implicit faith in the law. No law covers an old man being a fool. The Reed survives.
Mr. Hunt?
What did he say there at the last, Mr. Dillon? What survived?
He meant Lucy, Chester.
Oh.
You stay here.
Yes, sir. Where are you going?
I have to carry this sad news to the grieving widow.
Out there so Matt.
Who were you expecting?
Well, I thought it was my husband. What are you doing here? What is it, Matt? Has something happened?
You heard the shots, didn't you?
Well, I heard some shooting a while ago, but what's happened? It's Ephraim, isn't it?
Who else would it be?
Well, I don't know.
It was Ephraim. You really outsmarted me, Miss Hunt. You planned it, and you carried it out, and you'll get away with it clean as a whistle, and I can't touch you.
What are you talking about?
Your husband's murder.
You're out of your mind.
I guess I should have figured what you were up to, but I didn't. You were too smart for me. You killed him without touching a trigger. You worked young Booth Ryder up to that.
Are you crazy?
You got Ephraim to buy that gun. You told him Ryder was bothering you, wouldn't leave you alone, that he was dangerous. And maybe even hinted he was too old to protect his wife. So he had a gun in his hand when Booth shot him.
If Booth Ryder shot my husband, I think you ought to be out looking for him instead of standing here and insulting me.
Oh, I'll get him all right. He won't make it far. But what about Booth? You want me to kill him for you? Is he the next one in line?
Do you have any proof of what you're saying?
Not a bit. Like I said, I can't touch you. You're too smart for me.
Or else none of it's true. Have you thought of that?
Oh, yeah, I've thought of that. There's not much point in talking about it.
Matt, I guess I'll be leaving Dodge soon.
I can't stop you.
You could if you wanted to, Matt.
Yeah?
No matter how their quips fall or how often, here are three people who can't help landing funny side up. Hermione Gingold, darling of the British concert halls. Parker Fenley, famous as Titus Moody and scores more comedy characters. And Kenny Delmar, the man who turned the Claghorn into a national comedy institution. By no coincidence whatsoever, this threesome turns up every weekday on CBS Radio in the new daytime comedy hit Funny Side Up. These uninhibited people make a topsy-turvy art of conversation and comic hash out of every subject they treat. You'll have no trouble at all keeping your funny side up when you live it up weekdays with Her Majesty Hermione and with Kenny and Parker. The time, daytime, any weekday. The place, modesty be hanged. We'll come right out and admit it. It's here on CBS Radio. Listen often for Hermione Gingold, Parker Fenley, and Kenny Delmar in the bright new comedy hit Funny Side Up. A great companion to Arthur Godfrey Time with Robert Q. Lewis and to Art Linkletter's house party at this same address.
2 days passed with no sign of Booth Ryder. I figured he was waiting it out somewhere around town, waiting to see which way the wind was going to blow, but I didn't know where. And I didn't have much case against him. It was probably a waste of time, but I still had to try. I had to bring him in and try.
Mr. Dillon, I just never saw a hot spell last as long as this one. It's just enough to downright frazzle a person.
Yeah, it's a rough one, all right.
8 o'clock. Almost dark. And that thermometer ain't dropped 1 notch yet. Keeps on like this much longer, I swear it'll drive folks back east.
Now, here comes somebody. I wish it'd drive somewhere.
What?
Charlie Belk.
Oh, reckon he's hunting somebody to stake him to a bottle.
Looks like we're going to be honored.
Yeah, well,
Afraid we are.
Evening, Marshal Dillon. How do you, Chester?
Charlie.
It's real hot tonight, isn't it? Yeah. Certainly is. Marshal, I heard the rumor going around you might be looking for this fellow Booth Rider.
Yeah, that's generally known.
Well, I might be able to tell you where he is right now. I could,
There's enough money for a bottle.
Well,
tell me.
Marshal, I dislike being an informer, of course. No, I feel it's my duty as a citizen.
Just tell me, Belt.
Well, Marshal, I want
If
you
you got anything to tell me, say it and get out.
Well, he's hiding in the hayloft down the livery stable, but you got no call.
You got your money, Charlie. Now go on. Get out.
Well, all right. Well, evening, gentlemen.
All right, Chester. Let's go get Booth.
You reckon he'll put up a fight, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. He's a half-baked kid. I'm afraid he might.
It's a doggone shame. He seemed real nice when he first come here.
Lucy was too much for him.
Here it is.
Yeah. Watch yourself, Chester. Stay clear.
Yes, right.
Booth. I know where you are. Why don't you make it easy on yourself? Come on down and give up. You got no protection up there. I can stand here and throw bullets up into that loft as long as I have to until one of them finds you. All right, your last chance, Booth.
Hold it, Marshal.
Stay back, Chester. All right, Booth, you're under arrest.
No. I ain't giving up that easy.
Now, don't be a fool. You hand over that gun. You haven't got a chance. If you try to draw, I'll kill you.
And I reckon you better start your killing.
Well, at least you won't have to stand no trial.
No, he's not dead, Chester. Come on, we'll get him over to Doc's.
Young fella, now. Take it easy now, if you can. I just about got a hold of it. Now, this could have been a lot worse. I wish it had been. Yeah, sure. Now, all right now, boy. Just brace yourself, boy. There. Yes, I'll get a bandage on that now, and you'll live to hang yet. Provided you don't get lockjaw. Why do you have to shoot people in stables, Matt? It's the worst place in the world for lockjaw.
I'll try to remember that, Doc. How do you feel, Booth?
I'll make out.
You've been hiding at the livery stable all the time?
No, I circled back and I stayed in the barn out at the hunt place. I figured you wouldn't be looking there.
You figured right.
That's about all I figured, right? She was using me, Marshal. That's what it was. She told me. I went back out there. She gave me 2 weeks' wages. Told me to drift.
Well, now you know.
She laughed at me and called me a green kid. I reckon maybe she laughed at him, too. She hadn't ought to laugh, Marshal. That's where she figured wrong.
What do you mean?
I choked her to death.
Well, Booth, they probably have let you off clean. You were in the clear. He had a gun in his hand, even if he didn't know how to use it. But not now.
Yeah. I guess it don't matter much now. It's a funny thing, too. I was heading up north when I stopped here.
I hit Dodge long about sundown, so I figured to lay in for the night. And I met Mr. Hunt in the saloon, and he gave me a job. I wasn't aiming to stay here, Marshal.
You were.
I was just riding through. Yes, sir?
You ought to have kept on riding.
Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Fill it up, sir? Yeah, regular's good.
Say, that engine of yours sounds like real tired iron.
Thanks.
Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
You got a valve sticking, too. Oh, what do you get to a gallon?
Not much.
Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Want a tune job?
Haven't got time.
You don't need time.
How can a tune job not take time?
Improved K-Site tune-up, mister. 1 can in your gasoline and 1 can in your oil will clean your motor, your carburetor, your plugs. The works. And K-Site tune-up will unstick those valves, get you more power and smoother performance. Quicker starting, too.
Okay, but how much?
$1.25 a can. Results guaranteed or double your money back. Would you start her up, please?
Still sounds lousy.
I haven't added it yet.
Improved King-Size tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Dick Crenna, Joseph Kearns, and Lawrence Dobkins. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Marshal Matt Dillon brings in his man, and what a man, as Gunsmoke follows next on the CBS Radio Network.
And KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles. It's 6:30.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Bert Parks is a man of many talents, not the least of which is his ability to ride herd on 3 highly offbeat CBS radio personalities. When Hermione Gingold, Kenny Delmar, and Parker Fenley focus on a subject, there's no telling what direction the funny business will take. Each Monday through Friday, this merry threesome approaches incredibly trivial matters and inflates them to hilarious proportions. If you're not fundamentally opposed to laughing, sample radio's freshest new daytime comedy panel, Funny Side Up, tomorrow on CBS Radio. Another feature in the distinctively different pattern of programming you always enjoy when your dial is set where it is now.
You know, if you're not careful, Doc, you're going to finish that beer.
Well, Why shouldn't I finish it?
There's no need to get your back up. I just meant you usually don't have time to finish it. More than likely, you get called away before you get your beer half drunk, that's all.
Well, yes, well, I guess you're right. I suppose I've mentioned to you before that some of us have to work at our job.
Yes, Doc, you mentioned it.
Hello, Matt.
Well, Kitty.
Afternoon, Kitty. Don't get up. I'll sit down with you.
All right.
Well, what's the argument about this time?
There's no argument, Kitty, but sometimes it's just about as tough to agree with Doc as it is to argue with it.
Well, either way, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't know the difference.
Thanks, Doc.
I'm not even going to try to understand you two. Can I get you another beer?
No, thanks, Kitty. I have to get back.
I guess I'll have one, Kitty.
Yes, I might have known.
Dillon?
Over here, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, excuse me, Miss Kitty, Doc.
Sure, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
Well, it's just a telegraph. Just come in for you.
Oh, let me see it.
Here you are. Say, you sure was right suspicioning that Gurney fellow.
It sounds like you know what's in that wire.
Yeah, sure does.
Well, of course I know what's in it. It's my business to know when a prisoner turns out to be a wanted man, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, is that the man you locked up last night, Matt?
Yeah, Doc, I sent an inquiry about it. Yeah, he's wanted, all right.
What for, Matt?
Murder? 2 of them. Wichita.
Wichita, well, anyway, he won't be bothering you long.
What do you mean?
Well, they'll be sending for him from Wichita, won't they? Getting him off your hands?
It's not that easy, Doc. Afraid I'm going to have to deliver him. Well, come on, Chester. We'll take the afternoon stage. Looks to me as though that team could just about get there by itself, Jim, without you to drive it.
I expect them horses could do it all right, Marshal. They made the run often enough.
Well, the ruts in the road ought to be enough to guide them, even if nothing else does.
Yep. It don't get no smoother, does it?
No, I'll say not.
Long time since you rode with me, Marshal.
Well, I'd just as soon not be making the trip this time, either.
That Gurney fella giving you trouble?
Nah, no more than usual. Chester gives me more trouble than he does.
Yep. How's that?
Well, he doesn't cotton to being shackled to a prisoner when there's a pretty schoolmarm riding across the coach from him.
That kid says I blame him.
Well, I told him he'd have to go slow anyway, with a preacher riding right along there, too.
I guess you're right about that.
Yeah.
Get up, boy. Come on. Well, I'll tell you true, Marshal. I'm kind of glad to have you riding shotgun this trip.
Huh? Are you worried about the gold?
Well, there's a lot of money under this seat. I ain't riding easy until I get rid of it.
Yeah. We're stopping here at Hat Creek Station, aren't we?
That's right, Marshal. Gonna change horses.
Good. I'll be glad to stretch my legs. I guess I'll cut Chester loose for a while.
You better warn the school, Marshal.
Yeah.
Whoa there, boy. Whoa. Well, I don't see old Miller. Help him get out, will you, Marshal? I'm going to have to unhitch the team myself.
Sure, Jim.
You going to be stopped here for a spell, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, come on out. Well, come on out.
Well, I can't exactly make it alone.
Well, why don't you bring Gurney with you, then?
Well, sure, I'll be... Oh, excuse me. After you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, here you are, ma'am. Let me give you a hand down. There we go.
Kindly, Marshal.
All right, now, Gurney, come on. Let's get you over. Excuse me, Parson. You go right ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Come on, Gurney. Come on. I want to set this cousin stage all day.
You pull them shackles once more, I'll wrap them around your gullet.
I'd be worrying about my own gullet if I was you.
All right, that's enough. You'll find coffee inside, folks.
Thanks. Surrender. I'd like some coffee myself, Mr. Dillon.
You'll get it, Chester. You'll get it. Here, hold out your arm. I'll take the manacles off.
You sure I won't be sorry to be free of the likes of him, and that's the truth.
If I ever get this near you and I am free, you won't live to complain no more.
Mr. Dillon, you ain't gonna let Gurney wander around loose in the stage station, are you?
No, Chester. We'll shackle him to the wheel while we stop. All right, Gurney, come on.
Yeah, you do that, Marshal. You just locked me up good. Why, the two of you together ain't man enough to hold me.
Well, don't you worry about it. There.
Pardon me, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am?
I couldn't help noticing what you're doing to this man.
What do you mean?
Chaining him to the wheel.
Well, he's a prisoner, man.
And he just ain't no good at all, Mr. Randall. Why, he's the worst kind of a thief and murderer.
Never mind, Chester.
I know you have to guard him, Marshal, but he's a human being.
Well, he's wanted for 2 murders.
Does that mean you have to treat him like a wild beast?
Well, I have to make sure that he doesn't get away, ma'am.
Well, you could bring him inside out of the sun, couldn't you?
And I have to think of the safety of the other passengers. And besides, it's not going to hurt him.
Marshal Dillon, I believe in the dignity of man.
Well, so do I, ma'am. The trouble is, Gurney here doesn't.
Everywhere you go, across the country trip or across the street party, you carry the fun with you when you own a Columbia stereophonic high-fidelity phonograph. There's a marvelous selection of 7 new portable models in smart new color combinations at your Columbia phonograph dealer, from which you may choose. Each one is a masterpiece of design and beauty. More quality, more features, and more styling have been built into these sturdy portables than ever before. How much fun you'll have enjoying all the wonderful new sound of stereo records. Regular records take on new beauty, too, when played on handsome Columbia portables. You'll be amazed at the big console sound that is reproduced by Columbia portable stereophonic high-fidelity phonographs. You'll thrill to the excitement of Stereo One by Columbia, #1 in the wonderful world of sound. And Columbia portables are economical, too. Prices start as low as $24.95. See them and hear them at your Columbia phonograph dealer.
It isn't exactly as you presented the case, Marshal.
How's that, Reverend?
There's nobody here. There's no coffee.
No coffee? Boy, I never heard of such a thing. I'll see if I can.
Well, there's usually somebody around. He may be out with the horses.
You ought to take some water to that man out there.
Don't worry, ma'am. We won't let him go dry.
There don't seem to be nobody around at all. I don't know where that old man's gone off to.
Well, he was here the last time he came through, wasn't he, Jim?
Sure he was. He was always out front waiting. Old man Miller never saw nobody between stages, and he made up for it all at once. Like to talk your arm off.
He wouldn't be likely to miss a stop on purpose, would he?
Not him, Wyatt.
Well, I declare it's the truth, Mr. Dillon. There ain't no coffee. Just a little bit in the pot. It must have been left over from breakfast, and that is stone cold.
Did you look outside for the old man who runs the place, Chester?
Well, no, sir, I didn't. He might could be out back a ways, though. I didn't go out there. I was mostly interested in the coffee.
Well, I looked out there some, didn't see nothing.
Yeah, looks like we're stuck for it. All right, come on, Jim. I'll help you round up some fresh horses in the corral.
That's about the worst of it, Marshal.
Huh? Well, how's that?
When I took our team around back to exchange them, there weren't no other horses.
Well, I think we better take a real look around then. Chester, you keep an eye on Gurney here. Jim, you come with me, huh?
All right, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, look, the stage horses. Somebody's running them out of the corral.
The gold.
Oh, wait a minute, Jim. Where do we get... Jim, come back! Chester, cover me. I'm going after him.
Yes, sir.
Stay low, Jim! You heard bad?
No, they're running yonder toward them rocks.
Yeah.
One of them run off the horses, and the other two was after the gold on the stage.
Yeah, they almost got it, too.
I got to get it down off the box.
Now, you stay right there. I'll get it.
They'll cut you down.
Now, you stay down. I'm going to run for it. That's all right, Jim. I got it. Chester!
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, you stay here with Jim while I unlock Gurney from that wheel.
He ain't worth taking a chance for.
Maybe not, Chester, but like the lady reminded us, he's still a human being. There you go, Jim. You'll be all right here.
Thanks, Marshal.
Chester,
Yes, sir?
as soon as you get Gurney tied, heat some water, will you?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
I saw a good many wounded in the war, Marshal. May I offer my help?
I'm glad to have it, Reverend. He caught one on the side. Well, let's get his shirt off.
Yes, I see. And the bullet will have to be extracted.
Yeah. You any good at this, Reverend?
I've never actually operated, Marshal. Still, if you need me to do it.
No, I'll do it. I guess I'm a little more familiar with bullets than you are.
Just tell me how I can assist.
And it might just help to have somebody in your line of work standing by.
Very well.
Chester, you getting some hot water?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm trying to, but there sure ain't much water there in the bucket.
Well, you bring me what you got, then.
Yes, sir. I'll sure get thirsty if we have to stay here for long.
Well, those gunmen out there, we'll have time to worry about that later. Miss Lorinda? I think maybe you better get some sleep. I'll watch Jim for a while.
I don't mind, Marshal. I'm not tired.
No, you go on now. It's getting light, and you need your rest.
There was only something I could do for him.
There's nothing to do. But wait.
I suppose you're right. Please call me if you need me, Marshal.
Yes, I will. You try to get some rest, huh?
I think I'd best get us some breakfast first.
If you're thinking about breakfast, Miss Lorraine, you got no good coming. There ain't no food in them cupboards at all.
I know that, Mr. Proudfoot, but I have some food I brought with me.
You brought some with you?
I always pack a lunch. I'll get it.
Uh-huh.
Now, let me see. I'll divide it. I'll save some for Mr. Buck.
That ain't gonna leave you too much.
No, but it's better than nothing. Now, let's see. There's the Reverend and the Marshal and you and Mr. Buck and the prisoner.
Are you planning on dividing up this little bit of food with him?
Well, he's as hungry as any of us.
Well, yes, ma'am, but he ain't... Well, I mean, he...
I'll take the prisoners first. I brought you some food.
Oh, now, ma'am, it's mighty nice of you. It's mighty nice. But, I ain't able to eat it with my hands tied behind me.
Marshal?
Yes, ma'am?
I think this man's hands should be untied so that he can eat.
I'm not sure, Miss Loretta.
Please, Marshal.
All right. Chester, untie his hands, will you?
Well, I sure do hate to do this, Mr. Dillon.
I was afraid like you are. I'd hate to do it, too.
Don't you worry none about me being afraid of the likes of you. There. Won't hurt my feelings none if you choke on that food.
The little lady don't feel that way, do you now?
You're entitled to some nourishment.
Sure is nice to have you on my side, ma'am.
I'm only on the side of what's right.
Well, I don't blame you for choosing me over these two.
Why, she ain't doing no such a thing. You just keep your mouth shut.
Never mind, Chester.
Well, you ain't choosing him, are you, Miss Lorenda?
I'm choosing the ideas I try to teach in my school, Mr. Proudfoot. No man can be considered guilty until he's had a fair trial.
How about that, lawman? Did you ever think of that?
Yes, I have, Gurney.
I'm just saying I think all law is important, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am. And so do I.
Money can evaporate with astonishing speed. That's not too surprising, of course. We like our families to enjoy a fair share of the good things of life. But it's also important to save, to ensure a secure future. This is seldom easy to do, this saving. There just seems to be too many immediate demands on our resources. But there are at least two proven ways to make your savings mount at a steady pace. One is called the payroll savings plan. Under this plan, you accumulate dependable United States savings bonds where you work automatically. The other is the bond-a-month plan, available where you bank. This, too, will pile up safe, secure United States savings bonds for you. The payroll savings plan where you work, the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Pick the plan most convenient to you and sign up tomorrow for your future's sake.
That's the last drop of the water, Marshal.
Yeah.
I parceled it out slowly to the driver during the day, but he's burning up with fever. I don't know how long he'll last now that it's gone.
Well, I'll go out and get some more.
No, Mr. Dillon, them fellas will pick you off going to the well sure as anything.
We gotta have water, Chester. Hand me the bucket. And I guess you were right, Chester. Nobody's gonna make it to that well. At least not in the daylight.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
I'll get the water, Marshal.
Now, they'll blow you to kingdom come, Reverend.
I'm a man of the cloth. They won't shoot at me.
Why, them fellas would shoot their own mothers to get at that gold.
I wouldn't count on being safe, Reverend. We better wait for dark.
Jim Buck may not have that much time. Hand me that other bucket there. Seems to be a hole in the one you carried, Marshal.
It's not worth the chance, Reverend.
A man's life is worth any chance. Please stand away from the door.
Okay.
Thank you.
They shot him before he got out the door.
Yeah, come on, let's get him inside.
Now, there's 2 wounded in bad need of water.
No, Chester, he won't be needing any. He's dead.
Ain't no sense to killing a man like him. Ain't no sense at all.
They're not interested in the kind of men they killed, Chester.
Well, what do they mean to do, Mr. Dillon? Whatever more of rock, it's got something tied around it.
Yeah. Well, here's your answer about what they mean to do in this note.
What's it say?
We got food and water and time to wait for the gold.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. But I don't like my choices.
Here's your share, the last bit of the food, Marshal.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Sorry there's nothing to wash it down with.
How's Jim doing?
Not well. I'm very fearful for him if we don't get help soon.
Yes, ma'am.
You and Chester, you've been at the windows for hours. Do you see any way out for us?
No, not right now. In the daylight.
But tonight?
Well, we had one more man to draw their fire.
Maybe I could do it.
No, things aren't that bad yet. Don't you worry, ma'am. We'll get out of this some way.
Go ahead, Marshal. Let her help you. That's about what I'd figure from you.
That's enough, Gurney.
I'll take around the rest of the food. Chester?
Thank you.
Here's your share.
Thanks.
I'll untie your hands.
You ain't afraid of me.
Well, no. I'm not afraid of you.
Well, most folks are.
Does it please you that they're afraid?
No, ma'am, I guess it doesn't.
Take the food.
Thanks. You really meant it when you said you'd walk out there to help the marshal. You really meant that.
Certainly I meant it.
What makes you figure it'd be worth it?
Why, because there's a need, Mr. Gurney. There's a badly wounded man. We have to get him out some way.
That ain't much of a reason to risk your life.
I think it is, Mr. Gurney.
Why?
I think it's important to be needed. Don't you?
I don't know I ever gave it much thought.
claim that my eyes was too good by now, though.
Yeah. It's been a long night.
Mr. Dillon, you think them fellas out there are getting any sleep?
I'm not worried about whether they're getting any sleep or not, Chester.
Seems like the night's the only chance we got to make a move.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, we've got to get water. I know I can get out to the well and back.
Let's understand each other,
Marshal,
ma'am.
this man is dying.
I know that, ma'am. But getting somebody else killed isn't going to help any.
Is the gold this important? Couldn't we give them the gold to save a man's life?
This man risked his life for it once. It's up to us to see that he didn't do it for nothing.
I'm not going to wait. I'm going out there.
Now, you listen to me, ma'am. Nobody's going to get anywhere running out there alone. For any of us to have a chance, we're going to have to know exactly where those men are. We'll have just one shot at them if we're lucky.
Mr. Dillon, there's Gurney making a break for it. I'll go after him.
No, they get you too. Up in the trees, Chester. Get him.
You think the shooting's over?
I gotta think so, Chester. Now, you keep an eye on those trees. I'm going out to where Gurney fell.
Yes.
I think it's over, Chester. Come on out.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
I'm coming with you.
You didn't need to come, ma'am. It's not a pretty sight.
Is he dead?
Yes, ma'am. I guess the others are dead, too.
What an awful way to end a life.
Well, he didn't have much chance of ending it any better.
He sure was a fool making a break for it like that. Why, it was certain death.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure that's what he was doing.
What?
Maybe he wasn't making a break for it.
Of course he was. My goodness, why else would he run out that way?
To save our lives. Maybe he knew he could by drawing that fire.
He was going back to be tried for murder, you know.
I know. But you said yourself that a man can't be judged guilty until a court of law finds him so. It's possible that he would have gone free, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, that's possible.
So I'd like to think that this was an unselfish act. That he wanted to do one thing with dignity, even if it meant his death. It wouldn't hurt to think that, would it, Marshal?
No, ma'am. It wouldn't hurt a bit. Because dignity is something that should never be taken from any man.
Car owners, I have news of a product so new, it's amazing it's here today at all. It's new K-Site Smooth Seal.
You say it's new?
You say it's new?
So it's new. What does it do?
Well, it's a fluid you add to your automatic transmission. It stops the leaks in your transmission and makes it smooth and quiet.
Makes it smooth?
Makes it quiet?
How can I tell if I should try it?
That's easy. You're stopped, see, and you start to go, and you give it the gas pretty good. If you hear a sort of whirring or a grinding noise, if you feel a jerk or jolt or jar, then your transmission just isn't up to par.
Grinding noises, jars and jerks. That's how my transmission works.
Boys, if that's the case, then you've got a case for new K-Site Smooth Seal.
New K-Site Smooth Seal? How will that help?
Well, it's made to soften those shrunken seals and smooth out the shifting when there's power on the wheels. If you heard a whirring or felt a jar when you pull away in your modern car, you are a man who needs a can. Just $1.95, and it works while you drive. Anyone here for K-Site Smooth Seal?
Hit me. I'm in. If it doesn't do the job,
you get double your money back.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. KMOX Radio, the voice of St. Louis, speaks now from the nation's most modern radio studios, featuring the latest electronic miracles. A pace-setting building for a pace-setting radio station. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
And KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles.
Ting-a-ling, 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 ting-a-ling.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
All right, Tom, he's all yours.
And we'll take good care of him for you. My gracious, Mr. Dillon, look at that clutch of keys. He sure does use a lot more than we do back home.
Yeah. Well, they always did things up fancy in Wichita. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who wouldn't agree with him. Hey, can I buy you two a drink? Well, say now, that's mighty nice.
No, thanks, Tom. Not right now. I got half the trail dust from here to Dodge on me. What I need is a bath and some sleep. I'm heading for the hotel.
Sure, Matt. I'll catch up with you before you head back. Come to think of it, I guess I could stand and take a bath, too.
Come to think of it, you could.
I'll see you at the trial tomorrow.
Yeah, good night, Tom.
Mr. Bagley.
Boy.
Well, I guess you're right about going to the hotel, Mr. Dillon. I sure will be proud to get these boots off.
Yeah, it's been a long ride.
Seems to me like they'd ought to pay extra for it, too.
For what?
Well, for doing all that traveling harnessed to a prisoner, you sure don't get a chance to enjoy the countryside much.
There isn't much countryside around here to enjoy.
Well, that's true, but even so, Mr. Dillon...
You, want to talk to me?
I believe so, sir. I believe so. If I'm not mistaken, you're the marshal from Dodge City.
You're not mistaken. Matt Dillon, what can I do for you?
I'm pleased to hear you offer your services, Marshal. I keep writing the folks back home, and some Yankees are gentlemen, but I swear I don't think they believe it.
Look, mister, you're keeping me from a hot bath. You've got something on your mind. You speak it out, huh?
My name's Clayton Morley. At your service.
Well, Mr. Dillon, ain't that the...
I thought you'd recognize the name.
I just brought a man named Reed Morley in from Dodge. Are you related?
He's my brother, Marshal, my younger brother.
Oh? Well, he's in bad trouble.
I'm bound to agree with that.
I left him at the jail, Morley, if you want to see him.
Oh, I'm not wanting to see him, Marshal, not tonight. I want you to get him released for me.
The boy's being held for murder.
Brother Reed didn't do that thing.
I didn't arrest him without a reason.
Nobody with the name of Morley would kill a woman, Marshal.
Your brother will be tried. He'll have his say.
You'll be testifying, won't you?
Yeah, I'll be testifying.
Your words could have a powerful effect, one way or another.
I'll be telling what I know.
I think maybe you ought to know something else, Marshal.
What's that?
I think maybe you ought to know that if this stain on the family name isn't removed, if Brother Reed doesn't walk out of that courthouse a free man, You won't live to see him hung, Marshal Dillon.
What? Don't threaten me, Morley.
Why, I'm not threatening you, Marshal. This is just a simple appeal to your sense of justice and honor, that's all. A sense with which I know you are highly endowed. Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, now just what did you think of that?
Not much, Chester. Come on, let's get some sleep.
You know, Mr. Dillon, that place we're staying at ain't one bit better than the Dodge house.
Not much to choose from, I guess.
And that smart alecky clerk don't have no right to go putting on airs, though.
He been bothering you?
Oh, well, he ain't done nothing, but he acts like anybody from Dodge City come right out of a hole in the prairie.
He must have seen us when we came in last night.
Well, yes, I know, but I got cleaned up as nice as I could.
Never mind, Chester. Just eat your dinner.
And that's another thing, Mr. Dillon. This piece of beefsteak just ain't worth the fat to fry it in.
Oh? You haven't had much trouble eating it.
Well, no, sir, I was hungry. But I'll tell you something. Back at Delmonico's, they really know how to fry up a piece of meat.
That's not the way you talk back in Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir, and I've been thinking about that, Mr. Dillon.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I guess it must be all this traveling around the country that we do. Up to Larned, over to Hayes City, all the way here to Wichita.
Now, what about it?
Well, it just kind of teaches a fella about things in the world. Makes him really appreciate a place like Dodge City.
Oh, eat up, Chester, and let's get out of here, huh?
I trust you gentlemen are enjoying your dinner.
Well, if we was, we ain't now.
You, got something else on your mind, Morley?
Why, no, Marshal, nothing new, just my continuing interest in your health and welfare.
Well, don't worry about it.
I'm just hoping that you'll worry about it, Marshal.
I told you not to get in my way.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to. This is just a friendly reminder, Marshal, that I'm still in town, that I'll be here until after the trial is over tomorrow.
You listen to me, Morley.
I'll be listening tomorrow at the trial. And I just know that judge is going to set Brother Reed free. I feel it in my bones.
He'll set him free if he thinks he's innocent, Morley. That's the only way.
Oh, I know that, Marshal. I know it, just like I know that Brother Reed couldn't have done that terrible thing. Just like I know that you want to go on living.
Morley, I'm through warning you. Now, you stay out of my sight, starting right now.
I'll see you at the trial. Good day, gentlemen.
I swear he's acting clear crazy about all this. It ain't your fault if that boy gets himself hung.
No, it isn't, Chester, but Morley thinks it is. That's enough for him.
Well, it don't have to be enough for you, Mr. Dillon.
I hope you're right, Chester.
Sorry you made the trip for nothing, Matt.
Yeah. Well, old Bowers never has been a hanging judge.
I thought this case would hold up, though. I was sure the boy was guilty.
I don't think my testimony was much help to you.
You couldn't help that, Matt. You weren't even in on it till a week after the murder. All you did was make the arrest when we asked you to.
Yeah. And he didn't have any evidence on it. I hope he didn't do it.
The law says he didn't. That's all we have to worry about.
There's still a woman's death unanswered for.
Sure there is.
We meet again, Marshal.
Stand aside, Molly.
Well, now, that's not very manly of you, pushing aside a man who's come to thank you.
I don't want any thanks from you.
But you got thanks coming to you, Marshal Dillon. Brother Reed's a free man. And in the name of the family, I want you to know that we're grateful.
Listen here, Morley. I didn't do anything for you or for your brother or for your family.
That was very nice testimony, Marshal. Nothing incriminating in it at all. Yes, sir. We are all grateful.
I want you to get something straight. What I told the court was just exactly what I know about this case, no more, no less. You didn't influence me, and I didn't try to influence the verdict in any way.
Of course not, Marshal. Of course not. We're just glad to see that you believe in Brother Reed's innocence like we do.
I don't.
What?
I don't believe in your brother's innocence or his guilt any more than I did before, but the judge says he's not guilty, so that's all there is to it. Now, you get out of my way.
I don't take kindly.
I'm through listening to what you take kindly.
Now, Marshal.
And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my sight.
Want me to lock him up, Matt? For disturbing the peace?
You do what you want, Tom. It's your town. But I'd just let him lie there. It may do something for his family honor.
I guess you're right, Sam. Better order some more glasses. I swear, it seems I just got some now.
Customers ain't very gentle with him, Kitty. That's a fact.
Customers aren't too gentle with anything around here. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Hello, Marshal.
You want to take your poison standing up or sitting down?
Well, I think I'll sit down, Kitty.
Yeah, pour a couple of beers, will you, Sam?
Sure thing. How was the trip to Wichita, Marshal?
Oh, not too bad, Sam. A little dusty is all.
Here you are.
Thanks, Sam. You want to carry him to the table, Matt?
Sure, Kitty. There we are. That's good.
You look tired, Matt.
Well, I spent the day helping Joe Hatch break a string of cow ponies. Those horses are bigger than I am.
And younger, too.
Yeah, they sure are. Well, anything been going on around here, Kitty?
No, been pretty quiet, Matt.
That's good. I'd like an empty jail tonight.
Well, there is one thing that I've been kind of wondering about.
No? What's that?
What's that Reed Morley?
The boy I took to Wichita?
Yeah, he's back.
Huh. You know, I'd have bet my last dollar that he wouldn't want to come back here.
You didn't?
What do you mean?
His brother, that Clayt. Do you know him?
Yeah, we've run into each other.
Well, Clayt's insisting that Reed come back here to live.
How do you know all this, Kitty?
Well, the boy spends most of his time in here drinking, Matt. He says Clayt's making him stay in Dodge.
Does he say why?
Well, Reed says he has to stay here until folks stop talking about the killing and that woman, until everybody's convinced of his innocence.
For the family honor, huh?
Yeah. How did you know?
Oh, I heard about it somewhere. Well, Kitty, we better enjoy the quiet around here while we can.
What do you mean, Matt?
It's my guess that either that boy or his brother's going to blow up. And I don't know which would be the worst.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. Burning good and bright now.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm sorry it fizzled out on you that way. I could have swore I put coal oil in it just yesterday.
No, that's all right, Chester.
No, sir, it ain't all right at all. Fella ought to do the job he's being paid for, to my way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's some jobs that's got just too many little details in them for a man to keep up with proper and all. You might sleeping out, reading up, making coffee and fetching mail, all that stuff sometimes just gets to be too much of a chore.
Chester,
But
what are you muttering about?
I was just saying, Mr. Dillon, that there's an awful lot for a body to do around here, keeping up the office and all.
Oh? You think there's too much work to do you?
Well, I was just kind of thinking that...
You think I should hire a younger man, maybe, huh?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, indeed not. It's just...
Then why don't you shut up and let me read through these papers, please?
Yes, sir.
Chester, quit that rattling. Will you settle down someplace?
It ain't me, Mr. Dillon. I am not doing nothing at all.
All right, Chester. I guess it was the wind.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, that ain't the wind. There's somebody working the door that way.
We'll see who it is.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh. My land, Mr. Dillon, somebody laying there. Look.
What? Yeah. He's hurt bad. Here, help me get him in, Chester.
Yes, sir, I will. Oh, my land.
Easy. Easy now. Hey, we'll put him down on the cot here.
Well, Mr. Dillon, it's Reed Morley. What do you suppose?
I don't know, Chester. From the looks of him, he's not going to be able to tell us for a while either. Now go get Doc.
That's better. I tell you, Matt, that's about as bad a beating as a man can take.
Yeah. Is he going to be all right, Doc?
Oh, yes, I think so, but he's going to be sore for a while. Awful sore.
Hey, look, Doc. Looks like he's about to come to.
I shouldn't wonder with all that water I splashed on him. There we are. That'll do. I won't be needing any more hot water, Chester. You can take the rest of these things out. Okay, Doc. Can he stay here for the night, Matt? He should be able to limp away by morning.
Oh, yeah, Doc, sure. Can I talk to him?
Oh, talk shouldn't hurt him. Just don't go slapping him on the back, though. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the office. Try not to have any more riots tonight, will you, Matt? I'm short on sleep.
I'll try, Doc.
Matt.
Yeah, Doc.
You better hope that this fella was the loser in that fight. Because if he wasn't, the other man is sure to be dead.
Thanks, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
Reed?
You better lock that door.
You're all right, Reed. Just settle down.
You'll be after me.
No? Who'll be after you?
You gotta protect me, Marshal.
Now, come on, speak up. Who's after you?
Clayton.
Clayton? Your brother?
He's gonna kill me. You gotta stop it, Marshal.
Well, what happened?
He beat me. And he says he's gonna kill me in the morning. He'll do it too, Marshal. Now, you gotta stop him.
He was trying to save your neck back in Wichita.
Yeah. He found out.
Well, what did he find out?
About that woman.
Oh. You killed her, huh?
Didn't want to tell him, Marshal.
I bet you didn't.
I was drinking. I ain't been able to do nothing but keep on drinking since I got back to Dodge. Every place I go, I see her face, except when I got drunk enough.
And Clade was making you stay here?
Yeah, Marshal. Yeah, I didn't want to. I wanted to go anywhere else. That's what happened tonight.
Go on.
I was trying to get him to say I could go away. Just move on. He was being bullheaded the way he's always been. Going on about the family name the way he does. Well, I wanted to shut him up about it.
So you told him?
Yeah, I told him. I thought he'd throw me out, tell me never to come back. That's what I wanted.
Looks like you did a pretty good job of it.
Well, he's not finished, Marshal. He's coming after me. Now, you got to protect me.
Now, that's where you're wrong.
Now, what do you mean?
I don't have to protect you.
Well, you don't understand, Marshal. He's crazy. He'll kill me. Now, the law's got to take care of
The
me.
law tried to take care of you once.
Yeah, but I was acquitted. I'm all square on that, ain't I, Marshal?
Yeah. All you got to worry about now is the family name. Now, you can stay here tonight, but that's all.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
I land that Reed Morley back there sure sleeping like he was dead. He ain't showing no signs of moving at all.
He's sleeping off a bad beating.
Oh, say, did you mean to leave that cell door open that way?
Yeah, I meant it. He isn't a prisoner, Chester.
No, I can't think of it. I guess he ain't at that. Funny thing, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, what's so funny?
Well, the law can't touch a man again after it's tried him, even if he does turn out to be guilty of sin.
Now, the law's stood up for a long time, Chester. I guess it knows what it's doing.
Well, it still don't make no sense to me. Oh, you been needing me for a little bit, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester. You can go ahead and eat.
All right, sir. Ain't you coming?
No, not yet.
Well, all right, I won't. Oh, say, you want me to close the door into the back?
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
All right.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello, Morley.
This is not an easy call for me to make.
No, I guess not.
I want you to know, though, Marshal, when a Morley makes a mistake, he admits it. I want to apologize to you and to the law.
That's a little late for that.
I know that, Marshal. I found out last night my brother did kill that woman.
That's too late, too. He can't be tried again.
No, Marshal. It isn't too late. I mean to see justice done, even if the law was unable to do it.
Just how do you intend to do that?
I will take care of my brother, Marshal, for the honor of the family.
All right, you take care of him, just so you keep him away from me.
Oh, he'll be away from everybody, Marshal.
What do you mean?
He'll be dead.
Now, listen here, Morley. I don't blame you for wanting to skin him alive. I don't blame you for beating him the way you did. I got no mind to protect him, but I can't stand still for a killing. You better understand that.
Did you just mention a beating? How did you know about that?
I saw him.
He's here, isn't he? He came to you for help. I should have known.
Yeah, Clayt, he's here.
Didn't expect you to hide a killer, Marshal.
Stay out of there, Clayt. I'm not hiding it.
Not anymore, you're not.
Clayt, no. No.
You're a fool, Morley. You've killed him.
Had to be done, Marshal. It was a matter of honor.
The law will call it murder. I'm locking you up, Morley.
You saying I'll stand trial?
And this time the court will make it stick.
I won't hang, Marshal. There's never been a Morley hung.
Don't be a fool, Morley. Drop your...
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, I heard them shots. I would... my gracious, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
They both dead?
Yeah. It's like he was saying. A Morley is never hung. It's a matter of family honor.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyles. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, Matt.
What?
Hey, wait a second.
Ah, hello, Doc.
I was on my way over to the jail after you. You heard about the Lady Gay?
The Lady Gay? What about it?
You haven't heard, or you wouldn't ask.
Heard what, Doc?
Well, I'll walk along with you if you're heading that way.
As a matter of fact, I was, but what's all that crowd out front?
In due time, Matt. In due time.
You know, Doc, there's only one thing that makes you happier than having a secret, is to collect your coroner's fee.
You might get a fee out of this, too, before it's over.
Well, no wonder you're all worked up.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon.
Chester?
You heard about the Lady Gay?
No, Chester, I have not heard about the Lady Gay.
What? He's upset, Chester. He's the only man in Dodge who hasn't.
So help me, Doc, if this is one of your practical jokes.
No. I had nothing to do with it. You'll see.
Pardon me, please. Will you let me... Yes, thank you. Will you pardon me, please?
Well, Mr. Dillon? What do you think of it, Matt? Aside from the misspelled words.
The Lady Gay Saloon will open up at 8 o'clock tonight with new management and new policy. Everybody welcome. Signed, the new manager, Mamie.
A woman?
Lately of Kansas City, St. Louis, and Points East.
A woman can't run a saloon in Dodge.
Oh, I don't know.
Miss Kitty. Well,
I've been doing pretty well at it.
Well, yes, ma'am, but what I meant was
You're not a woman, Kitty. You're an institution.
Well, that might be a compliment, Matt, but I'm not quite sure.
The reason you manage is because you got respectable patrons like me and Matt and Chester.
I'm not sure I'd call any one of you respectable.
Oh, now, Kitty.
You three know anything about this Mamie person?
Nobody ain't even saw her, Miss Kitty. She must have come to town last night sometime.
Probably some frilly little piece of Boston fluff.
You sound jealous, Kitty.
Why should I be jealous? There's enough business in town for both of us. Well, satisfy your curiosity and then come on over the Long Branch for a decent drink.
Well, now, Kitty, I'll have to wait until I get a look at her.
Yeah, and you just might lose our trade, you know.
I kind of doubt that. I'll see you boys later.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Say, Mr. Dillon, Mamie is the new manager. What went with Herman Bleecker?
I don't know. Maybe he sold the saloon to her, but he sure didn't say anything about it yesterday morning.
That's right, and I seen him over at the livery stable yesterday afternoon, showing off one of them fancy vests he's always ordering. He never said a word about it.
Well, you know that little popinjay, he's flighty. It probably happened suddenly.
Too sudden, Doc, even for Herman.
Say, come to think of it, I ain't saw him all morning, and he's usually strutting up and down Front Street, preening himself like a powder pigeon.
He's probably upstairs there, sleeping in, getting ready for the opening night.
We gonna be here for opening night, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I think maybe we better.
music down at 8 o'clock. That's all I know about it. Now, if you want to order anything, let's hear it. If you don't, shut up.
The boys are getting kind of rambunctious, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I was talking to the bartender earlier, Matt, asking what she looks like. And he said if he told me, I wouldn't believe it.
The fella I'd like to talk to is Herman Bleecker.
Howdy, strangers.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Lady Gay. I'm Mamie, the new owner.
Holy jumping gee, fat.
190 pounds if she weighs an ounce.
Oh, that bartender was right. I wouldn't have believed it.
Boys, looks like we're going to be doing business together. So let's get things straight right in the beginning. Now, in the first place, the minute you stick your foot inside that door, you're on my stomping ground. I'm the boss of the shebang, and don't ever forget it. When I tell anybody to hop, he hops. Is that clear? I aim to give the squarest deal in town. All the liquor here is going to be aged over 30 days, and the dancing girls aged under 30 years.
Who cares how the dancing girls?
The liquor's straight. The girls are graceful. There's only 4 aces in every deck, and the cards only read from the front
I
side.
never seen none of that.
You'll get a fair shake for your money, but there ain't gonna be no fandango.
Well, friend, I know.
And another thing,
I know it happened.
mister, I'm talking.
So now, you old battle axe.
Excuse me, boys.
See.
He paid for his drink, Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you Throw his hat out after him. Now, as I was saying, boys, I just won't stand for no fandango. Maybe some of you figured I was wearing a 6-shooter for decoration. Well, just cast your eyes on that ace of spades that got tacked up on the back wall. You ready? Now!
Did you see that draw, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, and she got the card, too.
All right, boys. The first one's on the house, and it's the last free one you'll get. The only credit I give is for funeral expenses. Rally up,
Well, Mr. Dillon?
I'll be right back, Chester. I want to have a talk with her. Mamie?
Oh, you're the marshal, huh?
That's right. My name's Dillon.
Proud to shake your hand, Marshal.
Oh, thanks, Mamie. Welcome to Dodge.
Mighty decent of you to express the sentiment, Marshal. I reckon you won't get much business around the Lady Gay. I'll take care of any trouble that starts.
That'll be quite a change. The boys used to push Bleecker around every now and then.
Ah, that runty little prairie dog.
I didn't know that he was planning to sell. He must have made his mind up in a hurry, huh?
Yeah, I made him an offer and he took it. Just like that.
Uh-huh. Found himself some new living quarters, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, he moved out last night.
I see. There were a couple of things I wanted to talk to him about.
Well, now, I'm afraid he left town, Marshal. I think he said something about taking the train to St. Louis.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I'd like to have seen him. Well, I'll probably be dropping in now and then, Miss Mamie.
Sure. Anytime, Marshal.
Did you find out anything, Mr. Dillon?
Let's get out of here, Chester. You coming, Doc?
Sure. My gracious alive, I sure would hate to meet her in the dark.
Yeah, she's got a voice like a bull buffalo.
Ain't it awful? Just itches your ears something fierce, doesn't it?
What'd she say about Herman?
She says she thinks he left town. Chester, I want you to check all the rooming houses and the hotels along Front Street. I'm going to the railroad station and the stage lines, and I'll meet you back at the office, huh?
Aren't you?
And, Doc, I think Herman keeps a horse over at the livery stable. Would you look into that for me?
Sure, I'm happy.
You know, Mr. Dillon, she's an awful straight shot.
Yeah, Chester. I know.
You here, Matt?
Yeah, come on in, Doc.
Well, Bleeker's horse is still over at the stable. He didn't tell them anything about leaving.
He didn't leave, Doc. Mimi came in on the 9 o'clock train last night. Only one train out after that, around midnight, and he wasn't on it. And he didn't buy a ticket on the stage.
Oh, what'd I tell you? Matt, that's something.
Mr. Dillon, Manuel wants to see you.
No? Oh, come on in, Manuel.
Gracias, Senor Dillon.
What's on your mind?
I was at the railroad depot when I hear you ask about Senor Bleeker.
Yeah, go on.
Senor, last night I see something which is strange.
Oh?
I come home very late. 1 hour or 2 hours before dawn. I was visit a friend, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I walk home in much hurry, you know. It's very dark, senor. Well, all at once I see this lantern in the arroyo behind the Lady Cantina.
Lantern?
I'm thinking to myself, what is this, huh? So I wait, and this lantern keeps coming toward me. And when it's close, this woman who I have never seen no one like her, this Mimi, what a scare.
What was she doing in the arroyo?
Quien sabe, but she carries something in her hand.
Well, what was it?
A shovel, senor.
Matt, finding anything?
There's something here, Doc, but I can't quite... Chester, hold the lantern over here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Found something here, but I can just get it loose.
Lantern all right? Can you see it?
Yeah, that's fine, Chester. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's a boot. Here's another one.
Oh, yes. And all that fancy stitching. Matt, those are his. I've seen them on him.
Yeah, so have I. Yesterday, in fact. Here, take them, Chester. There's a bundle of some kind here.
A bundle? The body?
No, it's clothes, I think. I'll have a look. Well, that's all there is, too. The hole doesn't go any deeper. There's hard pan on the bottom. Here, hold the lantern down, Chester. Let me get this unwrapped.
I'm not sure about that coat, Mr. Dillon. A lot of them like that around town.
Yeah, I know. Take a look at this vest.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's Herman's. Yeah, nobody else in Dodge City would wear a thing like that.
Yeah. And from the looks of it, he won't be wearing it again either. How you coming, Doc?
Now, don't rush me, man. I haven't made one of these blood tests in years. If you ask me, I don't see any use of making one now. But we'll see here. Pour the precipitants into here. Yes. Matt, what other kind of blood could it be except human?
Doc, I only want to be sure, that's all.
All right then. Let me see here. 5 drops of the sulfate. And, well, you sure look uncomfortable, Matt.
How would you like to try arresting Mamie, Doc?
It's not my job to arrest her.
You're lucky.
And now we'll shake this up and warm it a bit.
One thing, Mr. Dillon. Shooting at a mark's not the same as a gunfight. Maybe she won't resist.
You really believe that, Chester?
No, sir.
Well, there's still a chance we may be going off half-cocked here. That blood could have got on Herman's vest a dozen different ways.
We'll soon see. Now then, a couple of drops of reagent. And look for the color change. Turn up that lamp a little bit, will you, Chester?
Yeah, no.
What? Well, Doc?
Too bad, Matt. It's human blood. Matt, I thought we were going over to Lady Gay and talk to Mamie.
Yeah, so did I.
She'll keep. She's not going anywhere.
It looks cut and dried to me, Matt.
You might not if you were in my shoes. Come on in the office.
You know, Mr. Dillon, I talked to that barkeep, Finnegan. He said when he showed up this morning to open the saloon, this woman was inside waiting for him. Told him to come back at 8 o'clock tonight. She never seen no sign of Herman Bleeker.
Well, there's another nail in your coffin, Matt.
You know, Doc, I ought to deputize you and take you along to help me.
I will not lift a hand in anger against a woman.
I just keep thinking that we could still be wrong.
Especially that woman.
Suppose Herman hurt himself some way.
How?
And he wanted to get away by himself and recuperate.
Where?
And suppose he didn't want anybody to know about it.
Why?
So he decided to stay with some friend.
Who?
And maybe... Oh, all right. But it could have been something like that. Well, even if something had happened to him, Mamie may have not had anything to do with it.
But then how come she's running the Lady Gay, calling herself the new owner?
Oh, okay, Doc, you're probably right. Come on, Chester, let's get it over with. She is at the end of the bar.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Take her in, Chester. Maybe she'll talk when she's arrested. But I've got to get that gun away from her somewhere.
By jing, it's not going to be easy.
That's got to be done. I've never drawn a gun on a woman yet. I'm not going to start now.
You got a plan?
Yeah. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, Marshal, mighty glad you dropped back in.
Just wondering how you were getting along, Mamie.
Like a kid with two tongues and an all-day sucker. Oh, did you find that little weasel Herman Bleeker?
I thought you told me that he left town.
Well, I was just guessing, Mr. Dillon. He said something about planning to. Here, step up and have a shot of poison.
No, thanks. As a matter of fact, I came back here for a particular purpose. You see, Chester and I have a bet on.
We do?
What kind of bet, Marshal?
Well, it was that shooting trick of yours, hitting the center of that playing card. Oh, Chester figures it was nothing but luck. So he's betting me that you can't do it 5 times in a row.
Well, now, we'll soon settle that. The card's still up there. Stand aside, boys. Mamie's gonna limber up a shooting iron. All right. There's one. A couple of them.
You're doing fine so far.
How am I doing up there, boys?
All dead center so far.
3 down and 2 to go. There's 4. And 1 more to... Oh, yeah.
What's the matter? What are you stopping now for?
I got some rules I go by, Marshal. One of them's never to fire my last shot and leave my gun empty.
I see. Well, that's a pretty good idea.
Sorry to lose your bet for you, Marshal.
I just guess you're not a gambler, Miss Mamie.
Who says so? I'll take a fair bet at even odds any day of the week and twice in Philadelphia.
Oh? Well, in that case, I'll make you one. I got a pretty fair gun here. Or at least I thought so until I saw yours in action.
I'd say yours is every bit as good as mine.
Then how about a bet, huh? Your gun against mine. 1 cut for high card.
Well,
Well, it's of course all right with me if you'd rather back out.
who's backing out? You got yourself a bet, Marshal. Finnegan,
Yes, ma'am?
shuffle us a deck.
Yes, Miss Mamie.
If it's a bet or a fight, Mamie never backs out.
There you are, Miss Mamie.
Now, who goes first, Mr. Dillon?
Ladies, always.
All right. If your friend Lester will cut 'em for us once.
Chester.
Never mind, cut the cards.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's see what we've got.
Well, Jack of spades. That's not bad.
Pretty good, Marshal. Bloody good enough to beat anything. Oh.
King of diamonds.
All right. I'm beat fair and square. You won yourself a gun.
Thanks. Here, Chester, will you take it? Now the handcuffs.
Hey, what's it?
Maybe you're under arrest.
Well, of all the sidewinding, double-crossing, backhanded...
Maybe you're
bull,
going to stay fastened to me until I get you in a cell, so you might as well make the best of it.
Why, you
And as
know,
far as
but-
that's concerned, you'll be safer in jail than out of it once word gets around. People here in Dodge thought a lot of Herman Bleecker.
Oh, that little sawed-off groundhog.
That's no excuse for killing him in cold blood.
What?
You heard him, baby. You killed me.
Bleecker.
Oh, my, this is the biggest night of my whole life, to hear somebody finally shut Mamie up and make her like it.
What's this all about, Herman?
Well,
I'll tell you what it's all about. This little grubworm ran out on me in Cincinnati 3 years ago. I've been hunting him ever since. And last night I found him. I whaled the living daylights out of him.
Yeah, he looks it. But why did you bury his clothes?
Would you want to be married to a man that dressed like that?
She pretty near murdered me, Marshal. I've been up there in bed all day, just too bruised and embarrassed to hobble downstairs.
We've had our ups and downs, Marshal, me and little Herman. But you know how it is.
Yeah. Chester, give me the keys to the handcuffs.
Yes, sir. I got them right here in the... Maybe they're in the... No, I guess they're...
What's the matter, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, when we was digging out there, well, I guess I maybe lost them keys.
Chester, can't you file that thing any faster?
Now, you might just as well relax, Mr. Dillon. Took me nearly an hour to get the other one off on Miss Mamie's wrist.
All right, but hurry it up.
Mamie sent this bottle of whiskey to make the waiting a little easier.
Oh, fine. Chester, let that go for a minute. And open up the bottle, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you imagine it, Doc? Little Herman Bleecker married for years to a woman like that?
Oh, I don't want to imagine. I get nightmares.
Here you go, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, thanks, Chester.
And one for you, Doc.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, boys, here's to the weaker sex.
Whichever one that is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal.
The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston.
Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
No, Mr. Dillon, ain't this a fine morning, though? A little nippy, maybe, but just fine.
Yeah. Indian summer hanging on, winter holding off. You know, Chester, this time of year I wouldn't trade western Kansas for everything east of the Mississippi. Oh, good morning, Caleb.
I've been waiting in this jail office for a full 2 hours. What time do you start work, Marshal?
Chester, you know Caleb Andrews, don't you?
Yes, sir. How are you, Mr. Andrews?
Marshal, I have an order here from the U.S. District Court.
No?
I believe it's your job to serve such orders.
It is. I don't get them often, though. Now, order of foreclosure and eviction on Ed Blake. Now, Caleb, why are you doing this to Ed?
The man borrowed money from me, gave me a mortgage on his farm and household effects. He can't pay it.
It only came due 3 days ago. You sure didn't waste any time.
Well, I'm not interested in your opinions, Marshal Dillon.
Amount of the mortgage, $420. What do you need with $420? You own half of Ford County right now.
Marshal, it's not your place.
You know as well as I do why Ed Blake can't pay this off. His horse rolled on him last spring and broke his leg, and then his wife and kid nearly broke their backs trying to get a crop out.
Oh, I didn't come here to listen
now,
to
if you'd let this ride on through the winter, you'd get your money out of it. But if you go ahead and foreclose now, you're going to wipe him out.
Marshal, I already have foreclosed.
Yeah. You'd break a man for $420 that you don't even need, huh?
As I said, your opinions don't interest me. All I expect from you is to serve those papers.
All right, I'll serve them.
You'll notice they're to be served today.
I said I'd serve them. Now get out.
What, sir?
This office belongs to the United States government, and as far as I know, that's one thing you've got no mortgage on, so get out.
You may find I have some influence in Washington, Marshal Dillon.
Then see if you can get me a decent salary for this rotten job I've got.
Sure was a fine morning, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it sure was. All right, Chester, let's saddle up.
There's one job I sure wish we didn't have to do, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It sure is a nice farm. Ed and Martha put in a lot of work here the last 4 years.
Chester, we don't have any choice.
Yes, sir, I know. It's a downright shame.
Hey, Marshal!
Oh, boy. Well, hello, Jimmy.
Look here what I got, Marshal.
Looks to me like a mighty dead coyote.
He's been killing my chickens, so last night I hid out behind the barn. I got him with one shot, Marshal, and there wasn't even a full moon.
Oh, that's fine, Jimmy.
Matt Dillon, how are you?
Morning, Martha.
And Chester, too.
Miss Blake?
Glad to see you. Get down and come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Jimmy, now that you've showed that thing to Marshal Dillon, take it away somewhere.
All right, Mom.
He's real proud of those chickens of his, and he's done fine with them. Oh, here I am, though, keeping you standing out here in the yard. Come on, let's go inside.
Well, we really can't stay, Martha.
Oh, nonsense. You don't get out here once in a coon's age.
Yeah, I know, but...
And you're just in time. Your favorite dish, Matt. I was just about to take it out of the oven when you rolled up.
Cornbread? Buttermilk cornbread?
Right. Ed's not here, but you will stay, won't you?
Oh, Ed's away, huh?
Yes, he's in town. Matt, you're not yourself. What is it?
Well, Martha, I suppose I ought to talk to Ed about this, but maybe it'd be better if he hears it from you.
Here's what?
I've got a court order here. It has to do with that mortgage of Caleb Andrews. It's an order of foreclosure and eviction and sale.
No. Oh, no.
Yeah, here it is.
We were so sure he'd extend it. So sure. Oh, Matt, how long before we have to get out?
5 days.
So soon? You were right, Matt. It is better that Ed hears it from me, coming on top of everything else.
Martha, if there's anything I can do, you just let me know.
Matt, I don't blame you for this. I understand. Come on in now and have some cornbread with us.
Well, I couldn't. I'm sorry. Thanks anyway, Martha, but I'm just not very hungry.
Matt, you've looked low all week.
Well, it's just things in general, Kitty. You know, sometimes you get to wondering if it's all worth it.
It's the Blakes that's bothering you, isn't it, Matt? Chester was telling me.
Yeah, Chester talks too much.
Well, it's not your fault, Matt. Somebody had to serve the orders.
Yeah, and somebody has to be a hangman, too.
Well, life's never all good, Matt. There's always a little bad in it.
And on my job, it's more than a little, Doc.
Try making your living sometime as a dance hall girl.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know, when you have to go out and boot somebody like the Blakes off their land and out of their home, then you just start wondering what is right and what is wrong.
Well, if you find out, Matt, that means.
Oh, here you are, Marshal. I stopped by the jail.
All right, Caleb. What's on your mind?
That Blake family, Marshal. They were supposed to vacate today, and they haven't done it. I rode by there a little while ago.
But according to the court order, they got until sundown.
Now, look, Marshal, I believe I'd prefer to discuss our business elsewhere than in the presence of this woman.
Just a minute, Caleb.
Matt, I'll go.
No. Caleb. You're going to apologize to Miss Russell right now.
Matt, no.
Apologize? Well, I'm not going to apologize to any cheap little strumpet.
Matt, you shouldn't have done it.
Sam.
Yeah?
Take him outside and throw some water on him, will you?
Sure, Matt. Come on. Charlie, come here.
He'll do everything he can to harm you now, Matt. He'll take it out on the Blakes, too.
Maybe. Look, I just got an idea. I'll see you later.
Matt, the mere fact a man runs a bank doesn't always mean he has a free hand in everything he does. Bank has stockholders, board of directors. I have to listen to them.
Well, I think they'd approve the loan, Mr. Botkin.
Another thing, Caleb Andrews is the biggest account I've got. He's out to get that Blake farm. If I crossed him by making this loan you suggest, oh, Matt, he'd break me.
I see. All right, Mr. Botkin, forget it.
Matt, I realize I'm under obligation to you. You saved my life that time the James brothers held me up. Saved the bank, too, in fact.
That was part of my job. That's no obligation. I was just asking you as a friend to help out another friend.
Matt, I'd like to do it, but I just can't, don't you see?
Yeah, sure. Forget it.
I've got to think of my wife and the two girls.
Of course you have.
It's not that I don't want to help.
I understand, Mr. Botkin. Forget it.
That ought to hold it a while. That fire feels kind of good, Mr. Dillon. Getting chilly out tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. When winter sets in, it always makes you feel good to know you got a warm place to hole up. It'd be mighty rough to...
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing, Chester.
You reckon they vacated this afternoon?
I don't know. We'll ride out there in the morning and find out. Yeah, come in.
Can we bother you?
Ed, come on in. Martha. Hello, Jimmy. Come on up the stove.
Yeah. Fact is, Matt, we kind of like to impose on you for tonight. We don't have any place to go, no money, and, well, wondered we could sleep in the jail.
Well, sure, Ed. Sure. Chester, will you get a fire going back there? Huh?
Yes, Mr.
And dig some blankets out of the storeroom, huh?
Yes, sir. Want to come help me, Jimmy?
Yeah, you go on along with Chester, son.
Ed, we may as well get your stuff out of the wagon.
Well, There ain't any wagon, Matt. We walked into town. What? You walked? Well... With that leg? Wagon, the stock, all the household goods, they're all covered in that mortgage, you see. So we didn't take anything. We just clothes on our backs. Oh, Ed. So help me,
It's all right, Matt. We know how you feel. After all, we started with nothing before, and we can do it again.
There's no reason you should have to.
We do have to, though, and that's that.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's Jimmy. He grabbed a rifle from the rack and took out the back way. I couldn't stop him.
Where on earth is he going?
I know where he's going, and heaven help him if we don't catch him.
Little Caleb's house here in the corner. Looks dark.
Yeah, he may not be at home.
Ain't no sign of the boy around.
But it's 10 to 1. This is where he headed for. Chester. There's somebody back of that tree there to the left.
Oh, yeah. Reckon it's him.
I don't know. Just keep on walking. Jimmy? It's me, Matt Dillon.
Go away, Marshal. You better go away now.
Well, I can't do that, Jimmy. But you're a friend of mine. And I figure you're waiting here to do something you'll be sorry for. And I can't let you do that.
Nothing you can do about it, Marshal. I got a gun here and I'm going to kill him. Now, you go away and leave me alone.
Jimmy, I know how you feel. I don't like Caleb either. But killing him's no answer.
Stop, Marshal. Now, stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
I have to, Jimmy. It's my job. So if you're going to go through with this, I guess you're going to have to kill me first.
Stay back.
Sorry, Jimmy. I don't have a choice. But you do.
Marshal?
Now give me the rifle.
I couldn't shoot you, Marshal. You know that.
Sure.
I kept waking up nights and hearing Mom crying. Dad had sit up all night without the lamp lit and no fire and not saying anything. Just sitting.
Take it easy now.
Why is he doing it to us, Mr. Dillon?
Jimmy, will you do something for a friend?
If you say so.
All right, take that rifle back to the jail. Put it in the rack. And you go to bed. You promise?
I promise, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry. I'll do like you say.
All right, Jimmy. Good night, son.
Told you Mr. Botkin wouldn't do anything, Matt. He wouldn't dare. He'd be scared Caleb would take his money out of the bank.
Yeah, that's about what he said. I don't know, Kitty. I've done everything I can think of.
Now, the worst of it is everybody in town is just as scared of Caleb as Mr. Botkin is. I doubt if they'll even have the nerve to bid against him at the sale.
I know. He'll probably get the place at not much more than the amount of the mortgage.
$420. Matt, I've seen more than that change hands across the poker table in one deal. And to think that's all it takes to get... Oh, yeah, Jack.
Jack?
I'm not usually one to eavesdrop on people, but I have been listening to you, too. The reason I butted in, Miss Kitty, I heard you talking about these people losing their home. I don't know this fellow Blake. He's never done any business over my blackjack table and probably never will.
No, I don't think he's ever been in here.
And I don't know if this will make sense. But the thing is, I left home when I was 10 years old, and I've been drifting ever since. And when I see somebody like this Blake that sticks it out and works and fights and then gets a raw deal, well, what I'm getting at, here's $50, if that'll help any.
Well, this is pretty decent of you, Jack. Thanks.
Sure.
Matt, I said a while ago that nearly everyone in town was afraid of Caleb. Well, it looks like there's some who aren't, like Jack and the other dealers and the girls and the bartenders. Matt, I can raise $420 right here in the Long Branch.
I think maybe you could, Kitty.
I can do as well as Jack, too. Here's 50 from me. Boys, everybody, listen to me for a minute. Now, quiet down.
Shut up.
Quiet down. I got something to say.
He's sure taking his time getting here, Chester.
Well, I told him what you said, Mr. Dillon.
I ought to bring him to the office on a run, if anything will. Anytime Caleb figures he's about to lose $1 or $2, it's hitting him where it hurts.
The Blakes turned in for the night, have they?
I guess so. It's quiet back there.
Marshal, what's this all about?
Shut the door, Caleb.
Now, would you mind telling me why I've been called here at this time of night?
Sure. Here's $420. Blakes want to pay off that mortgage.
Oh, they do they?
The court costs up to now will probably run about $10. I'll pay that myself.
Well, that's mighty generous of you. Well, good night, Marshal.
It's a deal, then?
I'm not the least bit interested in having that mortgage paid off, Marshal Dillon. The Blake farm is worth about $2,000 now. In 5 years, it'll be worth 3 times that much. Land's going up in Ford County. So I don't want the money, I want the farm. And when it's put up for sale, I'll get it at my own price. That foreclosure still goes.
I see.
Oh, good night, gentlemen. Well, I guess that's that.
I don't know why I ever thought he'd take the money. The Blakes won't get a cent out of the sale. He'll scare everybody off and bid it in a few dollars over the amount of the mortgage, and nobody in town will even try to... I'll even try to...
Try to what, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I'm going over and wake up Mr. Buck, and I got an idea. And if it works, we'll hold that sale at noon tomorrow.
Well, that's pretty short notice to find an auctioneer.
I don't need an auctioneer, Chester. This one I'm going to run myself. All of you know what we're here for. This is a foreclosure sale of the property and the household effects of Edward and Martha Blake, ordered by the court at the request of that fine-spirited, good-hearted public benefactor, Caleb Andrews.
All right. Get on with it. Get on with the sale.
All right. Now, the first item I'm offering is a breadboard.
Marshal Dillon, may I suggest you lump the household effects together and offer them as one bulk item?
I'm sorry, Caleb. I'd rather offer them one at a time. Unless, of course, you'd care to waive all claim to the household effects and withdraw them from the order of foreclosure.
I waive the claim. The household goods are withdrawn. Now, get on to the house and land.
So ordered. Now, the item offered is 160 acres of tillable land, a 4-room house, and a barn. Now, I won't read through this description. You all know the property. It's a good farm. The amount of the mortgage is $420, held by Caleb Andrews. All right, the bidding's open. What am I offered?
$450.
I have $450 from Caleb Andrews. Do I hear another bid? Now, the farm's worth $2,000. You gonna let him have it for $450? How about another bidder?
Mr. Dillon?
Yes? What is it, Chester?
I've been thinking some lately of getting me a little place like this and settling down. I'll bid $1,000.
I have $1,000 from Chester Proudfoot. Do I hear another bid?
Why, it's a trick. He doesn't want this place.
$1,000 going what?
$1,200.
Caleb Andrews bids $1,200. What do you say, Chester?
Well, I think think I kindly like this farm. $1,500.
The bid is $1,500. Going once, going twice.
$1,600.
$1,600 from Mr. Andrews. Mr. Proudfoot?
$8,420.
He never had that much money in his whole life.
Do I hear another bid? What do you say, Caleb?
Do you think I'm a fool?
Going once, going twice, sold to Chester Proudfoot for $8,420. The buyer will come forward and complete the sale.
Well, now, don't you worry then, Mr. Andrews. I got it right here. Now, see, there's 8,000 in $500 bills, and here's the 420.
Where did you ever get that much in cash?
Well, I save my pay, Mr. Andrews. And then, of course, I only drink mostly beer. And it adds up after a while.
Well, Caleb, I guess $420 of this is yours. That takes care of the mortgage. Well, Ed, looks like you made a pretty fair profit on the place.
A whole lot better than I expected, Matt. But I'd still rather have the farm than the money.
Ed, I've been sort of thinking it over. Maybe I kind of lost my head. When you come right down to it, I don't know what I would do with a farm. So if you'd like to buy it, I'll take a $420 loss and sell it back to you for $8,000 cash.
That's done, and here's the money.
It's unheard of. They can't do it, Marshal.
Well, as far as I know, there's no law against a man selling his own property.
And now the way I see it, Mr. Andrews, is right this minute, you're a trespasser on my property. So, come on now, let's go.
You hear about this, believe you me. And stop pushing me.
Chester, you better get that $8,000 back to the bank. Mr. Bodkin's probably worrying himself into a breakdown for fear somebody will find out he let us have it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll see you in town later.
All right.
Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for what you've done.
Not me, Martha. Thank the bunch that work at the Long Branch. Now, they're bums and drifters, most of them, but when Kitty told them the story, they really came through.
We'll pay it back, Matt, every cent of it. And that girl, Kitty, I guess I've said some hard things about her in the past, but, Matt, will you ask her to come out to dinner some afternoon? I'd like to thank her myself.
Sure, I'll ask her, Martha. I think she'll appreciate that even more than you know.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Joseph Kearns, Dick Beals, Jack Moyles, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Musser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
gets for them rooms. My jing, that bed up there don't get no softer. What's that, Chester? I was just telling you, Mr. Dobie, the bed up in number 4 don't have no more give to it than an old McClellan saddle.
Well, now, I don't know. What were you doing up there anyway?
I seen that drummer pack his duds out of here, so I knowed he wasn't in there no more, so I went on up.
You got no right to go in my rooms. No right at all.
Well, now, Mr. Dobie, I've been figuring I might take that room someday, and I was just kind of looking it over.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Chester, you're talking a lot of foolishness. You can't afford to stay in the Dodge House.
Well, now, it don't hurt none for a man to think about bettering himself. So what in the world is that?
Oh, it's a fight right outside my hotel.
Now, don't upset yourself, Mr. Dobie. You just sit there. I'll go on out.
And they'll pay any damages. You tell them that.
Yeah.
All right, old man.
Here now.
Yeah, old man, I think you better sit down.
Here, you young greenheart.
Just quit your jabbering.
Here now, here. You leave Charlie be.
Yeah, you better mind your own business, Chester.
I said move along now. Leave him be.
Hey, now, who's shoving here?
Go on.
Wait a minute.
Okay, Chester, okay. Now just simmer down. Don't need to get so hard-nosed.
Well, you ought to be ashamed, big fellers like you pushing an old man around.
We didn't mean no harm. We was just trying to get him to stop ragging at us, to quit his talking.
It don't make no difference to me what you was trying to do. Go on, get.
Getting so you can't walk down the street without he stops you and talks your ear off.
I said get.
Oh, come on, kid. Let's get out of here.
You hurt Charlie? No, I ain't hurt. It'd take more than them young buzzards to hurt me. Well, what was they pushing you around for? Oh, I was just trying to tell them something, that's all. Young folks ain't got the gumption to listen when to do 'em the most good. Well, now... Well, they'd have got shot down easy. Shot? Who's going to shoot 'em? Well, anybody they draw on, the way they is handling them guns. I didn't hear no shooting. Of course you didn't. There wasn't none. They was talking about a fast draw. They'd have been shot down, sure. Charlie, was you trying to tell them how to do it? Young ones, they just don't listen. You try to tell them, but they just don't listen. Well, now, you just sit there quiet like. They won't bother you no more. Rio Joe would have got both of them before they even slapped the leather the way they was doing it. Yeah, well, sure, Rio Joe would have outdrew anybody, but that goes back a ways, don't it? Young smarty Alexei won't listen at all, see? Hey, they kind of winged you in the eye, didn't they? Yeah, I guess maybe they did. There was a few elbows flying around. Well, you better put some beefsteak on it. Man needs his eyesight these days. Seeing's a good part of shooting. Yeah, sure. Well, all right, then. You just sit there, Charlie, now, and you let me know if you get bothered some more. Ain't nobody willing to listen no more, no matter how much you got to tell them. Yeah, well, I'll see you sometime. Now, you take care of yourself, Charlie. Ain't nobody willing to listen at all.
There you are.
Thank you, Kitty.
Oh, thank you, Kitty. Can't you sit down with us?
Oh, maybe, for a few minutes.
Ah, good.
I got to check over the whiskey supply with Sam pretty soon.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to interfere with that. It'd be a terrible tragedy for Dodge if a saloon ran dry.
Yeah, most of these men would rather see the river go dry.
Well, you're both sounding pretty high and mighty for a couple of fellows who aren't exactly teetotalers.
Oh, just philosophizing, Kitty. Nothing personal.
How come Matt's buying you 2 beers, Doc?
Because I won 2 games of checkers. That's right. He's slowing up, Kitty. Oh, he's slowing up.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Oh?
Doc? Yeah? You mind if I see you for a minute?
Well, sure not, Chester. Sit down.
Well, no, thank you. I was thinking we might go on over to your office.
Chester, look at me.
Chester?
Hello, Miss Kitty.
What? You've got a black eye.
Here, let me see that, Chester. Well, you sure have, and it's a beaut.
Yes, sir, I guess it is. Doc, you got something put on it? Man ought to protect his eyesight.
Well, it's a little late for that, Chester. You should have ducked.
Yeah, where'd you pick that up, Chester?
Well, I was just trying to help, that's all. It just don't pay about it to try and do a good deed anymore.
What were you trying to help?
That old Charlie, what's his name, sits out in front of the Dodge house talking to anybody who listens.
Charlie? Don't tell me he gave you that eye.
No, Doc, no, of course not. couple of young smart alecks was picking on him, and I mixed in it and come out with this.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you accomplished much.
Now stop teasing him, you two. That was a nice thing you did, Chester.
Thank you. I run him off all right, but the old coot's bound to get into more trouble.
Oh, how's that?
Why, he keeps telling folks what they ought to do, and you know, Miss Dillon, there ain't too many people who wants to listen to an old man like him tell them how to draw a gun.
Draw a gun?
He's always talking about the gunfighters of olden days, and folks get tired of listening to that.
Yeah, well, you better not listen either, Chester. You only got one more eye.
Now, don't pay any attention to him, Chester. I'll fix that eye up for you.
Yes, a little raw meat, Kitty. That's about the best thing.
Yeah, and a few less jokes. I never did know what was so funny about a black eye. Come on, Chester.
Now, you see, boy, you got to be careful about how you work the barrel. You got to have a good, true barrel on your gun.
You sure can whittle nice, mister.
Oh, well, boy, it don't take much to do some whittling. All you got to do is have a sharp knife and to remember it's in your hand for what you're making.
Well, you got a remembrance for that gun, mister?
Oh, my. Like I have for the blaze of the Texas sun on my back. Man, don't forget them things.
It don't look like my pa's gun. That part there is different.
This here?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they got newfangled ideas. You don't need no notch in the cylinder to make a good gun.
Well, pa shoots better, I reckon.
And ain't nobody needs nothing better than his gun. Why, Rio Joe could hit anything he could see.
You know Rio Joe?
Yes, I know him.
You seen him doing shooting?
Oh, stood right with him.
By jingo, mister. Well, you recollect things you could tell me?
Well, sure, boy. I recollect real good. I recollect the time down in border country when he faced down 3 men using a gun like this.
3 men? Was they drawing on him?
Well, yes, they drawed. But that was the last thing they ever did.
It don't seem likely no man could do that.
Rio could do it. He was good with a gun. Yeah, real good.
Go on, mister. Tell me how he done it.
Well, the way it was, Rio was coming along a trail by some cottonwoods.
You still spinning them yarns, old man.
He's telling me about Rio Joe.
Rio Joe. He's telling you about Rio Joe.
He's seen him. He stood with him. Ain't that so, mister?
Of course that's so.
Well, don't listen to him, boy. This here old fool is like to hear himself talk. He never seen a gunfighter like Rio Joe his whole life.
Well, I did
or
see
if he
him, too.
did,
I
he'd
did.
have run so hard it wouldn't have been stopped yet. He just talks so much the whole town's tired of it, boy. You don't want to get took in by no blowhard.
Now, you look here.
Oh, Rio Joe.
Mister?
I was telling you straight, boy. You believe me, don't you?
Well, can you prove it?
I don't know, boy. I don't know.
Hey, slide that bottle down this way, will you?
Sure, Rasp.
Well, thanks. Hey, you the two fellers give that Marshal's helper a black eye.
Chester? Well, he was asking for it. It weren't none of his business.
You know, first I thought the old man give it to him.
Old Charlie? All he does is talk.
Oh, he sure does that, though, don't he?
You think nobody else knowed how to draw a gun?
Him and
Rio Joe.
Why, he don't even wear a gun.
No, he don't. I ain't never seen him draw. He just talks about it.
Yeah. Don't seem like feller talks that much ought to back his play.
Old Charlie ain't got no play to back.
Might be mighty interesting put it up to him.
What you mean?
Yeah. Mighty interesting.
What are you aiming at?
I just got me a smart idea how to get rid of that old man.
Wait a minute, Raph. He ain't done nothing bad enough to get shot for.
No.
Who's talking about shooting? I ain't.
You said get rid of him.
Sure I did, and it'll work. And all you got to do is just call his bluff.
How's that?
Well, get him out in the street and tell him he's got to face up to one of us, or else keep his mouth shut and leave town.
Yeah, that'd be calling him all right.
He sure ain't gonna draw.
No, not a talker like him.
That'd be nothing for him to do but get. Come on, let's go fetch him.
Tonight?
Sure, tonight. Right now, ain't no reason to sleep on it. Come on. That's it. Come on now. Right down these stairs.
Now, wait a minute.
Keep your voice down.
We got something to show you outside. But it's the middle of the night.
Well, it ain't gonna make much difference, old man. Yeah. I drag him right out in the middle of the street.
You're not man enough to free up together to get away with this. What you're talking? You ain't got enough guts to wad a shotgun with you. I thought we was going to shut him up, Rast.
He sure is making a lot of noise for an old man standing around in his drawers, ain't he?
Bunch of yellow bellies dragging a man from his bed. You just give me a chance to get at you.
We're giving you a chance, old man.
Down in Texas, we just strung you up.
Oh, you've been talking mighty big for a man that don't wear no gun.
And you're lucky I don't.
Well, now, we'll just see about that. We're going to give you one.
Eh?
We're going to see just how much you learn from Rio Joe.
No, wait a minute. You can't do that. Now, here, let go.
Right now.
Let go.
Stand back. Let me through here. Let me through.
Let him go.
Oh, Marshal, we was just having some fun with him.
Let him go.
He sure needed the lesson.
He doesn't need any lessons from you. Go on now. Get away from here.
Well, there ain't no call to get rough about it, Marshal. Somebody had to shut the old man up.
You listen to me. I find you pestering him again, I'll be rough in a way you're going to really understand. Now, you go on and get out of here. Come on, Charlie. We'll go back to your room.
You don't need to give me no help, Marshal. I can take care of myself.
Sure. I know that, Charlie.
I wasn't scared of him. I just stood up to him.
Yeah. Come on upstairs.
Ain't nobody never got by with nothing like that before.
Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen again.
I know it ain't, Marshal. I know it ain't.
Charlie, you mind if I come in for a few minutes?
Huh? Oh, wait. Yes, suit yourself.
You figuring on staying in Dodge, Charlie?
Well, I did kind of have it in my mind. Man likes a place to settle.
Yeah. You don't need to change your mind because of those roughs, Charlie. I'll handle them.
No need of that, Marshal. Oh, would you step over this way? I'd like to get in that trunk.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, looks like you've had those guns a long time, Charlie.
Yes, I have.
Good shape.
They're old friends, Marshal. I take good care of them. They kind of comfort me to have them with me.
Yeah. I wouldn't get any idea about starting to wear them again, Charlie. They're old guns.
Oh. And I'm an old man. Is that what you're saying?
You're old enough to leave your gunfights behind you. Won't you remember that?
I hope they didn't hurt the old man.
No, they didn't hurt him. Not physically, anyway.
Well, I guess his pride took a beating.
Yeah.
That's a terrible thing they did to him. You think he's going to leave town now?
I don't know, Kitty. I wouldn't blame him if he did.
No. But it'd really be a shame. He wasn't doing any harm, telling his stories. And the kids seemed to like him.
Yeah. But Rasp didn't.
That Rasp Hiller. He's always been a bully.
Not like I hear my name mentioned around here.
You did, Rasp, and I'm glad to repeat what I said. I called you a bully.
Well, now, that ain't real ladylike, Miss Kitty. Is it, Marshal?
Why don't you move along, Rasp?
I keep forgetting you're the big marshal taking care of the ladies and the old men around town.
I have an idea that one particular old man can take care of himself.
Oh, you've been listening to too many of his stories.
I'm not so sure they're just stories.
What do you mean?
I saw a pair of horse pistols in his room last night. They looked like they'd had a lot of
Well,
work.
that old coot don't wear no gun.
He's wearing one now.
Old Charlie?
I wouldn't get in his way if I were you.
You mean that old geezer might draw on me? No. You've been took in by his talk.
I'm just telling you to be careful. He's not going to forget what you did to him last night.
All right, Marshal. I'll play along. I'll tell you one thing. That old man better not start nothing. I wear my guns all the time.
So do I, Rasp.
Well, you ain't scaring me none, Marshal. I'll be around.
So will I, Rasp.
So long, Miss Kitty.
Really think there's going to be trouble, Matt?
I don't know, Kitty. Old Charlie was pretty upset.
Well, you got to stop it. Don't let him put on those guns and march around till he gets himself killed.
I can't take him away from him, Kitty.
Why can't you?
Because he hasn't done anything.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You have to sit and wait until something happens. Till somebody gets killed before you can do anything.
Oh, Kitty.
Why don't you just go stop this thing now, before someone gets hurt?
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, where are you bound for?
Yeah, I'm going over to the telegraph office.
Oh, well, I'll walk along there.
All right. I've been waiting for a wire from Washington. About time I came in.
Not taking your badge away, are they?
On days like this, they're welcome to it. Hello, Ed. You got something for me?
Well, now, that's a funny thing, Marshal. Something just did come in. I was going to bring it up as soon as I ate my dinner.
Yeah?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, see you later, Ed.
Sure, Marshal. You don't look too happy about what's in that wire, man.
This wire isn't really good news, Doc. It's something I've been expecting.
Cut your salary, did they?
No, I wish it was that simple.
What's our hurry? Where are we going?
I want to find old Charlie and take his guns off of him.
You mean that wire was about old Charlie?
Yeah, I'd ask a couple of questions. You better stick with me, Doc. You may be needed.
Yeah, sure. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I'm on my way.
Dillon? He's grasped. And old Charlie.
Yeah, the wire was too late.
What's that?
Never mind. You look at Charlie over there, Doc.
Sure. I'm pretty sure Rasp's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's dead.
That old man just stood there as cool as could be. Let Rasp draw first.
Uh-huh.
And he shot him down with one of them old pistols.
I'm not surprised. Let's go see him. How is he, Doc?
He's not good, man. He's not good at all.
Marshal,
Yeah, Charlie.
I ain't gonna make it.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I don't care about that. It's past time for me to settle. But, Marshal...
Yeah, I'm right here, Charlie.
I want you to know I wasn't making up them stories.
I know you weren't.
I wasn't making no brags or no bluffs. I did stand with Rio Joe.
Yeah, I know.
I could shoot, too. I could shoot as good as he could. I could draw as fast as Rio Joe.
Yeah, Charlie, you could.
You believe me, Marshal?
Yeah, I believe you.
I figure maybe you kind of know the whole thing.
Yeah, I do. I guessed it, Rio.
Sure. Tell the others for me. Tell them I weren't no fake.
He's gone, man.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, just a minute ago, what was that you called him?
Rio, Chester.
Old Charlie was Rio?
Mm.
Oh, that's just terrible. Dying like that. Nobody knowing who you are.
I don't know, Chester. I have a hunch Rio'd like it just this way. I'd have had to arrest him otherwise. Rio's been a wanted man for 20 years.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, Dick Beale, Sam Edwards, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyle. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
More coffee, Marshal?
Yes, ma'am, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe I will.
No. Why don't you just leave the coffee pot right here on the table, Miss Kelly?
Sure thing, Marshal. I got some fresh eggs this morning, if you're interested. They were just brought in.
Fresh eggs? Oh, good. Why don't you cook us up about a half a dozen, huh?
Have them for you right away.
All right.
Fresh eggs. I swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
That's civilization, Chester. Progress. You know, another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Well, seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
You'll see it. We'll both see it. As if we live that long.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You the marshal here?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at your breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter, Ed Hunter. I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Came in on the train this morning.
I see. Won't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
Oh, thank you, sir. This is my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I imagine. Oh, that's my assistant, Chester Proudfoot.
How are you, sir? How do you do?
Would you like to have some coffee?
Thank you. No. Marshal, I've come out here to arrest two men who are wanted in Virginia. Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off in Topeka for them.
And John Allison, Calvin Moore. Yeah, both wanted for murder, huh? Do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
The names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them.
Well, I have some information that might help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller in Greenbrier last spring. He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler.
Fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City.
Possibly I'd do a bit better in regard to the other man, Calvin Moore. He came down to Richmond from the north. He was about 33 at the time. He ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and left town. Now, that was 19 years ago. Beauregard family been trying to trace him ever since.
Well, I'm afraid that I haven't...
I have a picture of this Moore. Photograph.
Oh?
Yeah. Of course, he's much younger in this. What is it, Marshal? Something familiar about the picture?
19 years. He'd be somewhere past 50 now. You sure these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter?
Reasonably so. Is there something about the photograph?
Well, it was too blurred to tell much about it, and besides, he'd be 19 years older now.
Well, that's true.
I tell you what, Mr. Hunter, why don't you leave me this picture and the descriptions, and I'll check around town, keep in touch with you.
All right, thank you, sir. And I wonder, could you suggest a good hotel?
Yeah, why don't you try the Dodge House? It's a corner of Railroad Avenue at the east end of the plaza. You tell Mr. Dobie I sent you.
Thank you again, Marshal. I'm grateful for any help you can give me in this matter.
Sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Dillon, that's...
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. But now the law says he's a murderer. And I'm part of the law.
Well, maybe it ain't him, Mr. Dillon.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. Yeah, this is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly. Gunshot wounds. Matt, I'd lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off a gunshot wound.
That's a rough country, Doc. Maybe, you ought to have stayed back east, huh?
Broken bones and babies and gunshot wounds. I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the east did you come from, Doc?
I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption and colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been out here.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
All right, Doc. A deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. And a photograph of Moore taken 19 years ago. Would you like to take a look at it?
I don't think so, Matt.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl. Oh, she was a beautiful girl with spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. Oh, me, it was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself, Doc.
Well, Jim Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me, and I laughed it off. Well, then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Jim on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
Well, that's not a crime, Doc. Self-defense. It's not a crime here, anyway.
I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand and pulled back on his horse and leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed, and I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, the Panhandle, Abilene, Dodge.
Yeah. The girl, Doc. Well, what happened to the girl?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, she died of typhoid fever. I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. It'd mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Hunter is here after 2 prisoners, Doc. I got no right to my own rules. Go after one man and keep the other one covered. I've always figured the only kind of law that'd work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Doc.
I figured you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Chester around, Kitty?
Yeah, over there by the faro table. Matt, what about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Uh-huh.
He's a deputy sheriff. Got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Well, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are a little skittish.
Hey, you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
I figured maybe you was just killing time. Howdy, Marshal.
Bunko.
Bought you a drink, kid. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours.
Yeah. Maybe.
Hey, I understand you got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
There's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you was the law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? You say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no, but
When a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
No offense, Marshal.
You keep your own cinch tight and don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, I ain't never seen nobody with such bad luck in my whole life. He ought to swear off Pharaoh and stick to stud.
Who, Chester?
Hey, Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 whole weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Let's take a walk, Chester.
I swear, 3 weeks' pay. I never seen such luck.
What about Doc?
Oh, he turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I come on over here.
How's he acting?
Oh, about as usual. One thing he is doing, though, that he ain't never done before. He's toting a gun.
Evening, Marshal. Oh. Hello, Mr. Hunter. Since you didn't come to see me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. Wondering what progress you've made. Well, I'm still checking. And the results at all, Marshal? Haven't got much to go on, you know. Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate local doctors. Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams. How old a man is he? Early 50s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph you gave me. Maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance. Yeah, maybe. I'd like to look him over myself, Marshal. He's pretty busy. He's out on calls most of the time. But not all of the time. No, not all the time, of course. All right, Mr. Hunter. I'll bring him around.
Yeah, declare that's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester.
Well, no, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
that was across the plaza down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Man, somebody sure is stirring up smoke.
That's across the street, edge of the railroad yard.
Is that you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock right here. I fired back, but he got away.
You got a look at him?
No, I just saw the flashes.
It's an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal, you didn't bring him around.
He's out on a call.
But I think I want to meet him more than ever now.
You will. What time is it, Chester?
No, man, it's 2:15. I sure do hope we won't have to spend the whole night waiting in here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine and stuff.
He's used to it, I guess.
I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. Mr. Dillon, you reckon it could have been Doc that fired them shots?
Chester. Somebody coming. Come in.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko.
Well,
What's the matter with your arm?
Oh, I got thrown into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No, it's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
Hold it, both of you.
Oh. Is that the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah, about 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder, John Allison, alias Bunko Benson. Right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back here. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Don't be a fool, Bunko, and I'll put away that gun.
Stay back, I'm warning you.
Bunko, look!
What?
Yeah, that worked pretty slick, didn't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks, Chester. All right, let's get him down to the jail, and you can go find Doc. We're going to need him.
Hola, amigo. You want to know about stereo phonographs? Listen to my last bullfight on ordinary stereo.
Ole.
But now, Columbia Stereo 1. There is a corrida de toros, real lifelike, magnifica. There is such a big difference in stereo phonographs. With most, all you get is a couple of speakers shooting in different directions. But with Columbia, hombre, you get fantastic stereo projection. What it does is to send circles of sound sweeping through every inch of a room. You are surrounded with live sound, live feeling, live passion. Hooray! Hooray! How they cheered me. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer to demonstrate Stereo 1 by Columbia. Prices start as low as $39.95 for portables, $129.95 for consoles. El Picador! Who let that bull out?
Hold still now, Bunko. Just one more second, and I'll have a hold of that bullet, and then we'll... Yeah. Now, add that one to your collection, Matt.
I'll make Hunter a present of it. It wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
You never get me back to Virginia.
Now, hold still, Bunko. How do you expect a man to tie a bandage? How did you know that he'd come to my office, Matt?
Didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There. Yeah, that'll stop the bleeding. Don't loosen it up now, and you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on. Okay, lock the cell, Chester.
Yes, I will.
I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight, Matt. I got 1 hour's sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan. They thought her baby was on the way. False alarm, of course. Usually is the first time. And I got back and came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What did you do with it?
I put it back in the drawer where it belonged. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that why you were waiting in my office? Somebody tried to kill Hunter, and you thought it was me?
I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us, Doc. But I got one man under arrest back there now. I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, because Hunter doesn't know the country.
No, I'm too old to run, Matt. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc. Right or wrong.
Well, then, I guess I'm under arrest.
No, I didn't say that.
Doc Adams here. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
There's a fellow in the railroad yards who was asleep on the track. Drunk, I guess, and they went to switching cars. Well, you better come, Doc. He's awful bad.
He's sitting near the loading pens down this way, I guess.
Guess there's some lights over there and people standing around.
Marshal, that you?
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yard. I'll just walk along with you. Give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to.
Oh?
Doc, this is Ed Hunter. Doc Adams.
Well, how do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter, John Allison, known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
He's the man who tried to kill you tonight.
One down, then. Just one to go. Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
All right, move back, will you, please? Will you let us through here, please? Here, Doctor.
I'm right with you, Matt.
All right, stand back, will you? Give Doc a chance to... Will you stand back, please? Please.
Bad is right. We'll do what we can.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
He's a drifter. He's been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe.
Easy now, Ted.
No friends or family.
We'll have you fixed up here in a couple of
Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
You, Doc.
That's right.
I told him get you. Be all right. You guys here.
Sure, it'll be all right.
He certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Dump. Just take it easy there.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Is there anything I could do to help, Mr. Dillon?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. He stopped in at the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago, and I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side, Chester. Okay,
They
Doc.
seem to put a lot of faith in your Dr. Adams.
They got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Lift his head up a little bit there, will you, Matt?
Yeah.
Not much chance, Matt. All I can do is make him comfortable.
Don't try to talk now, Tex. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. You treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any.
Well, I do.
Mrs. Kelly, I doubt if he can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still
Kelly.
waters. He restoreth my soul.
I think that's enough, Mrs. Kelly.
Too bad.
Oh, no.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, I can't win them all.
Well, I guess...
Dr. Adams, as only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right.
And this man here, he'll be buried under the name of Texas Joe?
Don't worry about it. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames.
So please.
In this country...
Doc.
Oh, excuse me.
Doc, I just came from... Oh.
Yeah.
Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then there wasn't a false alarm. All right, Kitty, I'll be there as quick as I can. Well, as soon as... Well,
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her. Doc will be along.
All right, Matt, but you better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter...
Well, gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do to...
One safe in jail and one of them dead. Or didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? Texas Joe here? Obviously, the man in the photograph. I saw it immediately.
Well,
I hope you'll take all necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore, and his death, of course. Close the case. I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
Leave? Mr. Hunter.
Doctor, I'd say this is no time to stand around here talking. You have a patient waiting. This town seems to depend on you.
Matt?
Well, Doc, you've got work to do. You just make sure it's a boy, huh?
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody, and Virginia Christine. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey! Over here.
One of the boys said you wanted to see me.
Yeah.
Well, it better be important, mister. I don't make a habit of coming running when some saddle punk whistles.
Now, maybe you hadn't ought to make a habit of calling people saddle punks.
No offense. Just an expression.
Sure. I came up from the Pecos country. Been here in Dodge about a week. Maybe you've seen me around.
I've seen you.
I've been talking to people.
Oh?
Everybody tells me you was a big shot back in Abilene. Had all the games sewed up. 3 or 4 saloons paying off. A couple of hotels and so on. Then the boom busted and you come here. Since you've been here, you got nowheres. You know why?
You're talking. You tell me why.
Dillon. A fella named Matt Dillon. You tried to scare him and he wouldn't scare. So you tried to buy him. He wouldn't buy. Tried breaking him and he wouldn't break.
So?
Be worth $1,000 to you if I kill him?
It might.
All right. Get it in gold. Keep it handy. Am I hired?
Yeah? Yeah, you're hired.
You know, Chester, you haven't said 3 words in the last 20 minutes. That's not like you.
Well, Mr. Dillon, did you ever get a funny feeling that somebody was keeping an eye on you?
Yeah, but...
Well, I got one right now.
You know, Chester, I think you got a touch of the heebie-jeebies. As far as I can see, there's nobody in the whole place paying any attention to us.
Somebody is. I had the same feeling the day the Butler brothers come back from Santa Fe.
Yeah?
I didn't even know they was in town, but I knew somebody was getting ready to call us. And about 6 o'clock that evening, they made their play. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
I was one of the pallbearers next day. Well, it's the same doggone thing right now.
You know, I think you've got the wind up over nothing, Chester. Town's never been quieter. Jail's been empty for 2 weeks. The only new faces around is that bunch of trail drivers that came up from the Pecos. They're all strangers.
Oh, Marshal. There you be.
Huh?
Been looking all over for you.
Oh, hiya, Billy.
I waited over at the jail for nigh on to an hour. I got to talk to you, Marshal.
You know, Billy, every time I've given you money, you've bought yourself a bottle and stayed blind drunk for 2 days.
It ain't money this time, Marshal. I got something to tell you.
Oh, what?
Something I heard. There's a couple of fellas talking over by the Lear's table. They didn't see me. I was back of the water trough. Sort of, resting, you might say. Well, you know how it is, Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
A man gets dry in this prairie country.
What were they talking about, Billy?
About you. One of them offered to kill you for $1,000 in gold, and the other one took him up on it.
Oh.
You know that's the only thing that you...
Who were they, Billy? Do you know them?
No, sir. It is dark, and I didn't recognize their voices. They was already there when I woke up, and they left right after that.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe it was some kind of a joke.
It didn't sound that way to me.
It ain't no joke, Mr. Dillon. I told you I felt it. There's somebody around who's been hired to kill you. Can you figure who'd want to do such a thing, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I can figure a dozen or two, Chester.
Well, I mean...
Now, here we are. Come on.
Well, good morning, Marshal. I haven't seen you since the robbery last month.
Attempted robbery, Mr. Barkin.
So it was, thanks to you. Well, Marshal, the bank's at your service. What can I do for you?
Give me some information, if you will.
Well, if it isn't confidential.
It is, but I want it anyway.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Perhaps we'd better step into my office.
All right.
This way, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, just what was it you wanted to know?
I want to know whether one of your customers has drawn $1,000 in gold from the bank in the last few days.
Any particular person in mind?
Oh, that's what I want to find out.
Well, I hope this won't go any farther, Marshal.
Who was it, Mr. Barkin?
I certainly wish to make it clear that I don't approve of this man, but after all, he is a good customer, and it's not my place.
Yeah, I know. Who was it?
Lawson Hale.
Lawson Hale?
He took the gold out just this morning, as a matter of fact. Said he was working on a cattle deal of some sort. I do hope you'll regard this as confidential, gentlemen.
Yeah, sure. Well, Chester, we know who one of them is now.
But who's the other? The one who's actually going to do it?
Some punk who wants $1,000 bad. Doesn't care much how he gets it.
That sure don't narrow it down any.
No. I know.
Sure is quiet tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Ain't many people out.
No, not many.
That moon's throwing quite a bit of light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it is.
Kindly makes a target out of a man.
Yeah, it does, kind of.
If somebody was out to shoot somebody, this would sure be a good night for it.
I suppose so.
Mr. Dillon, would you mind if I make a comment?
I thought that's what you were doing, Chester.
Let's go on back to jail and stay off the streets. This way you're just asking for it.
Look, Chester, if it's gonna come, it'll come. I'd rather meet it halfway than to sit and wait for it.
Asking for it, that's what you're doing.
It's been 2 days now, Chester. And it gets on your nerves. When you go out to bring a man in, you know you may have trouble and you're ready for it, but this way, it's... Well...
I understand, Mr. Dillon. It kindly bothers a man.
Yeah. Let's walk on down to the Long Branch. Hello, Kitty.
Oh.
Doc.
Hi, Matt. Oh, it's good to see you, Matt. You've been avoiding us the last couple of days.
Been busy, Kitty.
Want to sit down?
I don't think so. Not right now, anyway.
Something bothering you, man?
Huh? Bothering me?
Well, yes, you seem to be on edge about something.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what?
Lost and Hale just come in. Down the bar there.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to have a talk with him, Chester.
Well, that's one way.
Now, that's the one I haven't tried yet. Excuse me, Kitty. Doc.
Sure, Matt.
Yeah, Matt, now you be careful.
Good days, all right. Sure were. Wide open. And I had it right in the palm of my hand. The minute the trail driver hit that town, the boys would grab her pay and they'd head straight for one of them. Something I can do for you. Yeah. I want to talk to you, Hale. Well, I don't see nothing stopping you. Let's move down the bar a ways, huh? Sorry, but I'm fine right here. Now, why don't we move down the bar a ways? Well, if it's that important to you. Pardon me, boys. Let's come back and finish that story. Is far enough? Yeah, it's far enough. I understand you hired yourself a gunman. And you sent him out to get me. You've offered him $1,000 in gold. I don't know what you're talking about, Dillon. You wouldn't care to tell me his name, would you? No, I don't think so, because, you see, I don't know nothing about it. What's he waiting for? He's had 2 days now, and he hasn't made a move. Well, like I Why don't you do the job, Hale? Well, you're wearing a gun. Maybe you can save yourself some money. I've got no quarrel with you. You mean you're yellow? Scared to call your own place? I said You're a weaseling, no-good coward, Hale. I let that ride for the time being. Yeah, I thought you would. Come on, Chester. Let's get some fresh air.
All right, sure.
See you later, Kitty. Doc.
All right, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he just ain't the kind to take chances, Mr. Dillon.
He doesn't need to, Chester. He's got a hired killer problem somewhere around. Yeah, if I only knew who he'd hired, I could force the play myself. This business of having to leave it up to the other man.
Over there by the stable.
Yeah, I saw the flash.
Reckon you got him, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Let's move in. Now watch yourself. He may be playing possum.
Yes, sir. The flash was right here by the corner.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
Yeah. Looks like he got away.
He's gone, all right.
Took one shot and run for cover.
But he'll be back.
thing, that fire feels real good.
Yeah.
The old jail seems kindly cozy. Anyway, it's a lot better than prowling them streets, waiting for somebody to put a bullet in your back.
Chester, will you stop squeaking that chair?
Sorry, Mr. Dillon.
2 more days gone by and he hasn't made another move.
Yes, sir. That cottonwood sure burns up fast. I guess I better shake down the stove and throw another chunk.
Wait a minute. Might be a way at that, Chester. Lawson Hale. That's the only fact we're sure of. Lawson Hale.
It'd be kind of hard to prove anything, Mr. Dillon.
Who said anything about proving it? I got an idea. Come on.
I've been thinking, Mr. Dillon, you ain't got no evidence to arrest Hale, I mean.
I know, but I can scare him. And if I figure him right, I think he'll scare easy.
Maybe so, but all the same.
Ah, there he is now, Chester. Just came out of the Long Branch.
Wonder who them two with him is.
They're hanging around for the free drinks. There's not an ounce of nerve in a dozen like that. Come on. Hale. Hold it, Hale, right where you are.
What seems to be the trouble now?
No trouble unless you want to make some. You're under arrest.
What for?
I'll think of something.
Well, you taking me in without even making a charge? I'll remind you there's witnesses here.
Yeah, so I notice. When they're not hanging around you, they're after somebody else. What have you done, Hale? Hired them, too?
I asked you what the charge was, Marshal.
Vagrancy.
Vagrancy?
As far as I know, you've never had any visible means of support as long as you've been in
I'll
Dodge
match
City.
any dollar of yours with 100 better ones.
Fine. That'll help pass the time.
Now, look at here, Marshal.
Shut up. All right, boys, break it up. The party's over. You had your last free drink out of this pump. Now let's go to jail. Keep walking. It's the last cell on the left.
Oh, Dillon, I'll break you for this, so help me.
You've been trying it for a year, and I'm still around.
You won't be after this.
Chester, unlock the door.
Yes, sir.
All right, get inside. Make yourself at home.
Nothing to hold me on. Nothing at all. I'll be out of here by tomorrow noon.
I doubt that. In fact, there's a pretty good chance you'll never get out of that cell. Not alive, at least.
What are you talking about? According to the law, I've got
the
a
law,
right.
huh? You've broken it every chance you've got. Tried to break the men who serve it, but when your own neck gets caught, you start hiding behind the law.
Nevertheless.
All right,
Dillon.
fine. Right now, the law out here is kind of sketchy. Now, this little affair between you and me is one of the things the law doesn't quite cover. So I'm going to run it my way.
Kind of talk isn't going to help you.
You've hired a man to kill me, offered him $1,000 to get me out of the way.
You can't prove
He's made
that.
one try and missed. He's still around Dodge somewhere waiting. And he'll try again.
Well, that's your problem. That's not mine. I don't know anything about it.
You know what'll happen, though, if he does get me? The first thing Chester's going to do is to come straight back here to the jail and pump a couple of bullets through these bars.
Huh?
Now, your boy may kill me, Hale, but you're not going to live to profit by it.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't do that. Shoot down a helpless prisoner? No, neither one of you would do it.
Chester and I have been friends for a long time. Why don't you ask him whether he'd do it or not?
You bet I'd do it.
No, you wouldn't do it.
You hired somebody to shoot Mr. Dillon in the back? I don't see where you got any kick coming.
Well, there's your answer, Hale.
No, he wouldn't.
Come on, Chester. Let's go look the town over.
No, well, it's tonight that he's going to...
Oh? Tonight, who's going to do what?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know? Well, that's too bad. If I knew his name, I'd have a lot better chance. And so would you. Well, see you later. Or anyway, Chester will.
No, Dillon, you can't do it. Dillon, you can't go out in the street. He'll get you sure. Dillon, no.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you his name.
All right.
He's a trail driver. He came up from the Pecos last week. His name is Ed Granger.
Ed Granger?
Yeah, you've seen him around the bars. He's dark-haired, surly-looking fella. He's got a scar across the cheek.
Come on, Chester. Let's go get him.
He's here, all right, Mr. Dillon. Over there by the end of the bar.
Yeah. Looks like he's by himself.
What are you going to do? Arrest him?
There's no evidence, Chester. Only one way I see is to make it personal. You stay out of it. Just cover me, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Your name, Ed Granger?
Might be.
You know who I am?
Judging by the star, I reckon you're U.S. Marshal.
Oh, you ought to do better than that. After all, I'm worth $1,000 to you.
Who says so?
Lawson Hale.
Hale?
Your memory's getting better, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal.
Sure you do. That deal you made with Hale. He told me all about it after I threw him in jail and persuaded him a little.
I told you, I don't know anything.
You're wearing a gun there, Granger. Why don't you draw it and go for the $1,000? Why don't you take a chance?
If this fella you're talking about's in jail, I reckon he wouldn't have anybody working for him now, would he?
You tell me.
I got no reason to draw on you, Marshal.
Not unless my back's turned, huh?
I ain't drawing.
Granger, you tried to kill me night before last.
Can you prove that?
If I could, you'd either be in jail or dead right now.
Well, since you can't prove it, what's the argument?
Just that I don't like the idea of somebody trying to shoot me in the back. Now, if you're any man at all, we'll settle this right here and now.
You leave me alone, Marshal.
You still figure you got no reason to draw on me?
I ain't drawing.
All right, Granger, you got 10 minutes to get out of town, and when you're out, stay out. Don't come back now or ever, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, you can start right now.
Must be nearly midnight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, about that, I guess.
I declare this is sure one day I'm glad is over.
Yeah, so am I. At least I can breathe a little easier now.
I'll just get the fire built up a little.
No, leave it, Chester. Take care of the prisoner first.
You still ain't got no evidence. What are we going to do about him?
Same as with Granger. Turn him loose, run him out of town. I should have done it months ago. Go on, get him, huh?
Right. Oh, my. Mr. Dillon?
What? Oh. Granger must have stopped by here on his way out of town.
Looks like he got Hale over at the window for a talk and grabbed him and cut his throat right there.
Yeah. Figured Hale had sold him out. Get a bulletin on the wire, Chester. Wanted for murder, Ed Granger.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
I guess Hale got pretty much what he bargained for. He hired himself a killer in order to kill him. He got it.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dodkin, Vic Perrin, Ralph Moody, and Joseph Kearns. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, Laurie. Oh, hello, Kitty. I thought you weren't coming to work till this evening.
It's hotter at the boarding house than it is here in the saloon.
Hey, you got your hair fixed different.
Yeah. How you like it done up like this?
Nice, real nice.
Maybe I'll have it this way then. See what some of the men think of it.
Honey, it isn't the way you fix your hair that attracts men.
Oh, I know that. Just thought some of them might notice, that's all.
They will. One in particular.
You mean Roke?
Uh-huh. How is he, by the way? I haven't seen him in here the last few days.
He's been doing some ranch work for old man Johnson.
Sounds like he's settling down. You better watch out, Laurie. He's liable to ask you to marry him.
No, not Roke. He likes me, but he won't ask me to marry him.
Well, you can never tell.
I'm a saloon girl, Kitty. Men don't ask saloon girls to marry him.
It's happened?
Not to me, it hasn't.
Well, look at that.
What?
Looks like you've got company.
Howdy, Miss Kitty. Laurie.
Hello, Roke.
Hello, Roke.
Well, I got some work to do. I'll see you later.
All right. Bye, Kitty.
Kitty. You mind if I sit down?
Well, you just help yourself. You finished your job?
Oh, yeah. He just wanted some fence fix. It didn't amount to much.
You make enough money to buy me some beer?
Sure. Sam, bring us a couple of beers, will you?
Right away.
Hey, you know, I kind of missed you the past few days, Laurie.
Why, you sound surprised.
Well, there ain't many women I ever missed.
Now, what makes me so special?
I don't know. Just when I was out there fixing the fence, I just got thinking about you. About, how you move and walk and all. And,
well, most people move and walk.
Oh, yeah, but it's different with you. You know what I mean.
Here's your beer.
Thank you, Sam.
Now, come on, Rogue. Tell me what you mean. What makes me so different from other people?
You know what I mean, Laurie. Just thinking about you just made me want to come to town, that's all.
Well, I sure didn't know you liked me because of the way I walk.
Oh, it ain't only that, you know it.
Well, that's what you said.
No, I done no such of a thing. You're just putting words in my mouth.
Now, maybe I should get up and walk for you now.
Come on, Laurie. You just cut out teasing me.
I think you're getting mad.
No, I ain't getting mad.
Of course, I could go tease some other man. Maybe they wouldn't get so riled.
What?
Like that when they just came in.
You mean whiskey, Bud?
Yes, sir. I bet he ain't took a bath in 6 months.
Yeah. Or seen a woman.
No, likely not. He's a buffalo hunter, I guess.
You know, maybe after all that time, he needs to see something besides buffalo and sagebrush. I think I'll go over.
Laurie, no, Laurie, leave him be.
It'd be fun.
No, you be careful, Laurie. You never tell about a fella like that.
You're jealous, Rogue.
No, I ain't. No, it's just, I don't like to see you get all tangled up with something you can't handle, because like you said, he probably ain't seen a woman in 6 months.
I think you really are jealous.
Oh, no, all right, you go on ahead, see if I care.
All right. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Oh?
You talking to me?
Well, now, a gentleman usually takes his hat off when he's talking to a lady.
Why, yes, ma'am. I reckon I plumb forgot my manners.
What's your name?
Wilson, ma'am. Chug Wilson.
Oh, that's a handsome name. You a buffalo hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll bet you're just about the best buffalo hunter there is, too.
I got my share of hides right enough.
Why don't you buy me a drink, Chug?
Yes, ma'am. Barkeep?
Yes, sir.
Give me another glass.
My name is Laurie.
Laurie?
Mm-hmm.
Here you are.
Thanks. Laurie, that's a pretty name.
How long you been in Dodge, Chug?
I just rode in. Here you are, ma'am.
Thanks. Well, I'm sure glad you did ride in.
You are?
Of course I am.
When I get to town, there ain't usually many women that'll bother talking to me.
Well, you've got one talking to you now.
Yes, ma'am, and it's downright pleasurable.
You gonna stay in Dodge a while?
I was only aiming to be here long enough to sell my hides, Miss Laurie, but I just might stay a piece.
Well, that'd be real nice, Chug. You can buy me another drink sometime.
I could buy you one tonight. I could buy you a whole table full of drinks tonight after I sell my hides. You'll be here, won't you? I mean, you ain't going nowheres?
No, I'll be here.
Well, that's fine, Miss Laurie. That's just fine. I'll get my business took care of, but I'll be back later on.
Sure.
Bye, Miss Laurie.
Bye. What'd I tell you? He really hasn't seen a woman in months, maybe not talked to one in years.
Yeah, he sure was stumbling all over himself.
I thought I'd bust out laughing.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you think it was funny?
Well, Laurie, he might have took you more serious than you figure.
I'll let him buy me a drink sometime. He'll forget all about it.
Yeah. I just hope you ain't piling up trouble for yourself.
Oh, Rog, I'm just having fun, that's all. Just having fun. Getting kind of late, Laurie. I'm about ready to close up. I'll close up for you, Kitty. I promised Roke I'd wait for him. Oh. All right. Why don't you sit down for a minute? Yeah, I think I will. Oh, I'm tired. Sure were a lot of people in here tonight. Yeah. I swear, I don't know where they all come from. Dodge is growing. Sometimes I wish it had stopped. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Laurie.
How are you, Marshal?
I'm fine, thanks.
Sam's gone, but I'll get you a beer if you want, Matt.
No, thanks, Kitty. I was just on my way by. I thought maybe I'd walk you home.
I'd like it better if you'd carry me. My feet hurt.
Maybe next time for that.
Well, you don't mind closing up, Laurie?
Of course not. I told Sam I'd put the glasses away anyhow.
Good night, then.
Night. Good night, Marshal.
Bye, Laurie.
Hello, Rook. Oh, I thought you were Rook.
I'm right sorry it took me so long getting back here, Miss Laurie. It's mighty nice to see you're waiting for me, though.
I'm waiting for somebody else, Chug.
You promised you'd have a drink with me.
Some other time. I'm tired now.
You promised.
That was this afternoon. Now I'm tired, and I just want to be left alone. So leave me alone, huh?
Well, I don't hardly seem right.
Well, that's the way it is.
I don't figure that way, Miss Laurie. You and me, we're going to have a drink now.
Now, listen. I don't want a drink. And I sure don't want one with you.
You was powerful nice to me this afternoon. How come you ain't that way now?
I was having fun this afternoon. Now I'm not, so get out of here.
Miss Laurie, I ain't never had a woman talk to me the way you done.
I told you to get out of here.
I've made up my mind about you.
What do you mean by that?
But I reckon you and me, we're going to get along just fine.
You and me? You get out of here. I'll break a bottle over your head. Did you hear what I said?
What's wrong, Laurie? You got some trouble?
Everything's fine, mister.
Wait, ain't you a buffalo hunter was in here this afternoon?
That's right. And Miss Laurie, she said she'd have a drink with me.
Now, look, she's just funning you today. That didn't mean nothing.
You did to me.
Come on, Laurie. I'll take you home.
You ain't had your drink yet, Miss Laurie.
No, and I'm not going to. Let's go.
Yeah.
Just hold it. Right where you're at. Here's your drink, Miss Laurie.
Well, now, look, Chuck.
You just keep shut, Mr. Roke. Take your drink, Miss Laurie.
Well, I told you she don't want it.
You knocked that glass out of my hand.
Yeah, and I'm going to do a lot more if you don't leave her alone.
I'll squash you.
Look, Chuck, please.
Squash
No,
you
put him
like
down.
a bucket.
Please. Look, Chuck, I'll have a drink with you. I promise. I'll have a drink. Let him go.
All right, Miss Laurie.
You all right, Rook? You hurt bad?
You stay away from her, you hear, Mr. Roke? From now on, you stay away.
You don't own her. And you better know it.
I'll tell you something. Miss Laurie, she belongs to me. I've been thinking on it real hard. And I've made up my mind.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. I declare Delmonico's cooking is just getting better all the time. That was a good steak.
Better? It tasted like shoe leather.
What?
You heard me, shoe leather.
Mr. Dillon, was that a good steak or not?
Well, I don't know, Chester. I didn't have one.
If you think it was so bad, Doc, why in tarnation you eat here?
Where else am I going to eat?
Well, do your own cooking.
Oh, yes. I'd do that, Jesse. Yeah, I'd sure do that. Only I'm not blessed with as much leisure time as some people I know.
Leisure time? Why, you ain't done a lick of work all morning. You just been sitting over there in front of the Dodge House watching
Chester,
folks.
why don't you shut
well,
up?
He started it, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal, I seen you in here. I got to talk to you.
Oh, what's the trouble, Roke?
Well, it's Chug Wilson.
Well, who's Chug Wilson?
He's a buffalo hunter coming to Dodge yesterday.
Yeah, so?
Well, last night he most choked me to death.
You look all right to me.
Well, that's just because Laurie begged him out of it.
Laurie?
Yeah. Now, he thinks he owns her just because she shined up to him, but that ain't the half of it.
Oh,
Marshal.
what else?
Well, this afternoon, just a little while back, I went looking for Laurie, and I couldn't find her, so I went to her boarding house. I knocked on the door. Now, who should open it but that Chug Wilson?
Well, maybe Laurie invited him over.
No, she didn't. She wouldn't do that. And besides, I seen her sitting right there in a chair, and she was all scared looking.
Was she hurt?
Well, I don't know. Because before I could do anything, when he picked me up, he threw me clean down the stairs, like to broke every bone in my body. Now, Marshal, I want you to do something, Marshal. Throw him in jail.
I'm not going to throw a man in jail unless he breaks the law or hurts somebody, Roke. You don't look hurt to me.
You're not going to do nothing?
I'll find Chug Wilson and hear his side of it.
Well, if you ain't some marshal.
I haven't got time to nursemaid every drifter that comes to Dodge and looks cow-eyed at one of the saloon girls.
All right, and you just better start building a pine box big enough to hold Chug Wilson, Marshal, because I'm going to get him. I'm going to fix him good.
Mr. Dillon, he's mad enough to shoot somebody.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. We better find out what this is all about.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Yes, all right. So long, Doc. Maybe Chug Wilson's still at the boarding house, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe.
Marshal.
What?
Please. Marshal, you gotta help me.
Oh, what is it, Laurie? What's the matter?
That buffalo hunter, Chug Wilson. He just walked into my room, grabbed me, and told me I had to go with him. Then Roke come to the door, and Chug threw him down the stairs.
Yeah, Roke told me.
I was scared. I ran out when he was fighting with Roke. I went to your office, but you weren't there, so I hid in the alley.
What started all this, Laurie?
Oh, a joke, Marshal. Just a crazy joke.
What kind of a joke?
Oh, yesterday when Chug come to town, Roke and I were talking, and I thought it'd be funny if I kind of made up to Chug, teased him a little.
Oh. That kind of a joke isn't very funny, Laurie.
Well, how was I to know he was going to take it
You
serious?
fool with a man's feelings, you're going to get in trouble.
Marshal, please, you got to keep him away from me. He's going to do something crazy. I just know it.
Laurie?
There he is. He's come for me.
Now, you just take it easy. If you don't want to go with him, you don't have to.
How come you run out on me, Laurie? You shouldn't. Who are you?
I'm the marshal here, Chug.
You trying to get Laurie away from me, Marshal?
I'm not trying to do anything, but Laurie doesn't want you.
That ain't so.
Why don't you ask her?
There's no need. Yesterday in the saloon, she told me she was mighty glad I come to town. Right then she told me.
I was only having some fun yesterday.
It said Roke Judson. He's trying to turn you against me.
Chug, you just can't grab a woman and run off with her because she told you she's glad you came to town.
Why not?
Because I'm telling you right now, you stay away from Laurie. Don't you go near her anymore.
Laurie's mine, Marshal. She's been mine since I first seen her yesterday. And ain't nobody gonna take her away from me. Not you. Not nobody.
Morning, Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon. You want some coffee?
Yeah, maybe it'll wake me up.
I've been worrying about Chug Wilson and Laurie all night long. Do you suppose he'll leave her alone like you told him to?
Oh, I don't know, Chester.
Makes you feel kind of sorry for him, don't it? I mean the way she was teasing him and all.
Yeah, she's paying for it now.
Well, yes, sir, but so is Chug.
Well, he'll get over it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Chester, what did you make this coffee with? Axle grease?
Why, it's the same as I always make it. Only this time I put in a little more chicory.
Well, next time try washing out the pot, huh?
Washing out the pot? Well, now, if you ain't careful, you can wash the flavor clean out of a pot by doing that. Well, hello, Ma.
Chester, where's that? Oh, Marshal.
What's the matter, Moss?
Well, maybe it ain't nothing. But it just seemed kind of funny, that's all.
Oh, what's wrong?
About an hour ago, this big buffalo hunter come into my stable. Chug something or other. I never did hear his last name. He wanted a horse and rig, so I rented him one. And then him and this girl lit out.
Girl?
Yeah, you know, that saloon girl, Laurie. And I got to thinking afterwards. That Laurie, she looked awful scared.
Mr. Dillon, he's done it. He's kidnapped her.
Come on, Chester.
At least the buggy trail's easy to follow, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, doesn't look like they're moving very fast.
I wonder how come Chug could do a thing like that.
Well, he's a stubborn man, Chester.
I don't know, but it sure does seem crazy.
I guess when Chug makes up his mind, nothing's going to change
Mr.
it.
Dillon, look. There's somebody hanging from that tree yonder.
Yeah, let's go. Hey, give me a hand, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Roke Judson. Hey, easy now.
His neck's broke.
Yeah, that didn't happen long ago.
No, sir. Mr. Dillon, do you suppose Chug Wilson done this?
It looks that way. Pull up, Chester.
That's it, ain't it? That's Moss Grimmick's buggy down there by the creek. I don't see Laurie nowhere, so.
No, but there's Chug walking around.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Chug?
Hello, Marshal. I was just looking at our ranch.
You were what?
Our ranch. I bought this piece of land this morning for Laurie and me. Sure is pretty bottom land, ain't it?
Where is she, Chug?
What?
Laurie, where is she?
Over there in the buggy.
Chester, go and see.
All right, sir.
I was going to show her the land. Now it ain't no use.
Mr. Dillon? She's dead, Mr. Dillon. She's been shot.
Yeah.
Laurie and me, we were going to go to Hayes City and get married. She pretended she didn't want to and all, but I know different.
Chug.
I was going to show her the land first off so she'd know she had something good to come
Chug,
to.
what happened?
Roke Judson. He was waiting for Laurie and me out on the road.
Waiting for you?
He shot at me, but he hit Laurie. So I took his gun away and hung him from a tree.
Yeah, we found him.
Why'd he do that? Why'd he shoot at us? I never done him no harm.
You threw him down some stairs. You took his woman.
She was my woman.
Roke didn't think so.
We just didn't know, that's all.
No, I guess he didn't.
You can put me in jail, Marshal?
I have to, Chuck.
Would you do me one thing first?
What's that?
I brung Laurie out here so she could be on our ranch. Will you let me bury her here?
All right, Chuck. I'll let you bury her.
I think she'd like that. It's kind of peaceful and all.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't much on words. You know some you can say far, Marshal? Don't need to be much.
Sometimes a little can be too much.
What do you mean by that?
That's something I guess you don't understand, Chug. Laurie didn't understand it either.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Ray Kemper, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips, Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. It's a real pleasure to welcome back radio station WKNE of Keene, New Hampshire, as an affiliate of the CBS Radio Network, and to greet station WKVT, Brattleboro, Vermont. Both stations became CBS Radio Network affiliates on November 29th. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You know, Mr. Dillon, a man can get mighty hungry when he don't eat.
30 more miles and we'll be in Dodge, Chester. Then you can eat to your heart's content.
Yes, sir. Listen, that wind comes up again and freezes us to death.
Well, that didn't freeze us to death last time.
Well, that was just 'cause we was lucky enough to find that sodbuster shack. I couldn't have stood another 2 days of wind and cold like that. It aged me something awful.
Aged you? Well, freezing's supposed to keep you the way you are, isn't it?
I'm too wore out to joke.
Well, I'll admit that was about the worst blizzard I ever saw. But it's behind us now. We can forget about it.
Forget about it. Still starving in there. Hey, look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Looks like a hunter's camp.
Conestoga wagon, couple of horses picketed by them trees. Don't see much sign of life, though.
No.
But with them horses there, there's got to be somebody around.
And it's been 20 below for 3 nights now. They could have frozen to death.
They had a fire built over there.
Yeah. These ashes weren't made today. Or yesterday, either.
Well, ain't there a soul here, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, maybe they got caught out on the prairie when the blizzard hit.
Sure does look that way.
Yeah, I don't know how that team is still alive with nothing but that wagon for protection.
Poor old things don't look none too lively.
Well, you can't blame them.
Get your hands up. Both of you.
We better do what the old man says.
He must have been hiding in the wagon.
Come over here closer. Now stop right there.
This your camp, mister?
Of course, it's my camp. Now, you two drop them guns.
We got our hands up. That's enough, isn't it?
You do what I say. I ain't taking no chances. I ain't going to get left here again.
What?
You're going to hitch up that team, and you're going to take me into Dodge. You ain't running off like Jed Lorner.
Who's Jed Larner?
He's my skinner.
Why'd he leave you?
Well, he seen this blizzard coming and didn't want to take any chances, so he rode off. He's probably been in Dodge all the time, warm and cozy.
Why didn't you go with him?
Well, I twisted my leg and my foot, so I couldn't ride a horse, that's why. Larner figured driving a wagon would be too slow.
You mean he left you out here to freeze?
Yeah, I'll kill him when I find him. And I'll kill you, too, if you don't drive me into Dodge.
He's a U.S. Marshal, mister. He ain't gonna leave you here.
Marshal?
Now, why don't you put down that rifle and tell us who you are?
All right. My name's Ira Puckett, Marshal. I'm usually up north following the Republican herd, but I come south this year. I'm getting old, and I thought it'd be warmer down here.
You sure made a mistake about that, didn't you?
You'll get me into Dodge, won't you?
Yeah, of course we will.
That foot I twisted, I don't feel nothing in it. It must be froze.
Yeah, it could be.
I'll kill Jed Larner for this.
Forget it, Puckett. I'm not taking you back to Dodge just so you can hang.
All right, I'll forget it. Till I find him. Oh, hello, Matt. Come in.
How is he, Doc?
Puckett? Oh, he'll be all right, man. In time.
Oh, then his foot wasn't so bad after all, huh?
Yeah, didn't have much foot left when I got through him.
Oh.
Yeah, but he'll be able to walk with a cane. But his buffalo hunting days are over.
Uh-huh. Does he know that?
I told him. You know, Ira Puckett's a proud man, Matt. He's a little too proud.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, what he hated most about this Jed Larner leaving him on the prairie wasn't the fact that he might have died, but that he was helpless. And a man like Puckett can't stand being helpless.
I see.
And now, all crippled up, he's a bitter man, Matt.
Well, he'll get over it. Man can get used to most anything in time.
Yeah, no, I got my doubts about Puckett. He won't even admit to how old he is.
Yeah. What would you guess, Doc?
Well, he's past 70 anyway. He's in the back room there, Matt, if you want to see him.
All right.
I'll come with you.
Hello, Puckett.
Marshal?
How you feeling?
Doc tell you what he done to me?
Yeah?
He ruined my foot. I saved your life, Puckett. And I ain't sure I'm grateful, Doc.
You're going to be all right, Puckett. You'll be able to get around.
Yeah, like an old woman. What am I going to do for a living? I ain't one of you city people. I live off the country. I always have. I'm a man, not a dude.
Yeah, you'll get used to town life. And you'll find men here, too.
Yeah, but what kind of men? Walking around all slickered up, parting their hair in the middle, bowing to the ladies. Well, there ain't one of them could do half the things I done. Why, I was living with Comanches when most of them was sniveling in their mother's aprons.
Yeah, I know, but you'll find something to do. I'll help you.
You will?
Sure.
Then help me find Jed Larner. Bring him in here so that I can kill him with my bare hands.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's tall, black hair. He got a big scar running across one eye and halfway down his right cheek.
Good. I'll try to find him. And if I do, I'll run him out of town before you get to him.
Huh, I can't even trust you, can I?
Not when you want to murder a man, Ira. I told you I didn't bring you in so you could be hung. Chester, you're gonna ruin that.
Ruin what?
Well, that stick of wood, of course. You're gonna wreck it banging it on the stove that way.
Well, it's too big. It don't fit.
Well, why don't you forget about it? It's too hot in here anyway.
Yes, sir.
stove. You know, Mr. Dillon, I was thinking,
Yeah, what?
well, with a whole new year starting, it might be we could maybe get a new stove. You know, like one of them I showed you in the Granger catalog last week.
Uh-huh.
Oh, just think how fine it'd be to have a stove that don't smoke.
Well, if you ever shook that grate down, maybe this one wouldn't.
Shake the grate. Well, Mr. Dillon, I carried the ashes out just this morning. Hello, Mr. Puckett.
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Sure, Ira. Come on in. Sit down.
Sitting down ain't going to help nothing. It ain't rest that's going to toughen this foot up. I can talk standing anyways.
All right, stand.
Now, where's Jed Lorner?
Ira, aren't you ever going to forget about him?
Not likely.
You might as well. He ain't been saw since we brought you in here 6 weeks ago.
Well, if he was any kind of a man, you'd go find him for me.
Would you like me to cut his throat for you, too?
Don't you make fun of me.
Now, calm down, Ira. Nobody's making fun of you.
If I was 20 years younger, I'd give him a real tussle.
I expect you would.
I did well enough. I'll do it yet.
Doggone it, we're only trying to help you, Puckett.
Yeah, well, I don't need any help. Not unless you're going to help me find Jed Lorner.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, shouldn't have expected it from a no dang lawman. I'll find him myself. You wait and see.
My gracious. Well, he sure did get upset, didn't he?
He's got a lot of pride, Chester. And it's going to get him into trouble yet.
This is a great way to start the new year, Matt.
Oh? Well, what do you mean, Kitty?
Well, all last year I was hoping maybe I'd be in San Francisco by now.
San Francisco?
Yeah.
You never told me.
What would you have done about it?
Well, nothing, I guess, but why San Francisco?
No blizzard, no dust, no cowboys.
Ah, but they got fog. And all those sailors and miners aren't any gentler than these cowboys.
Yeah, I know. But imagine going to dinner in a carriage, eating off a tablecloth, dancing on a hardwood floor.
You're spoiled, Kitty.
Now, how could I get spoiled here in Dodge City? Oh, Matt.
Well, I'll tell you what, you save your money. You'll get to California someday.
Yeah, sure, if I walk.
Well, a lot of people have gone that way.
Who do you think I am, Sacagawea?
Ah, now there was a woman.
Yeah?
You know, I always had...
What's the matter, Matt?
That man at the bar who just turned around.
Which man?
One with a scar down his cheek.
Oh?
I'll be back, Kitty.
Yeah.
Oh. Evening, Marshal.
Good evening.
What for you staring at me, Marshal?
Your name Jed Lerner?
What if it is?
How long you been in town, Lerner?
About an hour. Something wrong, Marshal?
You remember the big blizzard we had 6 or 7 weeks back?
Who don't?
Yeah, we all do, I guess. Especially Ira Puckett.
Especially... What?
He didn't die, Lerner.
Well, that's fine. I went back looking for him. I wondered where he got to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure you did.
Well, it's true.
Puckett's here in Dodge, Lerner.
Is?
And if he finds you, he'll kill you. But he isn't going to find you because you're leaving right now. And don't show up anywhere around here again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
Now, I can't arrest you. I can't put you in jail. But I'll tell you what I can do.
What?
Suppose I just let everybody here know that you're the man who ran off and left Ira Puckett to die.
Oh, no.
They'd tear you apart, Lerner.
No, don't say nothing, Marshal.
They'd set you on fire.
Don't tell him. I leave, Marshal. I'll leave right now.
Well, you got rid of him in a hurry.
Yeah. I just saved him from being shot and Ira Puckett from hanging for it.
Oh, that was Jed Larner.
Uh-huh.
He's the one that ought to hang.
He didn't mean to kill the old man, Kitty.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, legally there's some.
Enough to give Ira his foot back?
You're kind of hard to argue with, aren't you?
Why? Because I think straight?
Why don't we talk about San Francisco, huh?
No, I've changed my mind. I think I'll go to New York. I don't think I'd... Oh, Ira Puckett.
I got to talk to you.
Yeah.
He looks awful mad. Good thing he isn't armed.
You can always find a gun.
You done it, Marshal. It was you, wasn't it?
You saw Jed Lerner, huh?
Yes, he jumped on his horse and rode out of town before I could stop him. And I had to stand there and watch. I didn't even have a rock to throw at him. Why'd you do it, Marshal? What'd you run him off for?
To save you from hanging?
Well, I'd rather hang and live this way. I wasn't born to become a helpless old man. The least you could have done was let me fight my own battle like I always did on the plains. You took my manhood away from me, Marshal.
Oh, Ira, you're living in town now among people. Why don't you get used to it?
All right. All right, I will. I'll start living like you town people.
Are you going to get a job?
You bet I'm going to. I sure am. And it's going to pay me a lot of money, too.
What do you mean?
You'll find out, Marshal, when it's too late.
Morning, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks to that wind we had last night.
Well, it kept me awake.
Uh-huh. All night?
No, sir, I wouldn't say that. Not all night. Hey, look over there by the bank. Ain't that old Ira Puckett?
Yeah. That's the first time he's had his team and wagon out.
Where do you suppose he's going?
Right now, he's gone into the bank.
What's he carrying that shotgun for? He can't go hunting in the bank, can he?
Yes, he can, Chester.
Hmm?
Come on.
My land, you don't mean to say old Puckett's going to hold up that bank, Mr. Dillon?
He said last night he's going to start living like town people. Get a job, make a lot of money. Well, this could be his idea of how to do it.
Oh, man, he sure couldn't have no other. He can carry that shotgun in there. You going in after him?
Yeah.
What, Mr. Dillon, he's got a shotgun.
I know. Look, Chester, take his team and wagon off somewhere. Lead him around back of the bank, out of sight. Well, maybe we can handle this without a shooting.
Okay, sir.
Hurry it up, Chester. He's coming out.
Yes, sir, I'm long gone, Mr. Dillon. Oh, Marshal.
Come on out, Puckett. I'm not stopping you.
You better not try it. I can shoot with one hand, Marshal.
Sure.
Don't you try to follow me, neither. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, where's my wagon? Where's my team?
You're in a bad fix, Puckett.
Somebody stole them. Well, I can't get away without any team.
No, you can't. So you might as well give up.
You done it. You're behind this, Marshal.
Are you going to shoot me?
Well, why shouldn't I?
Because you're in enough trouble already. And shooting me won't help a bit. You're trapped, Puckett. And there isn't a thing you can do about it. So why don't you use your head?
All right. Here. There's your money. Now you bring my outfit back. I ain't going to jail, Marshal.
Like I said, Puckett, shooting me isn't going to help you. And I'm not going to do a thing about your outfit.
You think you've outsmarted me, don't you?
Why don't you give it up, Puckett? You're licked.
You should think I just can't shoot you, Marshal. Here, take the gun.
Good.
I'm just a helpless old fool. Can't even rob a bank proper.
I'm not sure you really wanted to, Puckett.
Huh?
All you wanted was to prove something about that manhood you think has been taken away from you. But you sure picked a foolish way to do it.
Yeah, I reckon I did. Goodness me, I thought he wouldn't never give up.
He didn't have much choice, Chester.
I went in the back door and told the people in the bank to keep out the way. You want me to take him over to jail now? Oh, no, I can't stand jail. Please, Marshal.
Lock him up, Chester. I'll return this money and have a talk with Mr. Bodkin. I'll be over later. I thought I told you to lock him up, Chester.
Well, I started to, Mr. Dillon, but I just couldn't stand the look on his face after I put him in the cell.
You know, Ira, seems to me everybody treats you pretty well.
Yeah, everybody but Jed Larner.
That's true. But Chester and I bring you in. Doc saves your life. I keep you from hanging, and if I hadn't outsmarted you at the bank, you'd probably be lying dead somewhere now. It seems to me that everybody's gone to a lot of trouble for an old man full of a lot of foolish pride. Now, what do you think?
Yeah, I've been thinking, Marshal. Sitting here thinking. And you know what? You're right. But I'm afraid it's too late now.
No, it's not.
What?
I explained everything to Mr. Bodkin at the bank, and he's willing to drop any charges against you, but on one condition.
What's that?
Well, to be honest with you, it was my idea, but Mr. Bodkin agreed. You got a job here, and you quit being so doggone ornery. Otherwise, you're going to go to jail.
Oh, but what can I do with this crippled foot?
Well, seeing you're so handy with a shotgun, I think Jim Buck might hire you to ride messenger on the stage.
You think so?
Well, he told me he would.
You went and saw him?
And it doesn't take any walking, Ira. Now, how about it?
Fine. I never had a job like that. There it is, Mr. Dillon, 12 stage, all ready to pull out.
Yeah.
And look at there, old Puckett sitting up there on the box, proud as a banty rooster.
Hello, I'm Marshal. You got business with me?
No, Jim, just came down to see you off. You about ready to pull out?
Yeah, just as soon as I check the harness and that lead horse.
Hello there, Marshal.
Oh, Buckhead.
First time I ever rode shotgun in my whole life. I sure hope we get held up.
Well, I hope you don't, for the outlaw's sake.
That's a pretty fair shotgun you got there, Puckett. Don't go shooting just anybody now. I know what I'm doing.
Well, we're off, Marshal.
Good trip, Jim.
Thank you. Now then, you all set, Bucket?
I sure am. And say, Marshal, you know something?
Ah, what's that?
This ain't a bad way to start the new year.
No.
Man's got to make a change once in a while.
Sure.
All right, Jim, let's go. We're behind schedule already.
Hang on, Bucket. Here we go. Hey-ya!
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Methven. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Alice, who is it helps now with your cleaning? I need somebody.
Thought you did your own work.
I always have, but lately I've had a nagging backache with sleepless nights and feel tired out.
I know what discomfort backache can be. Better do something about it.
But what?
Try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Now, I sure can't find your order, Miss Kitty.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Jonas.
I saw Edna getting things together, but what she did with them...
Mr. Jonas, I don't mind waiting.
Well, it bothers me. Now, she should stay here till 5 o'clock, but no, every afternoon come 4:30, she has to run off to the boarding house, change her clothes, comb her hair, and freshen up, as she keeps saying.
Well, if she's not a good worker, why do you keep her on?
No, I didn't say that. She's a fine worker. As a matter of fact, I'd hate to lose her.
Lose her?
Well, she keeps talking about San Francisco and how she'd like to live there.
Well, maybe it's only talk.
No, I don't think so. I get the notion that Dodge is just the place she ran out of money, and as soon as she saves up enough, she'll be on her way.
Did she ever tell you where she's from?
A farm, someplace in Ohio, I think. You know, one day we got to talking about hogs and milk cows, and she let it slip. Almost bit her tongue off after she said it.
You think she's ashamed of being raised on a farm?
No, it ain't that. A funny thing, it's more like she was scared, like she had to keep it a secret.
I'm back, Mr. Jonas. I'll just tidy up the counter. Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Edna. My, you look pretty.
Well, thank you.
Miss Kitty is waiting for her order, Edna.
Oh, I've got it all wrapped and setting on the counter here.
That was very thoughtful.
Well, I knew you'd be in, so I told Mr. Jonas rather than have you wait, I'd get it ready and he could give it to you. Here you are.
Thank you.
Edna, it's almost 5 o'clock. Are you ready to... afternoon, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
I'm all ready, Mr. Proudfoot. You have to forgive the way I look, but I have been working all day, and a person does get a little wilted.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, shall we go? See you in the morning, Mr. Jonas.
All right, Edna.
Nice seeing you, Miss Kitty.
Well, nice seeing you. And you too, Chester.
Yes, it was. Very nice.
Mr. Jonas, I think you're wrong.
Oh? About what?
San Francisco. I think Dodge City is as far west as Edna plans to get.
Oh, I just think trains are the most exciting thing, Mr. Proudfoot. Don't you? All that black smoke and huffing and puffing, and the way the whistle screams, it's like a big wild animal or a dragon.
Well, no, I never quite thought of it that way, but with all the suit
Mr.
and all...
Proudfoot, would you mind if I just held on to your arm till it leaves?
No, ma'am. Not if you're really scared.
Oh, my, but you're strong. Oh, and you must be very brave, too, working with Marshal Dillon the way you do. Fighting Indians.
Well, we don't fight so many Indians anymore. Mostly we just
Capturing
kind of...
rustlers and horse thieves and train robbers.
Well, every once in a while we...
I'll bet you've saved his life lots of times.
Oh, Mr. Dillon has a way of looking after himself. Oh, there she goes. Say, my Jane, you know, it is pretty exciting at that.
Oh, it certainly is.
Here's the marshal's mail, Chester.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. I was just coming in to get it.
You think you and your pretty little helper here can carry all that by yourselves?
Oh, sure, Charlie. This little bit ain't so much to get. Oh. Old Charlie sure is a josher.
I'll bet there are real important things in those letters.
Oh, once in a while he is. Don't seem to be much today, though. Just 3 wanted circulars. And...
Could I see one of them?
Well, I guess there ain't no harm. They're going to be posted anyway. Here you are.
Texas Sam. Oh, what a mean, terrible-looking person.
Well, that ain't a very good likeness of him. He's really
don't show me the others. I don't want to know about such people.
Well, all right. But you asked...
But I would like to see those envelopes.
Well, now, Miss Edna, the U.S. mail is sort of sacred-like.
Oh, Chester, just let me look. My, the Department of the Interior in Washington, D.C., and the U.S. Marshal's office in St. Louis. Oh, my, all that important mail. It is a responsibility, isn't it?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is. And I think I better walk you on home now so as I can take the mail over at the office.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Dillon likes to look at it before he goes out for supper.
Chester?
Yes, ma'am?
This boardwalk's terribly rough. Would you mind if I took your arm?
Yeah, well, now, you're sure that's the move you want to make?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that makes 3 games in a row, and I suppose I should feel flush with victory, but I find absolutely no satisfaction in beating a half-hearted opponent.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Matt, out with it.
Well, you'll know sooner or later anyway. It's Chester.
Chester?
Has he been up to see you?
No, why? Is he sick?
Well, something's wrong with him.
Well, what are his symptoms? What does he do?
Nothing.
Well, then what makes you think that...
Well, those are his symptoms, Doc. He doesn't do anything. When he's here, he walks around with a blank expression. He doesn't hear anything I say. This place hasn't been swept up in a week. I've had to make coffee for the last 2 mornings, and the day before yesterday, that drifter we had in the cell didn't get any supper.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound like Chester.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, do you have any idea what might be bothering him?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the only thing that amazes me is that it hasn't happened long before this.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Chester is a victim of your ingratitude.
What? Oh, now, Doc.
I know, it may sound silly, but it's a fact.
Look, Doc.
Now, wait. You asked my opinion, and I'm going to give it to you. I've seen cases like this before. A man goes on year after year doing his job, and then suddenly one day he asks himself, why? Oh, sure, he gets paid for it, but he has to feel that what he's doing is important, that the person he works for appreciates his efforts. If he is not appreciated, all the spunk goes out of him, and he begins to think maybe he should find something else to do.
You mean Chester's thinking about quitting?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. So tell me, Matt, when was the last time you said something nice to me?
Something nice? Look, I can't run this office like a Sunday school, Doc, if I have to pat Chester on the head every time he does.
All right. You asked me and I told you. But you just go on like you have been. No word of thanks or no praise. Barking orders. Expecting things to be done day after day.
Well, maybe.
You certainly wouldn't want to lose a man like Chester. Because of your own stubbornness.
Well, No, I wouldn't, Doc. Okay. I'll do something about it.
There she goes.
Yes, sirree. There goes that old dragon.
Oh, it sure is exciting.
It sure is. Well, let's go pick up the mail. Old Charlie must have it sorted out by now.
Oh, but you'll have time to walk home with me, won't you?
Oh, well, of course I will. Yeah, I see you got your pretty little helper with you again, Chester. I sure have. Mail sorted yet, Charlie? Yep. Here you are. Thank you. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Both of you.
You know, Chester, you're the nicest person I ever met.
I am? Well, that's a...
Oh, it's true. And I'll tell you something else.
What?
This is a secret. Lean over so I can whisper it in your ear.
Well, you can just say it right out. Nobody can hear it.
Lean over. That's what I think of you, Chester.
Well, now, Miss Edna, that's very... I don't think Front Street's the place to...
Oh, it's all right, Chester. I don't care who knows.
Well, I think I'd better take you home. Yeah, on account of Mr. Dillon be mad if he don't get his mail by supper time.
It must be very important mail tonight. Let me see.
Here. Oh, now, you shouldn't do that, Miss Edna.
Let's see. One from the Department of Defense. A circular.
Please give it back to me, Miss Edna.
A catalog of firearms and ammunition. Another circular. A letter from Ohio. Oh, I dropped that silly old catalog.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It ain't hurt now.
Oh.
Just the new Granger catalog I sent for.
Well, here are the letters.
Thank you. Miss Edna?
What's the matter?
There was another letter here.
There was?
Yes, ma'am, you know there was. You had it right in your hand when... There it is.
Where, Chester?
You stuck it in your shirtwaist there.
Well, what makes you so sure that's your letter?
Well, it has to be.
Mr. Proudfoot, are you accusing me of stealing a silly old letter?
Well, no, ma'am. I suppose it could have got there by accident.
If you're so sure, why don't you just take it away from me?
Well,
But if you try, I'd scream like anything, and everybody in Dodge would think that Chester Proudfoot was a big, nasty old brute.
Miss Edna? Miss Edna, I've... Oh, dear.
Well, good morning, Chester.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon. Sorry I didn't get your breakfast this morning.
Well, every man has the right to sleep late now and then, hasn't he? I think it's kind of good to eat breakfast out once in a while, anyway.
That's right. I just didn't close my eyes till after sunup, Mr. Dillon. I just tossed and turned, tossed.
You know, Chester, I think you've been working too hard. I think you should take a couple of days, pack your saddlebag, and take your fishing pole and ride out and just loaf a little. You remember that little stream that cuts off the Arkansas?
Well, yes, sir, I remember it, but I just couldn't do that.
Well, I can manage without you here for a couple of days.
Mr. Dillon, if you want me to go away, you don't have to be nice about it. I understand.
Chester, I didn't say I want you to go away.
You said you could manage without me.
For 2 days, Chester, I figured that you needed a rest, a change. Now, look, you've got a tough job. Well, I got a tough job, too. Any marshal has. But if he doesn't have help that he can count on, his job is twice as tough. Now, you're a good assistant, you're loyal, and you're dependable.
Mr. Dillon?
Shut up. I'm not finished yet. Now, when I'm out on the prairie 4 or 5 days, a week at a time, I got to have a companion I can stand to live with.
Well, most of the time, I can stand you. Now, does that sound like I'm trying to get rid of you? Huh? Does it?
No, sir.
All right.
And thank you very much. You just helped me make up my mind about something very important.
All right, then. Now, make up your mind to clean up this rat's nest from top to bottom before I get back. I'm going over to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know, Kitty. I guess I was pretty hard on him, but maybe it helped. Anyway, sweet-talking him seemed to make him feel worse.
And that was Doc's idea, huh?
Yeah. He figured Chester needed some encouragement.
And what did you figure?
Nothing. I just got tired of him mooning around like a lovesick calf, neglecting his work.
You said it. I didn't.
Huh? Said what?
Mooning like a lovesick calf.
What? Oh, now, Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who?
Edna Wallstrom.
You mean the little girl that Jonas hired to work in the store?
Oh, she's not exactly a little girl. She's 22 if she's a day. And she set her cap for Chester.
What, Kitty? Chester isn't the kind to go chasing after girls.
I said she set her cap for him.
Well, what do you know?
Uh-oh. Speak of the devil.
Mr. Dillon?
Well, Chester. Miss Wallstrom?
Marshal?
I think you know Miss Kitty Russell, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. Good evening, Miss Kitty.
Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Miss Wallstrom's got something to tell you.
All right.
I'm under arrest, Marshal.
What?
Chester arrested me for tampering with the U.S. mail.
Now, you didn't open the letter, Miss Edna, so that just makes it interfering instead of tampering.
Well, that's still a pretty serious charge, Miss Wallstrom.
Well, I know, Marshal. Chester said he liked me very much, but if he didn't arrest me, he'd be even guiltier than I am, because it wouldn't be loyal to you. And that a marshal has to be able to trust his assistant in everything.
Well, who was this letter addressed to?
To you, Marshal. Here it is. It's from Mr. Gruber, back on a farm near Akron, Ohio. And it's all a lie.
Well, if you haven't opened it, how do you know it's a lie?
See, Mr. Dillon, this Mr. Gruber wrote to Miss Edna about a week ago and told her what he was going to do if she didn't take the next train back to Ohio.
Well, let's find out.
If only you would have told me about this, Miss Edna, instead of just trying to steal the letter.
But I just didn't know what to do, Chester. I thought if the marshal didn't know about it, old Mr. Gruber would leave me alone.
I know, but now...
Miss Wallstrom, did you steal $200 from this Mr. Gruber?
No, sir, Marshal, I didn't. He gave it to me. It was a loan.
But he says here that you signed a confession.
He told me I was signing a note.
You're telling me the truth now?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, we'll find out who's lying tomorrow.
What do you mean, Mr. Dillon?
Gruber's getting into Dodge at 10 tomorrow morning.
When somebody breaks the law, they should be in jail.
That may be true, Mr. Gruber, but this jail wasn't built for women. And I'm still not sure that the law was broken.
You got my letter? I sent you her confession.
I know. And if you'd filed a complaint back in Ohio, I can hold her here in Dodge until they can send somebody to take her back.
But I am already here. I will take her back.
Mr. Gruber, the law just doesn't work that way.
Here's the telegraph, Mr. Dillon, from the Akron police.
You read it, Chester?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you read it, Marshal.
Complaint against Edna Wallstrom, filed here by Hans Gruber, January 10, charge theft. Presently in your city, please apprehend and hold for extradition.
So now I want her arrested.
She's not no criminal, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you think not?
No, I don't. She's a fine person. And if she done something wrong, she must have had real good reason.
Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but I'm real upset.
Now look here, young fellow.
Look here. I think Miss Edna is all right, fine lady, and I just won't believe she could do anything really bad like stealing your money. She works awful hard, and she's awful nice, and she's awful pretty, and she wouldn't do a thing like that.
You have got a lot to learn, young
That
fellow.
may be, but there's one thing I do know. I know if you say one mean thing to her when she gets here, if you try to scare her one little bit, it's going to make me madder than I am.
Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Chester, nobody's going to intimidate her. I'll see to that. Now, you just calm down, and I promise you we'll get to the bottom of this just as soon as we can.
Here she is, Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in, Miss Wallstrom. Miss Wallstrom, do you know this man?
That's Mr. Gruber.
Hello, Edna. Why did you do it, Edna?
Mr. Gruber, you told me when I signed that paper that now everything was all right. You know I was going to pay it back.
I don't mean about the money, but why did you run away? Everybody laughs at me.
I can't help that, Mr. Gruber. I had to do it.
But why?
I'll tell you why.
Kitty.
No, Matt, this is important. Mr. Gruber, you're a widower, aren't you?
That's right. 4 years now.
And Edna here was your housekeeper, your hired girl, huh?
Yeah.
How much did you pay her?
Well, not so much maybe money, but there's room and board. I bought goods so she could make clothes.
And on fair day, one Friday a month, you took her to town with you, along with the chickens and eggs and pigs, and you gave her $2 whole to spend. Is that right?
Yeah.
And for that, she kept the house, did the baking, the cooking, the washing and ironing, fed the pigs and fed the chickens and gathered the eggs. And when she wanted to leave, you wouldn't lend her enough money to live for 2 weeks while she went looking for another job.
Yeah, that is so, but I didn't want her to go away. She was always talking about San Francisco, and I was afraid that if she had money, she would go there.
But you made it easy for her to steal the $200. And then you made her sign that silly confession so that you could use it to frighten her into staying on the farm.
Is that the story, Gruber?
Yeah, that's the story.
You must be very proud of yourself.
No, I am not. That's why I had to find you, Edna.
I don't even want to talk to you, Mr. Gruber.
Please, listen. I had to find you because I want you to be Mrs. Gruber.
What?
That's all right. You laugh. But you listen, too. I've hired a couple, Jacob Glasnap and his missus, to run the farm. And you know the little house with the green shutters, the Schaefer place we used to pass going to town, the one you always liked so much?
What about it?
I bought it.
Well, that's very nice, Mr. Gruber, but...
Wait, I'm not finished. Look here, in this envelope. Go ahead, look.
2 tickets to San Francisco. Why, Miss...
And I wrote to the Palace Hotel. They will get us married, and we will stay there. And we'll buy some fancy clothes, and we'll go to the show houses.
Mr. Gruber.
I want you should call me Hans, Edna.
Hans. Hans, you're the nicest person I ever met.
There is a stage at 5:15. If you can get back...
Oh, I can, Hans, I can. But we'll have to hurry. You come with me, and we'll get everything together.
Oh, what about this warrant?
Oh, I will write to them from San Francisco. Just forget all about it, please.
Oh, that's about that.
Well, I'm just so excited I almost went off without saying goodbye. Miss Kitty, thank you so much for helping me. And Marshal, I'm sorry I took the letter. Really, I am. And Chester.
Yes, ma'am?
Please, lean over.
Well,
Please. Oh, Chester, I think you're the second nicest person I ever met. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Edna.
I'm sorry, Chester.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Kitty. It's just... Mr. Dillon, some people sure is hard to figure out.
Chester, if by some people you mean women, they certainly are.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Joseph Kearns, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
All right, Sam. Stand still.
No, it ain't nothing worth your trouble, Miss Kitty.
Well, it will be if it gets any worse. Lean over.
All right. I'll thank you to have a sure hand with that needle.
Now, don't worry, Sam. I'm not much of a seamstress, but I ought to be able to catch up a rip in a pair of breeches without doing much damage. There. That ought to hold it.
Thank you, Miss Kitty.
Well, you're welcome, Sam. I just hated to see you start the day with a hole in your breeches. With that trail herd doing town, it's going to be hard enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, what in the world's that?
Hey, look at him go there. He's heading for them swinging doors. Maybe he can play the drum in there.
I gotta hide someplace, Miss Kitty. I ain't hurting nobody.
Now, look here,
Well,
Rabbit.
I'll handle this, Sam. All right, you two, settle down.
Why, old Ratty Raffy's got a friend.
You two go along.
He's hiding behind a gal. Play your drum for her, Raffy.
I said get along. Big, strong man, aren't you, picking on the likes of Raffy? Now, you get out of here. And don't come back.
Well, what do you know about that?
It's all right now, Raffy. They've gone.
I wasn't doing nothing wrong, Miss Kitty.
No, of course you weren't. Come on over and sit down, huh?
You know, it's a drum, Miss Kitty. They give me misery on account of the drum.
Yeah, I know, Raffy.
Ain't nothing wrong about wearing the drum?
No, of course there isn't.
He give it to me, that captain, for Antietam. He told me to wear it proud. I always done that, Miss Kitty.
I know you have, Raffy.
I don't hardly play the drum calls no more. Don't see much need.
Well, no. With the war over and all.
But I always wear it. Like the captain said, I wear it proud. And folks give me misery.
Well, I got no right to do it. You can always come in here when they do, Raffy. You don't have to be afraid.
You're a true good lady, Miss Kitty.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yes, ma'am, you are. You're a true good lady.
Raffy, are you hungry?
Well, I ain't weak with it, Miss Kitty, but it's a fact I ain't ate yet.
Well, we'd better fix that.
Well, I ain't taking no more handouts.
But if you're hungry, Raffy...
I can work, Miss Kitty, if folks would just let me. If they'd just stop plaguing me and let me work, I could make out fine.
All right, then, Raffy. Sam,
Yes, Miss Kitty?
Come here a minute, will you?
Sure thing.
Take Raffy out to the woodshed, will you, Sam? Set him to chopping that wood out there. He wants to work.
Well, sure. Come along, boy.
I'm obliged to you, ma'am. Oh, Miss Kitty,
What is it, Raffy?
will you watch after the drum for me? I wouldn't want nothing to happen to it after the captain trusted it to me like he did.
Sure, Raffy, sure. I'll watch after it. No, it was enough to break your heart. As soon as he'd chopped the wood, he came back in, and I gave him his money, and he hung that drum around his neck again and left. Poor boy.
Yeah. You want some more gravy, Kitty?
No, thanks, man.
Doc?
No, not for me. It's better with this food not to cover it up while you're eating it.
You know where Rappy went, Kitty?
No, I don't. He just appears now and again, and he's always in trouble. Somebody's always plaguing him, as he says.
No, it's a shame.
What's the answer to it, Doc? What makes Raffy, what makes him the way he is?
That's hard to say, Kitty. Maybe there's just too much war.
He must have been very young during the fighting.
His mind hasn't grown any older.
Why would he hang on to the drum then, Doc, if it reminds him of a bad time?
I can't tell about these things for sure, man. Maybe because the drum was the last thing he was ever proud of.
Yeah.
Oh, Miss Kitty, Marshal.
Hello, Dobie.
Hello, Dobie.
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. I was sitting right over there.
You got good ears.
Hey, I think it's important to know what this fellow Raffy might do. The town has a right to know.
Well, he can't tell for sure. He might go along just as he is for the rest of his life, wearing that drum around his neck and being crucified for it. And then again, he might decide to turn on somebody someday.
Well, you couldn't blame him.
Well, then, Marshal, I say you ought to take steps.
How do you figure that, Dobie?
Well, either way, he isn't doing the town any good. He might turn mean and cause trouble. Even if he doesn't, he gets in the way of the town's normal citizens wandering around that way wearing that drum night and day.
Oh, come on now, Dobie. I can't arrest the boy for that.
Well, Doc just said he might cause trouble. It'd be better to act now than...
You listen to me, Dobie. If he causes trouble, it'll be because he's been driven to it by normal citizens. I'd spend some time talking to him about it.
Mr. Dillon?
Right here, Chester.
Looks like somebody's been after Chester.
What's the trouble?
Mr. Dillon, you better come right away. It's that Raffy Blythe.
I told you, Marshal.
What's he done, Chester?
He ain't done nothing. But some of the boys has got him treed down there at the liver stable.
You better come with us, Doc.
Are you one of those people who are always on the go? Like you, our CBS newsmen are on the move all the time, too. Always in the direction of the biggest news developments of the day. Their own busy schedules give them a practical understanding of the value listeners put upon their services. They know you rely on them for accuracy at all times. They have a first-hand appreciation of the importance of clarity and brevity as well. That all of these standards are kept in mind by our highly skilled, highly experienced newsmen is demonstrated over and over again in the frequent news broadcasts you hear on CBS Radio. The busier your own day, the more you'll appreciate the efforts of our CBS News staff. These men offer you a direct link with history day by day. But more than that, they do their job with full regard for your busy schedule. They keep you fully informed with no waste of time, no waste of words. For accuracy, brevity, and clarity in news reports, for news at frequent intervals and at convenient times, keep tuned to CBS Radio every day.
No, please. Go ahead, Sloat. Give the rope another little pull. Swing the drum out there.
No. Sure, Bull.
If you want it, Raffy, you'll have to crawl out on that branch.
My drum. You give me my drum.
Crawl on out there.
But it's too far.
Oh, you can do it, sure. Hey, let's
just like a monkey up there, don't he? You don't even have to be up no tree to look like a monkey. Swing the drum out more, Sloat. Down the end of that limb there.
Well, it's getting kind of thin down there, Bull.
I said swing that drum.
All right, Bull, all right.
Go ahead, kid. Let's see you get your full drum. Crawl out there.
No.
Go ahead, crawl.
Please, mister.
Oh, come on now. If you want it, go get it.
It's too far.
If you don't crawl out and get it, Raffy, I'm going to shoot it full of holes like this.
Please don't shoot it. I'll get it.
Go on, then. That's right.
Let me pull in the drum, Bull. He's going to fall short.
Leave it be.
Well, he's hurt himself.
Oh, he's too simple to be hurt bad. Come on, Sloat. Let's get it.
All right, just a minute.
Come on.
Take a look at the boy, Doc.
Sure, man.
All right, you men. You're in an awful hurry to get away all of a sudden.
Oh, I'm Marshal. There ain't no reason to hang around.
The show's over, is that it?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal. This boy just fell out in a tree.
You know what I'm talking about, all right, and so do the rest of you men.
Well, now, Marshal...
A bunch of real live two-legged coyotes.
Now, listen here.
Well, you listen to me. If I catch you, any one of you, deviling this boy again, falling out of a tree won't seem easy to you. Now, go on and get out of here.
Well, we was going anyway.
Just remember, you leave this boy alone. How is he, Doc?
Well, can't tell yet, man. He's unconscious. I'll have to get him to the office.
All right. A couple of you men give us a hand here to get him to Doc's.
Make you feel better?
My head.
Yeah, it hurts pretty bad, doesn't it?
It hurts.
Well, I expect it does. You took quite a blow, but it's going to be all right, Raffy. Nothing to worry about.
Has he come to, Doc?
Yes, man. He's conscious.
You going to be all right?
I think so, man. Yeah, there's no signs of a fracture or concussion.
Oh, that's good. Well, Raffy, you feeling better?
My drum. You got my drum?
Yeah, I got it. It's down in my office.
Well, nothing happened to it.
No, I think it's safe enough.
That's good. I sure do thank you, Marshal.
It's all right. You come get it when you're feeling better, huh?
Yes, sir. I gotta do that. You know, it seems like folks don't like me to wear it. Why don't they, Marshal?
Well, maybe it's because they just don't know any better.
I ain't never hurt nobody. They ain't got no call to hurt me.
That's right.
Them folks who hurt me, they ought to learn different, Marshal.
Yeah. That's what I came to tell you. I'm going to see that they do.
I can see it real clear, Marshal. Real clear. Them folks need to learn it real good. Them folks that hurt me, They gotta be taught different.
Here's mail, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
Well? Well, Mr. Dillon?
What?
Well, seems to me you'd want to know what's in it. Seems to me a man should ought to open up his mail when he gets it. Might even be government business.
Chester, what are you muttering about?
Well, I just can't understand it, Mr. Dillon, after I went and fetched it to you and all, why you don't open it up. The mail.
All right, Chester, I'll open it up. Expecting something special?
No, sir, I ain't. Tell you the truth, I could see there wasn't nothing there worth bothering about.
You put on a pretty good show of bothering.
Well, it just seems to me that a man should ought to open up his mail, whether it's worth anything or not.
Oh, you wouldn't listen, Marshal. You were too bullheaded and stubborn to listen.
What's on your mind, Dobie?
I told you last week right there in the restaurant. I told you ought to do something about
it. Oh, come on, Dobie. What are you sputtering about?
That boy, that Raffy Blight. I told you he'd cause trouble.
Well, what's happened?
It's worse than I even expected. And you could have prevented it.
Dobie, quit babbling and tell me what's happened.
He's killed him.
Who's been killed?
Bull Ramsey's been killed. And Raffy did it. They found a drumstick by the body. And now we got a lynching on our hands.
Where are they?
They're taking him to hang him. And it should never happen.
Dobie, where are they?
They're taking him out west of town.
All right, come on, Chester. Bring the rifles.
There they are, Mr. Dillon, in that clump of trees.
Yeah.
They got him up on a horse, but it don't look like they've got the rope on him yet.
Oh, they're lucky. All right, let him go.
We was just trying to help the law, Marshal.
I'll take care of the law. I said let him go.
Sure, you can have him if you want to waste jail space on a murderer.
I gotta have a lot more than your say-so on that, Sloat.
Why, it's plain as plain. Everybody knows he had it in for Bull.
Never mind, Sloat. If he needs to be tried, he'll be tried by a judge, not by you.
And that drumstick...
I said never mind. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Untie Raffy's hands and take that gag out of his mouth.
Yes, sir.
Then lead his horse over here.
Yes, sir.
That's my horse he's on, Marshal. You ain't gonna take it.
He's riding it back to town, Sloat, and I wouldn't argue about it if I were you. I'm going to have to keep you here for a little while, Raffy.
It's all right, Marshal. You ain't one to plague me.
No. No, nobody will plague you here. Now, you can go on in.
Thank you. Marshal?
Mm-hmm.
What they're saying about me killing that Bull Ramsey.
Yeah?
Well, I don't think I ever killed nobody, Marshal.
Well, I hope you're right about that, Raffy.
I don't recollect too good about last night. My head was hurting real bad, and I just don't recollect too good.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll find out.
I know I was out there some. I was trying to cool my head in the night.
Now. All right, Raffy. I'll see you later.
Oh, Marshal?
Yeah? What's that?
My drum, Marshal. Have you got my drum?
Chester found it, yeah. We'll take care of it for you.
I thank you for that. Oh, and here, Marshal. You might as well take care of these two.
What? What have you got there?
Well, my drumsticks, Marshal. I always keep them right here in my shirt. I only got one set, you know.
Are they both there?
Oh, sure, they're both here. You take care of them for me, Marshal?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Out of tune because of irregularity? Kellogg's All Bran helps put you back in tune. Kellogg's All Bran is the natural way, the good food way to end constipation caused by lack of bulk in your diet. There's only one All Bran, Kellogg's All Bran. Its whole bran content gentles away constipation, supplies your system with the bulk-forming food you need. Kellogg's All Bran is the only whole bran cereal to bring you the combination of proved effectiveness, appetizing taste, and crispness. It never gets mushy in milk. So get back in tune and stay in tune. It's easy with the one and only Kellogg's All Bran, ALL-BRAN. Safe, reliable, pleasant. Millions enjoy it every day. They know they can count on Kellogg's All Bran to relieve irregularity.
There you are, Mr. Curtin. Here's your change. And here's your parcel. I'll be right with you, Marshal.
No hurry.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
I should have that new bolt of calico any day now.
Oh, that's fine. I'll stop in again soon. Goodbye, Mr. Jonas.
Goodbye, Miss Curtin. Now then, Marshal, something I can do for you?
I sure hope so. Tell me, Jonas, do you sell drums here?
Well, I had a couple a few years ago. But ain't stocked them recent, Marshal. Tell you the truth, I don't get much call for drums in Dodge City.
I suppose not. I guess you don't get a call for drumsticks either, huh?
Well, now, that beats all.
Now, what do you mean?
You'd think we was getting ready for a parade or something.
How's that?
You're the second feller in 2 days come in here to ask him after drumsticks.
Oh? Well, who was the other one?
Well, I don't rightly know his name, Marshal. Big, thin fella. Used to steam around town with Bull Ramsey.
Yeah. But you didn't have any drumsticks, is that right?
Oh, I found a pair, Marshal. But I didn't really need it.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, this fellow only wanted one. I made him buy the two, though. Now, what in tarnation would a fellow want with just one drumstick, Marshal?
I'll see you later, Jonas.
So the marshal got there too fast for you, did he, Sloat?
No sense to it. No sense to it at all.
Well, now, lynching ain't a very nice thing to do.
It ain't gonna make no difference to that boy. No difference at all.
Well, now you can't tell.
Well, they're gonna hang him one way or another, sure as sure.
Sloat, I want to talk to you.
I ain't hard to find, Marshal.
I want that other drumstick.
Drumstick? You're talking crazy, Marshal.
I want the drumstick you didn't leave by Bull's body.
Now, listen here, that Raffy, he's the one with the drumstick.
That's right, Sloat. And he's still got two of them.
Now, listen, Marshal.
I've been listening. I've been listening to Jonas.
Jonas?
Yeah, he sells drumsticks.
Well, it wasn't me. It was some other fella.
No, it wasn't, Sloat. It was you. Trying to buy just one drumstick so you could kill Bull and blame Raffy.
You can't prove it.
I don't have to prove it. Because you're going to tell me about it. Aren't you? Isn't that right, Sloat?
Let me go, Marshal.
Isn't that right, Sloat?
Yeah.
All right, come on. I don't think Raffy will mind giving up his cell to you. All right, Raffy. Here's your drum.
Thank you kindly, Marshal. I sure am proud to be wearing it again.
Yeah. Well, things ought to be better for you around here now. I don't think folks are going to bother you anymore.
I'm right glad to hear that.
I'm pretty sure we can fix you up with some odd jobs. Jonas and Dobie already got some chores you can do.
Thank you, Marshal, but I think it's time for me to be moving on.
Well, I can't say I blame you after the way they treated you in Dodge. But things will be better now.
Maybe they will, Marshal. But it's time I moved on anyway.
I don't know why.
Well, I don't know why either, Marshal. But I don't rightly belong nowheres. I keep looking for a place. I ain't never found it yet. I just gotta keep moving on.
Well, that's up to you.
Funny, ain't it, Marshal, for a drummer boy like me to be always out of step?
There are a lot of folks more out of step than you are, Raffy. I see them all the time.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I'm so dry, I'm spitting cotton, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, you can fill up at the Long Branch when we get back to Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir, but right now, I'd even settle for a drink of water.
You can't be that thirsty.
I declare I'm about to stampede. You think there might be a spring in that clump of elder up yonder?
Yeah, it might be.
I swear, next time I'm going to carry me a water bag.
Keep it wrapped in your pillow, I suppose. Now, you know, town life has made you mighty soft, Chester.
That's far enough. He's got a rifle, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Who are you men?
We're looking for water. Is there a spring in there?
I said, who are you? What's your name?
My name's Matt Dillon.
And I'm Chester Proudfoot.
You don't worry me. And I never heard of no Dillon.
And you shouldn't mind if we get a little water.
Okay. But you'll have to drop them gun belts first.
I'm sorry.
You heard me.
You can't shoot both of us, mister.
Who is it, Harp?
One of them's called Dillon.
Dillon from Dodge?
That's what he says.
Bring him in here. He'll help us. He's the U.S. Marshal.
A marshal?
Yeah, that's right. Instead of us standing here about to shoot each other, why don't you tell me why you need help?
I'm Joe Harp, Marshal.
Okay, Harp. Now, who's your friend?
Harry Spooner.
I've never heard of him either. What's the matter? Has he been shot or something?
Busted his leg.
No? Well, there's a doctor in Dodge.
Well, I can't get him there alone.
We'll help you if you'll put that rifle down.
Okay. I found him lying out there on the prairie this morning, Marshal. Horse throwed him, and I drug him into the shade here.
You mean you're not traveling with him?
No, I just stopped to help. You really Marshal Dillon?
That's right. I don't remember you.
Well, I ain't never been to Dodge. Heard your name, though.
You live around here, Spooner?
I've been working in a saloon down Tascosa. Wanted to change, so I bought me a horse and rode north. But I shouldn't have come alone. I don't know nothing about horses. I hate them.
Well, we better get you into Dodge.
I suppose you ain't to drag me there. Well, I've been drug as far as I'm gonna be. I had to get you out of the sun, Spooner. He was mighty rough about it.
He saved your life, mister.
Why shouldn't he save my life?
Ungrateful, mean-tempered
He's
people.
been like that all day. But I figure it's 'cause his leg hurts him.
Of course it hurts.
I busted mine once. I know what it feels like. Poor fellow.
Harp, you want to help get him into Dodge, or you want to keep going?
Well, I got no place special to go. And I'd kind of like to see Dodge anyway.
All right, then let's get busy. Luckily, Spooner had broken only one bone in his leg, and after we rigged up a splint for it, we managed to get him mounted. It was night before we reached Dodge, but by then he was too weak to complain. Anyway, I was more interested in Joe Harp. But all I could find out was that he was a cowboy drifting aimlessly through the country like so many of his kind. He said he had a little money from his last job, and that's why he'd been so wary of strangers. He seemed honest enough. 6 weeks later, he was still in Dodge, gambling some, but not causing any trouble. Doc and I were talking about him one day in my office.
You know what he did, Matt? About 3 or 4 weeks ago?
What, Doc?
He came and offered to pay Spooner's bill. Said the poor fella wouldn't be able to work for some time. As long as he'd saved him, he felt he ought to help take care of him.
What, did you take his money?
I did not. Spooner can pay me himself. And he'd better go to work, too, pretty soon. He's already walking around without a cane.
I take it you don't like Spooner much, Doc.
Do you?
Well, nobody does that I know of.
You know, I don't believe he's even thanked Joe Harp for saving his life, man.
Well, Santa Fe just come into the mail, Mr. Dillon. Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, it is. Say, that brown piece of mail looks official.
It is. Want to open it up now, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I guess it better. Might have my paycheck in it.
Here you are.
Thank you. No. No checks. Just some new wanted circulars.
What's the matter?
Here, Chester, take a look.
Oh, my goodness. Here, look at that, Doc.
Let's see. Wanted, dead or alive. Reward $500 for bank robbery and murder while escaping. Joseph Harp. Age 32, sandy hair, 6 feet tall, blue eyes.
That's him, all right.
Signed by the sheriff, City of Denver, Colorado Territory.
You going to arrest him, man?
Can't you pretend you didn't get it or something, Mr. Dillon?
You can stay here if you like, Chester.
No, sir, I didn't mean that.
All right. Then you take the Texas Trail, the Longhorn, and the Oasis. I'll look in his boarding house at the edge of town, then I'll come back to the Long Branch. You'll meet me there if you see him first, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get going. Kitty?
You look like you've been eating cockleburrs, Matt.
I don't see Joe Harp around.
Well, he left. Why?
Chester got here yet?
No. Is there some kind of trouble, Matt?
I'm after Harp, Kitty. How long ago did he leave?
Oh, just a little while ago. He was over there gambling as usual, and then that Speener came running in and said something to him, and they both left.
Speener?
Somebody ought to take him out and bury him somewhere.
Well, I couldn't find him nowhere, Mr. Dillon. Poor Miss Kitty.
Chester, what's this all about, anyway?
Harp's wanted for murder, Miss Kitty.
For murder? Joe Harp?
That's just what Speener said when I told him. He just couldn't believe it.
You told Speener?
Yes, sir. I run into him, and then I...
Go get our horses, Chester. I'll pick up the rifles. And hurry. They've had time to get out of town already.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what?
I guess I just wasn't thinking when I told Speener about Joe Harp. I didn't know he was going to run off and warn him.
Well, next time I'll send you out with a potato rammed in your mouth.
Yes, sir. I just wish you would.
Oh, forget it, Chester. At least it shows Speener isn't as bad as we all thought. I guess he was just waiting for a chance to do Harp a real good turn.
Well, he sure done it.
Yeah. Now, hold up a minute. Look there.
Oh! Speener. He's got his hands up.
Yeah. Get your rifle out, Chester, and keep your eyes open. All right, come on.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I ain't done nothing.
Where's Harp?
In that drawer behind me.
Any tricks and you'll die, Speener.
I ain't no outlaw. And Harp ain't gonna pull no tricks neither. You just follow me.
I swear I don't understand this talk, Mr. Dillon.
Just follow him, Chester.
Yes, sir. There's his horse.
Yeah. There he is.
Well, he's been hurt.
Yeah, he sure has.
Well, there's your man, Marshal.
Did you do this, Speener?
I tried to talk him into giving himself up, but he wouldn't listen. And then he tried to draw on me.
I can tell from the way he's lying that you shot him in the back, Speener.
Well, what difference does it make? He's an outlaw, ain't he?
Yeah. $500 worth of outlaw, Speener. If you live to collect it. We buried Joe Harp on the prairie where he'd been killed, and then rode back to Dodge. That night, I wrote out a wire to the sheriff in Denver claiming the reward for Harry Speener. Then I showed it to Speener, and I told him to keep it quiet, and also to stay out of my sight. He did. About a week later, I had to send Chester to find him and bring him into my office.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Come over here, Speener.
I've been waiting like you said, Marshal. I ain't talked to nobody.
I had a wire from Denver this afternoon. Everything's all right. The money will be here in another week or so.
Oh. I thought it'd come now.
There it is.
Well, I thought you said it wasn't here yet.
I'm paying you out of government funds.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
I didn't think you'd mind very much how you got the money.
Now, Marshal, I only done my duty.
Count it.
That's all right. I'm sure it's all here, Marshal.
I said count it.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You satisfied?
500, that's right.
Speeder, nobody knows about this yet. They think I killed Joe Harp. But before they learn who did, I advise that you clear out of Dodge and stay out.
Why? I didn't do nothing wrong.
I want you to tell me something. Is Harp the first man you've killed?
Of course he is.
You know there are men around here who killed 10 or a dozen and think nothing of it. But I won't guarantee how they're going to take to your having killed one man.
Well, they can't do nothing about it. It was plumb legal.
Yeah, it was legal.
I earned this money, and before I leave Dodge, I'm going to double it gambling. And there ain't nobody going to stop me.
Okay, Spinner, I've warned you.
I'm going to get rich, Marshal. I'll show 'em. Real rich.
Get out of here.
I'm going.
Sit down, man.
Thanks, Kitty.
Drink?
No, thanks.
Speener was in.
Oh, is that so?
He left, though. They closed the game on him when he started bragging about how he got his money.
I kind of figured they might.
Why'd you keep it such a secret, Matt? What were you protecting him from, that milk-liver little sneak?
The law doesn't separate people that way, Kitty. Now he's been paid and he's been warned about what might happen. He's on his own.
Well, I hope somebody does shoot him. Just think, Matt, it was Joe Harper saved his life.
I'd have caught Harp anyway.
Oh, I know, but somehow that's different.
Yeah, that's a lot different. That's a pretty dress you're wearing, Kitty.
Close your eyes, Matt.
What?
Go on, close your eyes.
Okay, but what's this for?
Now, tell me what color this dress is.
Color?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's,
It's blue, Matt.
Blue, yeah, sure. I was just about to say that.
Yeah, no.
Blue.
Speaking of colors, look what's coming.
Ah, Speener. Well, nobody shot him yet.
It's never too late.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, Speener.
I just tried to buy a drink over to the Texas Trail.
And they wouldn't serve you. Good.
I ain't talking to you. Marshal, 2 men threatened to kill me right there at the bar.
That's funny.
What do you mean, funny?
Well, most men around here don't waste much time on threats.
Look, I demand protection. And I won't spend the night hiding in jail, neither.
Okay.
Then you'll come with me.
No.
What?
I can't protect you any more than I already have, Spinner, but I'll tell you one thing. If you take off your gun, nobody can claim self-defense for shooting you. And I'll have to go after him. If that's any satisfaction to you.
I am a citizen, and I demand...
Get out of town, Spinner. Get out now.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Mr. Dillon, could you loan me $1? I kind of went broke last night.
Oh, gambling, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here you are, Chester.
Thank you.